What's going on, War Master? What's going on, Nicer? How y'all doing? Yeah. I woke up and saw that, man. I started laughing. At one point, I actually wanted one of those machines. I'm glad I got smarter. What's going on, Nightish? Shout outs to everybody here, man. Y'all been watching people for the last 24 hours flip out over Pearly, huh? It's actually quite funny. I'll do a show on it a little bit later on tonight. My eye is getting better. I only showed you that because it was RZA. You know who RZA reminds me of? He reminds me of like a East Coast DJ Quick. Now that I say that, you cannot unsee it. Now that I say that, you cannot unsee it. Remind me of an East Coast DJ Quick. Looks like him too. Can't unsee it now. Yeah, it's just content. You know, what's going on, Don Philly? I think War Master said it the other day. He was like, you know, he was like, why are y'all surprised? Like, and it's like, people are getting mad. People are getting mad, you know, they're getting mad that quote unquote Pearly Tings, who was lying, by the way. I mean, we get it, but she's a 25-year-old white lady. Like, she comes out and said, yo, I align with the alt. Let me tell y'all something. And this is going to be one of the realest shit I've ever said. If you were to talk about the alt-right's values and stuff that they go after, even black men, a majority of black men will agree with that. But when you put it up against history, that's where the bullshit comes in. You know? Good on paper, crazier in real life. I went back because I was really brainstorming the show in my head before I do the show. I was gonna do it last night, and I was watching Tariq Nasheed debate, I think Jordan Peterson and some other people at the time, because I remember watching that show, and I was remembering that was around the time that Tommy and Tariq was beefing. And I'm not gonna lie, it irritated me, but Tommy was correct. Tommy pointed out something real crazy. Y'all gonna get a kick out of it. I've been looking for this video. Y'all gonna get a kick out of it. So Tariq just got a SM7B, an SM7B microphone. And the majority of people that just saw that mic and just bought it because they saw other people have it, they make one fatal mistake. They didn't do their homework on that microphone. So they don't know how to run that microphone. They have no idea how to run that microphone. That's why you see like Fantastic and them get like the little baby one. Because the baby one is cool. They don't know how to run the actual mic, right? So Tariq's audio was shitty. Like it was off compared to what it should have sounded like. He was literally using his laptop or his camera mic. And he kept trying to adjust the microphone and pretend like the microphone was on, but it was like, bro, let me show y'all. Actually, let me switch over to my laptop. I'll show y'all. I want to show y'all flex beat, but let me show y'all. And let me read some of the comments real quick. I don't know why. Oh, shit. I don't know why y'all mad at a white woman for sticking with white supremacy. Like people tend to forget white women are safe under white supremacy also, whether they're feminist or not. You said I bet $10 it wasn't as. Yeah, we're gonna look at it because I made sure I didn't look at it. You know, M57 equals blue. Thank you, Isa. You said or conservative. No, this is the thing, man. A lot of black people actually agree with alt-right gestures, but not in not in real life. Hold on. What I mean is, a lot of black people agree with being a man and winning at every cost, and they believe in strength and all this other weird shit that they throw out. Yeah, I'm eating those weird ass chips. Hold on, y'all. Damn, y'all can hear it? Shit. I opened the bag and let it sit out for like a night so it won't be as crunchy. Miss V called them teeth breaking chips. Hold on, let me go to StreamYard. All right, give me 1 second. Let me do this. Give me 1 second. How do you go back? How do you go back? Oh, here we go. All right. So check this out. Hold on. My laptop gonna kill me if I open one more tab. Um Somebody put Tariq Nasheed debate white guy. Hold on, look at this. I couldn't watch this because it was kind of cringe. Hold on, why is it not coming up now? Oh, here it is, Jared Taylor. But Jordan Peterson and everybody was there. All right, look at this. Oh shoot, isn't this Anthony the Dream Johnson? Oh shit. All right, it's all coming back to me. Hold on, y'all. Look at this.
White supremacist country.
Look at that. AJ done had the big old beard. Nice piano in the back, though. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yes. So the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only is America a white supremacist country, we live in a complete white supremacist.
You see that? And he kept trying to adjust the mic. Look, it's like, bro, it's not working. Now you can tell Anthony's mic is working. Look,
white supremacist.
Because he's using the headset mic. But listen to Tariq's
country.
His audio.
Go ahead.
Yes. Tariq. Yes. So the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only
it sounds further away from the mic. That mic, Tommy was breaking it down. I was like, shit. That mic has a proximity effect. As close as he is to that mic, he shouldn't sound like that. Look.
Is America a white supremacist country? We live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity.
This is Google Hangouts, by the way. I know some of y'all haven't been around long enough to realize it. Shout out to Tariq. He got a nice keyboard in the back, too.
By systematic white supremacy. Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning or end to this system of mistreatment of Black people. It's a boogeyman concept. In
horror, War Master, what does it mean?
Like Freddy Krueger, like Jason.
What's going on, Link?
Like Michael Myers. And what makes these movies turn into franchises is that you don't know the origin of these monsters and you don't know how to get rid of the monsters. And that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeymen. I'm going to scare you. Give me money for the next religious service. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right. Go ahead and respond, Jared.
Well, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. I suppose that means that white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better than white countries in export balances, in the kinds of standard of living that they're achieving. Seems to me it's a pretty ineffective white supremacy if it's permitting these non-white countries to advance faster than white countries are. At the same time, in the United States, it seems to me that if it is a white supremacist country, it's one in which it is organized strictly for the benefit of whites so that they can dominate and rule over people of other races. I would assume that that's what's meant by white supremacy. Under those circumstances, it seems to me quite contradictory that we have an immigration policy that is reducing whites to a minority. It's difficult to me to understand why whites, if they really want to dominate, they are prepared to reduce themselves to a minority in which they have less influence, less power, less ability to make the country reflect their own character. Also, in a white supremacist society, presumably whites would be on top in all fields. Why is it that Asians have a higher per capita income, much more likely to get into an elite school? Why do even Hispanics, for example, have a higher life expectancy than whites? There are many, many respects in which.
So y'all know I like Tariq Nasheed, right? But I'm not gonna lie. In hindsight, I was listening to the show back in the day. But in hindsight, just watching him kind of just keep moving the microphone, and it's like, bro, it's not on. It's not on, bro. That threw me off. That threw me off. So let's go. Oh, damn. StreamYard done changed up on a player. Hold on, y'all.
Which the United States is not organized in a way that gives power to whites or that results in whites being on top of everybody else. All of these things would be completely impossible if the United States really were organized in a white supremacist way.
Okay, let me address all those things in unison. First, you said if we were in a white supremacist world, places in Asia like Japan, China, and Korea would not be doing better than white supremacist nations. Understand, China, Korea, Japan, and all the Asian nations are completely dependent and under the subjugation of white supremacy. There was an old saying in the United States, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. They are allowed to thrive by white supremacists. They can stop them from thriving at the drop of a hat. As a matter of fact, speaking of Japan, they blew up Japan at one point and then helped them get rebuilt back together. So the white supremacists dominate those Asian nations. Let's talk about Korea. We're talking about blowing up Korea right now because Korea is not playing ball. So
I mean, yeah, he kind of did. Like it's like in hindsight, I'm not gonna lie, this mic thing is throwing me off. It's been throwing him off the whole debate also, because it's like, yeah, I got the mic to argue with the big boys, right? I got something going on. I'm yelling into a $500 can, and it's like, bro, you need a cloud lifter. Bro, I don't think your microphone is on. So that by itself, like, just because there's people that know it's embarrassing. I've seen these videos, right, where people are like going hard body karate and it's like microphone and shit. And when I look at the bottom of the microphone, it's like, bro, it's not even, I know your voice syncing and all that other shit, but it's not even plugged in. Like their mic, it's not even plugged in. So it's like, oh man, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. This is why a lot of black people do not go over to the greater manosphere. Because remember, you're in the manosphere, right? You should be able to, you don't have to go over to Jordan Peterson and all them other cats. You don't have to go over to where they at. But you should be able to go to the other side of the manosphere, right? And debate. Right? Why y'all keep debating with niggas? Why don't y'all go over there? Why don't y'all get MOT, the Black Brain Trust and all BG, all them niggas? Why don't you get all of them niggas to go over to the manosphere and go talk to Anthony the Dream Johnson or any of his underlings or somebody that's over there. Go debate with them, so that we know when y'all come back from that debate, y'all not feeding us no BS. Everybody quiet now. I ain't tell y'all to get on the goddamn internet and start talking about politics. When you're running a podcast or you're running certain things, there's certain topics you should stay away from. But everybody wants to debate with Little Big Nate. Why don't you send Little Big Nate over there? Send all them niggas over there. Just like, look, we don't want to hear what you guys say until we see you over there actually in those arenas. It'll make them better people anyway. They shouldn't get mad at what I'm saying. Wouldn't it make them better people? Wouldn't they want to know that the shit that they talking is real? Huh? I wish one of them niggas would get mad at me for saying this, because then that just shows you what you're dealing with right there. Send them niggas over there. Everybody quiet now. Because they're going to look like this. They don't even have the equipment to even go over there and talk to them. Them niggas won't even talk to you. I'm finding it hard to respond. Are you on your cell phone? Are you on your cell phone? Are you on your cell phone? Manosphere is atrocious, bro. You know it's real when a nigga start using words that he normally don't. This is atrocious. I'm on my laptop right now, but damn. What's going on, Sam? He said, "Yep, you've called out all this. Now I've been calling this shit out, man. This shit, I'm till I'm blue in the face. My fucking eye is killing me. I'm finna doze off a little bit. I done took some allergy medicine, but I'm straight. You dig? I like Little Big Nate. He's diabolical, but shit, send his ass over there. That'll be a good debate. Hell, y'all could have got one of them cats to come over to the Prophet of Thought series. Shout out to my brother X. Niggas don't really want to fucking sit up there and talk to fucking the weird ass niggas over here. He says, "All Kuda's fault. We love tech." It's not even that. You know what, War Master? Like the thing is, and I'm glad that definitely you jumped into it, because this is embarrassing for people that run these type of mics and run this type of equipment. Like it's very easy to look like a fool. Like Tariq is like literally all up on his microphone and you can't hear it. What the hell? He got room reverb. He got a look.
So to speak, and they just put trade sanctions on North Korea. So they can put sanctions on countries, they can blow up countries, they can do anything they want to countries, could create computer glitches, do anything they want to just.
See, this is why sometimes it's just best not to cam up. This is why that cam up shit that I've been telling y'all in the past, make sure you guys like on the way in and support the channel. Look, that cam up shit that I showed y'all in the past, that I was telling y'all about in the past, is secondary. Because your sound got to be congruent with your visuals. Nobody here knows shit. This is horrible.
Destroy these nations anytime they feel. They let them thrive. And the operative term is let. Here in America, for a long time, Asians were looked down upon. Then all of a sudden, when they had the civil rights movement in the 1960s, Asians became the model minority because white supremacists elevated the Asians to undercut any type of black progress. So any progress that an Asian nation is doing, they are allowed to. Asians, as a matter of fact, some Asians have been looked at as honorary Nazis by Hitler. He looked at some of them as honorary Nazis. So again, the operative word is allowed.
Gracious. So China is advancing, or Japan has done well, simply because the white nations, I assume you mean the United States, or are Germany, Sweden, Denmark, we're all in it together to let China progress? We're all in it together to let Korea and Japan progress? Or is it just the United States? Are we the top dog, or do we have to consult with anybody else in order to let the Chinese go on to eventually become a larger economy than ourselves?
Well, we know that China was still.
I was just about to point it out, and look at Tariq kind of pointed out. Did you see, if you look at Jordan, if you look at what's his name, Jared Taylor's face, he has a slight smile on his face. And now if you look at Tariq, he got a slight smile on his face. Okay? Y'all don't they playing with each other, bro. That's the funny part. Look out, Tariq, because Tariq seen the slight smile on his face. And now Tariq got a slight smile on his face. He said throwing it down. Oh my God. I get joy out of watching these debates. Just sometimes for the sake of watching them. They're actually pretty interesting when you sit back and watch them. That's why I'm like, why don't y'all get these people that keep want to stress and push all this politic talk in the manosphere? Why don't y'all get them to go debate these people? Do something with themselves, man. You said, who do you think will be a good a great debate against Jared? I can't say ABL. I would say Tommy, but when you get to a certain point, there are two people that agree on a lot of things. It would just be a discussion. You know, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I'm gonna say something about politics. I'm gonna tell you some real shit about politics. Most people in politics will, if they're actually really telling the truth about certain things, they actually agree more than they disagree. So a lot of these things that we're going to be like, hey, that's a debate. It goes from like a debate to like a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Especially in times like now, where they really can't, where both sides really can't afford to lie. You know, lies is like credit, like it costs to lie. You know, and then you have stuff like Republicans or other groups posing as Democrats to work what they're trying to do and blah blah. It's a lot of BS going on now. You know, it's ridiculous. You said the debate was over when Nasheed touched his mic. I went back and looked at it. I was like, shit, Tommy was right. I had no choice but to look back and be like, okay, Tommy was right about that. Yeah, I remember that. When Mississippi, because he over here listening right now. MOT likes the channel. I don't got no beef with MOT. But MOT, you knew your ass was drunk. This nigga showed up to a debate drunk. Accidentally flipped his camera on, and it was like he accidentally flipped his camera on. It was like a 6-pack. It was like a whole bunch of crushed cans and 6-pack beside him of Milwaukee's best. He was drinking the Beast. Oh my God. I was like, oh man, we gotta straighten up. The niggas get mad when I say something about that. I mean, shit. Go ahead, drink, have a nice time, but goddamn. That's another thing people can do when you can't see them on camera. They could be chugging 6-packs and you don't know. Then they speech starts slurring. You okay? I'm gonna go on mute. God damn. And let me tell y'all why they get drunk and do all of that stuff, because it's a big event for them. Like, it's like, man, all right, I got something big coming up tonight. I got to be on point. Then they start sloshing down a bunch of what's going on, RG3? They start sloshing down a bunch of liquor. It's like, damn. Save something for the rest of us. Shit. Don't celebrate just yet. That nigga was pissy drunk. That nigga was pissy drunk. I said, damn, you're not even, all right, whatever, you know? And there you go. War Master, you know. Now, let me tell y'all something. I would like to see War Master not even debate, but talk to them people. But War Master, he doesn't argue. You know, that's what I respect about War Master. War Master just clears shit up. He's like, no, let me correct you on that. And then clear some shit up. You know? He's not about to sit up there berate people. I mean, every so often he might say somebody's stupid or dumb, but he's not gonna call them idiots like, I'm better than you. I know more about this politics stuff. He's like, no, I'm just gonna clear some shit up. That's wrong. And these people are doing this, and this is why this is happening. He just clears shit up and going about his business. You know. But a lot of these other people, they're calling people dumb. They're calling people stupid. They're calling people idiots because they don't see it the way they do. And it's just weird. And then respectfully so, on all sides of the field, a lot of people are dumb. A lot of people are stupid. A lot of people are idiots. A lot of people don't see it the way it should be seen. But then again, what's it to you, you know? Yeah, that beast will get you up out of here, man. When you 3 cans in, oh man. When you 3 cans in. Cynical said my views are center left. Nicer said that Milwaukee's beast and the old Milwaukee is nasty, but it'll get you drunk. It'll get you drunk. That nigga MOT was drunk. So, you know, when you faking, just know there's people out there that knows. There's people out there that knows what's going on. So Tariq caught his inside joke, and now he's basically, you know, laughing about it. And the crazy thing about the alt-right, I'm gonna tell you the truth. When it comes down to it, a lot of it is probably racist rhetoric. A lot of, you know, when we get to a certain point, I don't know how much has changed, but not much has changed. But a lot of it is racist rhetoric to a certain degree. It can be looked at as racist rhetoric. If that's what you're looking for, don't go looking for something, and then you find it and then fuck around and get mad. Why the fuck? I mean, Pearl was lying when she was like, "Oh, I kind of don't know. Let me just let you speak," and stuff like that. And then she knows more than she alludes on to, obviously. But why are y'all mad? Like, was she supposed to be on the black side? Was she supposed to be sticking up for black people? What's there to be mad about? White woman that aligns with alt-right and somewhat racist rhetoric? Yeah. Who gonna protect them? Your black ass? Like, I'm trying to figure out what. Never mind.
Still dominated, and it was colonized by Britain until fairly recently, the economic hub of China.
19th century.
Yeah.
19th.
And it's like Tariq is working his way around the microphone, and I fucks with Tariq. Tariq, that's my nigga, right? But it's like, oh, bro, you working your way around that microphone, and your audio is not changing. If it's getting worse. You know, and the reason why people get mics like these is to have that conviction in their voice, that, you know, you could hear them clear and stuff like that. And it's like, pretending like you have your microphone on. That's cringe. That microphone don't work like that. He don't even have. He probably got the phantom power on.
Since you're talking about the opium war, I'm talking about now.
Sir, we're talking about, sir, like in the 90s, Britain just really got their stronghold out of China. So when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm having. I can't hear nothing.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. I was looking at the playback. Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I said, Britain just got their foothold out of China directly. They were directly colonizing it, and they still do economically. They still control the economics, the trade. All of that is made, because they control the trade. They can put trade sanctions on any of these Chinese, Asian, any of these nations. The white supremacists control directly and indirectly. And the most indirect way they control nations is through trade sanctions. They're doing that to non-white nations all over the country.
Wait. Japan and China both have an enormous trade surplus with the United States and with Europe. They are out competing us on trade. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them.
Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting a stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having relationships with the Asian women. You guys you look at some of the big top white supremacist corporation owners, many of these guys, the Rupert Murdochs, all of these people are tied in with these Asians and Eurasians. Look at Trump. Trump has a Eurasian. So there's always been that connection. You allow them to thrive, and you can stop it at any time you want to.
Really?
Oh,
you
yeah.
mean, how would the United States stop China from increasing its economy? How would we do that?
Well, you can just put trade sanctions on them. You can stop them by putting trade sanctions on them, or you can just blow them up.
Look, we have tried to put trade sanctions on North Korea, which is a tiny, small economy, and they still don't do what we want them to do. They have continued to develop their nuclear weapons. If North Korea, which is a tiny, insignificant country, can thumb its nose at the United States and continue developing nuclear weapons, despite our telling them not to, it seems to me we have a very, very feeble white supremacist world order.
No, you don't, because they're making threats against North Korea now. They're talking about blowing that place up when the economic sanctions don't work. The white supremacists will just go blow the country up. The white supremacists have two tactics. They have deception and they have violence. And when deception doesn't work, they have no problem going in there with the jackals, the CIA, whoever, to take the people out. That's the MO of the white supremacists, and they've done that consistently throughout history.
Okay, and if the Chinese don't play ball with us, if the Chinese decide that they want to take the Spratly Islands or they want to take the Senkaku Islands from somebody that we think ought to have them, then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists?
Because the Chinese and many of the Asian countries are playing ball. They are playing ball. They're doing what they're told. And the minute they stop doing what they're told, like North Korea, all of a sudden we see the trade sanctions and we see the nuclear threats and we see the little rocket man talk.
Well, so, I'm fascinated to learn that by trade sanctions, we can control nations that actually have a huge trade surplus with us. That would be a new one for all the economies.
They have a trade surplus with us because we allow, well, not we, the white supremacists who run the country allowed it. That's why they have a trade surplus.
I see, because we permit them to do this, even though it means that some of our businesses go out, all of our jobs get exported to China. We must think that's a great thing. If our manufacturing jobs disappear to China, we must think that's a wonderful thing because we're stupid white supremacists.
Look, a lot of the white supremacists are not that smart, but the main ones are. And I've always said this, the white supremacists are hands down the most smartest people on the planet. And
I will say this. When you debate about insignificant stuff or dumb stuff, you can get into some new territory, weirdly. You know, War Master said this is bad. China has 300 billion. Well, this is 5 years ago, but I see what you're saying. Like, it's like how it played out too. You did? Trade sanctions are only impediments to entering the American economy. Nasheed is just wrong. Shout outs to Beautifully Animated in the building. How are you? She said, I hate when people whiten the top teeth and not the bottom. Close your mouth, sir. Right. Shout outs to Beautifully Animated in the building. He said, trade sanctions really don't really work. Someone can always go around them. Right. Right. Get the middleman up out of the way. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, Tariq's mic is not on, you know, and you won't know. I mean, there's no indicator to show that that microphone is on. I mean, obviously, I would know. I know that microphone like the back of my hand. That's one of the mics that I really pushed into space. I was saying there should have been a standard in the manosphere where at least at bottom, you know what I'm saying? Everybody here that's a content creator should have that mic. At the time, I was pushing what's called Black Mic Gang. You know, BMG, Black Mic Gang. Shout outs to Cut to the Chase. Cut to the Chase got one. Red Sings the Blues got one. All the folks that were aligned with me got one of these mics. You know, I got mine. I got mine. Mine is actually set up behind me, but it still got my trophy flag on it. You did? So his mic ain't even on. So that's embarrassing. You know, like you're like, okay, yo, the white boys coming through, yo. I'm gonna have a nice setup so I can keep up with them at least audio wise. And like somebody could have just stopped this whole debate by like saying, bro, your mic's not even on. You know, so fix your audio and we're gonna let such and such go. That would have been fucked up if they did that. Cause to sit up there and try to get somebody to explain my mic is on. It's like, no, it's not on. Where'd you get that mic? Do you know how to use that? It don't even matter if somebody was right. Just the fact that somebody points that would have been embarrassing. And you wouldn't even have to. That's the funny thing. You wouldn't even have to hurl an insult. You wouldn't even. You're just inquiring, low. I'm wondering why your microphone is not on. I mean, we hear you, but that's like on a laptop mic. That mic don't produce reverb like that. That mic gets rid of reverb. We hear you, but it's like you could slide the mic out of the way because it's not on. Yeah, that MV5 is a beast, War Master. Let's get it.
Smart doesn't have to do with IQ. You can be deceptively smart, and they're smart enough to use deception.
No. So you said something earlier that I found quite fascinating. You said that at some point when the Black Civil Rights Movement was making progress, that was when white people decided to elevate the Chinese and the Japanese, elevate the Asians and make them into a model minority, which they would not have been if we had not let them. So in effect, we tricked them into being more successful and smarter than we are, while at the same time we have tricked Black people into being less successful and less smart than we are. Is that what white supremacists have done?
Wait, 1 second. Wait, can you guys hear me? I'm on my end. Hold on 1 second.
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can
hear you fine.
Because I'm streaming this on my thing, and they're saying there's audio static. Oh my goodness.
No worries.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Somebody's just setting area. Okay, I'm talking to the audience. I'm trying to see if they can't hear. Sound like that. Okay.
And it's like he keeps grabbing his mic like it's on. It's like, bro, that microphone is not on, bro. And trust me, I fucks with Tariq Nasheed, man. But Jesus Christ. He said every time the older gentleman speaks, I feel embarrassed for Tariq Nasheed. This is the thing, man. This is why the manosphere won't go over there and talk to them niggas. They don't have a setup. They don't sound good. They're using their cell phones. And this little ass sector cannot keep up with no big ass manosphere. And actually, this Jared is not even in the greater manosphere. They just like his talking points.
They can barely hear. Hold on 1 second. Y'all bear with me 1 second, guys.
No worries. Take your time.
I want to address what Jared was saying.
Everything good?
Hello?
Hello?
Hold on 1 second. Okay, right. How about in the chat room? How is that? Pushing the earphone. What are they saying? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Tariq, are you googling the answers right now?
No, I'm streaming live, and the people saying they can't hear me, so I can't stream live. I just have to use, I have to download it. So I got to stop streaming live on my end. So I'm not googling anything, but let me stop streaming.
No, I'm just joking with you. Yeah, no,
I'm gonna have to stop.
Okay. You have permission. Yeah, you have permission. You can use this video on your channel. You can mirror it or whatever you need to do.
Okay. All right. Let me just do this.
All right. Let's get back into it. Let's get going.
Let me repeat my question here.
No, go ahead, buddy.
You said something about how when the Black Civil Rights Movement got going, then the white supremacists, so we white supremacists, decided that we were going to elevate the Asians into a model minority. And I suppose they would not have been a model minority unless that we had permitted them to. So we more or less tricked or browbeated or somehow made them into a group that has a lower crime rate than whites, lower illegitimacy rates than whites, more successful academically than whites. We tricked them into that. Whereas in the case of black people, we tricked them into having a higher crime rate and a higher illegitimacy rate and a higher poverty rate. Does that pretty much summarize your view?
Well, the thing is, Jared, even before the civil rights movement, the Asians had a low crime rate and black people had a low crime rate, but you still had the yellow peril. You still dominated and mistreated them and used coded language and not so coded language to disparage them openly.
Wait, I want to get back to this model minority stuff.
That's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going with it. Before they were the model minorities, the crime rate was low with people of Asian descent. They weren't committing crimes. They didn't have out of wedlock babies. They were just doing their thing. Nothing changed with them. Nothing changed with them after the civil rights movement, other than the white supremacists wanted to use them to undercut black society. Nothing changed.
Well, but then we used them to undercut black society, but in a way that in effect undercuts white society, because Asians are now, they have a higher income than whites, more likely to get into elite schools, and they have, as I say, less likely to be in jail. In other words, we have created a model minority that is even more successful than the white supremacists. Again, this sounds like very stupid white supremacy to me.
That's not true. They're not more successful than the white supremacists.
Not more successful.
They're not more successful at all. Look at all the major corporations in America. Who owns
They are.
Who's running law enforcement? They don't run all the major corporations. The Japanese are allowed to do anything they're allowed to do. The white supremacists allow them to. They're not successful or more successful as people who believe in white supremacy, because the people who believe in white supremacy still control the resources.
Wait, the Asians have higher per capita income by far. Indian Americans, for example, have a much higher per capita income than white Americans. Chinese, Japanese, as I say, they're much more likely to get into elite schools, and there is nothing stopping. Look at the Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is full of Asians who have these great programming jobs. They are extremely successsul. Now, if 5% of the population, just let me finish, please. If 5% of the population does not yet have a dominant position in running Fortune 500 companies, that will just come in time, given the kinds of advantages that they now have. Again, this seems like a very, very nearsighted and foolish white supremacist policy to build up a group that is being more successful than whites themselves.
They're not. I mean, just saying that they're more successful doesn't mean that they are more successful.
They have to be.
You allow them to thrive, and the minute they do something that you don't like, just like any other immigrant group, Hispanics, they were brought in to undercut black society as well. Now that they're used as a political point, now the Hispanics are bad. Now all of a sudden you're throwing people out of the country. So the key word is allowed. You can do anything to any immigrant group you want to, because as white supremacists, that's what you do.
Wait, if we decided that the Asians were getting too big for their britches, what would we do?
You would throw them out of America, just like you're doing Hispanic groups, Muslim groups.
Wait. They're American citizens. We would strip them of citizenship and throw them out. Is that what we white supremacists would do?
Absolutely.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
I mean, black people are technically citizens, but the Constitution is completely violated when it comes to black people. They violate every statute of the Constitution when it comes to black people, and we're citizens. The Constitution, citizenship means nothing in a system of white supremacy.
Okay, how is the citizenship of black people violated daily? How is for example, how is the separation of powers in the Constitution violating the citizenship of black people?
Oh my God! The Second Amendment, Philando Castile, he was legally owned a gun, got his brains.
No, I'm talking about the separate. You said every single article.
I'm just giving you an example of. I can go down all the statutes: the 8th Amendment, the 13th and 14th Amendment. We don't get equal protection under the law. Black people can get legally murdered by a white supremacist race soldier, and nothing is going to happen. The Constitution does not protect us. So the Constitution is toilet paper to white supremacists. Your boy Richard Spencer even said, "I don't care nothing about the Constitution. I care about survival."
Again, how does the separation of powers oppress Black people? You said every aspect of the U.S. Constitution oppresses Black people. How does the fact that the president has to be 35 years old, how does that oppress Black people? How is it that the citizenship of Black people is ignored by every aspect of the Constitution?
You played a word game. I didn't say that. I said it doesn't protect Black people. I didn't say the Constitution oppresses. White supremacy oppresses all non-whites. The Constitution doesn't protect Black people. Watch the words, Jared. Let's watch the words. I'm very clear about the words I use, sir.
Not clear to me, but you seem to think. So let me get something else straight.
Yes, sir.
We white supremacists brought Asians in to undercut Black people, right?
Yes, you did.
Now, why did we want to do that? Why did we want to bring in yet another group, unlike ourselves, who is increasing in numbers, who is electing people like themselves to the Senate, got people like themselves on the Supreme Court? Why did we bring yet another group that is different from us? And what did we achieve in terms of oppressing Black people by bringing these Hispanics in?
Well, you classified Hispanics as white. 95% of Hispanics are classified as white because all white Anglo numbers are declining. They've been declining for years, and you need other groups to help boost your numbers. So Asians are the reserve white people now because many Hispanics are classified as white to boost up the numbers for people classified as white. So you always bring in these different groups to boost up the numbers.
Wait.
Sounds like Asian supremacy to me, right?
If we cared about the number of white people, why didn't we bring in more white people? Wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do, rather than bringing in people who are obviously not white?
Well, the thing is, classify a white person. What makes a white person white genetically?
That's very easy to look. Just look at the DNA. The DNA of white people says that they are from Europe. The DNA of most Hispanics says that they are largely from Latin America. They're Amerindians. No, white people, I don't think you have any difficulty distinguishing a white person from an American Indian, do you? White people are obviously white. Well, and if we wanted more white
Irish
people,
weren't considered white when they first came over. The Irish weren't considered white until the late 1800s. So I just want to know what this white thing is. And you said it's from Europe, so it contradicts. There's a contradiction there. Italians weren't considered white really until the 1930s and 40s, sir. They weren't considered white. So
the idea that Irish were not considered white is a silly myth that has been circulated by people who should know. Now let me finish. Wait. No. Let me finish.
White or not white. Okay.
Mr. Nasheed, let me finish.
Go ahead, Jared. Okay.
The British hated and despised the Irish for a whole host of reasons, one being colonialism, one being the fact that they were Catholic. They did not like them, and they did not want them coming into the United States, but no one would ever have suggested that they were some race other than white. Yes. The idea that some kind of magic, they suddenly became white.
They would say that the Irish were simian. They would say that they were an ape-like race. If you look up simian Irish, you would see Irish looking like monkeys. They would say they were a whole other species. Look at the Notre Dame logo. It's a fighting Irish who has a simian-like face. They always had that negative stereotype of the Irish. They were allowed to be white later on, just like the Italians were allowed to be white later on.
And so you're telling me that pretty soon the Asians are going to be allowed to be white if it suits us.
Sir, according to the white supremacists, they determine who gets to be white and non-white. Asians weren't considered white. The Greek weren't considered white. There's a reason why they call Italians Guineas. Guinea is another code word for African. So they've always allowed certain groups to be white, and they would take their white status away and give it back.
If we really cared about maintaining a white majority, Why do we let Africans into the country? Africans, according to your view, Africans are the devil people. Africans are the whole reason for white supremacy. Africans are the only reason we ever care about Asians, because that's a way to put blacks down. The only reason we have anything to do with Hispanics is another way to put blacks down. Apparently, white supremacists are obsessed with black people and want to put them down. Why, in that case, have we admitted more immigrants from Africa than ever came to the United States in the slave trade?
There are not that many Africans that are allowed over here. I was just in Africa.
Why even one?
Because certain African people, and I'm going to tell you, when I was over in Africa, they are screamed to the point where if they come over here, they're going to have to directly work with the white supremacists to undercut black people too.
Okay.
White supremacists bring in people, and they make sure that African immigrants do not hook up with African Americans. There were papers in the 1970s trying to prevent African Americans from linking up with people in Africa. Let's go back to the Marcus Garvey movement, back to the 1920s and the 1900s, when black people were trying to go back to Africa with the Marcus Garvey movement. They went in and undermined that as well. They've never wanted us to hook up with each other. So they will bring over African people as long as they don't hook up with us and do the bidding of white supremacists.
Oh, no, okay. Now let me get this straight.
Yes.
The white supremacists let in Africans after they have carefully screened them to make sure that they will cooperate in a white supremacist system of holding down and exploiting American-born blacks. Is that correct?
No. Didn't say all that.
Okay, yeah. School me on this.
They don't hook up with us and make sure they're on their P's and Q's. I was over there in Africa. They told me there's so many hoops they have to jump through to get over here. They have to change their name.
Hold on, I don't want to run it back, but look how far his microphone is away from him. He just gave up on it. I forgot. I remember when Tommy was talking about this. He was like, "Yeah, he gave up." I do remember that point. But look how he just pushed the microphone away. He's like, "All right, I'm done with I'm done with faking." He just pushed the microphone away. I just give up. My audio ain't even changing, bro. I can't even lie my way out of this one. He just pushed his microphone away from me and just let go and let God. You dig?
They were telling me all types of horror stories. Yes, they were told that they shouldn't even use their African names if they can.
They don't use their African names? I've never heard. I mean, every Nigerian I know that lives.
What's going on, Avern C? Peace to you, man. Welcome back, man. Long time no see. Hope everything is well. Happy New Year. Let's go.
Here has an African name. Now, did they tell you that they were told, okay, we have this white supremacist system going here, and we're going to let you in only if you cooperate with our white supremacist system and hold the brothers down? Is that what they're told?
They didn't say all that. But the thing is, the reason why they would have to come over here anyway is because the white supremacists have destroyed their own nations over there. Understand?
Okay.
The reason why they would have to come over here is because all the resources are hoarded over here.
Okay, all right.
And they try to get over there.
Okay. Now I have another question for you.
White supremacists are shooting them down in the ocean. So
why is it?
The story about white supremacists as well.
Why is it that we white supremacists are happy for the Asian countries to develop? Why are we happy for the Chinese to go over and help exploit Africa, but we don't want Africa to succeed? I mean, is this why do we care? What is it about us that? Yeah,
that's a great question.
Yeah, give me an answer.
White supremacy has a racial hierarchy.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. It's white on top. You might have the Asians on the next.
Yeah.
Arabs here.
Yeah.
Hispanic whites here, and black.
What's going on, Spawn? Shout out to Spawn in the building. I don't even know what they're debating anymore, y'all. Let's go.
Have always been on the bottom. Blacks got to be on the bottom because black people, we have the genetic capacity to annihilate the entire planet sexually. Because when we procreate with you, the offspring is going to be non-white. So black people operate a genetic threat. So we have to be on the bottom. White supremacy is crystallized on how black people are mistreated. This is why when you bring Asians over, the Asians start doing their little nigger jokes when they get around you. So
what?
All these other groups are, their lot in the system of white supremacy is determined on how much they mistreat black people.
What was that about? How much they dislike black? In other words, we train the Asians to dislike black people.
No, Jared. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. I couldn't hear that last part there.
When you get other groups around, when you
Right.
bring in other groups, other Asian groups, other Hispanic groups, when you bring them in,
Right.
for them to determine their status with you, to become honorary white supremacists themselves, they have to display anti-black hatred. You understand?
Oh, I see. I see.
For example, let me give you an example. Peter Liang. Peter Liang is an Asian guy who shot a black man in New York. Asians all around the country got together to protect this Asian man from killing a black person. So they have to be honorary white supremacists to a certain degree in order to remain in good standing.
To remain in, wait a minute. This guy was a policeman, as I recall, and he fired his weapon and it ricocheted off the wall, and it happened to kill a black person who was in one of these public housing things. It was very, very clear that he did not intend to kill this guy, and it is not at all surprising that people should rally to his defense. Now, I'm again interested in this idea that we can make honorary white people. And where is your evidence that white people, that Asians, if they're the number 2 bunch, where's this notion that they're honorary white people?
So let me back up a minute. You said he didn't mean to kill him, but he was in violation of pulling his gun. He shouldn't pull his gun out. He shouldn't have the finger on the trigger. He lied about what happened on the police report. So if you're shooting people by mistake, why is it that black officers go to jail when they shoot people by mistake? A white kid was shot down in New Orleans by a black officer by mistake, and they gave the officer 40 years. So there's always that white supremacist double standard there. And you extend that double standard to Asian groups and many Hispanic groups, just like the guy who shot Orlando Castile up in Minnesota. But that's neither here nor there. So your next question was what, sir?
Well, then let me have. I'll approach things from a different point of view.
Yes.
I am fascinated by your conviction that. Well, first of all, okay. Now, it's interesting that you said the reason white people are so obsessed with blacks. I mean, it sounds like everything we do has to do ultimately with black people. What we do with Asians, what we do with Hispanics. Hold on. What we do with all of these other people is merely a function of our absolute obsession with black people, is what it sounds like.
White supremacists, yes.
The white supremacists probably think, 8 hours of every day at least wondering what to do about black people. We're just obsessed with black people. And the reason for that.
24 hours.
24 hours. Sorry. Okay. No, we are thinking about black people 24 hours a day. We wake up in the morning and we spit on our hands. We roll up our sleeves and think to ourselves, what are we going to do to black people today? Is that how we operate?
Well, the white supremacists, again, white supremacy is a religion. And that
white religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, I want to ask a question real quick. Tariq, do you believe that Jared is a white supremacist? I just want to be clear because you keep saying white supremacist. Do you believe he is in that category?
Yes, he is.
Of course he does. Of course. All white people are white supremacists.
No, they're not. All white people are not white supremacists. No, they're not. That's why.
How do you classify the difference?
A white supremacist is a person who believes through speech, thought, and action that they should dominate, control, and mistreat non-white people. That's what a white supremacist is. And all white people are not like that. That's not true. That's why I don't say the white man and white people are that. No, white supremacists think like that.
Okay, now who are they specifically then? Who believe that we should dominate, control, and mistreat black people?
Well, the thing is, the white supremacists used to be open about who they were, but now they're not open. They have to codify their language, so we don't know who the white supremacists are. So now I use the term suspected white supremacists if I'm not sure a person is a white supremacist or not, because there's no master list of white supremacists.
Okay, then how come we got into a situation where white people can't be open about it? That sounds like another failure of white supremacy.
No, white people can be very open about systematic white supremacy. They are open about it. Who's not?
Wait. You just said they're not open. You just said we have to call them suspected white supremacists.
For a long time, they couldn't be open about it because they had to codify the language. Now that we have Trump in office, people are becoming more open about white supremacy now, this day and age, right now, 2018. They are now.
Who, for example, who is an open white supremacist now?
Well, you're an open white supremacist, Richard Spencer.
No, wait. I have no desire to dominate or mistreat anybody. Who do you think I want to mistreat? Do you think I want to mistreat you?
But yeah, you kind of justify that. Jared. And
I don't justify it at all. I don't want anybody mistreated.
But you say that black people have an inferior IQ. And if we have an inferior IQ, you must have a superior IQ. So that, by definition, is white supremacy, right?
Wait. No, not at all. You said it means to dominate and mistreat. Those things are very important. I don't want to dominate or mistreat anyone of any race.
But you justify it. I just pointed out.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm entirely opposed to it.
That's mistreating people based on race. You just justified Peter Liang killing somebody who was black. You made an excuse for murder. And that's justifying mistreatment, sir. Finding ways to justify mistreating black people, that's white supremacy. You can call it it ultimately ends up mistreating black people, and there's always a justification for it, sir.
Wait. If I look at the evidence and I conclude that black people, on average, have an IQ that is lower than that of white people, and I think the evidence for this is overwhelming. And if I say this in public, I become a pariah. Charles Murray, who has written about this, cannot speak on a college campus without being shouted down by white people. Right. Now, all of those people on the campus, are they secret white supremacists and they secretly support Charles Murray, or are they really opposed to the idea of Charles Murray, and that's why they shout him down? There
are many people who are opposed to Murray, but there are many people who support him. Understand? Well, we don't know. We can't quantify. We don't know who supports him and who's opposing him. But there are a lot of. This is why I say you have white supremacists and white people. All white people are not white supremacists. There's a lot of.
How many do you reckon are white supremacists?
I have no idea. I cannot quantify it whatsoever because I know that the white supremacists are the most powerful people.
How do you? Well, wait. The most powerful people in the United States. We can name them.
Not the United States, on the planet. The white supremacists are the most powerful people on the planet, not the United States, the planet. The white supremacists dominate the planet.
Okay, then if we pick out the most powerful people on the planet, then we can be sure they're white supremacists?
Yes, most of them, yes, absolutely. Or suspected white supremacists. Some are white supremacists, some are suspected white supremacists. The most powerful people on the planet.
Probably
white supremacists or suspected white supremacists. Like Donald Trump, he's one of the most powerful men on the planet. He's a suspected white supremacist. Some people say he is a white supremacist. I say he's a suspected white supremacist. His entire cabinet is full of suspected white supremacists.
Okay. Now, so some of the most powerful people in the world are members of the U.S. Supreme Court. Are they white supremacists? Is Ellen Kagan a white supremacist? Is Sonia Sotomayor, is she a white supremacist?
Well, let's look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put down a ruling, and it's never been overturned, that a black man has no rights a white man is bound to respect.
Oh, and for heaven's sake.
The Supreme Court used the word white supremacy and black inferiority in the Taney ruling with Dred Scott, and they never overturned that. As a matter of fact, the Dred Scott decision was used in a court case a couple of years ago. So, the white supremacists, they dominate the Supreme Court as well. Look at the documents. I'm talking law. This ain't my opinion. I'm talking law.
So you're telling me that a black person has no rights that a white person is bound to respect? Is that what you believe? According
to evidence and according to the Supreme Court ruling in the Dred Scott decision.
But, okay, well, hold on. So if I walk into your house and I put a gun to your head and I say, I like the look of that chair you're sitting in, I like the look of that microphone, and I walk out with that, and you call the police are going to say, whoops, sorry, a black man has no property rights that a white man is bound to respect, and so I'll walk away free.
Sir, you can come in and shoot me and kill me. And if you have a good enough lie, you can walk away scot-free. Look at George Zimmerman.
Wait, why should I have to lie? In a white supremacist, look, if you have no rights that I'm bound to respect, why do I even have to lie? Why can't I say, hey, I just shot the guy because I felt like it?
Well, they have done that. Well, that's what George Zimmerman did.
Wait. You really believe that? You really believe that?
Then he had to build a cockamamie story that he was beaten within inches of his life. So you got to get the lie looking good.
Wasn't George Zimmerman Hispanic though? I don't think he was even white.
Oh, come on. He was an honorary white man. Honorary white man.
Honorary.
He's white.
Anybody who attacks a black person is an honorary white man, right? Come on, that's what it boils down to. A policeman, a black policeman who shoots a black person to honor a white man.
That's another deception tactic. That's a deception tactic where you temporarily deny whiteness. All of a sudden, he's not white no more. I'm not white. I'm Jewish. I'm not white. I'm Native American. I'm not white. I'm Hispanic. Oh, that's a
okay. Okay. So
go ahead.
So Mr. Rashid, in your view, what George Zimmerman did was he said to himself, look at that black guy. I think I'm going to follow him and shoot him. And that was the long and the short of
it. And he knew that he would be protected. That's exactly what he did. He knew he would be protected, and he was protected. He knew that the community, the court system was going to look out for him. White supremacists understand the mindset of other white supremacists, and they understand the code that other white supremacists are on.
Well, let's get back to the Supreme Court. Now, if it really was the case that no black person has any kind of right that a white person is bound to respect, we would be living in a completely, utterly different world. And I think you must be able to imagine that that's the case.
Mr. Taylor, what different world will we be living in if that were the case?
Wait, if that really were the case, a white person could kill any black person anytime with complete impunity, and we know that happens. What
are you talking about? That happens on a regular basis. That happens all the
time. Wait. You're telling no. Look, if in other words, if I decide that I don't like Barack Obama, he's a black man, I'm a white man, and I track him down and I shoot him, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm white, he was black, bye-bye, and the police will let me walk free.
Well, that's the president. So what? There's an exception. He was the president, so there's an exception to that. You just can't shoot a former president because.
Okay, how about a former governor, Doug Wilder, governor of Virginia? Can I shoot him?
Well, the thing is, we're not.
Or a black policeman. A black policeman. Why not?
Well, you can. You can. There have been black people who are off duty who've been killed before.
Wait. Why not in uniform?
But the thing is, especially if you become what I call a race soldier, I won't even call them police officers. If you become a police officer and you believe in white supremacy, which the FBI said law enforcement has been infiltrated by white supremacists, they can kill a black person with impunity. And
I see. And they do it all the time, right?
There's a system to protect him. The court system is going to protect him. The jury system is going to protect him. The prosecution is going to protect him. That's a reality. And that's always been a reality. There's nothing new about that. Nothing new about that.
Okay, now what if I'm a mere honorary white man? If I'm an Asian, can I kill a black person with impunity too? Or do I have to be white?
Not if you're an honorary or Asian. And also, we're talking about a lot of just hypothetical situations.
Well, but you're telling me that you have no rights that I'm bound to respect.
Norm. I'm talking about the norm. Now,
the norm.
I find an exception every blue moon. For example, you can't find too many white officers who've been put in jail for killing a black person. It's like one every 20 years. So the exception doesn't negate the rule, Mr. Taylor. You know that. Just like for example, a lot of African immigrants. You spoke about Nigerian immigrants. Do you know what we're talking about IQ? Nigerian immigrants, they come over here and academically outperform whites and Asians. They do much better than Asians. So that kind of throws the whole IQ thing out the window. We're talking about race IQ.
Well, but why does a white supremacist society permit such a thing?
Well, you can't really do anything what's going on in that person's mind. You know, a person is smart, they're smart. Yeah, but
well, wait. If people are smart, they're smart. You're assuming, of course, that on average, black people are just as smart, maybe smarter than white people, right?
Not maybe smarter, but we have the same level of intelligence, of course.
Okay, of course. All right, it goes without saying.
No, are you saying we don't have the same level of intelligence as whites?
Okay, I was just checking on that. I thought you might think that black people are actually smarter, but let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer that. Well, you danced a little bit. You're dancing with the stars. Do you think that black people have equal intelligence as whites, Mr. Taylor?
No, I don't. On average, the black IQ is 85.
Why aren't black people as smart? What is it about black people that makes them less smart?
Oh, well, there are all kinds of things that go into what is called intelligence, the structure of the brain, the way the gray matter and the white matter interact, the rapidity of signals transmitted on neurons. We don't really know in 100% the biological underpinnings of intelligence, but I think the evidence is overwhelming that East Asians on average are somewhat more intelligent than whites, and whites more intelligent than blacks. But aside, I know you're not going to agree on that. You're not even interested in the evidence.
let me unpack that, because if black people are less intelligent, why the need for systematic deprivation? Why would the white supremacists do things like not allow black people to read, make it illegal for black people to read, which is what happened here in the United States for a long time? Why would they do that for people who are already less intelligent?
We're talking about the United States today. You're saying the United States today is a white supremacist society. I do not deny. I do not deny that in the past the United States could be described as white supremacist. But let's get back to the Supreme Court.
But you didn't answer the question. That's a very valid question. If we were, and they were saying the same thing you're saying back then, back in the 1800s, the 1900s, they would say the same thing, that black people, our IQs are just not high. We're not as intelligent. Thomas Jefferson, he wrote a whole book, Letters from the State of Virginia, about how our IQs, not our IQ, but how our intelligence level was just so low. But at the same time, black people were not allowed to read. So why would you not allow a people to read and make it a crime if they were already less intelligent? I'm trying to understand.
First of all, Letters from the State of Virginia has only a few little remarks about blacks. It's about the state of Virginia. I mean, I realize that you think that white people are obsessed with by black people, and that's all they ever think about 24 hours a day.
You know, that book was the foundation of modern white supremacy ideology. You know that.
Oh, okay. No, I don't in fact know that, but Letters from the State of Virginia covers a lot.
Go on and on about how inferior black people were.
Look, there are just a few passages in that book about black people.
And how inferior we were in that book. In those few passages, he was talking about how inferior we were.
He thought that blacks on average were less intelligent than whites. Now, nobody ever pretended, no one ever pretended that there were not some blacks who could read. No one ever suspected otherwise. He knew about, Thomas Jefferson knew about blacks who could read as well. No one ever doubted that they could read.
Why is it illegal for black people to read if we're just so less intelligent?
Well, the whole idea, in those states and at those times in which it was illegal. Now, don't forget, slavery was an extremely variegated thing. Any generalization about slavery is likely to be completely wrong, because it was so different depending on the time, so different depending on the place. There were, in some circumstances, laws against teaching slaves how to read, not blacks in general, but slaves how to read, because it was thought that that might contribute to some sort of slave revolt or some attempt to gain freedom. But let's set that aside. I like to talk about the United States today.
Well, let me correct you though, because even after slavery, during the Jim Crow era, it was you had white supremacists monitoring black people so they wouldn't read in public as well. So reading was something that was looked down upon with black people even after slavery. And when black people started to get their own schools and their own communities, they were torn down and burned down by the white supremacists. But go ahead, brother.
Well, I'd like to hear examples of schools that were burned down by white supremacists, because after all, even
Oklahoma in 1921, Wilmington in the 1800s, Rosewood, I can just list those on and on. Go ahead.
Those were race riots. In any case, now back to the Supreme Court. You may recall that when Sonia Sotomayor, now in your view, she may be an honorary white for all I know, but when she was appointed to the Supreme Court by Barack Obama, she said that, well, it was pointed out that she had said that she thought that a wise Latina woman would be a better justice than a white man. This is well known about her. And when she came up for confirmation, the Senate, of course, was overwhelmingly white. Now, why would a white supremacist Senate, and surely some of those people must be white supremacists and not just suspected white supremacists, because they're powerful, they're senators. And you said the most powerful people in the world, presumably including the premier of China, are white supremacists. So there must have been some white supremacists there. Why would they confirm a woman who says that a Latina woman will make a better judge than a white man? Isn't that a grave insult to white supremacy?
No, because most Latinos are still white and they just have different ethnic backgrounds. The ethnicity and race are two different things. She's still classified as white. That woman is still white. She just has a different ethnic background, sir. I don't think that Latinos, 95% of them are classified as white.
No. Well,
I'm not making that up. You right now, you just use the "I'm white and I say so" narrative, which is just more white supremacy.
Okay. So she when she says something insulting to white people, she's talking about Latinos as opposed to white men. She is making a distinction between a Latina woman and a white man. And so let me finish. Let me finish.
He's white.
Please let me finish.
Mhm.
So she is drawing a distinction. She says, I'm Latina. You guys are white. And I'm going to make a better judge than you. And all those white supremacist senators, they said, "Oh, we'll let that pass because she's really white just like us." Was that what they thought?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. We can move on. That's all I needed to hear. That's all I needed to hear.
They have Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court.
Is he a white supremacist?
He's the mascot for white supremacy.
But is he a white supremacist?
No, you cannot be a black white supremacist. You can't.
I see. Why
He's
not?
a mascot for white supremacy. You can't be. You can't be a black white supremacist. You can be a tool for white supremacy, and that's what he is. A tool.
All right, but a Hispanic can be a white supremacist.
Yes, they can. Understand?
Asian
Hispanic,
can-
they identify with Spain. They don't identify with the Native American roots. The root word is Spain. Spain is still in Europe, and they identify with that. And the white supremacists, they give them this on and off, back and forth cat and mouse status. But ultimately, it's a family dispute between other white people.
Wait. So Puerto Ricans, they affiliate. They think of themselves as Spaniards. Is that right?
Yes, many of them do. Many of them do. As a matter of
They
fact,
think they're Spaniards.
when you go to these countries, you see the darker Puerto Ricans are dominated and mistreated by the lighter Puerto Ricans because the lighter Puerto Ricans see themselves as white, sir.
Okay, and by seeing themselves as white, that makes them white, and they become the mascots and the tools of the real white supremacists. Okay, I understand. Now, do you remember? You remember James Watson? He's the co-discoverer of DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he was probably the most famous living scientist in the world. And he started talking about race differences in IQ, and he concluded that perhaps black people, for genetic reasons, are less intelligent than whites. Now, you may recall that he was absolutely pilloried. All the white people practically in America got on his back and said, no, you can't talk about that. And he lost his job, he lost all kind of his prestige, he's disappeared from sight. That will happen to just about any white person in America, no matter how prominent, no matter how prestigious. If he starts talking about racial differences in IQ, out the door. He is considered a moral pariah. Why is that the case if we really are all white supremacists anyway?
Well, the thing is, the whole intelligence thing or the IQ thing, it's used by white supremacists to justify the maldistribution of resources and the mistreatment of people.
Exactly. So that should be part of American dogma, right?
Really? Like,
well, wait.
I don't understand. Elaborate on that.
As you say, if the idea is that black people are less intelligent than whites, and that justifies what you say, the maldistribution of wealth in the United States, why is it that someone that makes that argument about racial differences in IQ is considered a demon and a pariah and is shoved out of respectable society?
Well, because usually they have blatant white supremacist views anyway, and they're just using IQ and all that stuff to justify. See, the IQ thing, that thing started really with Nazi Germany.
You're not answering my question.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm telling you, the IQ thing was started in Nazi Germany.
That's not true.
Be justified to harm people who were classified as non-white then. Yes, it was. No. They used IQ to justify putting people in concentration camps. Yes, they did.
Wait, IQ goes back to before the First World War. That's before Nazi Germany. Sanford Binet, the Binet test, that goes way back before the Second World War. But my point is this. If, as you believe, the ideas about racial superiority and inferiority are used to justify white dominance over blacks, why is it that anyone in the United States today who openly talks about racial differences in IQ and talks about the lower black IQ becomes a social pariah? Why?
Because it's not true. That's why, and it can be debunked.
What? But you say all the white supremacists believe it.
Jared, but it can be debunked. That's the problem. See, that's what the clash is. It can be debunked. Like, I've heard you say that black people have a low IQ and there was nothing in Africa and black people didn't have two-story buildings and there was no will and they couldn't tame beasts of burden. So
Yeah.
all of that stuff is so easily debunked. This is why people, a lot of times when they take these white extremists, we look at them as pariahs because that information is just not true.
But wait, if it is not true and everyone knows it's not true,
Not
then okay, maybe there are a few benighted goofballs like me who haven't got the message yet. But if it's generally accepted as not true, then that completely blows apart the justification for white supremacy, right?
No, it doesn't, because enough people believe that. Enough people believe it's true. And the people who want to believe it's true are the white supremacists, because that's part of the religion of white supremacy.
Okay.
Now, anything negative about black people to justify the mistreatment and dominance.
Okay. And those people are the most powerful people in the world.
Well,
You told
yes,
me.
they are, the white supremacists.
Okay. Then if the most powerful people in the world believe this, surely one of them, or maybe even two of them, perhaps even three of them, would have come to James Watson's assistance when he started talking about race and IQ. Why? How come not one of them put his head above the parapet and said, "Hey, Watson's right"?
Well, they might not have done it publicly, but there's an old saying that white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. So they probably.
Is that an old saying? Oh, I've never heard it before. But
you
that's
never heard that one? Yeah, white supremacists don't get fired; they get transferred. He's fine. He's somewhere. Somebody's taking care of him. Whenever a white person does something and they get fired or they get called a pariah, they get money raised somewhere. Somebody's going to look out for them. So the white supremacists, they know not to let one of their own fall.
Hey, I hate to break in here for a second, but didn't we have a black president for the last 8 years? If you're saying that the only people in charge are white people, how do you explain Obama being our president for the last 8 years?
Oh, he's a pet. He's a mascot.
He knows that. Hey, Jared knows that. When you put a black person in a position, listen, when you put a black person, when the white supremacists will elevate a black person, there are two rules, and these rules have never faltered. Number one, you do not punish white people. And number two, you do not help black people in large numbers. And Obama did not do either of those things, so he's fine. So
it seems like Trump has actually helped black people more. You know, recently it said Trump has the lowest African-American unemployment rate, and the African-American Democrats, they wouldn't even stand for that.
That's a lie. They proved it was a lie. They put out the stats. That's a lie. The unemployment rate, they've increased. That's a complete lie. But deception is white supremacy. But
well, I wanted to ask one question that keeps coming up in the chat. So people keep asking, and this question is for Tariq, and then Jared, you can respond. They say, if Black Lives Matter, why is there so much black on black crime, and why is there such a substantial amount of blacks doing crime and murder to other blacks?
That's a lie. There is not black people doing a lot of crime. The only high crime
like
rate
Chicago, for example.
That's it. Chicago is the go-to place because there is no black crime in large numbers anywhere else. That's another lie they use to justify black people in large numbers. Black crime rates are not high because black crime rates have always been the same. There's nothing unique about black crime rates. Isn't that right, Jared?
You're wrong about that. No, black crime rates are very high, not just Chicago, in Baltimore, in Washington, in New York.
But why are the black crime rates high, Jared?
Oh, I think you know very well what the answer about that question is. I
just stole
stuff
the other day, so I can't with all of the stolen stuff in my house. But go ahead.
To me, it's much more interesting that you genuinely appear to believe that the black violent crime rate is no higher than the white rate. Let's just leave it at that, because you appear to believe that, and I find that fascinating. But I think there are other things that are actually rather more interesting.
But the black crime rate has always been high because blackness is itself a crime. Being a black person, more things are illegal if you're black. It's always been like that. Black crime rate goes back, it's been high since the early 1900s.
Okay, so when a black person kills another black person, that's because being black is a crime?
No, because most people who are in jail are not in jail for murder. They're in jail for nonviolent drug offenses.
I'm talking about the murder rate.
Because that's very rare that black people commit high crimes of murder. We don't commit murder like that. That is a lie.
That's a lie. Okay. And the black unemployment.
If that was the case, most black people would be in jail for murder. Black people are not in jail for murder for the most part. We're talking they're in there for nonviolent drug offenses.
So, okay, the statistics that come out of overwhelmingly black cities that suggest a high murder rate are a lie, as is the statistics about the black unemployment rate. That too is a lie.
The black unemployment rate is high because
Wait. You said
jobs. White supremacists control the jobs, so that's always going to be high.
what? But no, didn't you tell me that when Baked Alaska earlier said that the black unemployment rate is at a record low under Trump, you said that was a lie, right?
Yeah, because the black unemployment rate is high. It's always been high. The black unemployment rate has always been high.
Well, wait, but then are you or aren't you disputing Donald Trump's claim that it is lower now than when it was under Obama?
Not low. It's still high.
What?
It's high now. It's high. The unemployment rate is high. I mean, y'all can try to spin it any way you can,
But it's lower than it's ever been in history, I think, is the point.
No, it's not. That's not true. That's more I'm white and I say so. But Jared, why are black people so violent? Why are black people violent?
Okay, you want the answer to that question?
I do. I want to know the answer.
It's a combination of low average IQ and high serum testosterone combined with a lesser ability to defer gratification. Because the combination of low IQ and high testosterone, no matter what the race of the person, makes a man more likely to commit crimes, primarily of violence, but other crimes as well. Furthermore, an inability to defer gratification. And you can prove this if you take a group of white children, a group of black children, and you say to them, you have a choice of either 1 marshmallow now or 3 marshmallows a half an hour from now. Asian children are more likely to say, well, I'll wait and I'll get the 3 marshmallows. Then the Asian are the most likely, then comes whites, then comes blacks. Black children want that 1 marshmallow now, even if it means they don't get 3 marshmallows in a half an hour. That kind of mentality of being unwilling to sacrifice now for the future lends itself to a kind of smash and grab mentality that makes people more likely to commit crimes. So it's a combination of those 3 things. And you find
with being in a system where you're systematically deprived of things, because black people are systematically deprived of resources in every area of activity.
Then why are the violent crime rates so high in African countries as well? Why are they high? Why are they high in Haiti?
That's a complete bald-faced lie.
Okay, another lie. All right, sorry.
A week or so ago, the crime rate there is damn near non-existent. In many African countries, the crime rates are extremely low, so that's not true, sir. But
sorry, yet another lie, yet another white supremacist lie.
There's a lot of lies going on here.
Yeah, a lot of lying going here.
Jared, okay, well, shit.
What's that?
Okay, let me ask you, Jared. If black people, if we do have a lower IQ, and we can't defer gratification, and hell, you're making some very good points that the testosterone level has an effect on the brain based on the environment, and black people are genetically, we're just born violent. What should white people do to black people?
To black people? Well, I don't think white people should do anything to black people. And I think that the races are better off living separately. And it sounds to me as though you would agree with that, insofar as white people are incurably white supremacist. Wouldn't you be better off with your own independent country away from the influence of all these wicked white people?
Every time black people do try to do that, the white supremacists come over there, take over the country, and drain the resources. So where are we going to go in a global system of white supremacy, Jared?
There's just no way out for you poor guys. Huh?
Where do we go? Where do we go that's not dominated by white supremacy?
Well, if you assume that the entire world, including the North Pole and Antarctica, are dominated by white supremacy, then you're right. You're out of luck.
But I'm asking a serious question. Where do black people go? If we're going to have an ethno-black state and ethno-white state, where can black people go to where we will not be dominated by white supremacy? Where?
Okay. If you then grant that it is theoretically possible for blacks to have a country of their own, whether it's in North America or in Africa or in Haiti, then the proper solution would be to find some kind of division within the United States. And so blacks should have their territory where they can be whatever it is their destiny is to be.
But when
Believe me,
when black people try to do that, the white supremacists destroy it, Jared.
Wait. No. In the case of Liberia, white people were very happy for the Liberians to establish Liberia. They helped them go. They did their best to make it a success. It was the Liberians who ended up making it not work. And when Marcus Garvey wanted to send his people to Liberia, it was the Liberians who told him, no, we're not interested in you, Marcus. We have our own little place here. We don't want you coming to dominate us. There would have been plenty of white people who would have said, Marcus, take your boys and go.
Well, in Liberia, they just dropped off a bunch of people who had no connection with the land, and they didn't give them any resources. So that created a conflict. So you just can't drop off somewhere. They didn't have a connection with Liberia. You just drop people off who were born and raised here generation after generation and just drop them off into some random land and then say, okay, go at it. Of course there's going to be conflict. If you take white Americans, there's going to be a conflict.
No, I'm not talking about conflict. In fact, once the Liberians established themselves as top of the heap, there was a certain amount of conflict, but they established a country. And wait. What? And the white people were happy for them to go. The people of the American
dominated Liberia. They dominated the white dominated Liberia. They dominated the economy there,
well,
and they still do dominate the economy over there.
Of course, in your view, white people dominate the economy of the moon.
I'm just talking about facts, sir. They dominate the economy, the banking, all of the resources over there, all through West Africa. So I'm talking real talk here. Where can we go? Where can
Well, if you believe, you must have a very, very high regard for white people. You must think white people are the cleverest, most accomplished manipulators in the history of the world. White people are only about 15% of the population, and they dominate the world. They control everything.
Where should black people go? Where should we allow
don't you guys have like an entire continent called Africa? Isn't that?
No, that's dominated. He just told us. That's completely under the thumb of the white man.
I mean, where are white people supposed to go? I think that's probably better.
Europe.
Europe.
Go back to Europe.
That's been flooded with refugees.
It's not that. But the refugees are going there because you took the resources out of Africa over there. So where are we going to go? See, I want a solution. This is why this is white supremacy, the religion. There's this religion. There's no end. There's no beginning. This whole let's practice white supremacy into perpetuity, and let's pass the collection plate around. Because now we're talking about.
Is there such a thing as black supremacy? Is there Asian supremacy? Is it exclusive to white people?
You cannot have two supremes. That's a contradiction of terms. It's literally a contradiction. Can I have?
No. So I do have a question. You said that not.
Solution. What should be done with black people? I do not want to dance around that because
I've told you. I think.
Where? We talking logistics. See, we're throwing out these open-ended things that's basically rhetoric, but there are no real logistics behind it. Like, just go back to Africa. That's rhetoric. No. Where can we go? Seriously.
Well, I don't have a particular part of the United States that I think should be set aside for black people. But I think if we started talking about race in a serious way, we would recognize that blacks and whites have tried to live together for 400 years, and it's not working out. So if this were a matter, it would be.
You are empowered.
Please let me finish.
I just want an answer. I don't want to filibuster now because I really want a real answer.
Well, I don't have a particular place in mind, but if we were to agree that that is the solution, we could certainly work something out. It would be not difficult at all. What?
Let's work it out right now. What should we work out? Where should we go?
Oh, there might be parts of the South that should be exclusively black. There might be, that would probably be the obvious place. I think the question of the details of where to go are less. What's that?
We've done that. Where black communities in the South and the white supremacists just go and destroy them. They just go and say, hey, a black person raped a white woman.
Wait,
burn down. They've always done that, sir.
Wait. They have not always done that. They sent, wait,
Yes, they have.
black people were sent to Africa with the blessing of the whites.
No, they weren't.
Sierra Leone, let me finish, please. Sierra Leone was started by freed black people who were freed by the British and the slave trade with their blessing. And they said,
because the British were fighting, they were fighting for the British, and the British set it up for them. Let's talk.
No, they were not fighting for the British. If the British found any kind of slave trade going on, they had abolished slavery within the empire in 1835. And if they caught people who were in a slaver ship, they would take them to Sierra Leone and they would say, here you go, you guys are free, make the most of it.
Freetown.
White people have what? White? Yes, Freetown. That's exactly the name of the place.
Why was it called Freetown?
Because they were freed from the transatlantic, of course. And the point is, they were given the blessing of white people to go and do what you wish to do. The same for decolonization. Colonization in Africa lasted from maybe in the mid 1800s to 1960, maybe a century's time. And when black people said, look, we are tired of being colonized, get out. The British left, the French left, eventually the Portuguese left. They all said, okay, you want to run the show, you can run the show. White people are perfectly happy for black people to be where they are and run the show.
You're not. No, then that's not true. You drop them off, don't give them any resources after raping them for centuries. Don't give them resources, then control their economy. You're not letting them be themselves. Just like over in Zimbabwe, just like in Haiti, they have trade sanctions on all of these.
Trade sanctions. Look, there is an enormous amount of foreign aid to Haiti and to Africa. What is this? You think this is a big lie too? You think that the billions that have been
Haiti, they rape the oil and the gold out of Haiti and drop off a bag of rice? That's foreign trade. That's rape, sir. I know about Haiti. I was just over there. They're raping Haiti. They're not helping.
There is no gold. There is no oil in Haiti.
Okay.
And no
now
gold.
we're doing I'm white, not say so.
If you were there and you found gold and oil, then you should be a rich man.
Sir.
Wait, why is there even, why is there even a penny of aid to any of these countries? Why would the white supremacists give even a penny of aid?
Because they took the resources out of them, especially Africa. In Africa, they drained the resources out of.
Wait. And they feel guilty? Why the aid?
By guilty aid, you put up a pretext of you doing something positive, but you're still raping the country.
But why would they even bother to pretend they're doing something good?
You take the resources and go in, you send the missionaries in and say, hey, look, I'm your friend, I'm bringing food. And the missionaries and the military, they always work hand in hand. You send them the missionaries first, and then once you get a foothold in there, here comes the military, taking the gold, the silver, the cobalt, the diamonds, and everything else. You will not allow black folks to have an ethno-black state because we're in a global system of white supremacy, sir. So it's just circular rhetoric, Mr. Taylor, sir.
Wait. No, so
you're practicing the religion of white supremacy. It's the open-ended white supremacy, sir.
What's the solution to this open-ended white supremacy? What's the solution?
If I knew the solution, I would be putting it on billboards right now. Black people have not figured out how to not be dominated by white supremacy. The problem is, you know what, unfortunately, a lot of black folks don't even realize we're in a global system of white supremacy. That's the sad thing. I kind of realize it, but I'm in the minority here. And this is why the white supremacists are so powerful.
Okay. Now, you realize white people are probably only 15% of the population of the world.
No, they're less than that. You're 8% of the population.
Okay, 8%. That's fine. And yet, this 8% manages to dominate the entire globe.
Yes.
How come?
Because the white supremacists were smart enough to use deception in a way that has never been used before. Black people across the planet, they've been used to this honor system with dealing with each other, and they have not realized that because most people, well, not most, the whole planet was black at one point.
Really?
It was.
North America, South America?
Yes, absolutely. Look at the Olmec statues down in South America. Even in Britain, they just came out with a story talking about Cheddar Man was a black people up in modern Britain. So we dominated the planet.
The whole planet?
The whole planet.
Okay, wait, great. You have the whole planet.
You guys, are you, Tariq, sorry to interrupt. Are you do you believe the theory that you guys, black people, built the pyramids? Is that true?
Yes.
Of course, of course.
Who else
Of course
built
we
them?
believe.
Who else built them? Wait, who else built them? 3,000
Wait,
years
do
ago.
you believe you were Kangs? Is that true?
No. Who built the pyramids 3,000 years ago?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Only Peter, like-
let me answer this question.
All
Come
right,
on,
go ahead.
I gotta hear this. Go ahead.
They have just done a set of DNA tests on ancient Egyptian mummies.
Mhm.
They tested a set of mummies. Oh, now you're going to tell me the results were lies because they're white people who did it, and it's all white supremacist baloney. So can't believe it's just like crime rates. It's just like the unemployment rate. All white supremacist lies. Okay.
Get it out, make it believe. Come on.
I don't even have to spit it out. You already tell. Okay. Look.
Oh,
All right.
fellow
No,
lie.
what they found was this. They tested mummies from between 1380 BC until 425 AD. And they found that the DNA of these people is very closely related to the ancient people of present-day Israel, Jordan, Syria. That these were Middle Eastern people. Today's Egyptians, which I don't know if you would call them black, but today's Egyptians have some black admixture, but that admixture showed up about 700 years ago. The people who built the pyramids were by no means sub-Saharan Africans, and that has been clear for years.
Or even the paintings, the statues, all of it showed that they were, even over in the so-called Middle East where you say they originated from, how come there are not 3,000-year-old structures in a similar manner there?
Well, why should there be? I mean, it would just happen that, well, the
And
ones
you're
that,
trying to say a group of people left where they came from.
no, I'm not saying they left there.
Went to another country, built up all these structures and didn't do it where they were from.
Well, they did it where they happened to be when they had the resources and the idea to do it. Of course, within the Middle East, there were these enormous ziggurats and the Babylonian hanging gardens. They had quite an accomplished civilization there as well. But my point is,
So when they built
it
the
was,
pyramids. Now you got pyramids down in Ethiopia and other parts of southern Africa. You have stone structures, but in the Middle East, you don't have 3,000-year-old statues even remotely close to what was in Egypt. So this whole theory that they were building stuff in Africa that they didn't build in the country of origin makes.
I'm not saying it's the country, but the point is they are genetically similar to the people of that area who built the ziggurats and the hanging gardens and the Colossus of Rhodes and all of that sort of thing. Those are the people.
The so-called Middle East, that was just another satellite of Africa. All of that stuff was controlled by Africa. These were Black African people. So that's just what it is.
Okay, and so you're telling me that the entire globe was dominated by Africans, and they had this honor system by black people, yes, black people, and they had this honor system. They were trusting, wonderful, simple friends of the earth, and then along came these white people, and they, although they're a tiny minority, they tricked and hoodwinked and deceived them into a status of inferiority. Is that your view?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
100%.
Wow. Now, where did the white people come from? Were they created by a guy on Patmos? Yakub? Did Yakub cook them up?
I look at it from a scientific standpoint. The white supremacists came out during the Warmian Ice Age. This is when the people who are classified as white now were depigmented because they were in the Warmian Ice Age and they lost the melanin being stuck in the ice. And the nose became alkaline, the lips became thinner, the
Alkaline,
hair to protect the neck because of the heat thing. So there's a scientific reason for it. Not to say anybody's inferior or superior. There's scientific adaptations to the body that causes people to become depigmented. So that's what.
Okay, so there were black people everywhere, but white people. Now, then, where did white people appear from?
Came from Europe. They came out of Europe during the Warmian Ice. After the Warmian Ice, the white skin people fairly. Even scientists say this. White-skinned people, the story came out today in a European publication saying that white-skinned people really is about 6,000 to 8,000 years old, relatively new.
Well, that could very well be. But so the point is, all of the people up until 6,000 years ago were basically black people.
Yeah,
and then this tiny number of whites appeared, but they were so clever, so diabolical that they now dominate the world.
The white supremacists were the ones who came down and intermixed with other people. They had to come up with a system of white supremacy in order to survive because they realized something. And really, white supremacy really started dominating 500 years ago. Because remember, when you guys were going through the Dark Ages in Europe, it was actually black
right, my bad, y'all. I'm still here. My bad. I'm listening to the show and I'm in the back cooking up some fire, as you guys can hear. Hold on. Here's some of the fire I'm cooking up. Hold on, y'all. I'm up here listening to this foolishness and cooking up some fire. Shout outs to everybody here. This was supposed to be a chill stream, but it ended up turning into some content. Make sure you guys like and subscribe on the way in the building. 23 people in the building. Let's try to get at least 3 supporters of today's show, because after this, we're going to go into just Pearly Things and Nick Fuentes. Is it that bad? So this is a good this is a great start to just open up the conversation about racism and all this other weird stuff. So this is a great show to even open that conversation up. So we're gonna really see, did Pearly Things really say something that black men should be mad about? You understand what I'm saying? I mean, is she the savior? Was she supposed to be sticking up for black men? Why are black men so mad at her saying some of the stuff that she says, like as if white supremacy does not protect white women? Why are dudes mad that she's quote unquote aligning her talking points with alt-right? When shit goes down, just thinking about it, don't you want to be on the winning team? White supremacy or not, aren't women supposed to choose the winning team? Now, it's not saying that the winning team is always gonna win, but don't you want to be on the winning team when the Saints go marching in? Don't you want to be in that number? Don't you want to be on the winning team? Why are niggas mad? I've been saying this for months. And the funny thing is, I think, and we're going to get into something else too, man. Look, support tonight's show, because I think we might even get into O'Shea Duke Jackson's video on it. Because wasn't he saying that just Pearly Things, she studied the business, she got equipment, she works hard? Let's get into it, man. Let's do it. It's player talk. So we're going to let this go for a second. We're going to figure some shit out tonight. You dig? My eye is killing me right now. So I'm going to be in the back cooking up and listening to this right with y'all. And when I have opinion and some commentary to add, I'm going to add it. Let's go.
People called the Moors, who came in there and brought in civilization and ushered in the Renaissance era to save the Europeans from dying. You almost died out because of the plague. So it was the Moors who came in there.
And the funny thing is, what I always find funny, this is what I'm telling y'all. Why don't y'all go send MOT, Little Big Name? Why don't y'all send all these manosphere dudes that want to talk politics? Send them to the white manosphere to go debate. Send them to all these places to go debate with these people. Because guess what? You sitting up there talking about the Moors. Look at how this man is laughing, because he knows about all of that shit. Your black ass just found out about it. Why the hell you gotta tell a white man about the Moors? Don't you think they know about it? Funny thing is, your whole life as a black man, when you grow up, when have you actually seen them learn this history? Who taught white people about the Moors, especially the younger generation? But guess what? All of a sudden, you start talking about it. They already know about it. Oh yeah, we know about that. Because them niggas, this is why the manosphere dudes don't want to go over there. You don't have the equipment. You look stupid. You on your mama's phone, live streaming. If the phone can do that, they can't hear you. You sound dumb, and then you're turning around and try to teach them history that they already know about. Oh yeah, nigga, we taught you that shit because we wanted to get some oil or some gold over here. We don't. That's really a myth. It's not real. You can believe in it though, like Santa Claus. You can believe in it. It's not real. You're gonna be mad as shit. Them niggas gonna send your ass home with some homework that you ain't gonna do. Since you want to get your ass on the internet and start talking about politics and shit like that, go over there and go debate them white boys. See if they don't send your ass home with a packet and tell you to come back later. They're not having it at this point. They at the point where it's like it's not even lucrative to lie to your dumb ass. Yeah, we used to make money off of lying to y'all, but we don't anymore. So let me just tell you the truth. Hope it don't fuck you up, nigga. He gonna tell white people about the Moors. I think they know about the Moors, bro. He laughing. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. That's my guy. This is like 5 years ago. I think it's a little bit more. But anyway, yeah, send your favorite manosphere people over there to go debate with them niggas. See what happens. Showing up to debates drunk and shit. Yo, what you got over there, nigga? You got a goddamn Milwaukee's Beast? I used to love those. We used to play bear pong with that. Just step your taste up a little bit, guy. My guy, come on. What you drinking there, boy?
and it ushered in a new era. That's why they have a saying, thank heaven for 7-Eleven. That's because the Moors came in at 7-Eleven. So the Moors helped create universities and all types of things there. But when they got the Moors out, this is when white supremacy started happening. So there's a great correlation between the Moors and white supremacy.
Okay, so until the Moors came, now the Moors came all the way up to Poitiers in France in 732, and they were beaten back there. They were stuck there. But hold on. But until they showed up, there was no.
See, when did he learn this shit? He got numbers, he got dates, he about to school. Because the crazy part about history is that the winners get to write history, but it doesn't mean that the people that was losing didn't have no history or didn't do anything. It was like, okay, you want to talk about the Moors in 1917 and 17 such and such, let's hear this.
Nothing on the order of a civilization, nothing like a university, and without them, there wouldn't have been any of that stuff. The Romans, for example, or the Greeks, for example, they were just penny ante folks who just didn't have any kind of civilization.
You know, it was all of Rome.
Or maybe they were all black to begin with.
No. When the Romans were a fixed mulatto race, just like the Greeks. They were a fixed mulatto race. Well, this is why Greeks and Italians, they were considered white until fairly recently. There's a reason why.
Wait.
And Napoleon had a saying, Africa starts in Rome. So that meant that those are really mulatto people. So
we have statues of Greeks and Romans. They don't look the least bit mulatto to me. Am I cross-eyed?
Hold on, y'all. I'm late as hell. Shout outs to my brother. I'm gonna have to just hook up my my damn machine. Shout outs to my brother War Master dropping the huge 20 on the Cash Apps. Thank you, bro. I'm gonna hook up my thing so I can at least give y'all some sound effects or something. Shout out to my brother War Master. War Master said this is bad. War Master said this is a funny debate. Yeah, this is horrible. He's trying to talk to him about the Moors, which they already know, which I'm pretty sure Tariq knows, but he's trying to talk to them about the Moors, but it's like, bro, we already know about that. You know? Even the kids, like you can kind of walk up to a 7-year-old white kid and be like, hey, what do you know about the Moors? And they'll probably tell you some shit. And you're like, damn. But it's black men in their 40s and 50s learning about the Moors. You know? In their 40s and 50s learning about this shit. And they don't debate with white people. I've been saying this since the Hotep days. They don't debate with white people. They get on the internet and debate with other black people to seem like they're smart. Because it seems smart to say, hey, black man that looks like me, I know more about this subject than you do. Can't do that with no white man. Can't do that with no white man.
What's my problem?
Most statues are built in the 1800s. You have statues at museums that don't have a scratch in them that's supposed to be 2,000 years old. That's ridiculous. Those are forgeries. Many of them
forgeries. So the white supremacists came up with these forgeries to convince themselves that the Greeks and the Romans were white?
Absolutely. I didn't say that. No. Didn't say that.
Okay. Why were they? Who forged them and why?
They whitened them up a little bit more later on down the line. Because again, Greeks and Romans were not considered white until like the 1920s and 30s. They didn't consider them white for a long time. Fairly
Okay. So
that's why they call them guineas. Let's go back to the guinea thing. That's why they would call Italians guineas.
We have a common question coming up in the chat again that I need to address. So they're asking if these industries that there's many industries that we see that are not dominated by white people, and people are giving the example of Hollywood is mostly run, the news media, by Jewish people. They're talking about the NBA, is mostly African American players and things like that. So how can you say that everything is white dominated when we see some industries like Hollywood or the NBA that are clearly not white dominated?
They are, because the people you're saying that's Jewish, they're still white. Religion and race are two different things.
So, well, no, there is racially Jewish, like Ashkenazi is
still white, still classified as white.
So what all is classified as white? Because earlier you were saying, oh, the Irish might not be white, other people, but you think the Jews are white?
There are white Jews. There are white Jews. Not the Jews are white. There are white Jews. Jewish is a religion. You got jet black Jews.
Well, there's also a racial factor to it, right?
No, there's no racial factor.
So why, when you do a 23andMe, why do you get Ashkenazi Jew? Why does that come up in
I don't know what that is. I don't know what the DNA thing is, but I want to know why.
Well, I'm telling you that it does come up.
Well, why do they classify themselves as white? The Ashkenazi Jews. Why do they classify themselves as white?
I don't know. That I'm not Jewish. I don't really know the answer to that question. But the point is there are different industries that are not dominated
I want to get on that
whites.
White thing, because there are Jewish people who are white. You have Jewish people who practice white supremacy too. Like in Israel, you go to Israel and there's black Jews who are being discriminated against by the white Jews.
So is there white supremacy going on in Israel?
Yes, because they're trying to kick out a lot of African Jews.
Look, there's white supremacy everywhere in the world. We were told that white supremacy dominates the planet.
Japan, for instance, is 98.4% ethnic Japanese, I believe.
Right.
How is Japan run by white supremacy?
Well, they control the economy. And they can.
But there's no white people there. How could they control the economy if they're not even there?
Well, white people in many African countries, and they control the economy. You control directly and indirectly. Just like Haiti, they got trade sanctions on Haiti. There are no white people in Haiti, but they control the economy. That's how white supremacy runs.
I mean, it sounds like black people are pretty weak if they can't control their own country.
Ding, 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 ding. I agree. We are very weak.
Oh, we're agreed. Okay.
Collectively, we haven't figured out that we're in a global system of white supremacy. I'm one of the few people who have figured this shit out. Sorry for my language. So we've been in a weakened state for a long time. We are.
So what is your best solution? I know you said you haven't figured it out, but if you come up with something, what you would do? What?
I would execute the solution. I would tell people.
You would execute white people?
What?
You said execute. What? Who are you executing?
Okay, I execute the solution.
Oh, okay.
Do the solution.
I would do the solution.
Right, yeah, I would do the solution. I would do the action, whatever it takes to educate people. Oh, let's watch the word.
Okay, go on.
But as far as the NBA, it's the teams are owned by white people, so they still dominate the players. So,
and someone else in the chat also asked a question. They said, if white people dominate and love mistreating black people and all this stuff, why would they still let them exist? Why wouldn't they just terminate them? Like, why these white supremacists that you're talking about, why wouldn't they just wipe all the black people out?
Because you will not be able to practice white supremacy then. You need black people here to practice white supremacy.
Wouldn't the ultimate white supremacy be just it's all white people? Isn't that the white supremacist dream?
That's no fun. You need people to mistreat. That makes you a white supremacist. If you got rid of all the black people, you start killing each other just like you did in Europe. You need black people.
Okay. Now, see, tell me this. Are white people uniquely evil? I mean, that sounds like an awful, terrible thing to say about any group of people, that we need people to kick around. Are white people uniquely evil?
The white supremacists, they need black people to kick around and non-whites. That's the only It's a white supremacist up in the morning, the desire and the ability to kick around people who are non-white. That's
Okay.
a religion.
But
you
but
don't even have a solution. I ask you for a solution, you start talking in circles. There's no solution. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm going to prove that white supremacy is a religion. I have proved it. It's supposed to be practiced to perpetuity. There is no end game for it.
Okay, well then why are you even fighting it if there's no solution to this thing?
Because anytime you're mistreated, there's no solution for you. No, you don't. The white supremacists don't have a solution. See,
we do. We so-called white supremacists do. We just want to separate. We just want to separate. We want to be left alone.
We want to separate. We've tried that and separate where.
Let's try it again. Let's try it again. I thought it succeeded.
Where you can't give me a place where we're going to separate where you're not going to interfere. Where can we separate when the white supremacists are not going to interfere and just leave us to our own devices? Y'all haven't done it. Don't let it happen.
But I think Liberia and Sierra Leone have good examples, but you don't like that. Okay, but no, look, but see, I do think this is significant and interesting that you genuinely think that we white people, we would just in a, what's that? Okay, white supremacists, but you're not sure how many of us really are white supremacists, but there are enough of us to run the world.
Yes.
We run the world. We may be a minority, but we white supremacists are so smart and so clever and so diabolical. We run the world.
Yes.
Now the people, okay, so these very, very powerful, important people in the world, they need to have black people around to kick around. Is that right? That's what they live on.
Yes.
That's what makes them happy. That gives them a reason to exist, is kicking around black people. Even though they're probably millionaires or billionaires, and they probably never see a black person in their entire daily life. But they need to know that they're at least out there so they could kick them around if they wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify that.
Well, what about the European countries that have, a majority white, or Japan, like I said earlier, they're not really pushing black people around.
Japan?
Yeah.
No, they're not pushing black people around because they're not white supremacists, but they're controlled by the white supremacists. They're dominated by.
Okay, but then
where do these white supremacists meet? Where's their secret headquarters?
Yahoo message boards. That's one of the places. Reddit, 4chan.
Are you trolling, Tariq? Also a lot of people in the chat have accused you of. Are you trolling here? Are you being serious?
Y'all know I'm dead serious.
Yeah, he's serious. Yeah.
Okay.
But see, okay, then I do have one last question. Then I can leave.
Okay.
Okay, in a country like Iceland or say Denmark, no black people, practically no black people. Wouldn't they be much better off if they imported several tens of thousands, maybe 1 million or so black people, so they could kick them around? Then wouldn't they be much happier?
But maybe the people in Iceland are not white supremacists. Maybe they don't want to do that. Iceland, they never colonized any African countries. They never done that.
Okay, so you grant the possibility that there are at least some white people who don't want to kick around black people.
No,
and who are perfect. What's that?
Yeah, there's a lot of white people who don't want to kick around black people. I won't say most, but many white people are not white supremacists. I've said that throughout the whole program here.
Okay, but somehow, in
their body. The last thing they want to do is harm a black person or anybody. Unfortunately, they're not as powerful as the white supremacists who do want to harm black people and other dogs.
Why are the white supremacists the ones who are so smart and who are able to rule, whereas the nice white people are unable to rule? Why is that?
We would like to know that too, and that's the problem. The white supremacists are smarter than the non-whites, and they're smarter than the white people who don't believe in white supremacy. I will give you that. I'll concede that. The white supremacists are very, very smart, and I learned that years ago, being around white supremacists and just really talking to them. I said, these people are pretty damn smart, and I got to give it to them.
Okay, who are these people? I'd like some names.
Well, I don't know. I was with a tour guide in Samoa. It was a white dude. And I was talking to him, and I realized he was a white supremacist based on some of the little coded words he was saying about the local people. But he was very smart, and it really dawned on me how smart white supremacists are and how they get their hooks into certain societies. Because he went to Samoa, and he had sex with a lot of the women there and had different children so he could own land. And I'm like, that's some smart shit. These white supremacists figure out all types of diabolical ways to get stuff. And that just really dawned on me how smart they were.
Wait, so this tour guide was diabolically smart, but he's making a living as a tour guide in Samoa?
In Samoa. And he had all types of land and the whole thing. So this guy was living he's living in a tropical paradise, chilling. And he's just a tour guide talking about butterflies and leaves. And I'm thinking, but every time, you know what? Every time I would ask him about the race of the people and all that, then he would play dumb. See, that's another thing. The white supremacists know how to play dumb when it's convenient.
I see. Okay. Well, back to Alaska, it's about 8:30 now.
All right. So right. Why don't we have Jared go ahead and give your closing statement, and then how you think this went. I think you guys agree maybe on something. I mean, Tariq, would you call yourself like a black nationalist?
No, not a black nationalist.
Not black.
I'm a victim of white supremacy.
Okay. Because I know I've seen Jared Taylor. He's had pictures with Jesse Jackson. He's actually talked to lots of African American leaders in our country. I don't know if you knew that, but hopefully you guys can have some common ground somewhere. But anyways, Jared, go ahead and give your closing statement, and then you can go ahead and pop off, and then we'll do a little bit Tariq.
Well, no, I just find it fascinating and very edifying to learn that people like me apparently rule the world, and that Tariq Nasheed has such a high opinion of whites that he believes that this tiny, tiny handful of folks have managed to dominate and rule the world for their own gain and for their own advantage. On the other hand, I'm still a little bit baffled by the idea that these people who are so smart and so powerful that they can run the world, nevertheless, their purpose for existence is kicking around black people. That I find a little bit difficult to believe, but if that's the case, then I suspect they're a bunch of real twisted and perverted folks. And I wouldn't suspect that people that twisted and perverted are that smart so that they can dominate the world by just their tiny, tiny numbers. Also, I still don't understand why it is that although white supremacy presumably depends on the notion that blacks are less intelligent than whites, anybody who actually talks about this gets cast into outer darkness. This, to me, is yet again one of these weird inconsistencies about America as a white supremacist country. But I'm very pleased and gratified that we got Mr. Nasheed to put his views on the record in such a clear and uncompromising way. And it's been a pleasure to talk to both of you. And I'm sorry that I can't stay longer, but I wish you a very pleasant and productive evening.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Let me do my closing. I got to get out here and get the
Yep. So, first of all, did you enjoy your time on the Big Alaska show? Yeah. I know me and you have had a history back and forth on Twitter, but I am now suspended from Twitter. So the secret white supremacists, are banning people like me and Jared Taylor from Twitter. Well, wouldn't we get a stay on if white supremacy is in charge of all these companies?
Man, not really, because see, you guys people are dying around some of you guys, man. That's the problem. There's people getting killed, and these companies are going to be on the hook for so many people getting killed, and they let you guys spew that rhetoric online. So these companies have to cover their ass, even if they're white supremacists themselves. You guys are going to another level.
They don't only got to cover their ass; they got to wash their ass.
Wash that ass. You dig?
Yo, can you say people have been requesting in the chat? Are you we just want a sound clip. Are you able to say the phrase "we was Kangs"?
No, I'm not saying that bullshit.
You're not. Do you know what? Are you familiar with the meme?
Yeah, that's all white supremacist meme, and we got another one called "We was Aryan Gods."
Wait, that's a white supremacist meme?
Yeah, we got one. We were Aryan Gods.
We was Aryan Gods. Okay, fair enough. We was Aryan Gods, and then your version is.
Yeah, you know what it is. But
anyway, all right, go ahead. Do your closing statement.
Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I was going to prove that white supremacy is a religion, and that's exactly what I proved. There is no end. There is no beginning. It's supposed to be practiced into perpetuity. When I asked Jared Taylor, what's the solution for all the low IQs of blacks, he danced around. There is no solution. I asked him, what is the solution for black people? Where should we go? He could not give me a place. He kept talking about a white ethno state and we should separate. When I asked where, there is no solution. When we talk about the violence, there is no solution. And again, that just proved everything that I said what I was going to prove, that white supremacy is a religion. And we have to replace that religion with a system of justice.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Nishida. And one more time, so tell people how they can follow you and just sort of, your mood. Tell people just a tidbit about your movie and sort of what your next things what you're gonna be doing in 2018.
Yeah, you guys go get my movie. I know a lot of white supremacists listen to you, but I know y'all like good movies. 4movie.com. That's my new movie that's out. It's the #2 documentary on Amazon. Y'all go to follow me on Twitter. Don't troll with the bullshit fake accounts.
Yeah, be nice. I don't. Me and Tariq don't see eye to eye, but be nice to him. Don't go harass him. Be nice. Have good conversations for sure.
That's it. All right, babe. That's
Oh, that's funny as hell. He had Messy Jesse on the Ism show. That is funny as hell. He said this is cringeworthy. What do y'all think about that? Y'all think Tariq made a fool of himself? I ain't gonna lie, that microphone shit threw me off, man. All right, hold on. Let's see. I think O'Shea said something. About your girl Pearly Tings. There we go. Check this out.
You other brothers.
Y'all make sure y'all like and support today's show. Definitely, I am in pain, but we're gonna get through today's show, okay? I'm not gonna make that the focal point of today's show, but definitely support your boy. We're gonna figure this out tonight. Let's go.
Over there, and they've built that channel into a really good powerhouse. She's really organized and things like that, which would make me wonder why she's interviewing Nick Fuentes. Now, typically she talks about things like modern women. A lot of the things that you would see in the manosphere are talking points. And a lot of people have accused her of, stealing from Kevin Samuels or stealing from the manosphere and then monetizing it. But this interview with Nick Fuentes proves to me that she's trying to take her business into a different reality, probably because she feels like at some point there's going to be a dead end for the modern women thing. And I noticed when she's live, she doesn't get nearly as many viewers as Fresh and Fit. So I think she's trying to make the same pivot that Adam 22 is trying to make, and even like Joe Budden. They're trying to bring on like controversial people. You see Adam 22 bringing on people like Tariq Nasheed. He wants to have Tariq Nasheed debate people on his platform and all of that. And again, that's to get into a larger audience, right? And that's not just them doing it. It's a lot of people. Valuetainment is doing that same playbook. So all of them are trying to get into a different market. In doing so, they're using people who will have controversial views, such as Nick Fuentes. Now, let me just say this. Popular YouTuber Jason Black, who also runs the business YouTube channel, has pointed this out. And I know brother Jason Black, he was, way more popular than me when I first started YouTube, and he has a really strong audience. He has a really loyal fan base. I've had a chance to talk to him one time on Instagram, not Instagram, Facebook Messenger. We were both friends on Facebook, and I like what he has to say as a pro-Black myself, right? I don't disagree with him too much for the things that I've heard. However, when he criticized Just Pearly Things in the past, people were saying that he was a hater, he was jealous of her success and all of this, right? So he, on his channel, the business YouTube platform, he has broken down the interview with Just Pearly Things into timestamps. So it was very easy for me to follow to see what I wanted to see. And at first, Just Pearly Things, who has, like I said, a lot of Black employees, King Richards being one of them, they were having a conversation about African employees versus American employees. And this is what, Jason Black was trying to point out, that he felt that she was trying to take a diss at African Americans. So I want to play that clip and let's see if he's right.
I wonder what Miss Pearly Things thinks of African immigrants versus Black Americans, specifically descendants of slaves, foundationals. I wonder what she thinks of that. If we get into the immigration discussion. I wonder what she's gonna say if you ask her about that. Brace yourselves, all of her supporters.
No. And that's not a conservative position, especially not 50 million people in 10 years.
Right.
Because America's got 300 million. So, you know, what is that? 1/6 of the population in 10 years.
And so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America, and they often work harder than the people that are from America. So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like if they had a certain like mindset in order?
Well, I told you were going to get your hearts and your feelings and your souls broken. There's no way you can defend her now and sit up here and say you cool with it. She just outright told you, well, they work harder than people. Now, you know she means black. I like my African immigrants. They work harder than people from America.
So in this first clip, I thought it was sort of a reach because she's just saying Americans, and he's trying to insinuate that she's saying black people are African Americans. So I really couldn't nail her on that particular talking point, right? But it gets worse. Jason Black does a yeoman's job in really nailing her to the cross on this next point. Now, this is going to be a point about being on time, and you're going to hear what Nick Fuentes has to say about black people after that. I'm going to play that particular clip right there, and then we'll come back.
Very industrious.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people.
Okay, now let me back up just a little bit more here, because he's talking about people being hardworking. He's talking about people in general from various other places. I think he mentioned Germany. But I want you to get the full context of this, so when she says it smacks you upside the back of the head like a cinder block.
yeah.
I was like, STEM, no. They all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin.
Well, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people to care about their opinions and like what they ate for lunch and, you know, things about my life that just make sense or whatever. But how many people could make a company and deal with the things you deal with, you know, like recruiting and, you know, because I mean, not on the same scale as you, but I do things and it's tough. You know, it's a business. It's fun in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, it's a business. And that is a German attribute, to be industrious. I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually
You're on
supposed
time
to be
today.
there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way, because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
Where are all the folks who said I was a hater? Where are all the folks who were sitting up here saying, well, Jason, you reaching, you stretching? Where are all of them now? I want to know where all of them are after tonight. Yeah, ha, 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 he. What's so damn funny? What's so damn funny now? Oh, yeah, before this is over, I'm going to name names. What's so damn funny now? You can't lie and say you didn't see this. Jason Black has been talking about this now for over a year, for about 2 years now. And I've been naming this chick in particular. I said it from day one. Hey, she doesn't need to be given any space around here. I said it the whole time. Where are the folks who are sitting up criticizing me now? Because you're going to have to justify this. And you're going to have to justify why it is that Jason said it the whole time and you were defending it the whole time and you're just now saying something. By the way, yeah, you all thought she was going to leave it alone. That wasn't Fuentes who brought up the black people this time. He talked about him being late, and then she brings up the black folk around her. You know, those cute little African that she has working for her. She's the one who brings them up.
So guys, you can argue a lot of things, but one of the things you can't do is argue with the truth. That clip is really disrespectful, not only to the African person Blessing, because this is the same person that you said you want to bring to America because they work better than Americans, but at the same time, you're saying that, well, she's late, African, right? And then he says, yeah, she's late, well, because she's black. And then you laughed. So here's something that I really want to honestly say, right? And I know like a lot of black dudes in the manosphere, black manosphere, like Just Pearly Things. Obviously, I don't think most of her audience is black, but you do have some brothers that were defending her. And she has worked with a lot of black YouTubers. I mean, I have emails of her asking me for an interview in 2021 when she was still small. But if you guys know me, I don't really work with, I don't really collaborate outside of the race, even on YouTube. So it kind of goes against my personal goals. Not to say that I don't like anybody or I'm racist or anything, but I'm a black YouTuber and I am a pro-black. So I only really work with the black YouTube community or black content creators. What she said right there is completely disrespectful. The guy is right. All right. If you want to have those conversations, like, and I have friends of other races, and if we're gonna joke around like we have before, you know what I'm saying, like offline or say certain things. I mean, even with other Africans, we can do that. But to say that publicly and then laugh, that was an opportunity for you to be like, yo, bro, that's like not cool, or cut that comment out of the live stream. But he's right. She's the one that brought it up. Like, he wasn't bringing up the fact that her staff was late. You said Blessing, then African. And again, it's like, okay, she said that, but Jason Black says, we brought her into this black space. I don't really think that's the case. I think that, she started aligning herself with black people onto her show. And so that made it more comfortable for certain blacks to come. And then she's talking real, a lot of stuff about women. She was reviewing hip hop and things like that. So she was trying to put herself into the space like Adam 22 puts himself in the space, like Vlad puts himself into the space. And I guess, Jason Black is trying to be upset that these people are letting her into the space. I don't know if she did that per YouTube, because again, that's how it kind of works when you're targeting that sort of audience. But the reality is he overall is right. I can't get around that, man. Like, nobody can say that Jason Black is not right. You can call him whatever you want to call him. I know a lot of brothers don't like Jason Black and whatever. I heard that, like Mr. Fantastic called into the show. He hung up on the guy. He might treat his callers bad or whatever you might say. But this one, he's right, because he got it right there on tape. And again, Just Pearly Things doesn't take black people that serious, bro. And one of the reasons why is because we don't challenge it. Like, she would never do that with any other community. But yeah, she can say that African thing out there and knows that, like, hey, you're not going to have any problems with that. And that's the situation. So, I mean, I think that the brother is completely 100% right on what he said. And again, you're free to listen to who you want us to listen to. But at the same time, just know that people are out there willing to be disrespectful towards you. They'll be willing to laugh at folks saying that all black people are late. I don't care if you're talking about she dates black men or she has a black boyfriend. I don't care about that, man. Like, seriously, you know what I mean? And for black YouTubers that go and deal with her, I mean, more power to you. I don't have no problem with you. That's nothing I can do about that. But then just also know she don't have no respect for you either. So any black YouTuber after that goes over there,
Man, it's some bullshit. I want to see what the hell he said, because he was riding her nuts. What's going on, Degenerate? What's going on, BMT? He was riding her nuts. You see, you guys need to be more just like Pearly Things. She studied the business. She got equipment. She what? Oh, I want to hear this rant. Damn, was I asleep? She did what none of y'all niggas would do. She paid Kevin Samuels to get tech advice. Are you fucking kidding me? Man, y'all should fucking thank me, man. Fucking Kevin Samuels done took what I told him, flipped it, gave it to her. Now all of a sudden, She studies the business. Man, get the fuck out of here. I told y'all she was gonna at some point, align with Anthony and all of them. She gotta align with the alt-right type of talking points. Again, how much times do I gotta tell y'all? White women are protected under white supremacy also. You can't practice feminism in an unprotected society. Y'all be listening to us 24/7, but y'all don't hear us, man. O'Shea was adamant. Let me tell you something. O'Shea loved this girl's funky draws. Old man loved this girl's funky draws. Everybody loved this girl. Come on, man. Mediocre tutorials. Their whole circle loved her funky draws. Why y'all mad now? Thank you, Nicer. Can y'all please make sure you guys like on the way in the building? Let's get the likes up, and yes, let's get the support up. Let's get the support up because we're gonna cover Nick Fuentes or the Fuentes dude in her conversation. All right, we're gonna sit down here for hours. It gotta make sense, man. Y'all make sure y'all support the channel. What the fuck? He said, yeah, it came out of nowhere. He was flaming up the manosphere. Why he flame up the manosphere when he told the manosphere to be just like Pearly? And she works hard and studies the business. That is so true, War Master. What's going on, Red? So let me get this straight. When DJ Kuda was telling y'all, yo, we need to sit back and study what we're doing, get some gear, get the microphones, get some tech, definitely change our sound, brand ourselves, and make sure we sound and completely stick out and nobody sounds like us on the internet. I get made fun of, I get talked shit about. Then Kevin takes the advice, blows the fuck up. On top of the content he was gonna do, blows the fuck up. Now all of a sudden, oh, that's so true. It's right. Everybody needs equipment now. Man, look, Fasting or anybody that's here, if you can do me a solid one and go down into my history because it's still here and find the video of O'Shea coming onto my show. And me and him was talking, and he was asking why you got so many mics, and asking me about equipment and all this other weird shit. Niggas don't listen until it's too late. What's going on, LSP? I want to hear that rant. Because there should have been no fucking rant. We sitting up here making endless content in your manosphere, by the way.
Let's say, for example, you didn't know at first, fine. If you show up to her podcast knowing that, just know that you give her more reason not to take black people that serious. And she owes the black community an apology for that. And that's
the fuck out of here, man. And I told y'all on Bernard's, I was like, then why don't y'all talk to the black people that goes on to her show and get them to say, oh, you can't talk to them because guess what? She employs them. She not trying to, nigga, y'all gonna keep this motherfucker poor. Look at how a lot of black people treat people that actually do give them real content, do good work, do everything. Chief Keef would have never got rich off of black people. So she knows damn well, man, I'm not sticking around with y'all niggas. No, I want to go to the 21 convention. I want to be, I need a different audience. I don't need y'all. And why the fuck would a white woman apologize to black people that she already employs? She employed black people before black people employed black people around this motherfucker. Look how they treat me too, Red. I don't give a damn. The fuck you look like a grown-ass black man talking about some, man, I'm mad because she agrees with white supremacy. Yeah. What's going on, full circle? Yeah. Yeah. She may look dumb, but she not dumb. Y'all niggas thought she was y'all friend because she looked like your elementary school teacher. Ain't that funny? Y'all thought y'all knew her because she looked like your old elementary school teacher. She sure taught y'all a lesson today. Lesson number 1. Fuck you.
That's all I have to say. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode.
Man, please, O'Shea, you would have sold out. You would have sold out if the circumstances was different back in the day. Hold on, let me see if I can go. Let me see if I can go. He better not have. He probably put the other shit on private. Let me see. Let me go back in the day, see if I can delete this. I mean, not delete this. Let me see. Let me see if I can go back into his search repertoire and find that video if he didn't delete it. Hold on, y'all. He probably deleted. Dima, delete that. He probably deleted the shit out of that video. Hold on. Because y'all be trying to take your carbon footprint back. I did a video on it too. So all I got to do, if he deleted it, just go find my old video that I did covering it. I want to see that rant. Because the only person he could get mad at is his own self. I was even getting called a hater. So a lot of people, even back then, that was like, who are you tripping? She don't run the manosphere. Why the manosphere getting mad then? Ah, point well taken. I gotta go back. I think it's like 4 months ago or some shit. Oh yeah, he deleted that. Oh yeah, he deleted that. You would never think he talked about just Pearly Things. Oh, he deleted that. Oh, he deleted that bad boy. Look at that. Not one Pearly thing. What? How much months ago was that? Delete that shit. Delete all that shit. Rest in peace, Alan Roger Curry. Oh shit, where the video at, Playboy? Playboy? Where is the video? Dang, bro, you would have think she never existed. Wow. Here we go.
There's a new woman in the red pill space. You know, for years I've had my battles and my debates with the manosphere, the black.
So 2020 was the year of Kevin Samuels. 2021 was the year of mediocre tutorials and reviews, the lead attorney, and Poor Man's Podcast. 2022 is the year of just Pearly Things. And, unlike some of the Black women that are in the space, the Dinika Marie's, the Courtney Michelle's, the Melanie Kings, there's speculation that just Pearly Things doesn't get the same amount of hate that the other women who are in the space get, based on the fact that
All right, hold on, Degenerate. I'm gonna check it out.
And the question that we want to answer today is just Pearly Kings the new woman king of the Black manosphere community? Now, it's not my idea, but it is the idea of my brother George Macon, and we're going to review his video that he made on the subject, which is called Black Manosphere Crowned Woman King, Just Pearly Things. Let's get into the video and see if the brother got any receipts.
There's a new woman in the red pill space. For years I've had my battles and my debates with the manosphere, the Black manosphere, and those red pill spaces. Over the years, with the emergence of Kevin Samuels, bringing the conversation to a greater audience, you're starting to see women pop up, and women now start to speak out. People like Crimson Cure and Danica Marie and many other women speak out on behalf of the red pill content and the manosphere. But now there's a new woman emerging, and the woman is not a Black woman, but is a white woman. And this white woman, her name is Pearly. And now this woman is coming into the manosphere space, speaking on Black relationships, and she's not Black. But the manosphere has now allowed this woman to come and speak in these spaces. She has.
Let me say this. I very rarely heard her speak on Black issues. I've seen her have a lot of Black people, and they may be speaking on Black issues. I think I may be seen it once. So to be fair, I don't think she really engages in that at all. Very rarely, if anything. But I have noticed that she does have a lot of Black collaborations. I believe that she does date Black men, and that does give a lot of somewhat of respect with the brotherhood. But let's go ahead and continue.
She has over 500,000 subscribers. She took she took things and she went over to London, and in London you can see that she's sitting in spaces with predominantly Black people, and they're talking about submission and all the things that the manosphere has talked about over the years. She's holding the conversation, but she is a woman that is not African American or Black, and she's able to come into Black spaces and monetize our issues. But the problem that I have with this is you would never see a Black person, male or female, go into white spaces and exploit their issues for profit or gain. That's not something that you're going to see. But in the Black spaces, it happens all the time. Pearly, when you look, she's talking about Black women being submissive. She's talking about body count. She's talking about all the things. She's pulling out statistics of single motherhood. She's doing all these things, right? And every now and then she may have a white person on there or Latino women, but what's blown her up is her using red pill content in Black spaces. She's not using
that seems to be true, especially with the Black London cast. Now let me kind of get back to the fact of what he said. You don't see Black people going to what is like the white mainstream manosphere spaces and blow up. I know what guys are going to say. Andrew Tate may have a Black father, but to be honest, we're not going to consider Andrew Tate as somebody Black, let's say like Donovan Sharp, right? And I'm going to mention Donovan Sharp because that is exactly what Donovan Sharp was attempting to do. He was attempting to really, downplay the Black sector because he said he had some problems. Obviously me and Donovan had, our little war of words for years. We still don't get along now. But I saw Donovan trying to really go into a mainstream or broader stream audience. And I've seen him have not as much success at all. We would have been better, most likely, sticking in this, but he didn't want to be over in this audience, right? But then you seen somebody like Kevin Samuels, who could have never got into the white audience space or something like that. But he did it with the blacks, and then the blacks propelled him into a general audience. But now Just Pearly Things, let's say, for example, with Kevin and her, Kevin did everything with the black audience. Just Pearly Things went to London and got strictly, from what I see, like an 80% black cast. And not that anything is wrong with that, because I don't have a problem with that or whatever. But what you're saying is that you can never see it the other way around. Whereas the black guy that's going around, all white people and doing it. And if you want to say Fresh and Fit has a mixture of hip hop culture into their stuff, many different of people on podcasts. They just happen to be in the general audience. But that's what Brother George is saying, which I honestly believe is true. You don't really see black guys going to the mainstream white manosphere audience and do very well, like you're seeing Just Pearly Things coming in doing well in the black sector. I think that's a fair point.
Using red pill content in black spaces. She's not using the red pill content in white spaces. And I wonder why. And now the manosphere is calling her like the woman king. I'm hearing that there was the emergence of these big YouTubers in red pill spaces, but in 2022, going into 23, Pearly is the new face. She's the new person. And I just don't understand how is this possible. So how does Pearly jump over Crimson Cure, Danica Marie, Courtney Michelle? How does this happen? Melody King. You have Six the Goddess. How does she overstep these other women that's been in red pill spaces, having a red pill conversation, having a conversation with black women, attempting to get black women back on board or in check? How does the manosphere and people like the Lapiche Network and these other places, how do they overlook these women to place Pearly in a situation where, to me, Pearly is just pandering to black males, to the black male conversation for monetization? That's all she's doing.
Well, let me say this now. Two things. Just Pearly Things, in my honest opinion, is a lot bigger than the black manosphere. I think that because she deals with a lot of people who are black, but they're having mainstream discussions, not necessarily very black, but obviously it's a black cast, right? And some of the content can be related to that. But if you want to be honest, here's why I'm gonna disagree a little bit with Brother George. The other sisters, obviously, they are good creators. Courtney Michelle, I talked to her. Danica Marie, I've collaborated with her. And the other sister he was mentioning, Melanie King and Crimson Cure. Just Pearly Things has more investment into the industry. She has a studio set up that costs a lot of money, a lot of mics. She went to Fresh and Fit at first and then understood their business model and just took the business model. And she's been trying to do YouTube for a long time. She puts out a lot of content and then chops up a lot of content too.
I wonder when y'all start caring about studio setups. She has a what? Oh, she got a studio set up that what? Oh, must be nice, y'all. Must be nice. she put time, work, and energy into the business.
Posts a lot of YouTube shorts. So she gets like 50, 60 million views. She understands how YouTube works more than the other ladies. So that does play a big difference into how she does it, because the work ethic and the churn rate and the professionalism, and she's a great business person. You can tell by the thing. She does a lot of collaborations in person. She's a hard worker. So that seems to be, she has more commitment to the industry and to the business of YouTube than the others do. That does play a role. But I want Brother George. There are some things he's about to say that I do agree with. Let us continue.
Conversation for monetization. That's all she's doing. Pearly doesn't give a damn about what goes on in our community because she's not a part of our community. But I need to understand from the manosphere and from Red Pill content and from Passport Brothers and all these things, how does she jump over a Danica Marie or a Courtney Michelle? It makes no sense to me. It has nothing to do with hard work because I remember when Kevin Samuels checked.
So did O'Shea apologize to George Macon in his rant? Did O'Shea apologize to George? George hit the nail on the head. I know I hit the nail on the head, but who gives a damn about me? I always hit the nail on the head. I am the hammer. What's on, JR? Come on now. Yeah, that's it. These other young brothers that y'all claim to be helping and assisting and mentoring and stuff in the manosphere, they just didn't work hard. They don't have equipment. They didn't put in what it takes to be in the business.
Those white women on I forget the podcast that the brother was on, those brothers down in Florida and Miami, he checked the white woman, and the white manosphere had a problem with that. Even some of you black
Rollo Tomasi, that's why his episode is the red pill, the new black. Yeah, he didn't like that at all.
Black male manosphere people had a problem with it. A lot of you guys started to turn on Kevin. When Kevin was at the height before he passed away, when he was at the height before he died, a lot of you black men in the manosphere, you turned on Kevin. You was talking greasy about Kevin.
I know some personally, and then now that he's passed on, now they talking about how friends they was before he died. That wasn't the case. But let's continue.
But now, Miss Pearly, the pearly white woman, shows up, and all you men start to bow on your knees. You start to bow on your knees. You even had a black man call her out and say that she was pandering, and I'm watching black men in the red pill spaces jump on him as if he's wrong. Or the power of this white woman, I just don't understand some of you black men. When you have black women that look like you, black women that come from our culture, speaking out on your behalf, you disrespect those black women. You don't hold those black women up high in high regard because you don't believe them. But if a white woman come out and say it, it's golden. It's
absolutely believe what he's saying is true here. That's something I know is true. I'm with them 100%. Now, just Pearly Things, like I said, she's just in the industry. She's tried several different things on YouTube. And again, guys, when I see people talk about her, I think she's genuine. I keep saying that. She may very well be baby genuine. I think she's a great creator, and she works well with the content creation community from what I know of her. I've never heard anything bad about her as far as because people talk. But I think that there is more distrust, which just Pearly Things has nothing to do with that personally. When people see Courtney Michelle, they attack her. When they see Danica Marie, come on, we've seen several. Like, look at what Donovan Sharp said about Danica Marie. Donovan Sharp called Danica Marie every name. But if you see Donovan Sharp's page, he had no problem doing an interview with Just Pearly Things. I'm going to tell you why it is. Because she is a white woman. All right? A lot of black men trust white women more than they trust black women. For whatever the reason is. I'm not trying to tell you what how to behave or how to act. But yes, most people do not believe that any black woman has any good to do or perform with black men. But if non-black women are involved, you brothers out there believe that. I believe what he's saying from that is usually true. I'm not saying that for all black men, but 70, 80% Yes, I definitely believe what the brother is saying is true there. Let me continue.
It's gospel. This is crazy, man. This is insane. So she can sit around and around and have groups of black people come and talk about their pain and talk about their issues, and she can sit down and be the referee. She can referee and she can pull out statistics and she can go at these black women and tell them how much they're wrong and what they should be doing and how they should be doing it. And you black guys are just sitting there eating it up. This, I mean, I watched the show and it's crazy. I'm a big fan of Crimson Cure. How come Crimson Cure doesn't have 500,000 subs from black people, from black men and black women that want to see decency, that want to see better? Why not Crimson Cure? Why Miss Pearly? Why not Courtney Michelle? Why Miss Pearly? This is the part that I don't understand. But see, I know for a fact that I'll have red pill creators come at me. Just for
I was talking to Brother George on the phone earlier today, and he said something interesting. He said, black people, to get all of them together, if it was all black, it would be some fights. But because they have a white person in the room, all of a sudden these black people know how to be decent towards each other. Now that's a powerful statement. So in other words, if she wasn't there to referee, you would have a different sort of a show because people would be acting crazy and talking stupid. But in front of the white person, they know how to act. That's a very powerful statement. And I do believe also that could be also true. I can definitely see that being true. But again, this is what I feel. I think the brother, he had a few things I disagree with the brother. I felt like if some of the sisters understood the business more to the level of Just Pearly Things and could set up a podcast like that, because I see other black creators doing very well, I think they would do better if they understood the business and had more investment in the business. But overall, I think what the brother was saying is very true to many cases, and that's no disrespect to Just Pearly Things at all as an individual. It could have been anybody that was Caucasian, but I do think he brings out some very substantial points that cannot be denied. But guys, what do you think? Subscribe, hit the bell. It's your boy. We out. What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. So, guys, 2021 was the year of the lead attorney, mediocre tutorials and reviews, and the poor man's podcast. And guys, I've always seen content creators just blow up. Kevin Samuels was 2020, and 2022 is the year of Just Pearly Things. Now, Just Pearly Things is very unique, and I'll talk about the first reason why. She's in the manosphere space as a woman. She's a very talented creator. I believe her arguments are well put together. But secondarily, she has an insatiable work ethic. Okay, that's first. Now, and second, let me go tertiary here. She moved the business to London. Not only London, what I would consider Black London. All right. Now I'm going to get to that in a minute. But now I've noticed that many people are calling her a grifter. That's common, especially in the manosphere spaces. I've seen women like Melanie King get that. Courtney Michelle get that. But for her, it's gotten to the point where she needs to address it. All right. I'm going to play a particular clip. It's called You Saw an Opportunity, You Grifter. And then I'm going to come back and play it.
A recent critique of mine is that I saw an opportunity and I'm only doing this for money, pandering, whatever. And it's a little offensive because I've always been good at things. Now, I've never been the smartest in the room, right? I've never, I will never claim to be smart. going to be good at it. And that's the approach I've taken with YouTube, volleyball, really everything in life. So I was in sales for 2 years. I had the best sales territory. I really wasn't great at it at the time, but I could have got good. Like, guys, I was on the cusp of greatness. Okay. Because again, I always start off bad at things. And you can even see that with YouTube. Like, I had less subscribers than most people do with my amount of videos at first. And I always start bad and then I get good. And that's just my life. And I was offered a pro contract this year to go play pro volleyball, which is kind of interesting. I turned down my dream job. So people always ask me, like, what's your dream job? And I always would have said sports or music. And so in a way, I kind of turned down my dream job. But that's because women's sports doesn't pay a lot. But before I did men's centric, like the manosphere, men's content, I went viral for so much stuff. Like, I had almost 1 million followers, 80% were female. I did couples content back with my ex-boyfriend. I almost was on national TV for relationship quizzes. Sorry, my alarm went off. I did house tour content. I could have just done a family vlog. Y'all, like, that's what people don't understand. Like, I'm me. And I don't say this to be cocky, but I figure things out and I get good at things. So this narrative of you saw an opportunity, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I see the world as opportunity. And I know that if I stayed in sales, I would have been good at that. I know that if I stayed and did vlogs with my family, I would have been good at that.
All right, guys, you heard what she had to say. Before I weigh in on that, I want to talk about the second elephant in the room. The second elephant in the room is just Pearly Things went into what I consider London, Black London, created this massive podcast with blacks in London, and it's getting a lot of views. It's not only just black people there, but I would look at it that the majority of the basis from what I can see on her channel is basically blacks in London. That's something else a lot of people I know are going to have a problem with. How did the white lady build herself a massive following off the manosphere and then off of black people? That's what we're going to get. And let me tell you something. I want to get back to what she initially said. The lady works. All right. Now I'm going to tell you like this, for the most part, some of the things that they talk about, I've seen talking about like black issues and stuff. Let me just say this. That would be like one of the things I would have some chagrin with non-black content creators and going there. I'm never going to go to a Caucasian's platform and talk about black issues. That's the only personal peeve I would have, but that's just me personally. All right. And I don't really see that a lot with her, but I have seen some of that stuff going on with the conversation. I will say this though. She deserves all the success that she gets, whether she does it with whites, blacks, otherwise. Clearly, I think she would be successful in whatever she does because the lady works. If you're going to be in this space and you're going to be successful, she works. She puts in a lot of time and works. She moved to London, invested in herself, no different than what Fresh and Fit did, and they work. And if you don't like people who work, guess what? Then you do it. But that's the difference between entrepreneurs. Like, you guys don't understand how hard it is to move to someplace else and be successful. I know it because I went to Poland 2015, then came and built a business in Uganda. Now I'm all over Africa doing something you don't know what I'm doing right now. But I wish somebody would talk about, how hard being a content creator is, or are trying to, bring content creators through the business and stuff. I know it's difficult. What she does is not easy. Bringing all those different people into the studio, recording the studio, getting somebody to record the sound, editing this, putting up clips, collaborating with people. She seems to be a very nice person to work with personally, from what I can tell. All right. I've talked to her not that many times, maybe once on email, but she seems to have the right attitude towards the business. And if you guys think that her talking points are stolen or jacked, or she's regurgitating it, that's your own personal issue. The reality is that why are not the right people, if that's the case, why are they not doing it? Because people don't want to take opportunities. She's taking it. There are people who have been in the space before her that they come onto her podcast now because she takes the business serious. Point blank, period. And if folks have a problem with it, that's life. People like her are going to always be the people you work for, or myself, or others. If you don't take opportunities, others will. So get to it. And what you're seeing is a lot of...
Oh man, this didn't age pretty well, did it? This didn't age well, did it? I want to hear what his rant consisted of. I don't give a damn about anything else at this moment. I want to hear the rant that he did earlier. Where that at? Where is that at? Oh, let's try to get at least 3 supporters, man. 3 supporters. Let's get at least 3 supporters for today's show. I want to hear that rant. This didn't age good at all.
Ladies, and it's the same argument with the Pink Book Lessons channel. Pink Book Lessons is a lady that does content in the manosphere. Some guys don't like the fact that, why are you sharing her videos? Because she's good. That's why. Now, I haven't heard it so much as her, but people are going to come into business and execute. People are in the business to make money. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I love what I do. I love helping the brothers. I love collaborating. But yeah, getting the money you love when I do, it does help. It does. Very much so. And people are going to be here to be good. So if you don't execute your own stuff in the manosphere, or if you don't execute your own stuff in communities, people are going to come in and not going to be black. They're not going to be men and just alike. So if you don't like it, that's up to you. And it's up to you to deal with. You're not stopping anything. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again. Another episode of The Celebrity Jump. Appreciate you for all what you do. We're out.
He went from this to, JR, if you want to get better at editing, shoot in a way that'll cut your editing time. That's the best thing I can say. You know your workflow. But how'd he go from this to now she needs to apologize to the black community? So let's watch the video. And let's see exactly what she needs to apologize for. Hold on. Since she's the queen of the black manosphere. Let's figure this out.
YouTube channel and welcome to The Sit Down. Before I start, do not forget to subscribe to the channel and ring that notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Like the video
on your way in and leave a comment and let me know what your thoughts are. Today, I have a special guest, Nick Fuentes.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So I looked you up on Google. Okay. So he is a political commentator with over 25,000 followers on his own site, Cozy TV. You have been banned on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, and TikTok. Your Wikipedia page describes you as a right-wing extremist who denies the Holocaust, is on the no-fly list, and supports Putin.
Yeah, that's about right.
Is there anything I missed?
Yeah.
So welcome to the show. So what did you do to get this crazy reputation?
Well, a lot of those things are true.
They are true.
Some of them, and some more than
Putin?
others. I do support Putin. Yeah, that's.
Oh, is it?
That's actually an understatement, probably.
What do you mean?
Because I really support Putin. I support the war. I support Russia in the war.
Wow. Wow.
Why do you not? Are you?
I mean, I don't know. I just thought he wasn't good. I mean, look, I'm an outsider in the foreign policy stuff. I don't know the ins and outs, you know. I'm just on the outside looking in. But you know, why don't we start away from the politics?
Okay.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Where are you from originally?
I'm from Chicago.
Okay, the suburbs, city.
The west suburbs, yeah.
Okay, so fake Chicago.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you're a little bit more fake than me, but yeah, I guess so. My parents are from the city, so it's genetic, I guess.
Okay. And do you have siblings?
Yeah, I have a twin sister.
Okay. And how does your family feel about you doing political commentating? Are they conservative too?
Yeah, they're conservative. They're not as conservative as me, but they're very supportive. You know, they're boomers, so they have this we'll support you no matter what you do, that kind of thing. It's funny though, because when I was growing up, that was the attitude, and I think they meant more like, you know, you could be an artist, not like a far right extremist. You know? So yeah, they don't necessarily support everything I say, but they support me as their son.
So when did this start? So like where did your career start? I know you worked for the Daily Wire at one point. Was that the beginning?
Almost. Yeah, I knew a lot of the people there. I worked with them. This was 6 years ago. I went to school in Boston, and I linked up with this girl, Cassie Dillon, who she was working with them at the time. She was a fellow there, so she wasn't actually an employee. I guess she was kind of like a glorified intern. And so,
is she a YouTuber now? Should I know her?
No, she's not really relevant, but she was just an activist. She was a journalist.
Okay.
She was responsible for some viral videos during that whole SJW Gamergate thing that was going on back in 2016. And so she had a show on Right Side Broadcasting Network. They're the people, they used to stream all the Trump rallies. They're really big on Rumble now. And so they brought on a bunch of people after the election to do shows, and they brought her on. And I met her, and we got to know each other. And so she got me a show there. And so I started doing a show every night, and I never stopped. So that's what I still do today, but independently now.
Okay, so wait, so who did you say it was before?
Before, it was Right Side Broadcasting.
Okay. And what happened with that? Why did you stop?
Well, I got fired / quit because I went to the Charlottesville.
You went to the Charlottesville rally? Why?
Well, you know, I mean, look.
Wait. Who did I bring on?
Okay, well, you know, look, like, so look, I'm not going to throw them under the bus, but in fairness, it wasn't quite what I thought it was going to be.
Okay. What do you think? Okay, wait. Okay, so you at 18, is that roughly when you started?
I was 17.
17, okay. You start streaming.
No, I was 18. Yeah.
You start streaming with this media company. And then how long did you stream for them?
About 6 months.
Oh, that's it? Was it that long ago?
Yeah, February 2017 to August.
And then you went to the Charlottesville. Why did you go to that?
So initially, people had reached out to me in May 2017, and they said, hey, do you want to speak at this rally? And they told me who was going to be there, and it was all these alt-right types. And you know,
you put alt-right. They're not actually alt-right. You just said the quotes.
Well, because people's understand it. People would consider me alt-right.
Okay.
But
you not? You're not alt-right.
I'm not.
Okay.
Now, that's not to say that I'm not like a far-right person, because I am.
So who is alt-right?
Well, it's guys like Richard Spencer and Mike Enoch and those.
Who's that for the average? I don't know who that is.
They're all these guys from really, they were more prominent 7 years ago, 7 years ago. And they were kind of like the far-right fringe during the Trump election. But the disagreements I had with them were, they're not Christian, you know, they're atheist. And they had all these other kinds of views about, basically they were racist liberals. That's what we, a lot of the Christians in the far right scene, we would pejoratively say, you're just a racist liberal, you know, because they were liberal about women. They were liberal about everything.
What do you mean when you say they were liberal about women and everything?
They were feminists. They believed in equal rights, and they thought that women should work, and they believed that women should participate in politics, as one example. They were in favor of abortion, but they also just happened to be in favor of a white country, having a white country. So they were racist liberals.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. So you're saying they were feminists because they believed in equal rights.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they also believed in a white country. So it's like they would actually be accurately white supremacists.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
but ideologically they were liberal. They just also happen to be racial realist is a term that was very popular back then. And so anyway, so I saw the list there. That's the reason I put it in scare quotes, because people would call me that. And I understand the differences are very granular, and most people wouldn't really understand that because they're not into it like that. But I never consider myself that. So I took a look at the list, which was like David Duke and Spencer and these types. And I said, yeah, not really interested. And then August rolled around, and it was a week before the rally. And I heard that all these other people are going to be there. I heard that Faith Goldie was going to be there. It was a friend of mine, Gavin McInnes, Sam Hyde. And these were more like mainstream figures and people who I liked. So I said, all right, I'll take the trip out there, and the rest.
No, I don't even remember. So what happened? Someone died, didn't it?
Yeah, this woman died, and there's a lot. It's very contentious what exactly happened there,
because there was a
because
shooting. Is that what happened?
no, she got ran over by a car.
Oh, okay, it's a Charlottesville shooting, but
Yeah.
on here. But okay, she got ran over by a car,
Mm-hmm.
and that was who ran her over?
This guy who was with this group called Vanguard America, which if
Okay.
you've heard of Patriot Front, maybe not. They did a lot of these viral rallies recently, and they're a splinter group from this group called Vanguard America.
And Vanguard America, that's who was throwing the event?
No, they were like a participant.
Oh, they were one of the participants.
Yeah, because the rally was technically called Unite the Right.
Okay.
And so the idea was to bring everybody together.
From
but like
the right.
a lot of like unfortunate people showed up who like nobody really likes and ruined it for everybody.
Like who?
Like the National Socialist Movement and Vanguard America and these types. And so now, for the record, I wasn't there at the Tiki Torch thing. That's like the famous picture is people with the tiki torches. I wasn't there for that. I got there the morning after. That was the Friday night. Saturday morning was the actual rally. And the purpose of the rally was they were going to rename the park. It was Robert E. Lee Park, and there was a Robert E. Lee statue at UVA. And so they were going to take down the statue, rename the park. And so the protests that converged in Charlottesville typically were about that. So I was there to protest the changing of the name. Also, it was about bringing the right wing together. And so I went there for those reasons and for those people. And then it turned into this big, ugly disaster, because Antifa showed up and there was this big clash. But it was a really bad look for everybody. So RSBN fired me.
Oh, and so they fired you because you were there, even if you explained why you were there?
Yeah. And here's the thing. I mean, and this is not me like downplaying it. This is just me saying what happened. I was there for like 2 hours. Like there was a Tiki Torch thing on Friday. I got there Saturday morning. By the time I left my hotel, the actual rally had already been dispersed by the cops because the rally goers were fighting with Antifa. There was so much violence, the cops just shut it down. So I left my hotel, and it was basically over by the time I got there. So I really didn't even participate. And that's not to say, I mean, I supported the cause of bringing the right wing together and like protesting the removal of the monument. I didn't like everybody there. I didn't like everything that went on there. But I got blamed for it. I was all over the press. I was in the Chicago Trib, and I was on the Today Show, and I didn't know how the media works, but they kind of propped me up as like, oh, this is like a radicalized white nationalist teenager.
And you were 17 at the time, right?
Yeah, or 18. Yeah,
18.
I just, I was 18.
Wow. And so, wait, so the whole purpose of that was literally just to protest the name changing of the park.
Well, that was one of the reasons.
And then unite the right. So bring the right, everyone on all these different groups on the right together.
Right.
But the problem is there's actual extremists at this movement.
Well, I'm an extremist, but there were people that were like, just like, goofball, like skinhead types. And I'm not about that. I mean, I'm a Catholic. I would call myself like a Catholic reactionary or something like that. But you had guys there that had like, NSM is the main one, National Socialist Movement. Their flag is like a swastika flag. And like, so I don't really identify with that scene. So they showed up and it turned into the media labeled it like a Nazi rally. But that's not really what it was.
So then what happened next in your career? You just started streaming on your own?
Yeah, so I basically just started doing the show the next week on my own YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. And then you never worked for the Daily Wire?
No,
Because where's the beef? I'm just trying to figure out where this beef came from with like Daily Wire and Turning Point.
Yeah, that doesn't really have a whole lot to do with me. They have beef because Turning Point USA is very aggressive with how.
Man, this is about to start getting interesting. Shout outs to my brother Raven dropping a huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you for supporting tonight's show. Make sure you guys definitely follow suit and help and support tonight's show, because definitely this conversation is actually getting very interesting. Very interesting. So she's really putting her reputation on the line to be with a quote unquote alt-right degenerate that's been banned everywhere. What for? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. What for? What for? Or for what? Whichever one comes first. Chicken or the egg. And if you guys are new coming in, what Jason Black, shout out to Raven, thank you again, bro. What Jason Black and what everybody's talking about is that she's pretending like she doesn't know what she's talking about. And then she even baits him to get into certain topics and lead some of those topics. They're the same age, basically. If you think about it, in the same range. She don't give a fuck about no goddamn manosphere. She wants some real money. Motherfucker, I'm trying to be, what's his name? Top or Shut or some. She trying to be Don Lemon. She trying to be a big nigga. Spent all that money on that damn studio to sit in the manosphere. So you're better off trying to get the black dudes that are around her or the black people around her to check her, but you can't, because guess what? She pays them. Oh yeah, we've all worked for a racist boss before, quote unquote, if that's what you think. We've worked for a racist boss before. But he writes a check. Who gonna check me, boo? Cash me outside. How about that? So yeah, Womaster asked who was Nick. This is him, obviously, I guess. So let's see how this goes, y'all.
How they push themselves on the campus. Daily Wire is affiliated with this group called Young America's Foundation, and they fight for market share on the campus, basically, with like the conservative campus scene. So there's some antipathy for that reason, and also they're in competition, basically. So, but I had hung around, like Cassie Dillon was Daily Wire, and I hung out with a few of their writers, this guy Elliot Hamilton, Aaron Bandler, a few others. And they were getting ready to offer me a job because I did some things for them and they wrote some articles about me. And I kept pushing on the Israel issue. And so they blacklisted me. They cut me off. Then they went out everywhere to Media Matters, which is this left-wing hit piece mill. And they started sending clips from my show and saying, this guy's a Nazi, do hit pieces on him, call my boss, try to get me fired. So
tell me the Israel issue, because just for the average person isn't going to know what you're talking about.
Sure.
And I sure don't. So
yeah, well, it's really kind of simple. I mean, people don't have to agree with me to see the contradiction that I'm about to explain. So I supported Trump, and I still do, because he's America first, which is really like a non-ideological position. It says, look, this is the American government. The American government is going to represent the American people and not the interests of foreign governments or multinational corporations. We're going to do what's in the best interest of the citizens, not like the rich or some global elite or the United Nations. Pretty straightforward. So here I am, a right-wing college guy, waving the flag saying, yeah, America first all day. But if you look in conservative media, all about is Israel. And I thought that was very conspicuous. Prager University, Breitbart, Daily Wire, they would have 3 articles that totally made sense to me. Like, here's the case for low taxes. Here's the case for, having kids, not having kids out of wedlock. Here's the case for whatever. And then they'd have an article like, here's why Palestine has to be wiped off the face of the earth.
I remember seeing that a couple years ago, like, because when I first started watching conservative media, but I was always just so confused because, like, the average person, we don't really understand foreign policy. We don't really understand what's going on overseas.
Right. Well, yeah, because it's not our country. It's not our business.
Right.
And so I thought that was very weird. And when I was younger, when I was in high school, I was all on board with that. I was like, yeah, okay. But then I started to...
And wait, just started to break it down a little. Israel versus Palestine, you're saying that there's like a war there going on?
Yeah, it's very contentious. And there's a lot of history
It's
there.
over borders, right? If I remember correctly.
Well, fundamentally, it's over land because 100 years ago, the Jews owned 5% of the land, and they were 3% of the population over there.
Okay.
So they were a very tiny minority at the beginning of the 20th century. They had almost no land, and there were no Jews there. And then they began this active campaign to settle what was then called Palestine. And that's the Roman term. It's called Palestine under the Roman Empire. And at the turn of the last century, it was the Turks, the Turkish Empire, that controlled that area. And so the Zionist movement, that's what Zionism is, because the Jews never had their own country. They were scattered all over the world since the Second Temple was destroyed in the 1st century. So the Jews scattered all over the world. And
you said that's what Zionism is. Sorry, Zionism is. I'm sorry,
yes.
I don't know these words.
Yeah.
So it's them trying to take the land.
Zionism is in the late 19th century. They said, hey, like, we want our own country. We want our own country that's just for the Jews. The problem is, well, everything's taken. They looked at the map of the world.
Palestine was there first.
Right. But that was not the only place they considered, because they talked about settling in Uruguay and Zimbabwe and a few other places, and they settled on Palestine for religious reasons and historical reasons. And so they began to settle the land. And so they moved there and they started agitating the Muslim. They actually were terrorists there. A lot of people don't know this. Everybody says Muslims are the terrorists, but it was really the Jews that kind of invented that in the Middle East against the British, against the Americans, against the Muslims. They did bus bombings. They bombed civilian infrastructure, military infrastructure.
The Jews did. Okay.
The Zionist settlers.
Why is the narrative that, because if I remember correctly at the time, the narrative was that Palestine was doing it. Is that untrue?
Well, they do it now.
Oh, okay.
But it's about the power dynamic, because 100 years ago, the Muslim government was in power, and then it was a British government, and the Jews were in the minority, and they were agitating for their own state. Then they got their state, and they built up a military, and they got all the support from America, and now the Muslim Palestinians are in the minority, and now they use these guerrilla militant terror tactics. So it's really just about the power differential, and that's kind of what
But your point of view is that they were there first, Palestine?
Well, here's the thing. I don't really care. I don't have a dog in that fight.
Oh, but your point of view is that we should stay out of it.
My point of view is that there is this, and we have to, if you're a political person, we have to talk about it. Why does conservative media care so much about the Israel-Palestine conflict? It has to do with, well, who's making those editorial decisions in conservative media?
So that's the thing too, y'all, when y'all are listening to these quote unquote racist people, they tend, especially the younger ones, they kind of tend to tell the truth a little bit more. And it's like, bro, look, the truth is worth knowing if you really inquire about knowing stuff, or you want to learn something, or you want to get to know something, or whatever you're trying to do with it. But I'm going to even tell you the truth that some truths just ain't worth riling people up about. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like honestly, you're telling the truth, which is true. Some of what you're saying is true, but you're gonna get people riled up over some shit they don't even care about, and they don't even care about the truth. And yeah, they're gonna silence your stupid ass. So I tell you that some of these people, they're worth listening to. They're not all bullshit, you know. Alex Jones. Some of these people, you do have to know how to listen to them. You do have to know how to listen to them. And I listen to shit like this for sport. Like, you know, I'm black pilled, so shit like this come across my table for sport. This is some sportsy shit.
And they're Jewish.
They all have that in common. I mean, like,
Why? Because maybe they just have closer ties, but I'm thinking from my point of view, I'm Irish. I don't really care what goes on in Ireland. Why do they have why do you think they have such strong opinions on this?
They're very tribal. They're, and it's no secret that they're a tribal people. You know, their identity has resisted assimilation for thousands of years. Think about it. Jews have never had a country until 60, 70 years ago, but they've maintained their religion, their culture, their ethnic identity, being scattered all over the world and minorities in every country. Almost every other group assimilates, and they eventually become like the people around them, you know, or they'll intermarry and they just get diluted to the point that they don't exist. So, and that's not for no reason. They have a very strong Jewish identity, and so what goes on in Israel is of great significance to them, and they have a personal stake in that. So
that's why you feel like conservative media talks about that so much, even though it's not an American issue.
That is why,
that was the issue that you had with the different conservative media places.
Yeah, and that's where that beef came from, because here I was naively hearing the rhetoric and the branding, which was America first. And I said, yeah, America first. And then I said, well, okay, America first. Well, you know, I don't see how Israel fits into that. And then they said, whoa, yo, you're asking too many questions. Literally. They were like, you can't ask that anymore. I'm like, well, why not? And specifically because...
Did they say that actually, like word for word? Wow, really?
Yeah.
Who said it?
This guy, Elliot Hamilton, who worked for them.
Elliot Hamilton.
And he's Jewish.
I feel like, have I heard that name before? Is he on Twitter?
No. Well, maybe. He's like a low-level writer.
Okay.
But he literally told me, it's anti-Semitic to ask that. I'm like, what? And the arrangement specifically that I was talking about is foreign aid. Israel's the #1 recipient of foreign aid from America.
Really?
Yeah.
How much money do we send over there?
$3.8 billion per year.
We send them $3.8 billion a year. Wow.
And here's the thing. That's a high number. They've been the #1 recipient since 1978. You know who the next highest recipient is? Egypt. Egypt is the second highest recipient because we basically bought them out. Egypt was going to war against Israel for decades until we started paying them basically to not do that.
Really?
Yeah.
And would the conservatives say that's not true?
What would they say? Their rebuttal would be that, well, we give them so much aid because they're our closest ally and they do so much for us. But the fact of the matter is that there exists an extremely influential lobby in America that lobbies American politicians to support that foreign aid. It doesn't have anything to do. In other words, we don't give Israel that money like because it makes sense for us, or Egypt for that matter. We give them that money because politicians are paid and influenced by a foreign interest lobby to pass those policies.
But could you explain that more? I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah. So in other words, like, if I'm an American saying where should we send our money? I would probably send it to, I don't know, like the poorest countries in the world. Like that would be a place to start. Where is it? Like sub-Saharan Africa.
Do you think we should send any money overseas?
I think it's part of me says no, like we should rebuild our own country first. Another part of me says that's part of foreign policy. Like there is a benefit sometimes for giving foreign aid, because look at what China's doing. China is spending a lot of money in Africa to build up these countries so they can they can harness the raw materials in Africa because they have all the rare earth minerals that we now need for like phones and computers and things. So China's spending it very wisely, and they're building up infrastructure. They're building ports, highways, bridges.
Where are they doing that in Africa?
Well, they're doing it in like the Congo.
Oh, okay.
The Congo is a very resource-rich country. They're doing it in West Africa.
But the idea is that there's something in it for them, and you feel like in Egypt and in
Israel,
sorry, in Egypt. So you feel like in Egypt and Israel, there's nothing in it for us.
No, there isn't.
And so you're not necessarily against sending foreign aid. You're just against sending foreign aid for interests that aren't ours. And these interests seem to be for the Jews. Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. It's, in other words, it's if you're an American and you're going to lay out, should we send money? Where should we send it? How much? If you were doing that with our interest in mind, you wouldn't send it to Israel and Egypt first.
Right.
The reason it's sent there is because there are very influential groups that lean on politicians, and the politicians make the decisions about where to send the money, because there's like a group here's a good example. There's a group called AIPAC, American Israel Public Affairs Committee. And their job is to lobby for foreign aid and for things like that. Every president speaks at their conference. The congressional leadership of both parties speaks there. 2/3 of the congressmen speak there. And that would be like if there was a group lobbying for China that said like we support the People's Republic of China, we want America to do everything for China, and like imagine if all the politicians spoke there. You'd be like, oh, like the government's owned by China.
Oh, and so you think that the government's owned by Israel and Egypt?
Yeah, not necessarily Egypt, but yeah, Israel.
How would that even work? Just because they are the politicians getting money from them, or is it just because they're connected with Jewish people? Like I'm thinking logically, because if someone random's running for office and they're not Jewish, how are they owned by a country overseas?
It's about the money.
So they're just getting paid.
They're getting paid, and here's the thing: if they don't go along with it, there's all kinds of consequences. Like often, what will happen is if somebody goes against the interest, the easiest way to get them out of office is to pour a ton of money into a primary challenger. So if I'm like a Republican and I say, you know what, like no more foreign aid, the Republican Party and like these influential Zionist groups will fund a Republican to challenge me in the next election for the Republican nomination. And often, that person will win because money in local races and like, or not local races, but, in congressional races, it goes a long way. So they'll do that. The other thing they'll do is hit you in the media. Like, look at what happened with Ye recently. He made those comments and like Adidas pulled their deal with him. Why would they do that? They just lost this year. They're on track to lose $750 million because they don't have Yeezy. Why would a company give up $750 million? People didn't stop buying Yeezys because of the comments. They did it because the ADL went after Adidas.
The ADL, and that's the organization you said earlier.
This is a different one.
Oh, this is a different organization. What's that stand for?
Anti-Defamation League. And the defamation is
what's the Anti-Defamation League?
So they came around 100 years ago because this Jewish guy was accused of raping a little girl, and which he did, by the way. His name was Leo Frank. And if you look into it, it's, if you look into the details, which we don't have to get too into it, he did do it. That's neither here nor there. But this group formed to say we will not. Jews thought that he was being victimized because he was Jewish, that he got blamed for being Jewish.
Oh, and so that organization was started to stop defamation.
The defamation of the Jewish people specifically.
Oh, and so they went after Adidas?
Yeah.
How would they go after Adidas?
So they wrote this letter and they said, you better cut this deal off with Ye, otherwise bad things are going to happen to you. And this group, I mean, they're highly influential. They're highly influential in the world because it's like if you look at the people that donate to them, if you look at the people they're affiliated with, they're connected to very powerful Jewish people in finance and Hollywood and wherever. So
if they didn't listen, then they're gonna they could lose a bank account or something that would really hurt the business. Is that
yeah, because
okay?
the ADL is super connected.
Mhm.
So like and we could go into like all kinds of examples, but they've got major pull. Like you don't want to mess with them because they are highly influential in the media, they're highly influential in finance, in government, and so they go to Adidas and say you got to shut down the account for what he's saying, and they did, and now Adidas is in big trouble. And so anyway, if you go out there and say something that's contrary to Israel or whatever, it's like these types of activist groups they'll put you on blast. They'll go in the media, smear you, say you're an anti-Semite. Like the ADL is partnered with Google and Facebook. The reason why it says I'm a white supremacist is because when you Google my name, the ADL website will come up. Like if you Google my name right now, ADL will be like the second hit.
Wow.
Because you're partnered with Google.
So the whole idea is that there's people in power throughout Hollywood, throughout the tech industry, all of these big industries, finance, banking, whatever. And they're all Jewish, and they feel this sense of community because they're Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. And basically, they, at the drop of a hat, if you go against anyone that's Jewish will cancel them immediately.
Yeah.
And you could see that because that happened to Kanye and that happened to you as well.
Yeah.
A
basically.
bit. I mean, you got on the no-fly list, so I'd imagine.
yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay. So you had this disagreement with Turning Point?
Daily Wire.
Oh, I thought it was both. No?
Turning Point came later.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened then? So you said to the Daily Wire, this is a disagreement, and then what happened?
Yeah. So, the first interaction I had with Ben Shapiro was in December 2016, and I put out this tweet. This was the tweet. I said, I'm America first.
Mm-hmm.
If you're China first, you should live in China. If you're Mexico first, you should live in Mexico. I said, if you're Israel first, you should live in Israel, which, again, maybe you disagree with the sentiment, but it's consistent. It's like if you believe in America first, obviously, if you have allegiance to some other country, there's like a fundamental contradiction. Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, the surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person. Yeah.
He called you an Ben?
Yeah.
I love Ben Shapiro. Ben!
Yeah.
Why would you do that? That's like a feminist. That's the same argument the feminists use.
I know.
That's the same, because the feminists will be like, that's what they say to me, that I hate women. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. And so for you, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's an argument a woman would use.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So now Ben is beefing with you.
Yeah. So
how old were you when that happened?
I was 18. I'm like, dude, chill.
So Ben Shapiro's beefing with this 18.
Yeah, like 10,000 followers on Twitter.
That's what he does, though. He dunks on college kids.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that was his brand. I miss it. I kind of miss him on the college campuses, just dunking on these guys.
The circuit. Yeah, I mean, hey, he's good at it. He is good at what he does. I'll give him his
Would he
due.
ever debate you?
No.
Oh my gosh, Ben, I'll host it.
Okay.
Open invite, Ben. Come on the couch.
I do it. Yeah, absolutely. But
But Ben won't do it.
No.
What about Charlie Kirk? Would he do it?
No, he wouldn't. I mean, I debate him too. But
okay, so let me get this straight. So first, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm kind of slow because I have to break all this down because I just don't know the ins and outs of this stuff. I feel like I'm getting educated on like a decade of conservative media drama.
Yeah,
that that wasn't really. I just watched the highlights, Ben Shapiro destroys. Okay, so now you're 18 and you're beefing with Ben Shapiro. He's tweeting at you. Then what happens?
Yeah, so I was still in touch with all those guys that worked at Daily Wire, and but it started to get kind of contentious because we would go places like I went to the Christmas party, the West Massachusetts young Republican Christmas party, and I'm with Cassie Dillon, and and I'm asking her these questions like, hey, like why do we send? Because we're all political. This is the stuff we talk about. Right. I'm like, why do we send all this money over there, and why are we at war in Iraq, and blah blah blah, and And at first they're kind of like playing it off. They're like, oh, haha, very funny. And then they're like, okay, no, but like, seriously, stop asking. Like, we can have that conversation, but the way you're posing the question is hateful and anti-Semitic. And I said, well, like,
wow, I can't believe they're using the feminist language.
Yeah.
That's what the feminists would do.
That's what they jump to. If you ask a question, you're an anti-Semite. And so I just wouldn't stop. I just kept pushing and pushing. And this was the text. And me and her were like good friends and everything. And she had this big affinity for me. I literally have a text that she sent to Shapiro that she had sent to me where she said, you got to take this guy under your wing. He's so impressive. Like, I like this guy, whatever. And so she texted me, and we were like, it's not like there was any falling out personally. It was just over politics. She sent me a message and said, Nick, I can no longer talk to you. We are no longer in the same movement. What you're pushing is dangerous and hateful and anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. Never talk to me again. The whole crew blocked me on Twitter, stopped talking to me. And then I got a call from my boss at RSBN a week later, this guy, Joe Seals, and he says, Cassie has been calling me every day for the last 2 weeks saying that I need to fire you because you're racist and you're an anti-Semite. So not only does she cut off the friendship and blacklist me, but then she starts calling my boss.
She Karen'd you, huh?
Yeah, it's for real.
Yeah. Was she white?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the best Karens.
Yeah,
we do Karen it better than anyone else.
That's true. Yeah, that's not sure that's like something to be proud of. It kind of is though, actually. I'm actually in a way kind of like pro Karen.
Karens are needed. I'm not saying like sometimes we're in the wrong, but I honestly think like Karens are the ones that do the shit that no one else wants to do. Now, you might have been on the negative end of the Karen stick, right? But they all probably wanted you fired or wanted you blacklisted, right? Karen's just the one that did it.
Yeah, that's right.
So from my point of view, if the guy next door is having this loud party and I'm the one that goes and complains, everyone wanted it to stop.
That's right.
I'm pro Karen.
I am too. They're upholding the standards in society. We have no standards, but like women are the ones that are like, he didn't take our order yet. I'm going to say something, So it's like you need like my mom, classic. She's Italian, so she's not like a Karen like these white ladies, but she'll like, she'll say something. Let
me call the manager. Let me talk to your manager.
Sometimes a manager needs to be called. That's all I'm saying.
Call. I am not I will Karen.
I'm here for it.
If I've been waiting for my check for 45 minutes, I'm talking to somebody.
Yeah, someone's going to hear it.
We're all thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Just Karen's the one who's going to say it. God bless.
Okay, but she Karen'd you, so that wasn't too fun.
That wasn't cool.
No.
That was a bad instance.
It's not good when you're on the other side, right?
No, yeah, that was wrong. That was too much Karening there. Yeah, and then, she, there's this, the first hit piece that was written about me was in April 2017, Media Matters hit piece, where I said something on my show, and I was talking about ISIS, because ISIS was really big at that time. And I said, look, we can't bring over people who want to kill us. I said so. And the defense is always, well, the First Amendment, you can't impose a Muslim ban or something like that because of the First Amendment protects religious liberty. I said, that's fine and well. I said, and you have Muslims, and then you have what are called Salafists or Wahhabists.
What does that mean?
That's a sect of Islam. Wahhabism is the religion of Saudi Arabia, and they're like very fanatical, and they're the ones that believe the most radical things. So I said, it's fine and well to have a First Amendment, but you can't bring people over here that want to kill us. Like the founding fathers didn't pass the First Amendment so we could bring over people that believe in the ideology of ISIS. It was actually put in place to protect various kinds of Christians. So Media Matters, Cassie Dillon sends this to Media Matters, and they blow it up and they say, oh, Nick Fuentes says the First Amendment doesn't apply to Muslims. And it's like, well, that's not really what I was saying. But anyway, that was the first hit piece. And so it was a few months after that I went to Charlottesville and then got fired.
Oh, and how many hit pieces were written on you from the conservative side?
I didn't really get attacked from the conservative side until a few years later.
Oh, that was a left-wing organization, Media. So why was she, if she was a conservative, why does she know the left-wing people?
It's a great question. What you'll find is that the conservatives and the liberals collaborate a lot more than people understand.
Mhm.
And they collaborate to keep out basically people like me. Like conservatives would have no problem working with ADL, SPLC, Media Matters if it's to screw over a guy like me.
Oh. And that's because you're against the Jewish people, you think?
Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say it like that.
Not like against the, I don't know, Israel? I don't know how you
Yeah,
say
so yeah, like this Jewish mafia thing that's going on.
Okay, so then where did your beef come from? So that was the Daily Wire. Now you also have beef with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
How did you seem to be the common denominator here? I'm not going to lie to you.
I've heard that before. And, you know, like, I mean, there may be some truth to that. Like, I'm a little antagonistic or whatever, but you know, you could be the judge. I mean, I guess there's two sides to every story.
I'm listening. You know,
So,
look at I'll have the beef talk about Charlie Kirk and Ben.
Yeah,
come on the couch.
Yeah,
we can have a lively discussion.
That'd be fun.
You think they'll take me up on it?
I don't think so, but I wish they would, because I just like to, honestly, to tell you the truth, my entire career, I've just been looking for someone to tell me I'm wrong. You know, like they'll call me an anti-Semite and they'll say you're repugnant and whatever, but no one has ever told me like how I'm wrong. Because I would be perfectly happy to just drop it if I heard like a compelling explanation. That's what I was doing with these guys at Daily Wire, because I kept telling them, like, tell me how I'm wrong. Like, I don't, you know, going down this path, I understand there's all these connotations when you talk about Jewish people or whatever. I was like, I understand it sounds fringe and radical. I said, but like, tell me how it's wrong.
But Charlie Kirk, he's not Jewish, so why would? But he's affiliated with the Jewish mafia.
Yeah,
I'm putting it in quotes because I feel like I can't definitively.
Right. Yeah, which is fair. Yeah. So, you know, a couple of years later, this is in 2019. This is actually how it started. I think it was September 2019. I went to this event, and there was this girl there named. Who she was actually Jewish. Her name was Ashley St. Clair.
Okay.
And we took a photo together at a party. She didn't even go to the event. We just wound up at this after party. Turning Point fired her for being in the picture with me.
Really?
Literally for being in the picture.
Wow. They're that against you?
Yeah.
And it's all because of your there's nothing, because if we end this interview and then I get these messages that are like, he didn't talk about this, and is there more? Is there more to the story? Or is it just your Israel takes?
Well, it's my takes on, I mean, I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm like an extremist.
Right.
You know, and I've said some controversial things. But that really is the crux of it, because after the Daily Wire thing, in Charlottesville made me radioactive for a long time.
Would you say it helped or hurt your career? Because in a way, all publicity is good publicity, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Would you say it helped or hurt?
It's debatable, because, and people have started to say this about me recently. They say, oh, well, you know, you're doing a fine job. And it's like, well, I've really done a good job in spite of those things. Because, like, as you can attest, being banned on YouTube like doesn't help your career.
No,
it definitely
Dear God,
hurts.
don't please let me keep my channel.
Yeah.
Susan. Oh wait, it's not Susan anymore.
Yeah, no, new person.
Whoever
but,
the new appointed CEO, please keep this up. Please.
It's an Indian guy, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Just put some pro India stuff in
Yeah.
there.
Hey, I like India, sure, yeah, all day. We like T-Series, yeah. But so, you know, I'm a controversial guy and all of that, but it has definitely hurt. I mean, I'm banned from like PayPal, I'm banned from credit card processors.
Wow. And that was all after Charlottesville?
That stuff came a little bit later.
Okay.
I got banned on PayPal in 2018 or 19.
Okay, so 18, you're beefing with Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, right?
2019.
Oh,
I'm beefing with Charlie
no,
Kirk.
I'm saying you were 18.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And so then what happened next?
So this girl gets fired for being in a picture with me, and we kind of make a big stink about it. And it died down for a little while. And then Charlie Kirk went on tour. And it started in Colorado, and some people that watch my show, some followers of mine, unbeknownst to me, they went to his event and they started asking him these very pointed questions about his views. And so one of the questions was about immigration, and this was like it was similar but different to the Daily Wire thing. The main issues about and I'm about to explain all this. The main issues that I had with Charlie Kirk were three things. So he goes out and he's like, to his credit, Turning Point is a wildly successful group. They bring in $40-50 million a year. They're on hundreds of campuses. They do these big conferences. Like, they're very good at what they do. I'll grant them that. But at that time, with all that influence and all that money and power, they really weren't very conservative. And these were the three issues we had with them. Number one, they were very pro-gay at the time, which is not like a conservative value. So they were out there saying, like, they had one of their influencers, his name was Rob Smith, and he was going around. What's that?
I said, I know him.
Oh, you know him? Yeah.
Not personally. I know who it is.
Okay, yeah. And so he's very flamboyant, and he would go on stage and say, I'm America's favorite gay black veteran. Okay. But we don't really support that. That's not actually a Christian thing. It's, it's not a Catholic thing. So they were very pro-gay and like pro-feminism and very pro all these like liberal.
Yeah, because they used to say first wave feminism was good.
Yeah.
And that's not a conservative value. Because to me, feminism is and always has been a hate group.
100%.
Yeah, but to them, and that's why I didn't always think that until you started researching like the early suffragists.
So yeah, this dude is like literally saying a lot of stuff. And rightfully so. I understand how it's pissing off a lot of people. But Pearly, bro, she agrees with a lot of this shit. Yeah, she can't lie. See, and that's kind of the problem with the Mansford stuff that I had with her, Beautifully Animated. She doesn't know how to lie right. Like, her phrases, like what she says does give her away. Yeah, the correct phrase is, I know of him. Correct. So I'm glad, and I'm glad that you're picking up on it, because honestly, to tell you the truth, Beautifully Animated be chilling. She has no dog in this fight. She has no dog in any fight, to tell you the truth. She just be chilling. So if she can pick this up, aside that she's very smart, obviously, but if she can pick this up and it's clear as day, obviously other people can pick this up and it's clear as day, Still, though, I'm trying to figure out why niggas are mad. Yeah, Cynical can pick it up. I'm trying to figure out why niggas are mad. Like, what was Pearly Things supposed to mean to the black community? These are two alt-right kids sitting down and talking. As far as I'm concerned, whether it's true or not. You dig? I'm just saying that it's as clear as day. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's gonna pick this up, but honestly, if you're well versed in a lot of things and you know a lot of, man, you could pick this up from a mile away. War Master picked it up. We all know what the hell they talking about. It's like, that's racist as hell, but okay, go ahead. And they're gonna proceed. So hey, it is what it is.
It's my
hold on too. And I'm not just saying that this is racist towards black people, because if you hear what they're saying, they're throwing everybody into the mix. Jewish people, Palestinian, they're throwing everybody in the mix. So I'm pretty sure other races will find this crazy as hell too. So let's go.
And when I realized that's what we talked about, the right to vote, the reason there was anti-suffragettes was because they were trying to destroy the family, and before it was like one vote for the family and you trusted it. Like, that makes more sense.
Totally.
But then that was sort of the beginning of the destruction of the family. So it really was one movement.
Yeah, right.
From my point of view anyway.
And I absolutely agree with you. I think you're one of the few, you get it more than most conservatives, actually.
Yeah, and well, it was because I started researching because I couldn't figure out why wouldn't you want to vote?
Right.
Because someone said the majority of women didn't want it.
And you see how she's telling on herself, because now she got into an interesting, juicy conversation. I thought you didn't know about this stuff. Hell, make sure y'all like and support the channel. We might even go over Jason Black's opinion of this. Let's go.
And then when I found out you had to be drafted in order to vote, I would give that shit up so fast.
Yeah.
And so when I asked a panel of women and I said, if you had to be drafted, would you give up the right to vote? And they all said, yeah, they would give it up.
Yeah.
They'd learn so many recipes.
Yeah. Having a good time at home, hanging out. You know?
Okay, so pro-gay, pro-feminism, and what else was the third one?
So those are like one thing, because that's just like social issues. Like they're very liberal on social issues. The other thing is they were in favor of legal immigration. Like Charlie Kirk was going around, and this was his line. He said that we should staple green cards to diplomas. In other words, every foreign student that comes to America, he said he wanted to bring them in as an immigrant.
Okay.
And he said we could bring in 50 million immigrants in 10 years.
And you're not pro-immigration.
No. And that's not a conservative position, especially not 50 million people in 10 years.
Right.
Because America's got 300 million. So, you know, what is that? 1/6 of the population in 10 years.
And so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you know, I hire people from Africa. I help Africa. It's going to be huge. I hire people from Africa. Beautifully Animated said, oh. Oh. Do tell. I incorporate Africa. I incorporate African work in you know, I incorporate African labor in my business. She needs a therapist. Head ass. Come on, man. Oh yeah, I can't be racist. I have African friends. I have African friends. I hire people from Africa. Oh. Therapist.
And they often work harder than the people that are from America.
Man, this is a fucking plantation conversation. Yeah, I figured that, you know, destitute Africans work very harder than people that's from America. Did not say that. Did not say that the other day when we were talking about how labor in America is being outsourced to people that's not from America. Beautiful Animated said Nick thinks men having sex with women is gay. Beautifully Animated said I twisted my knee earlier. Oh my god, I hope you're okay. My eye is on fire right now. I feel like goddamn Fetty Wap. You said I twisted my knee earlier and I iced it and put on a knee brace. Should I worry about it? No, you can ice it. If you have some medicine laying around, take some I was about to say amoxicillin. Take some pain meds and just basically keep it elevated. Make sure you can bend it and extend it and just let it heal. You know, just let it heal. You said look at Nick Fuentes Wikipedia bio. I don't really follow Wikipedia too much because anybody can go up there and edit some shit and stuff. Oh, you had the same thing. Okay, yeah, I had some naproxen too from a car accident. I used to keep that shit on hand. and some 800s. So yeah, just make sure you keep it elevated, put it on a table or something, keep the ice on it, and just make sure you can bend it when you need it, you know.
So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like, if they had a certain like mindset in order to come here?
There is a lot of truth to that.
Mhm.
And I'll agree with you there. Particularly like Hispanics in America,
Mhm.
very hard. The Africans too. I mean, because I met
Nigerian Americans I'm pretty sure they out earn white Americans.
they do. Their
Mhm.
median income. This is
Same
old
with
statistics,
Indian,
but it's like
yeah.
$80,000 a year.
Yeah.
They're, you know, Iranians, you know,
Mhm.
all those immigrant groups, you know, they're very productive.
And it would make my job easier too. Like, because I'm thinking of me, you know, so I'm a woman, a selfish perspective.
Yes.
Like, if immigration would be easier, it'd be easier to get some of my employees from England to the US.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, and there's economic arguments, and we could go there for a minute. I agree with you. They're very hardworking. The thing is about immigration, though,
Mhm.
the only way to view it is that it benefits two groups economically, and that is the immigrants themselves,
Mhm.
because it's of course their ascendant.
Mhm.
They're, you know, moving from Nicaragua to America,
Right.
like you're moving up in the world. It's also the firm owners, the capitalists, the people that own the businesses. Of course, what is the business's biggest cost? It's labor.
Correct.
And so a Nicaraguan or a Honduran or whatever will take less money, you know,
Mhm.
cheaper wages than an American, because a cheap wage in America is a higher wage than whatever they're earning in
Mhm.
Central America or Asia. So the immigrant benefits because they make more money, and the firm owner benefits because they get to lower their labor cost. The loser in that equation is the American worker,
Mhm.
because there's a competition for jobs. You know, there's a labor market,
Mhm.
and in the same way that a consumer makes a decision about where to buy something from, employers
But
have to compete for
But
labor.
wouldn't you say when you do that, there's less innovation overall as a country? Because, like, I'm thinking, so for I'm just thinking of it as like a business point of view, right?
Mhm.
So my content team, like, one of the ways we've grown so fast is because my content team can push out so much content because I
Mhm.
hire people from Nigeria.
Mhm.
And with the extra money we have to do that, I can invest in like a second part of the business. Like, we're looking at managing YouTube channels for like big marketing companies. So then it's like a whole sector of the business is coming from the profit we made from one. Does
Mhm.
that make sense? So then
Yeah.
overall, it's like we have a bigger media company. And like in the end, I probably will hire more Americans because there are different types of jobs that people from Nigeria would do versus an American.
Yeah, there's an argument there about
Mhm.
economic growth.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't know all the stats and
No,
stuff
no.
when it comes to, I'm just thinking like in my life as an American, that would make my life easier.
No, and that's actually a very cogent point.
And then it's like, because then it's like the countries that do allow immigration, wouldn't they have an advantage over us where they could outcompete us in the long run?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is there's no question
Mhm.
that bringing in immigrants grows the economy.
Mhm.
Like, that's not even a question. It grows the GDP. Of course it does. The question is, though, for the people that are graduating college now in America, they're having to compete with, and it's impossible, having to compete with people that are brought over on an H-1B visa. And that's why I don't consider myself like a libertarian or like a capitalist, because while I do recognize just on a mechanical basis, like that is how things work. You're right. It grows the economy. What's happening now is that so many immigrants are pouring over, both low skill and high skill immigrants, that American workers are struggling to get jobs and are actually, the college educated Americans are underemployed. And so from the perspective
but it's also because it's mostly women graduating and they're getting these bullshit ass degrees.
I agree with that.
Like,
yeah.
it's, you want me to feel bad because you can't get a job after you got a gender studies degree?
Well, but even STEM majors, STEM majors are underemployed. People with like, I know a guy from UCLA who has an engineering degree. That's a great school. That's a great degree. He's struggling to find a job. And there's a lot of people like this. And so we're putting young people in this situation where, well, you can't support a family on a single income with a high school diploma as an American. So you have to go to college to get an advanced degree. Well, college is super, super expensive. So you have to go into debt. Graduate from college, even with a good degree.
Community college, and would you still say?
Yeah, again, there's ways that you can do it that's more economical. But the reality is, for a lot of students, They are going into debt. It's not everybody, but they do it. And then they come out of college with an advanced degree, and they're competing with people from India. And Charlie Kirk is saying, we're going to staple a green card to your diploma and let you live here. And, and that's just not really fair to all and I agree with you. There's a lot of inefficiencies in the economy. But sometimes you have to do right by your people. Like with Social Security, it's the same thing.
I can understand
you know what I mean?
that,
Because 10 years ago,
I'm not gonna lie, these young kids are built different. Like, well, I get why y'all talking about this shit at the expense of sounding like a slave master. I hire Africans. I hate to sound like the old nigga in the room, but when I was y'all age, nigga, I was not talking about no shit like this. Nigga, me and my homeboys was sitting around a box Chevy with the hood open trying to get that shit to start. I wasn't talking about no shit like this. We asking why the engine knocking. Like, what is that noise? And false. Nigerian Americans don't make no money. I'm suffering. All right, let's go.
When I was like a big libertarian when I was in high school. I'm saying all the same thing you are, like bring in as many immigrants, and that is the turning point.
I would say as many as possible.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah,
I didn't say let's staple it to the college diploma.
yeah, that's just turning point.
I've heard though that sometimes what happens to country, because I used to read Sowell, Thomas Sowell a bit, and he would talk about how oftentimes like they'll take out an immigrant population in a country and that industry will just fall apart. Like there aren't really the replacement in those countries for those.
Shout outs to Beautifully Animated. But I'm saying we were trying to get this box Chevy to start. We were trying not to get told. Shout outs to Auntie in the building. Auntie said, agree, 100, Kuda. These ain't normal combos, fam. Yeah, like what? And it's like they're trolling. They're actually trolling the higher ups, to tell you the truth. This guy coming on here with the fatigues on and shit. Like they're trolling. Yeah, educated idiots. Yep. It's funny because a lot of black people didn't think Pearl was as deep into white supremacy talking points and alt-right shit as she really is. Yeah, I agree with that eloquence. Pearl is the troll of the black manosphere. O'Shea talking about some now she needs to apologize for what? Weren't you just on her nuts not too long ago? Damn, that didn't age well, my guy. Maybe you should actually be doing what you tell the world you do and helping brothers that's growing your damn manosphere. Maybe you should be down here helping them. Somebody said he went on a rant earlier today. I'm trying to see what he was talking about. Some people better off staying quiet. Because when a nigga was talking about, oh, y'all need to get gear and all this other shit, he was one of them niggas I was like, man, what you talking about? Let's go.
Those jobs.
Yeah, I think he talks about Southeast Africa, the Indians that were brought in by the English.
I thought he talked about a Jewish population when the book, but I read this a couple of years ago, so I don't really remember.
Yeah.
But I remember that concept and it made sense to me because, and it's kind of like nowadays everything's going digital. There's so many jobs where 10 years ago you'd have to have an American editor, where now I can get one from Nigeria.
Right.
Like, how would you combat that?
Well, I mean, to some extent you can't,
right,
because it is a global economy.
Oh, she's just tickled pink about that. She just tickled me pink about that. Yeah, because I get it from Nigeria. Oh, no, I don't have to do that because I get it from Nigeria. I had to go to Nigeria. No, some of the best workers are coming from Nigeria. Damn.
You know, the communication and transportation technology is creating this integration that has just never happened before. So that is a big part of it. But there are still a lot of jobs that just have to be in America. And you'd be a little bit surprised, like when you're a content creator, that's one thing because it's a media business, which, you know, and I'm in a media business too, but it is like a fake business in the sense. I don't mean to downplay your business acumen, but I mean it's not like you're actually making a product that someone's going to consume. You know what I'm saying?
Correct, yeah.
And when you look at businesses, people would be surprised. There's a great book about this by Ian Fletcher. He talks about how people would be surprised how little the economy is globalized, like how many businesses exclusively do business in their own country because of how prohibitively complex and expensive it is to truly do business in another country, to truly outsource. And so the point is, we want to protect American jobs. We want to protect American workers. There's a real problem in America where the cost of living is exploding and wages are stagnating. And, you know, I used to be one of these guys that was like, you know, well, I want to debunk that or I don't care about that. But it is true. You know, when you look at how much people could make with a high school diploma back 50 years ago relative to the cost of living, it's more than it is now. You know, just strictly looking at the same numbers. And a big part of that is because there are just simply more workers.
Isn't one way they inflate that, though? Because I remember Sowell talking about this, and he said the problem is they increase the cost of, in the stats, they'll increase the cost of living, even though, like, 50 years ago, someone on, like, lower income wouldn't have air conditioning or a TV, but now they're included in lower income.
Yeah.
So when they have those stats, I thought they kind of misconstrue those.
There are many ways.
I know they're going to say I'm so out of touch. I am. I'm sorry.
No. You're actually, you know, you're pretty smart. Because you said when we were talking, you're like, oh, I'm not really that political, but you're pretty with it.
No, I mean, I am. I'm talking about the foreign policy stuff and the Jewish stuff.
No, we call that lying. To get a not even to get a compliment, we call that lying. To save your ass just a little bit, you know. Eloquent says she's the perfect definition of a carpetbagger. That's funny as hell. A person outside of the culture trying to have an opinion. Yeah, she's like the Adam 22. So I've heard of ladies, you know. Yeah, but she's in here and she's hiring Nigerians. She's hiring black people before black people hired black people. You know, a lot of black brothers think we need her to help fix us, you know. Yeah, they want Vlad to apologize. Yeah, they're going to keep that. It's going to be to the point where nobody remembers what he should be apologizing for, you know. Yep. Yeah, she definitely vibing with him. She feeling him. She feeling him. You know I was feeling you? She feeling him. I feel you. Shit. Oh, man. Shit is crazy. What's going on, Kwasi? Yeah, that's true. We might bring up a little bit of Jason Black. Yeah, so I've heard, War Master, yeah. She actually had a show that came on earlier that I saw that was on her page. So, and these are all pre-recorded. So, all right, let's go, y'all.
More like the internal stuff.
Sure.
Like I just look at how things, you know, go in my day-to-day life. And even my dad would talk about, like, his parents lived off of one salary.
Mhm.
His dad was a fireman and he did HVAC.
Mhm.
But they also had a lower like cost of like standard of living.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so a lot of times they'll say, oh, you can't afford it with these wages. But I talked to a lady in because I always talk to the women, I say, would you go down in lifestyle for a family?
Mhm.
And I talked to this woman that's in Florida and she raised 10 kids on less than $10,000 a year.
Wow.
And oftentimes, like, it's that Americans want, especially women, like, we want a certain lifestyle that we can't afford. And a lot of Americans, like, are on lifestyles that they can't afford. It's like, I found out you could, they're going to say I'm so out of touch. I am, I'm sorry. Like, we did 2 weeks of groceries on 40 pounds. And I was like, there's no way you could do that, but you can actually. And like, what else do you need in terms of like, oh my gosh, they're going to say I'm out of touch. I am. But like one thing that I've heard is that they do inflate those numbers.
Mhm.
And is that not true?
It is true.
Okay.
You're right about that. And well, and it's I wouldn't say it's necessarily inflated, but it doesn't take into account, like you said, the quality of life changes, because that is big, like, you know, having a flat screen and those kinds of things.
No, they saying something worse about you now, Pearly. I mean, I'm not surprised. Like a white woman that's advanced and knows a lot of stuff about deep white supremacy or whatever you want to call it. Big whoop, you know. Shout outs to my brother, Sir Ism, in the building. If you're not hip, get hip and subscribe. You did? She said she actually made some jollof rice. I actually ate fufu for the first time. One of my Negro co-workers, brought one in, and I ate some. Shit crazy, man. Shit crazy. Food prices has doubled in the last 2 years. Shit ridiculous, man.
There's all kinds of ways.
Damn,
and
I want
cell
some fufu
phones.
now.
Cell phones, yeah. It's
You're on
$1,000
government
phone.
benefits, but you have an iPhone.
Right.
You couldn't
Yeah.
even get an Android.
Yeah, right. Yeah, or Cricket Wireless or whatever.
Yeah.
And Solo's very good on that. But it is true that the education has gotten more expensive in absolute and relative terms. Education, the price
Right.
tag is bigger than it was 50 years
But
ago.
they subsidized it. That's why.
And relative to income back in those days.
Right.
But it's also true that now everybody needs a college degree to get a solid job.
Really? I didn't learn shit in college.
Yeah, but I know you don't learn anything, but it's about accreditation. You get the diploma.
Really? I don't know. Because I feel like when I was in college, before I even had a degree, every summer I would just go door to door in a neighborhood. And I didn't, like, my parents didn't know anyone or anything. And I would just ask for a job until I found one. It took me like 2 days. I went door to door in rich neighborhoods and I just asked for a job. Well, it was for a YouTube video. I just wanted to see if I could get one.
Yeah.
And I got offered a sales job in like a day. One day I did it.
Yeah.
And none of them asked me about my college degree. You know?
Yeah.
So this is just anecdotal, I
so
guess.
This is like pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
hey,
and
kid,
I know
when I
that's
was your age.
I know that's really like a privileged or whatever point of view, but it works, to be honest. And
Hey, and I'm pretty entrepreneurial, so I mean, that's definitely what I did. I dropped out of college after a year.
Right. So how would you argue that you need a college degree when you didn't need one?
Well, because I think the fact of the matter is a lot of people just do not have that capability. A lot of people, and this is where I'm like what I would call a true conservative, because I believe there is like a natural hierarchy in the world. And it turns out, unfortunately, that like not everybody has that entrepreneurial thing. Not everybody has that self-starting initiative.
I agree with you.
And so, a lot of people they kind of need to go to college to become like middle management or get those kinds of jobs. And okay, maybe education, not so much, but certainly housing is more expensive. Food is more expensive. A lot of these things are just more expensive. And if you just talk to your average young person, people are struggling out there these days.
But it's also because they're not getting together. So people are living off of one income, right?
What do you mean?
Like people used to get I could be wrong, but didn't people used to get together more? Like we have more single women.
You mean like marry?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We don't marry anymore. But then, women wouldn't be working.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, here's the point is, you have more people, the wages go down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just necessarily true by the laws of supply and demand.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because if and this is what happened during COVID, is that there was a time when people were competitively, these companies and I think you still see it today, there's like a labor shortage in America. And it's kind of conspicuous. Nobody really knows why. If you look into it, there's not great answers. More so like 9 months ago. Do you remember that? Well, you live here, but I remember in America, at every fast food restaurant, it would be, we're now offering $15 an hour. We're now offering $3,000 stipend for school. We're now offering this. And that was because there were fewer workers. And so businesses had to compete for them. And how do they compete? They offer a higher wage, more benefits, that kind of thing. And so when there's a glut of labor, which is, and there are millions of people pouring in across the border, millions of people pouring in legally, then it's the other way around. And employees have to say, I'll take less benefits. I'll have to take less money. The more people you have, the lower the wages are going to be. And there's disputes about, the reason I said we could go into this is because, and I'm not trying to cop out here, I really do believe that they are bad for the economy, like lots of immigration. I don't think we should have no immigration. We should have net zero.
Right. Well, it's pretty extreme to say it with a college degree, because they could get a degree in philosophy.
What do you mean?
Didn't Charlie Kirk say that there's a green card or something with the college degree? But it's like, so he gets a degree in philosophy. Now he's an American.
Right. Yeah. Sociology degree.
Blessing, you'll be signing up for the philosophy.
We need that. We need more philosophers. So, but the real reason I'm against it is because the people that are coming into America are changing America. Let's be real, they're not white. And it's not that I have something against non-white people, but America, for its entire history, was 90% white. And white people create a specific kind of country. When you bring in people that are not white, number one, by the next century, America is going to be 10, 20% white. It's going to be a fundamentally different country because people are not interchangeable. And it's not to say that we don't like them. It's not to say that they're inferior. It's not to say anything about them. But you can't take America that's 90% white in 1965 and it's going to be 80% non-white in 2100 and say that's the same place.
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Like, please make it easy for me to immigrate.
Man, this is a fucking a slave owner summit. I'm trying to get my Africans in America. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America so they won't have to be niggas in Paris. All right, that joke didn't land, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, tell us more. The therapist writes down in notebook.
Next year.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get Blessing in.
He can stay.
Well, look at everyone but Blessing and King. But no, I understand, because it would be the same, even if we took race out of it and said Poland, let's take Poland. Like I lived in Germany and the UK. If you switched the UK with Germans, it would be a completely different place
Yeah.
too. Because I lived in Germany for like 3 months when I was 18.
Hmm.
So yeah, I mean, it would be less like I would say there's less cultural differences. It wouldn't be as extreme as say Poland and Nigeria, but it would still be really different.
Right, because it's
Yeah.
degrees, and people's rebuttal to that is always they're like, "Well, American Southerners are different than New Yorkers," and it's like, yeah, but Southerners and New Yorkers are more similar than either of them are to people from Asia, because it's
Right.
about proximity. Regardless, when you bring over a completely foreign population, they use a different alphabet, they use a different language, a different religion, different culture, different body language, sense of humor. It's just not going to be the same place. And it gets to this fundamental idea, and this is maybe this is another reason why I say I'm a true right-wing person, not a liberal, is because I don't think people are interchangeable. I don't think that Germans and Italians are interchangeable. They're not. They're different. They look different. They have a different temperament. Even if an Italian was adopted by a German, they would still be different. They would still act differently than the other Germans, even if they spoke with a perfect German accent and everything, because there is something that's biological about how we all are. There is something genetically determined that goes beyond our height, weight, and why wouldn't it? I mean, like I could tell you were Irish because your hair is lighter. That's like a genetic trait. Why would it stop there? We look like our parents genetically. Why wouldn't we act like our parents? Why wouldn't we, know?
I have a story. So I have 6, I'm one of 6 that I grew up with, but my parents adopted 3 kids and they actually gave up one of my siblings for adoption. So my oldest brother, his name's Greg, he was given up for adoption because my mom was 18, 17. It was like, they were like young. It's the same parents, but they couldn't take care of him at the time. But it's crazy. I didn't know about him till I was 22. And so he grew up with a completely different family in northern Wisconsin. And it's like this family where he never even left his hometown type stuff. And now he owns a sailboat company. And we're very, we grew up traveling the world and all this stuff. And he grew up with these parents that never left their hometown. So I can definitely, and he walks like my brothers. And I used to always think it was like more the environment because I would see the single mother statistics. So I would think, oh, it's more environment than biological because these kids are fucked up when they're with a single mom. But this changed my view on it because I had the 2 case studies basically in my own life because we adopted 3 teenagers. I mean, it's different because we didn't take them from babies, but we had these 3 teenagers that were heavily influenced by us, but they still were not more similar. Even though they grew up in our family for a couple of years, they were not more similar than the one that we had no contact with till he was 30. And it's so weird. He has the same sense of humor. He walks like my brothers. I was an economics major. He was an economics major. He is a sales software engineer. My mom was in sales. My dad was an engineer. It's all these commonalities that have nothing to do with how he was raised. So I really agree with you. There has to be something biological.
Yeah. Well, and to me, that's just like common sense. I mean, they have that expression, the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right.
What does that mean? And I get it. It's you have to have a case study like that and contrast, because it is a tricky thing to sort of disentangle how much of it was learned and how much of it was sort of intrinsic, how much of it was innate. But I think you find when you look at countries, well, it's very clear because America looks different than Mexico. And it's like, well, who made Mexico the way? And there's this argument, they say colonialism made it that way, racism made it that way. It's like, I don't know. I think, different people create a different kind of society based on their behaviors. And the point is, and that's really a repudiation of liberalism, which says that we're all a blank slate, that we're all the same.
Right. Well, like Germans, we're better engineers. All my brothers are engineers. And there's something biological with men and women too, because again, there's 10 kids and we have 5 girls, 5 boys. And it's like all my brothers are engineers. I'm a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I was like, STEM, no. They all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin Austin.
Well, but hey, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people to care about their opinions and like what they ate for lunch and, things about my life that just make sense or whatever. But how many people could make a company and deal with the things you deal with, like recruiting and, because I mean, not on the same scale as you, but I do things and it's tough. It's a business. It's fun not in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, it's a business. And that is a German attribute, to be industrious. I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually
You're on
supposed
time
to be
today.
there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean.
No, he's really offended. He's going to report you to HR. We have a really big HR department here.
Yeah,
Auntie Jenny runs it. You'll be on her show this week. Too.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Now I'm in trouble. But
okay, so you're not even against immigration all the way, but you're only for immigration when it benefits America. So if there's a shortage in an industry or something, and you feel like it's going to completely change what the country is, if we go from it being 80 to 90% white and having one set of values and culture to the opposite. And you said it's on track to doing that?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're on track. By 2100, it's going to be like 30% white in America. And people don't really realize what that's going to look like. It's going to be a fundamentally different place. And, I'm using these words precisely. It doesn't mean inferior. It doesn't mean, because that's what they always say. It's like, oh, you don't like these people, or, oh, you hate them, or you think they're worse. It's like, it's just different. One of the things, the most profound thing is that as human beings, we love our homes. That's what the Odyssey is about. That's what great literature is about, is we love our people, we love our homes, we love where we're from. And can you really say that when America is transformed in this way, that it'll still be our home? It'll still be like the way it is? It's not. And that cultural erasure is happening everywhere in America. Like Little Italy in Chicago, which is where my great-grandfather was a shoemaker and everything. It's completely different now. It's been transformed. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing. All this, when people say that's being diversified, there is a benefit there. I'm not going to stand here and say that diversity doesn't have benefits. Like, there is the good food, but it doesn't come without a cost.
And the good producer.
And a great producer. And a charming producer. But,
let him in, whoever the new president is. Let him in. I'll let you on my show.
Yeah.
I'll campaign.
Yeah. Just don't tell them that they know me. You can put on a watch list or something.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. Let's not.
This guy's crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
We don't like him.
Yeah, we don't.
But it gets to the idea, even when we talked about with the economics argument of it, capitalism is based on creative destruction is one of the terms, which is that when innovation comes, it destroys what existed previously. The Model T destroyed the horse industry, the horse situation. And the same is true of immigration. It's like, and to a lesser extent, but it's an analogy. Yeah, these rapid transformations are happening, and what has changed? It's destroying the way things used to be. And you can have a little bit of that, but you can't have a lot of it rapidly in every sector, which is what's happening technologically, economically, in terms of the demographics.
What
culturally.
Do you mean that's what's happening?
That's what's happening in America. What's happening is a rapid pace of change in everything. Like human beings 100 years ago were on a horse and buggy, and everybody believed in God, and when women wore veils in church. And look at what it's like today.
You could get a virgin bride.
Yeah, for real. Now it's not that way. So it's this.
Oh, so you're saying that everything's changing too fast.
Yeah.
In your point of view, and you think that's a bad thing.
Yeah, because that's what being a conservative is all about. is
Well, because I'm kind of torn. On one hand, I do feel like you should adapt with the market.
Mhm.
And it's kind of like, is technological advancement always a bad thing? I don't necessarily think it's bad, but I can see what you're saying when you have a complete shift in values.
Well, it's about all of it. It's about what fundamentally what being a conservative is about is saying that, because liberals will say, "Oh, conservatives are superstitious. They're ignorant. They're like that's their big argument against religion, is that it's superstition and it's sort of like vestigial, meaning it's sort of like outlived its purpose." What a conservative would say broadly is that the society that we have because of those traditions, like the rituals, the things we used to do. Maybe people don't understand why we had them or why they worked, but they worked by virtue of the fact that they survived and they're still here. And that's not to say that we shouldn't change, because you do sometimes have to change. And I agree with you. I think technological progress is a good thing sometimes, but I don't believe in this religion of progress that it's always a good thing. Bigger, faster, more diverse.
Because then it's like, what, you're doing things inefficiently for no reason?
Well, it's not for no
So
reason.
I'm just thinking of this in my personal life, in my business. Why would I do something the slow way? In the name of what? Culture?
Here's why. Check this out. It's like, you look at a smartphone.
Right.
Smartphone is the most amazing tool that mankind has ever invented, like without a question. But look at what it's doing to young people now. Like, could you think of a reason why it'd be better to not give a kid a smartphone until they're like an adult and give them a dumb phone instead? Or even why you might use a dumb phone as an adult, for that matter? Because smartphones, while they can be very effective, they also can be very addictive, and there's all kinds of problems associated with it. And so, it's something about the old way is the way that survived. And again, that's not, it's a heuristic. It's not something that applies or it's not an ironclad law that says, we can never change. And it's not about rigidity. It's about saying that we ought to be very judicious and careful about the changes that we make and the decisions we make about. And across the board, it's like capitalism, globalization, secularization, liberalization. It is fundamentally changing society. And you look around and we're in London right now. Do we love the society that all of that is produced? Because this is the epicenter of it. And it's like, when you put all that together, does this create a heaven on earth? Is this the best place in the world?
Why do you say London's the epicenter of that?
Well, because London was the seat of the British Empire, and they were behind the liberalization of liberalism. America is the product of Britain.
But I'm just thinking, who decides what technology goes forward and what doesn't?
The society.
Okay, how would you do that?
Through the government. That's right, why I'm
so then you have politicians dictating what's allowed and what isn't. I just don't know how you would do that in an effective way.
That's the question.
Yeah, because
that's
then it's like, what are the politicians God? You're going to tell me I can't use my smartphone?
Right. Well, and that's the thing. That's a valid point, but that's kind of the tension. And I'm not the first person to come up with this, but that is the tension. But I am like a big government, statist. I think that America should have something like a king and
a king?
Yeah.
Okay, go
something like that.
You don't believe in elected officials?
Well, I don't know if I don't believe in elected officials, but I certainly don't believe in democracy.
What? Oh my gosh. Okay.
That's like
is that true conservatism?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me why.
Here's why. It's because what you have right now is not the idea behind democracy. What is democracy? Rule by the people.
Right.
Demos is people, which rule by the people. That's not really what we have, though. The UK is a democracy. The European Union is all democracies. But it's funny, in political science textbooks, they say, well, there's a slight problem. We have this democracy deficit, which is their nice way of saying it's not democratic at all, because they elect European Union parliament members, but the members don't get to create the legislation. The European Commission creates the legislation, and the European Commission's not an elected body. And so, and even in the United Kingdom, would anybody say they really feel like their voice is being heard? I mean, maybe with Brexit, but that was a referendum. In America, do we really feel like Americans are leading America? No. Politicians are leading.
The Jews?
Well, that's part of it. But
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would say I'm talking about the structure of it.
Right.
The structure of it is it's really more like an oligarchy. It's really more like the media has a big role, and the capitalist class, you know, the big money people that put up all the money for the campaigns, lobbyists.
I almost think women.
Female government, gynocracy.
A bit.
Kind of.
I mean, I feel like the outcomes would be better if women didn't vote. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey,
That's
no disagreement.
Because a lot of these companies can influence women in a way they can't influence men. I mean, we make 70 to 80% of consumer buying decisions.
Yeah.
So we're a lot more influenced by the media than, I mean, men have video game addictions. We have social media addictions.
Right.
So we're a lot more influenced by those media companies than men are. I almost think women are a tool that these companies use in order to have more power and influence.
That's 100% true. And that is like women were kind of like the foot in the door of these types because, you know, men are like controlled by their girlfriends and they're controlled by their wives, especially now. And I hate that. They get bossed around.
Happy wife.
You want to know where she got that from? What's going on, Wavy Cam? You want to know where she got that from? She got that from the manosphere. She got that from the manosphere. All right. All right, let's go.
Happy life.
Yeah, that'll be the day. If I ever say that, somebody please kill me. You know, like,
and what makes us happy? We don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. Totally irrational.
Ask a girl that's mad at her boyfriend, what would make you happy in this situation? They never know.
Yeah.
I was telling this to one of my girlfriends. I was like, she was complaining about her boyfriend. I'm like, what could he do to make you like this problem go away?
Yeah. They don't know. They don't even know. They don't want to know. Or they don't know where they want to go to eat. They don't know where they, you know, I'm like, whenever I get lunch with my mom, I'm like, okay, where do you want to eat? I don't know, you know, and it turns into some big ordeal. So, but they are like the beachhead of these groups that want to control us, you know, and yeah, they do all happen to be Jewish for that matter, but not all of them, a lot of them.
Okay. So back to the king.
Okay.
Why do you think we need so you're saying right now that Americans and British people don't feel actually represented by the government?
Well, it's not really a government that is by the people. What it turns out is that you get these interest groups vying for power, and they just kind of like, it's sort of like they launder their decisions through the people. You know, so they kind of like make a decision of what they want to do, and then it's just kind of a matter of like programming the people with media to get them to then support it.
So the special interest groups that often are run by the Jews, what you're saying.
Which is true, yeah.
They basically make the decisions when it comes to politics, and they influence, let's be honest, women.
Yeah, well, men too. Men are very influenceable, but less so than women.
Yeah, they're only influenced by the women.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why people didn't like Trump.
Men will,
like,
do
my
a lot
wife
to
is
get
mad at me.
Men will do a lot to get laid.
Yeah, for real.
So that's why you don't think it's by the people.
Yeah. And so what you really need, the reason why I'm for a king is because, you know, look at like Putin as a good example, is why I'm pro Putin. He is clearly the despot of Russia. He's like the king, the dictator of Russia. And a lot of people say, what? I can't imagine living in a country where, you know, it's tyrannical like that. Well, it's actually very similar. Like I've never lived in Russia, but it actually seems quite similar. Like you get arrested in the United Kingdom for saying stuff I say on my show every night for hate speech, you know, and I was at the Capitol on January 6th and, you know, which is like an anti-government thing. And I didn't break any laws, but I still got harassed by the government. I got put in a no-fly list. They froze my my bank accounts, all that.
Oh, so all of that was from the Charlottesville.
No, I was from the Capitol.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
get
okay.
these events all confused. I'm not okay. So that's later.
Yes.
Well, we'll get to that. Okay,
Yeah.
but you think a king. So sorry, keep going.
Yeah. So the point is that the level of despotism, the structure of the government doesn't have a lot to do with the level of despotism. In other words, these countries we live in now, which we consider so free, are actually not as free as we really think. Because we talk about like China, social credit score in China, facial recognition, etc. You kind of have a social credit score in America. What you'll find, like me, because what do you get in trouble for in China? Being against the government. Okay, I'm against the government in America. I'm banned from PayPal. I'm banned from having a checking account. I'm put on a no-fly list, etc. It's actually quite similar. And so the point is, what a king does is he eliminates corruption, because a king set against these oligarchical interests, the rich billionaires, or in the former or the post-Soviet Union, you had all these guys that bought off the state industries. You had a dictator fighting against them for power. And the dictator won, Putin won. And so now all these powerful groups serve the Russian government. And if you have a good guy like Putin at the head of it, who is trying to bring glory to Russia and protect his people and elevate the standard of living, guess what? Everybody wins. And so the purpose of a king is you got to have a guy who he learns to rule at a young age. He's a master of politics. He's the responsible, accountable person for what goes on in the country. If everybody has a problem, blame the king. And he is working in the best interest of the nation.
But what if he doesn't represent the people's interests?
Well, then you get like what you have in America.
What do you mean?
You get a government that doesn't represent the people's interest, and then horrible things happen.
Well, but I'm saying, wouldn't the same thing happen with the king?
Well, yeah.
Or couldn't it?
It could.
Yeah.
But the point is
but
that
the difference is, in a democracy, we can elect them out of office. And you could argue that, okay, we are influenced by the media, right?
Mm-hmm.
And special interest groups, but arguably some people say steal an election.
Mm-hmm.
However, at the end of the day, it's still your choice who you vote for.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that it doesn't really, that's the idea in theory, and that's part of like this super prison that we live in. What
do you mean super prison?
Like, you can be in a prison, and then you can be in like the country is a prison, and like you're in like a mental prison, which is the idea that like we think we're free, but we're really not. And not like I'm some big freedom fighter or something, but what I mean by that is, we don't even understand the extent to which like our government doesn't represent us for the reason that you just said, because everybody has it in their head that, if we don't like the government, we'll just vote them out. Mm-hmm. And it's like, that's a nice idea, but when have we ever voted out like the bad things that are going on in our country? The Iraq War was very unpopular. It's still going on. It was unpopular 15 years ago.
I thought it was over. It's still going on.
Still going on. We're still there.
I don't know. That's what I say. I don't know. I do not understand foreign policy.
I mean, they wound it down to a considerable degree, but like in 2008, Obama wins going against the war. So what happened in 2000, what was it? In 2011, he winds it down. 2014, boom, ISIS. ISIS was created by America and Israel. That was the reason why you look skeptical.
No, I'm just, what? ISIS was created by America and Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
To destabilize Syria, and also to keep, in my opinion, to keep us there in Iraq. But either way, it's like, look, the point is, even if maybe that's a little far-fetched.
All right, my bad, y'all. I'm in the background doing some work. Shout outs to my brother Fighter Complex 7 dropping a huge $5 on the super chat. Fighter says, Kuda, I also believe they want to provoke a muddle between opposite genders. Of course, because gender wars make a lot of money. Gender wars make a lot of money to keep it going. YouTube has been in on it for the longest time too. vidIQ actually really exposed that. They wanted me to make a diss video to BGS, like random topics that I don't give a damn what's coming up in my suggested top 10 stuff I should make a video on, and it'll get me views and all kinds of stuff, and it'll do well in the algorithm. And they try to get me to diss BGS, which in other cases too, they try to get other people to say something that a bunch of women will disagree with. Not because you believe in what the hell you're about to do, but it's a hot title, and you can get a lot of listeners and subscribers from it. So I had to screenshot that picture because when I, especially me, try to tell y'all something, I'm not believed. For some reason, I guess I'm too playful with y'all. Y'all just don't believe me when I give y'all the game or give y'all the truth. So I'm like, okay, let me screenshot this. And somebody's going to be like, oh, well, he doctored that and shit like that. So it's like, it makes no fucking sense. But they've been keeping the gender war going on for the longest time. Why do black male channels get flagged and copyrighted and all this other stuff where women can be up here twerking and show you they can show you their whole uterus. They can show you their whole birth canal on the internet. You don't hear them getting their channels taken down for inappropriate behavior. You don't hear them talking about, hey, how do I get past the copyright? But if you speak your mind as a man and just say, hey, I don't like mustard on my hot dog, no homo, you will you'll get kicked off the internet. Where are interviews and extremist women on here that say some of the most ludicrous shit having these type of conversations? Show me one woman that's banned on all of these platforms going on here and having a conversation. So they keep it going. Pearly can freely come in here and regurgitate every single manosphere talking point with no fear. Whereas a black man, demonetized. You lose your job. Copyright. Catch a strike. They've been pushing this for years, man. And it makes millions of dollars. The question is, who's getting paid off of it?
But look, that is my belief, though. But we were in Iraq, and by the way, under false pretenses, they told us we're there because
for the nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And though Saddam has nuclear weapons and he was responsible for 9/11, all the stuff that wasn't true. And we're there, and we're there. Obama gets elected to pull us out. He pulls us out. And then what happened? Well, they came up with a reason to keep us there, which was ISIS. And, some people believe it's organic or not in 2013. But they came up with another reason to keep us there in perpetuity. Trump gets elected. Basically the same thing. Trump, in the primary debates, says with Jeb Bush, it was a mistake to go into Iraq. You said there were weapons of mass destruction. There weren't any. George Bush should have been impeached. That was treason. He gets elected. Guess what they don't do? Pull out of Iraq. He tried. He tried to pull us out of those wars. And it came down to, in the last few weeks of his first term in 2020, instruction went out to the generals that said, pull us out of Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, South Korea, Germany. You know what the generals said? No, we will not carry out the order. Now, the president's the chief, the commander in chief of the armed forces. He's the head, like he's the supreme leader of the military because he's a civilian, head of the civilian government. The military refused to carry out the order. So it's like, that's just one example of something where it's like, hey, nice idea in a democracy. If you don't like what's going on, you vote and we all get to make a decision. Well, Americans voted against the Iraq war in 1, 2, 3 elections. And we're still there 20 years later.
And you think that's because of the special interest groups? Like, wouldn't that military officer get fired then? You would
what do you
think?
mean?
If he wasn't listening to the commander in chief.
Who's going to fire him?
The commander in chief? No.
No, because the problem is, well, number one, It was too late at that point.
Right. He was on his way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing is what we found out with the Trump presidency, because the Trump presidency was like, it was like an asteroid hitting democracy, because it was a real test. It was like, here's a guy that was opposed by all of the institutions, the media, the Democrats, Republicans, even Fox News was against him, actually. Everybody was against him, and he won. And that means that, like, they're still counting our votes, and the result of the election was respected. So that's a good sign. But he gets in there and he was totally sabotaged by his own personnel, by the congressional leadership, by the deep state, you know, the bureaucrats that run the executive branch. And at the end of it,
I don't know.
Okay.
This, but
well, you know, like the IRS and the Defense Department, the State Department, all because the executive branch, the president changes, but the people that work in these branches of government, most of them, they stay for life.
And how was he sabotaged by them?
So, like, there was a New York Times article that came out, front page editorial, where a guy said, I am the deep state. I'm working in the Trump administration, and every day I am sabotaging his efforts. So, like, a lot of these guys that work in the departments just weren't carrying out his policies. You know, because they didn't believe in it. They weren't ideologically pro-Trump. So, you know, there's about like 2,000 or 4,000 people that get turned over from administration to administration.
So the president doesn't have as much influence as we think.
Yeah.
And so the people think they're voting in a president, and then we think we have more influence. But if his own administration isn't carrying out what he says to do, how much can he really do?
Exactly.
And that's your point when you're saying, at least with a king,
you know who's in charge.
Okay. Because you're saying that the people that are at the White House that are not being turned over have more power and influence than the actual president.
Yeah.
So therefore, we don't really have a democracy because they're the ones influencing everything.
Right. And the problem with that is that the problem is not that we don't have a democracy. The problem is that the people that are making the decisions are unknown to us. And because they're unknown, they're unaccountable. And then there's no way to overturn them, you know, because the people that were the architects of the Iraq war in the 90s, they're still the same people there today. Even though their decisions have been repudiated over and over and are so unpopular, they're still there working there, making those decisions. But we're given this illusion that there is this, you know, turnover happening in the leadership. And so Putin talks about this too. He did this big thing with Oliver Stone, and he said, and he's been on record many times saying that America is run by this permanent bureaucratic class in Washington, D.C., and they're the real ones making the decision. That's the real seat of power.
What would be an example of?
Shout outs to Hot Rod in the building. He dropped a link in the chat. Let them know what the video is about in the chat, you know, so you guys can head over and check it out. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Shout out to Shatira in the building also. The reason why they try to paint these guys also, because it's in their best interest to paint guys like him as like incel and extremists and stuff like that, you know, basically saying, hey, we got a basket or a cabinet where we can put you and your content in, is because they idolize a lot of these leaders that a lot of people don't. You know, like if you ever you know, when some of these kind of cats, even though he seems like he's doing better off than a lot of them, when they snap or something is wrong with them, they usually write a manifesto. And usually there's always a common theme in that manifesto where it's like some type of military leader or them exposing truth about a certain situation, and just it gets overshadowed by their actions and some of the stuff that they do, you know. So a lot of times, you know, it's I don't know what to say. Like, you know, it makes, you're too young. This guy maybe might be telling y'all a little bit of the truth. You know, I don't know, but like, it's like, does it matter? You know what I'm saying? Does it matter for Americans to be woke in this way? You know, because even if you tell somebody the truth, it's like, well, what are you gonna do with it? I don't know. It's just, I'm just gonna get mad for some reason and probably destroy some shit and go to jail. And that's it. You know? And it looked like he's sabotaging Pearl, about to take a hit for having him on there. Like he's sabotaging her shit. That's how white America looks at kids like this. They're like, oh, okay, you're trolling us. You're saying stupid shit. You're a nuisance. We got to ban you from social media. No phone for you. We got to, y'all don't see it? We got to get you up out. This is how they treat their kids that just know not what they do or say. So, and a lot of them, they usually look up to like quote unquote diabolical world leaders, you know, and how some of that stuff, some of those stories and things like get introduced to them. Some of these kids don't read Mein Kampf or all these other weird books, right? But they probably see the villain or somebody that would have been perceived a villain in a good light that most people don't perceive them as, you know, guys like Putin and stuff like that. So it's interesting, but you know, it is what it is.
Of their job title, say. So if I wanted to put names and faces to these people, who would they be?
So like everybody in the State Department, like people.
What do you mean by the State Department?
The state, so the U.S. Department of State, that's like the Foreign Ministry of America. So they run the embassies, they do the diplomacy with all the foreign capitals.
And would that also include like the FBI? Because aren't they saying the FBI is corrupted too?
The FBI is part of the intelligence community.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But
they're part of it too. But they're part of that as well.
Okay.
But there's different. But the point is like the president sits at the top of the executive branch. The executive performs the executive functions of government, which are carrying out like the administrative duties of the government.
Oh, but so sorry, the wheels are kind of turning. So basically, you're saying that the average American thinks they have more influence than they do, but it's really all these people. And maybe that's why they've watered down and subsidized the education system so much, so the bureaucrats can have more control. Because if we don't understand it, if the average American doesn't understand what we're looking at, how would we vote differently or really make changes?
Yeah, I think we're just getting dumbed down in general. I think like the average IQ is just getting lower. but yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I mean,
well, you know about, I figured about how they subsidized education in the 60s. So there's no real incentive for them to put out a better product.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, and especially nowadays. But so I don't know. I don't know if there's like a conspiracy to like, you know, not teach civics in public school so they don't know. Because like, you know, in high school, I took like an American government class and they taught about the Iron Triangle and how it's about lobbyists and special interest groups. So, I mean, people are told about this. It's just that one, people don't care.
But there's no incentive from the schools to educate kids better when they're paid regardless.
Yeah.
Why would I create a better product if I get, in the city of Chicago, I think they get $12,000 per kid, which my high school was Catholic school and it was $8,000 per kid. So they get paid more and it doesn't matter. Where if they teach them poorly in a Catholic school, they pull the kids, but they're stuck going there because they're assigned to the school by zip code. So it's like we're dumbing down Americans too.
Yeah. Well, the education system's a mess for many reasons, and that's one of them. And that, you know, that's another area where I'm like a big government guy. I think the national government should take over education and make it very good. But what is required is a political will. I think that you, at the end of the day, just need the right people in leadership, as opposed to creating like the idea that we're going to create a system with an incentive structure and like that's going to solve all our problems. At the end of the day, you just need the right people in charge. You need very good people.
I'm a capitalist. I think.
You are. I know.
Because it's like I'm thinking if I got paid $12,000 per kid, and I would find a way to educate those kids. Like, you get 30 kids in a class, but I don't know. You can get 4 or 5. Like, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a lot of smart people want to make money. You don't think so?
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I agree to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that in terms of uplifting society in general, because I thought a lot like you did, like, some time ago. What I came to realize and think about is more like it just is about the people. Like, I never realized how far society's fallen in terms of like the great men and women, mostly men though, of America 100 years ago. We're just not making men like that anymore. Because, when you think about where are we going to get the guys that are going to build like things like the Hoover Dam? Where are we going to get the guys that are going to build the awesome things we used to build or invent the things we used to do that had the ingenuity and the creativity and the fortitude? They just don't exist anymore. The society cannot produce a great philosopher, a great artist, a great engineer. The society literally cannot produce that anymore.
Why?
Because the people have not been raised right. I think on a fundamental level,
Because of a lack of values.
Yeah, a lack of everything. I mean, when you look at how people used to be raised in churches and with discipline and all of that, and nowadays it's just like a big free for all.
Well, and there's a lot of single mothers too.
There's that.
And divorced kids. Like, it's not a stable environment for a lot of kids to grow up
But
in.
even for people that are married, it's so lackadaisical, and it's just like anything goes. There's no standards. And when standards drop, we know this about people. People become lazy. People, you know how it is. If you ask highly of yourself, you'll perform highly. And so what happens when the entire country, when all these baby boomers say, our parents were mean, man, like we just got to chill out and like take it easy. What happens? Society plummets. Like we just fell off a 50-foot ledge. So that's why I'm a big believer in like the society has to change from the top to the bottom, not from the bottom up. In other words, I don't think you can create a system with incentives and society spontaneously gets better. I think that you need a great leader like Putin, or like Trump to get in there and put in great people in the government, and you need great people in the government to go into education and to go into business and these kinds of things, fire all the bad people, bring in good people. And,
But it goes back to who determines who's good and who's bad. And it also goes back to how do you incentivize the best people to go into those things? And to me, it's money.
The good guys just have to win.
The good guys want to make money. I'm thinking, oh, come on. Come on.
No. The good guys are the guys. Like, I'm a good guy. I'm one of the good guys.
You're a good guy.
If I'm not the good guy, I'm like a prophet of the good guy.
Okay.
That will come in the future, the new Caesar or whatever.
But the only good guys that are going into industries, like they would have to have money already, like Trump, right? Like he only went to run for president because, I mean, would he have done it if he wasn't a billionaire?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come from like good stock. It's going to come from like the elite. It will come from the American elite, from like a high IQ, beautiful person with probably resources. We need good people from the elite to do that to our society. I'm not like a believer that it's going to be, although you never know. Joseph Stalin came from Georgia, so because he took his country and took it from nothing and turned it into an industrial nuclear superpower.
Didn't he commit a genocide?
That is what they say.
He didn't commit a genocide?
Well,
see, I'm telling you, he naming all the dudes. Joseph Stalin. He hasn't. I don't think he mentioned the H man yet. The funny mustache guy. But that's who they study, and they like get real deep into these people's personality and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna. I mean, look, one man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. And you look long enough, you'll find people that'll say good things, or you'll find good stories about certain people that were considered god awful, right? Or did a lot of fucked up stuff. But that's the side that they stay stuck on. He's so young and fascinated and enamored by this type of stuff that he doesn't even realize that history is going to create. He's just recreating history. And a lot of people don't have no problems with recreating history, especially when they're as young as him. They've never seen it before. It never been on their doorstep. He's just a nerdy kind of kid with a whole bunch of knowledge, maybe good, bad, right, or wrong, that never really been battle tested or been through anything. He's a nuisance. That's how he's getting looked at. He hasn't been old enough for any of the stuff that he's talking about to really affect him. Not like that. So he's annoying to white America. You know? He's annoying to white America, and he likes to sit up here and troll like that because it's a cool thing to have these people's attention like that. But he's fucking himself up. You know, I don't hate the guy, but goddamn, he's not old enough to really understand what he talks about, or that the depth that he's going in on it. You know, he hasn't been around long enough. He's one of those new age computer kids that spent a lot of time on the dark web and shit. You know? He's a torrent kid. You know what I'm saying? You found some stuff out on the dark web and found, you know, it's like, ooh, good for you. It is what it is. And it's like what Shatera was saying. Elite. You know, he's trying to put himself up there with the elite people, but guess what? Elite people don't talk this much. So let's go.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, but
What do you mean you don't?
there's a lot of dispute about, was it intentional, was it overstated?
How do you unintentionally commit a genocide?
Because he didn't really, like, you know, when they say it's a genocide, they say that what happened was he collectivized agriculture in Ukraine.
Okay.
So instead of having all these like independent small farmers, he wanted the government to own large farms.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been a long time since I read up on the Soviet history, but so he went in there and forced agriculture to be collectivized with these brutal 5-year plans, really high quotas, and it, you know, didn't really work, and a lot of people starved and died from it. And so people then say, well, that was intentional. They were trying to kill all the Ukrainians. And I don't know if it was intentional, and I think maybe it's overstated how many people died.
And he was an American? He was in Stalin. You said he was from Georgia?
From the country, Georgia.
Oh.
Okay.
I was like, he was an American? No, okay.
Yeah. Which is like the point is, it was like on the outskirts of, so he was really just kind of like an unimpressive guy. He was like 5'6". He walked with a limp. He was pockmarked. He was a criminal. He committed this like robbery on a train, which he was very ashamed of. And he was from the periphery of the empire. You know, he didn't even speak Russian. He spoke Georgian. He was like a Georgian nationalist. And then after the revolution, became the dictator and single-handedly took Russia and turned it into a superpower. There were a lot of casualties, no doubt. But, you know, Russia was like a farm country, and it turned into the number one superpower in the world.
Okay.
After World War II.
Wow.
So
that's a take I have never heard. I've never heard that take.
Well, because I'm banned on everything. Where would you hear it?
Okay, wait. So, do you deny the Holocaust? Is that a
well?
Okay. So when you say
prefer
wow,
the term revision.
Okay. Yeah, because I have here denies the Holocaust as on your Wikipedia page.
Look, I mean, I made a Holocaust joke.
I need to. Do you think the Holocaust was real? Yeah. Yes or no?
Well, it's not. It's a little bit more complicated.
I'll let you explain. I'll let you explain, but I need a yes or no.
All right.
Don't be like the modern women on the show.
No, I didn't. The way that they said it happened, it didn't happen that way.
Okay, so the Holocaust you don't think was real?
We all know it didn't really happen.
You say we all know? I don't think that the average person has ever heard this side. Okay,
that's true. You're right about that.
So when you say we all know,
I know
certainly
that was
not
a joke. That was a little tongue in cheek.
Okay, two. So you don't think the Holocaust happened the way they said it happened? What about all the Jewish people here that will talk about the internment camps? And Frank, you think they were just making that shit up?
No, I think there were concentration camps. There were concentration camps, and and I think there probably were death camps. Like I think people were killed in death camps.
Okay, so how did it not? Okay, that's what they said happened.
Okay, but what they say is like 6 million died. I don't think 6 million died.
Why? Why do you think that 6 million did not die?
Because I don't think there's any basis for that number. I think that the most you get is like 2 million, maybe 3 million.
And you wouldn't qualify that as a genocide?
Well, I don't know that it was a systematic extermination. I don't know that because they killed a lot of people. They murdered a lot of people.
Okay.
They murdered. And by the way, and I'm not like, oh, it's a great thing. It's a horrible thing. But the point is, horrible things were happening everywhere to everyone. It was a global war. So horrible things were happening in China, and horrible things were happening actually to the Germans by Eisenhower, who was the leader of the Allied forces in Western Europe. Americans ran concentration camps. Americans put the Japanese in internment camps.
That's true. We did do that, yeah.
And Russians were running gulags. So horrible.
Did they kill the Japanese in the intern? Because I didn't think they weren't like death camps.
No,
I mean, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that's not a genocide.
Yeah.
If you're in an internment camp, it's wrong, but it's not a genocide.
My point is, though, you're right.
So because what you're describing, it still sounds like a genocide.
Okay. But the thing is, I don't think it was a genocide.
I'm going to Google the definition of a genocide. Do you know what the definition is?
It's when you try to kill off a whole people.
Oh, okay. But so you're saying it's not a genocide because they weren't trying to kill off a whole people?
Yeah, I don't think that there was ever a decision made like we're going to try and kill every Jewish person in Europe. I don't think that was.
So then why'd they take the Jews?
Well, they took Jews, gypsies, homosexuals, the disabled. They took some Catholics. They took a lot of Polish people because Jews were considered to be enemies of the Nazi regime.
Oh, okay.
So, and a lot of them were put in concentration camps and treated horribly. And I think they did towards the end of the war, specifically not authorized by Hitler, but there were fanatics that I'm sure were just executing Jews, and they were executing a lot of people. And it's not whataboutism or to minimize it, but what goes on is like this, ceaseless Holocaust Remembrance Day stuff. Remember the 6 million. And it's like, I'm not saying, you could even, I don't really even have a problem with calling it a genocide, actually. You can call it that, but it's not the first and won't be the last genocide in the history of planet Earth. And again, it's not to say it's not wrong or bad or horrible, but it's elevated to this level where we're kind of like basing our society around it in a way.
Okay, so it's kind of, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
The way they put American slavery as above all different types of slavery almost, where, because I read Sowell, so he talks about, oh God, this is going to get me in trouble, how slavery was a global institution, and the word slave actually came from Slavic, which is white, and they don't talk about that slavery wasn't about race. So you're saying it wasn't, that the Jewish genocide wasn't about race. It was just about...
Well, it was a little bit about race.
Okay, then...
What I'm saying is that...
Then how is it not a genocide?
Well, that's not my contention. My contention is...
I asked you if you thought it was a genocide.
I thought you said, do you believe it happened? Or if it was a genocide?
Okay.
Well, I said I don't know, because I don't know if it was really... I'm not like a Holocaust expert. I don't know that it was like...
I thought you were a Holocaust denier.
I'm a revisionist. Okay, we prefer the term revisionist, but no, but the thing is about it is, and this is what Ye was getting at too, why is it that this is the fundamental point, okay? Because it's not even really about the history. It's about why is this trauma elevated above everything else? Why is it that we all have to care about the Holocaust that happened 80 years ago in Poland? Why does that matter for me? Why do we have to have a Holocaust history museum on every block? And when Ye said, look, the Jewish media is bullying me, what did they say? The Holocaust, this is just like the Holocaust. It's like, no, it isn't. We're criticizing a very standard thing that goes on in powerful industries.
And they use the word anti-Semitic so they don't have to argue with it.
Yeah. And why is
Oh.
anti-Semitism so unspeakably, if you're considered an anti-Semite, why is that so bad? Because the last time that happened, the Holocaust occurred. And it's like, so the Holocaust is when I say it's a myth, I mean it in the sense of it's a story. It's the foundational myth of the entire like anti-racist infrastructure, because it all goes back to that. Why was Trump bad? Because he's like Hitler. What did Hitler do? The Holocaust.
And you think this is pushed by the Jew group, like all the people in power that are Jewish?
That is how they evade any degree of scrutiny.
Oh, so it kind of reminds me, because I think in systems, like, and I've noticed that there's certain systems that are the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, I don't know much about the environment, and like this is gonna sound like it's off base, but let me finish. Okay, I don't know much about environmental stuff, but I know they're full of shit, because the same rhetoric and like system they use is really similar to other industries that are full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, like women's empowerment and women's, like, what's it called? Violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing where like, this just sounds really similar. I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's like the same system where if you attack the argument in any way, they'll say you hate women.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing where you say, oh, if they attack the Jewish people at all, they'll say you hate Jewish. But the difference is that Jewish people have more power, and it seems like they can make your life hell.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But it sounds like the same system that the environmental people use, where you don't care about the environment, and then they'll use some horrible thing that's going to happen. Like they would use the Holocaust, but the environmental people will say global warming. The women people will say, I don't know, grape, whatever it is. But yeah, that sounds really similar.
Yeah, and that's really because the thing is, like, when people call me a Holocaust denier, they make it out like that's my job. Like, hi, like I go to weddings and parties, like, hey, I'm here to like deny the Holocaust or something. Like, I don't even know anything really.
But you don't deny it.
No, not really. No.
I mean, you agree that it happened. You just think it wasn't just Jewish people.
I just think they're like, I don't believe in the 6 million number.
This is what happens when you mix Zillennials or Z's. This what happens when you mix that conspiracy, infatuation, and internet propaganda all together. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, Larry? BMT, what's going on, fasting? Shout outs to everybody here. Yeah, she is blushing for this dude. He basically picked her up. She likes this type of stuff, these type of conversations. She'll date a guy like this. They like them outcast type guys, You said she was at 1.1, now she almost 1.4. Y'all boosting this chick like crazy. No, it ain't no y'all. The Black Manosphere been boosting her. I just went right back to an old show with O'Shea, basically, riding her nuts. Somebody said he had a rant earlier today, which is hilarious, because as much as he and a lot of the guys in the Manosphere was riding this woman's nuts, almost 30 people in the room. Let's see if we can get at least 3 contributors on today's show. Make sure you guys like and support fire content. You dig? Definitely supplying the content for the overnight scenario. You dig? What's going on, Chaos? Yeah, I mean, she took over the space. Y'all boosted her. Y'all let her use y'all talking points. When I was saying something, I was getting, man, listen. Y'all tried to slash my face when I said something. I doubt YouTube gonna hit her because she white, but it might can happen, You said your mic doesn't sound like it's on, Kuda. No, I don't have it hooked up. I don't have it hooked up. I'm on my laptop right now. I'm actually working in the background. You did? Shout outs to Larry. Thank you, broski, for dropping a huge $2 on the super chat. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You said if you've never been to the Middle East and fighting for land, I hear nothing about books, Black Read. The thing is that, you know, this is all propaganda, revisionist history, and all this other stuff mixed in. You know, most of the stuff this guy is saying on this show, most people are not going to go back and research it and read it if they don't know about it. So they're going to take his words hook, line, and sinker. Same thing with Just Pearly thing. She's trying to play the I really don't know what's going on. I'm just the ditzy blonde that hires Nigerian people. She's just gonna, you know, is BS after BS. And like I said, when I was their age, I hate to sound like the old nigga, but when I was their age, I was trying to figure out how to get a box Chevy to start. I'm not up here worried about global power and economic. It's like, yeah, whatever. Is this box Chevy gonna start? You know. So these are some privileged kids, man. And she likes him. You know, she feeling him. She likes him. There's no doubt we ain't think she was feeling him. All right. So let's go.
I don't believe in the gas chambers thing. I don't think that happened.
You don't believe in the gas chambers?
No, that's fake.
Oh. What? Okay.
That's totally fake.
He's on the no flight list. So who gonna take him to Poland and show him Auschwitz? Who gonna take him to Poland? O'Shea, why don't you take him to Poland? I took the walk to Poland. I took the walk to Thailand. Schlong. What? Which one of y'all niggas gonna take him to fucking Poland and show him the gas chambers in Auschwitz? Take him in the wintertime so he can get more mileage out of that coat. Oh, wait, hold on. He's in Europe right now because Pearly's in Europe. What? Hold on, this makes no sense. Well, he just go to Poland. He close. He said, I just woke you. I know I can't sing, y'all. All right, let's go. He said gas chambers aren't real. Okay, they spent all that money to fool y'all. The moon landing ain't real. Earth is flat. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
That just sounds like ridiculous. Because think about it this way: you have like a war going on. This is Hollywood stuff. So the idea is they created a chamber that looked like a shower, and then when they got in, they locked the doors. Surprise! We tricked you. Actually, that just to me just sounds like Hollywood, and there's no evidence that existed. Like, because you go to the remaining death camps, 2 of them I believe were like destroyed, and then 2 of them remain, and they don't even have anything that resembles that. The stuff that they say that they used as a gas chamber, they used Zyklon B. Zyklon B gas was a delousing agent. You know, they would bring in the clothes, and the disease was rampant at that time. It's a prison. You know, it's like all these people are stuck together, and there was a war going on. People get typhus, and they'd get sick, so they would delouse the clothes. And so they put clothes there, and they'd use Zyklon B as a chemical agent to clean the clothes. And then decades later, they said it was a gas chamber to industrially kill people. I just think that's a load.
Why would they make this stuff up?
So to make it more compelling. That's why they make movies about it. That's why they write these dramatic fictional accounts of it.
But don't they have people that were actually there that could speak on it? Do they not talk about it?
No. They because all the people that
come on, there are Holocaust survivors.
They didn't survive the gas chamber. They just talk about people. They talk about things they saw when they were like little kids, and you know, they didn't even understand what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's also this thing where if you look at
think any adults made it out? None?
all the survivors we hear today, no, that's one. And two, I think that with a lot of them, they embellish the story. Because if you look, there was a survey that was done in Israel of Holocaust survivors, and there was like an absurd number of them that said that they were operated on by Joseph Mengele, the Nazi scientist.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, did like millions of people get operated on by this guy, or did they just like come up with that? Is that just something that happened in their imagination? And I think that with a lot of it, that's what's going on. Because there is no like hard evidence that there were gas chambers.
Why would they make that up?
Like I said, that's why they make boy in the striped pajamas.
Because it's the Jewish people in the media.
It's about creating this narrative that the Jewish trauma is the worst trauma that anyone's ever had.
The same way they do that with Roots, because Roots, the founder of Roots said, or the guy who made Roots said in quotes, "I wanted to make a myth for my people to live by." That was the quote that he used. So like that kind of sounds similar. It's like the system. It's the same system.
Well, and here's what the Jews say. This is what they say about the Holocaust. They say, and they will literally, like, for example, in the Ukraine war, Zelensky said, this is like the Holocaust. And the state of Israel came out and said, that's anti-Semitic. You cannot compare it to the Holocaust, because it's part of their belief that the Holocaust is literally the worst thing that ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
Why? They say because it was an industrial extermination of the Jewish people. And so is that specifically industrial horror aspect of it, the idea that they were using modern technology, a gas chamber, this deception, this trick, they're going to, and the Nazi scientists and all this. So it's all of that is part of creating this extremely compelling narrative that they were the victims of the worst thing ever. And who did it? The Nazis. Who did it? This guy that believed in white people. And so as a consequence, what can we never have? We can never be proud of our heritage as white people. We can never say things like America or Europe should be white places. We can never have a strong, charismatic leader. Like, all those things are no longer allowed because Hitler did the worst thing ever. And, as a consequence, things like having a strong, charismatic leader are actually good for a country. And it's actually a good thing. Who does it benefit to have a system where there's no strong nationalistic leadership? It benefits people on the margins. It benefits immigrants, religious and ethnic minorities. It benefits those types of groups. Now, that's fine. Okay, I think that religious and ethnic minorities should be treated with tolerance and respect. Like, I'm not against that. But what has been created is something where anyone who is against an open, totally liberal international society is branded as Hitler. If you want to close the borders, you're Hitler.
Oh, that's so true. That's really true. Wow, because they really painted Trump as racist for wanting to close the border. That's a basic, why would you not want to close border?
I know.
That's not even.
That's just like a no-brainer.
And the crazy thing is, hearing the liberals try to say it's like it's a wall. I just don't know why that would be controversial.
Yeah.
Is a wall more effective than no wall?
Right. Yeah. Well, and they say they're for border security, but just no wall. Why? It's a physical structure to prevent people from entering.
At least a fence. Can we get a fence?
Yeah, right. Yeah, but that would be okay. And so, but that's what the Holocaust thing to me is really about. At the end of the day, I don't really care about the history of it. What matters is they have created, the history matters because they embellish it to the point of saying it's the worst thing ever, and therefore society can never be the same. Like, we have to, because think about it. World War II happens and the old world is destroyed. When I talk about the old world, I mean the old Europe, the old America, this old idea of having kings and queens, this old...
What do you mean? Well, we were in a democracy. Here.
America was.
Yeah, so not here, but...
but in Europe, you still had these vestiges of royalty and autocratic leadership. Even like in Russia, they killed the Tsar, but they had a tyrannical leader. In Germany, they had a Kaiser, then they had Hitler. In France, France had been democratic for a long time. But so World War II, the empires, all the colonies become independent. The empires are over. The monarchies are over. The idea of having like a cohesive society is over. And over the last 70 years, it's liberalization, it's globalization. Immigrants are brought in.
What do you mean when you say globalization?
Globalization meaning like, number one, you have all this international trade. Immigration is a big part of globalization. You have all these people, because this has been going on in Europe since the 50s and 60s, actually.
Oh, so you're saying that was the end of Europe being one way and America being one. That was when more immigration happened and the culture, we sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because the lesson of World War II, based on the horrors of the Holocaust, is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is
Okay, shoot, I didn't even notice. I needed to look at my account. Shout outs to Sexy Red TV for supporting tonight's show, dropping a huge $5 on the Cash App. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, like, and it's what you guys are saying, because I'm about to run and come right back. I need to go grab something, but like I said, they are bonded. She's a little bit more, interested in what's going on with him than anybody else. He's an interesting guest. And like I said, women are attracted to guys that have like a renegade mentality. I'm a loose cannon. Nobody can tell me what to do. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I got banned, but it's okay. I'm cool with it. They actually have a lot more in common than they think. And the funny thing is that she's actually showing a side of herself that really agrees with what he's talking about. Then she really, I mean, come on, man. She's a young 26-year-old girl. Like, why are y'all looking up to this person to be y'all leader anyway? Why? And I said this months ago. Why are you mad that a white woman is pro alt-right? Was she supposed to save niggas or something? Did I miss the memo? They're gonna be for the alt. You to practice, for any woman to wave her finger at a man or say you ain't shit and stuff like that, you have to be in a safe environment. You have to be in a safe environment to say and even openly say or do any of that shit. So for even white women to practice feminism, the environment has to be safe. Yeah, they're vibing because they agree with each other. But he's not just saying racist stuff against black people. They're saying racist stuff against damn near several groups of people. And she likes him because he's quote unquote outspoken. Nobody can really silence him. He's still thriving. He's smarter than he looks. And to tell you the truth, if this keeps going on, Pearly gonna be in the same situation as him. She feeling him. These are two, like y'all said, these are two peas in a pod. Oh, y'all really vibing off this racist shit, huh? Oh no, keep talking. Keep talking. Let us know more. All right. Now give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta go get some allergy medicine. My eyes killing me right now. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
What happens when nationalism goes
But
too
your
far.
argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. Okay, what do you mean basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of
You
it.
deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they're embellished upon.
I think they're embellished. Yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're
You're
gonna
gonna
get in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people in a way. And that it sounds really similar, because even with the please leave me on YouTube. Please. But even with like the slavery stuff, like that's what they'll do. And they won't talk about instances of like slaves traveling across states. Like when they initially freed the slaves, there were some slaves that felt so indebted to their owners that they would travel across states to pay them back. And they actually had a really good relationship with them. But they act like that wasn't possible. And it was still wrong. It wasn't a good institution.
Right.
But they don't talk about like the more nuanced things that happened in slavery. And like, I forgot what founding father, but they were talking about how he really like he inherited slaves, and he actually had a really good relationship with them. He didn't make any money off the farm, but it was like if he freed them, they would all, what would they do?
Right.
And so he kind of looked at it as, I have to take care of them, and he wasn't even making money off of the farm. But then they say you're like, even now I'm like, oh gosh.
Well, and that is something that happened when that was one of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery, is that a lot of them would just die because they didn't know how to get along independently. And that did happen for generations.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's actually one of the reasons that why American blacks have a higher average IQ than African blacks on average. And they say that that's because a lot of them just straight up died after the Civil War.
Really?
Because they couldn't get along.
Wow, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So, and it is comparable to the Holocaust. And it's, and the important thing is, and it's like you said, they come at you with this narrative.
Now, false. That's a lie. Before I leave, I'm putting on my shoes and hearing this stupid shit. That's a big ass lie. That's a big ass lie. First of all, slaves could get along with each other. As a matter of fact, when slavery ended, a lot of white people were fucked up in the game, because guess what? Slaves knew how to do everything. It didn't matter if they were educated. It didn't matter if any of that. White people back in the day had to, you know where these unions come from? You know where these unions come from? White people had to unionize against black people to push them out for certain jobs because they were overqualified. They were overqualified. Man, them slaves were building all kinds of shit. They had the hard skills. They had the hard skills. They had the hard skills. And I get tired of this. And this is why, because these two are not even old enough to even remember when they started doing this. They've been trying to fucking equate the Holocaust to slavery for the longest time. When both are fucked up, unfortunate events that don't even need to be compared to each other, because there were two different things. And then half the slaves in the South didn't even realize that they were free. What the fuck is he talking about? And Pearl, what the fuck is your? I never believed in you anyway. But what are you talking about? They keep trying to put a fucking jacket on niggas. Oh, well, it wasn't that serious. It wasn't that. The fuck out of here.
We had all the hard skills. We knew how to build stuff. We were crafting. Nigga, we built the White House. Nigga, we was crafting shit. And they had to stop us because if we got any type of land, we knew how to build stuff on that land. We built Washington, D.C. We were architects. We wasn't the most educated, but we knew how to build some shit and survive. The fuck out of here. Why you think Lincoln had to stop that shit? The South was coming up like crazy. Lincoln wanted your ass to go right back to Africa. How much the South was capitalizing off of slavery. Why you think if you look at the American money and you look at the penny, Lincoln is faced the opposite way, and he's on the copper coin because he sold the country out in their minds. You're listening to a conversation that takes. You're listening to a conversation that takes place amongst two slave owners right here. Like the last time you'll hear the last time I've heard a conversation, and maybe the last time you're going to hear a conversation like this is like what two plantation owners are talking about. Bob from Plantation A comes to Plantation B, and we sit on the porch while our Negroes are out there working in the yard, and we're overseeing all of them. And we sit down and we smoke our cigars and talk about what we've done. How do you get your Negroes to do this? How do you get your Negroes to do that? How do you get your... This is the new generation. These kids aren't even properly educated. They're taking all of that shit out of the book because they don't want to play favoritism with blacks. And I find the term blacks offensive too.
Of whether it's feminism or racism, if you disagree, oh, well, you hate them, or you're a horrible person. It's like, I'm a Christian. I think I'm against murder. I'm against mass murder. I'm against war. Like, and I've made jokes and things like that, but those are things that I find morally repugnant.
Niggas be up here lying, especially when they kids, bro. These little, you new kids don't even know how to lie good. Fuck, if you're gonna lie to me, nigga, lie to me correctly. Sell me a good ass lie. You can't even lie. I'm against war. Says the motherfucker with fatigues on. You got on an army, nigga. You don't get the fuck out of here. You have on an army jacket. I'm against war. Can't even lie correctly, man. What are my eyes fucked up? But I see what I'm looking at. Give me 1 second, y'all, man.
And wrong. It's just that I'm also a political person. I talk about political issues. And so sometimes it's contentious and it's controversial. But if you have the wrong opinion on something that's so foundational, then they're going to call you these things. And when you get banned from all the media, it's like, where am I? Where do I get my right of reply? Where do I get to go and give my rebuttal? So
on here, Ben, Charlie, I got a seat for you on the couch.
Yeah, there's the plug. Yeah, the Super Show. I do it. Yeah, and it's
Trump,
a shame.
Kanye.
Yeah,
Trump, let's get this ironed out.
Let's solve it here.
Everything. Look, I'm a great moderator.
Yes, yeah, pretty good, pretty fair. Although, Destiny's going to be pissed.
He'll be pissed?
Yeah.
Why?
He's going to be like, I should have been there to push back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, we can, Destiny. Come on.
He doesn't want to collab with me anymore.
He doesn't want to collab with you?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. we had a little
bit of... If he changes, I mean, sometimes people change their mind. If you change your mind, the couch is available.
We were best friends. We were like this.
Oh, you were like this?
We were like this.
Is he going to do that to me now?
I don't know.
Am I going to be off of Destiny's free? He's always defended me on live.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always...
Well, he's a little bit of a simp, so...
Yeah. Okay, so back to the okay, so that's your beliefs on the Holocaust and all that. You were fighting with the conservatives at 18.
Yeah.
Now, why were you storming the Capitol? What? I heard that was not a good way to go.
Yeah.
I heard that wasn't a great move. But,
in retrospect.
in
retrospect.
And that's how you got on the no-fly list and shit.
Yeah.
Are you on that? If I Google storming the Capitol, are you going to come up?
I don't know.
I'm just curious. Storming the Capitol.
Probably not.
I just was curious if I could see you with like a flag or something.
Because I wasn't in the building.
Oh, you didn't make it in the building?
No.
Did you do this?
No, I didn't do that. No. I wasn't hanging from the rafters.
Okay.
But, well.
Yeah, what happened at the Capitol?
Yeah, so, this is kind of like, this is the inside. Nobody wants to hear this because it's so politicized. Because, of course, they're trying to get Trump with this. This is like, they want to blame Trump for it and say, like, he tried to overthrow the government. And, so that there's a big significance to it politically for the Democrats. But here's the real story. I was very involved with Stop the Steal, which was the movement leading up to that. We were protesting the election. I don't want to say anything that's going to get you banned on YouTube.
It's okay. We'll put it on Rumble.
Okay. So, I do believe the election was stolen, and we were protesting that in all the state capitals for months leading up to it.
I think it was too, but I don't have any evidence.
Well, the evidence is...
I just feel like it's weird that I was winning, and election day's on my birthday, okay? And the thing is, Democrats always win on my birthday. But this year, it was on my birthday's the 4th. That year, it was the 3rd. So conservatives should have won. Because it wasn't on my birthday.
There's your proof.
And so I went to bed thinking we had it in the bag.
Wow.
And then when they were counting the votes on my birthday, and they all switch over in my sleep.
Yeah, right.
If I was going to steal an election, now I don't have any evidence. I have not watched anything. I'm just, as an American, number one, if election day's not on my birthday, we should have won.
Yeah.
Obama was elected on my birthday. Bush was not on my birthday, therefore he was elected. Al Gore was elected. I think that's who it was elected. No, he lost the day I was born. So it was I don't know.
Man, that's how it started.
Yeah. No,
Starting
seriously. Then. My mom was like pushing me out. She was like, no, worst day ever. but I just think it's weird how everything switched in our sleep.
Yeah.
Now, again, I got no evidence. I'm not going to die on this hill.
Yeah.
I just think it was weird.
Yeah. Well, and here's the problem. It's one simple thing. It's about these mail-in ballots, because in 2016, I think it was 33% of the electorate voted by mail. Or did early voting, 33%. In 1996, it was 6%.
Okay.
So the early voting is a very new phenomenon, and it's never been a huge percentage of people. In 2020, it was 70%. 70% voted by mail. So it doubled from 16 to 2020. And it's not hard to see where there would be irregularities with that, because what you have going on is that also what changed in 2020 is that everybody was automatically registered as an absentee, meaning that they didn't have to vote in person because of the pandemic. That's never happened. In years prior, you had to request an absentee ballot to vote by mail or to do early voting, which requires like a verification. You got to put in your info, you get the ballot, and not a lot of people did that because it's kind of a hassle. So in 2020, they register everybody. They send ballots out to everybody, like my dead uncle. My uncle's been dead for 20 years. We got a ballot for him. They send all these ballots out, and then they collect them at drop boxes. Where? Everywhere. There's drop boxes everywhere, and they're open 24 hours a day, and it's actually legal to harvest mail-in ballots. You could be a guy, and you could carry, in some states, there's a limit. You can carry like 5 ballots with you and dump them off in the mailbox. So it's very simple. It was the highest turnout of any election. There were 150 million votes. Trump got 74 million, highest vote getter of any president. Biden was at 80 million, highest vote getter ever. Biggest turnout in any election, automatic absentee registration, 24-hour drop boxes. early voting extended, 70% early voting, all these things taken together, it's like it paints a very clear picture of what was going on. Specifically, when they took so long to calculate the votes, not in Nebraska or Kansas or California, but where? Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, all the swing states took the longest to calculate. And what was going on very simply is that the Democrats were harvesting these ballots in the urban centers. They did the same thing in 22, and this is just the game now. So in any case, that's the argument. But we were protesting all of this in 2020.
Can I ask you a quick question? Who do you think stole it, like, specifically? You think it was the Democrats as a party? You think it was a specific person? You think
I think it was the
deep
Democrats
state?
as a party.
Oh, the Democrats as a party.
I think they
Okay.
just took it. I mean, and this is where people get it wrong. Like, they did recounts in some states, and they recounted the votes, and it was all legit. Okay. But the problem is maybe voter fraud is the wrong way to say it, although I think a lot of that happened because it's like, for example, if you're a Democrat, if I'm a Democrat, I get my dead uncle's ballot, I fill it out, I sign it, I put it in the mail. That's counted as a legitimate ballot.
You think that Democrat, like, it was a specific Democrat that did it, or was Democrats across the
I
board?
think it's Democrats across the board.
Really? I just think that would be so hard to organize. Like, if I was to guess, and this is just, Pearl's speculation, no evidence, I would just think it was someone doing it behind the scenes. Like, there had to be, if they're going to steal a nationwide election, someone has to kind of orchestrate it, you'd think.
Yeah, and that's possible too.
Because, like, do I think Republicans, like, they might do the same thing. Everyone's got dead people in their family.
Well, I don't mean, that's just an example of what one can do. And what you can do is go door to door, because Democrats are superior organizers, door to door and say, hey, you get your ballot, fill it out and give it to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go and dump it off in a mailbox.
Oh, that would make more sense.
Right? You go door to door, hey, get all the ballots in the house and give them to me. And I'll just go door to door and collect all these ballots and dump them off in a drop box.
Oh, that would make sense.
So it's like they're just harvesting as many Democrat ballots as exist, and some of them are dead, and some of them are people that are indigent, and some of them are people that are, that would never vote otherwise or whatever. Some of them maybe they're filling them out for somebody else.
But that goes back to what you were saying earlier, where we think we have control over these things as the American people, but we don't, according to you, anyway.
Well, yeah, and maybe the overriding thing is there are just so many irregularities. You cannot conduct an election like this. Like, you have to have one person, one vote in person on election day. You can't have it where everybody can turn in a ballot over a 30-day period on the street corner.
Especially not women.
Especially not women. Yeah, in no circumstances. They can't even vote at the ballot box on election day. No. They can vote for, the recipe for dinner. Or the YouTube channel. Because this is a good show. So, you can do that.
Yeah, women can't work except me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay. My dad runs it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was 2020. And
so then you went to the now explain what happened at the Capitol.
So that was supposed to be, and I'm not saying this to just like save my own skin, that was supposed to be totally uneventful, because the Trump White House reached out to all the different Stop the Steal groups and organized a rally on the Ellipse, which is outside the White House.
This seems to be a theme with poorly planned events.
Yeah.
Events that go off the rails.
Yeah, you could say that. we're rowdy. I don't know. The BLM has their share of that.
I'm just in these stories. That just seems to be the theme.
White people are popping off, man. White people are sick of it. Charlottesville, the Capitol. This is what happens when you push white people too far. You push black people too far, they burn down the Wendy's. You push white people too far, they storm the Capitol. No, just saying. No, but I'm just kidding, Blessing. I didn't mean that. We're cool, though. It was cool when they burned down Wendy's.
Blessing, tell HR.
Yeah.
Okay. So at the Capitol, you thought this was an event. There was going to be something else.
Yeah, it was supposed to. And honestly, honest to God, I almost wasn't even going to go because, basically it was over. Like, Biden at that point was just going to become the president. So I was like, why even go? What's the point? But I got VIP tickets. Trump was going to speak there because he had never spoken at the other Stop the Steal rallies. So I was in the VIP section. I got my tickets and everything. And so I wore a suit that day. The whole time for all the other rallies, I was wearing like a bomber jacket and boots because we were marching around and doing rally stuff. So this one, I thought I'm going to attend this event and then go to dinner and do some interviews. And then that would be that. So I go. Trump gives a speech, great speech, whatever. And he says, well, we're going to go and peacefully make our voices heard outside the Capitol. I said, oh, okay. So he wraps up the speech and everybody at the Ellipse goes and marches. I think it's like 1.5 miles east to the Capitol. And by the time we get there, people are like climbing up the thing, the scaffolding, and the cops are retreating into the Capitol. Tear gas is going off. And so basically it was just a riot. And what happened was the first wave of people that got to the Capitol, because I got there later, the first wave of people that got there, they found that the entire complex was fenced off. So not just the building, but the lawn, everything.
What did they think they would accomplish by storming the Capitol?
I don't think they were trying to accomplish anything. It was just like a riot.
Oh.
They were just like,
I've never been to a riot, so I don't know what.
We're just going to get in there.
I just would think, I don't know. There's a.
It was the spirit was in the air. Okay. That was the Holy Spirit, maybe. This exuberance. It is true, though, because everybody, even though it wasn't premeditated, or at least if it was, I hadn't heard about it. Even though it wasn't a premeditated, because there was no plan to take over the building, and secure it and control it. People just broke in and ran around and, screamed like banshees. Even though there was no plan to go in, I feel like everybody kind of wanted to go in, because that's where they were counting the ballots.
Oh,
the
so they were
elector
going in
votes.
so they could see it, basically. They're kind of saying,
Or stop it.
oh.
That's what the government says.
Got
That they were going in to stop the count, because the January 6th date is the last date where you could change the outcome, because the Congress is sworn in on the 5th, and then on the 6th, the state delegations count the elector votes, and then after that, the inauguration happens on the 20th. So Mike Pence was in the process of counting the elector votes, and they called this the Pence card, or the Pence option, where he was going to refuse to read the votes from the states where there were irregularities, and then neither candidate would get a majority, and then the Congress would decide who the president would be. That was the idea. But Pence stood down. He didn't do it. And so we said, oh, F him. And then I think a lot of people said, we're going in. We're just going to go in there. And then they did. And it was kind of awesome.
But you didn't.
I didn't go in, no.
You didn't go in.
No.
So then why'd you lose did everyone that went in lose their bank account and stuff?
No, that's actually kind of like a long story, because I got this big Bitcoin donation a month before the Capitol. And so when the Capitol happened, also everyone thought I went in there, but I actually didn't. So there was a guy that looked like me in a grainy photograph, and everyone said, oh, that's Nick Fuentes. And then that guy was identified and arrested. So it wasn't me. But that week, everyone was saying I was in the building with this guy, Baked Alaska, who's a friend of mine. And so anyway, so these journalists kind of put two and two together, and they're like, he was in the Capitol. He got this big Bitcoin donation, and they said, oh, someone financed the takeover of the Capitol.
Oh.
Which led to this big FBI investigation into me, and they froze the money for that reason.
Well, I guess if that actually happened, if you actually did that, it's not like you're going to say you did it.
Right. But
I'm just thinking, if I was a liberal and I was listening to you, I'd be like, well, of course he's going to say that he didn't take the money. How would you prove that,
Well, because the Capitol happened, anything regarding the Capitol happened way after I got the money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I got the money on December 8th.
I mean, you'd have to plan it if you're going to do it, right?
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I'm thinking, like, why would they freeze his bank account? But, I
Alibi
mean, that doesn't.
destroyed.
I won't lie, that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great.
No, it doesn't. It was a horrible look. And here's why. The guy that gave it to me was French. It was in crypto, and it was like a massive amount.
How
So
much
it's
was
like-
it?
It was like 13.5 Bitcoin.
How much is that?
So at that time, it was worth like $250,000.
You got someone to send you $250,000?
Well, because
Does he like this channel?
he's dead.
Oh, okay.
Because see, this story gets even weirder. I didn't even know who this guy was.
Okay.
No idea who he was. He was a French programmer who killed himself the day after he sent the money. Because I guess he was a programmer or a hacker.
Does he have like a widow?
No, I don't think so.
Not for no reason.
He was an incel like me. Yeah,
Oh,
no, but
okay.
he was this hacker. He made all his money in Bitcoin, and he developed this horrible, debilitating illness, which is, they say, the most painful disease. It's a neurological condition. There's no cure. So he was set on killing himself. But he was like a fan of mine. He was a fan of other right-wing creators. And he wrote a suicide note talking about how the West is dying and people like me and others are bringing it back. So he wrote a suicide note saying, I can't heal myself. I'm going to kill myself, but I'm going to bequeath my fortune to these people who are saving the West. So he sent half of it to me, and the other half he sent to a bunch of people. And then he got a luxury hotel room in Paris and committed suicide the next day. And so I didn't even know that at the time. I didn't find that out until a month later when the government investigated it and they put it out in this report.
Little did he know he got you on the no-fly list in your bank account.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, that's a sad situation, so I shouldn't be laughing. But it's like he almost did the opposite.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean,
Did you spend any of the money first?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the finances on this or the legal aspects of it, but yeah, it's. I mean, I retained some of the Bitcoin for sure.
Oh, okay. So, but that was why they put you on the no-fly list.
The no-fly list was also separate because I made this joke about killing a flight attendant.
Wait, why?
So I said that was a reason.
Okay, wait. So what outcome did the Bitcoin thing have?
Well, the Bitcoin thing is still ongoing.
Oh, so they're still investigating you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's still ongoing. And then the no-fly list, so I got put on the no-fly list after January 6th, and then they took me off of it. And they said the reason they put me on is because I made this joke. You know, I was getting harassed by flight attendants with the mask thing, you know, because you put your mask on, it slips below your nose, and they're like, hey, please pull your mask up. And so I went on my show and said, I want to kill these people, you know. I was kidding.
Right, it's tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
And so that's why they said they put you on the no-fly list.
Right.
But everyone said that.
I know.
I said, I wanted to kill my producer the other day.
Oh, careful, Blessing.
when I saw the bill for the studio, right, Blessing? Nodding. But you don't actually mean it.
Yeah. Well, and there was this
and
big.
You can't be the only one that's done that.
Well, and it's absurd to say.
Oh no! Please don't put me on it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it. Bless. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Well, and you know, it's funny you say that because this week, this big article, this big hit piece came out saying that, well, I lied about why I was on the no-fly list because I didn't tell people it was for this joke that I made. But it's like, do you think the government's going to come out and say we harassed this guy for like very shaky legal grounds? Of course, they're going to come out and make an excuse for it and say it's about a joke, because how else would they be aware of it if they weren't investigating me? Why else would they see it as a security threat if it wasn't because I was at the Capitol? So anyway, so that was part of it also.
And is that how you lost your bank accounts too?
No, I got banned from different banks just because of who I am.
What do you mean? Like, well, but what caused it? Was it after you said something? Was it?
No, like nothing in particular. Banks just started banning. They would just send me a letter and say, it's a reputational risk to have you as a customer.
I want my bank to know. that I'm not endorsing anything he says. I'm just talking to him. Please don't take my account.
For real, yeah.
Please. I don't know. You know, I just met him today.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'll.
I need to dissociate.
Yeah, that's welcome to my life.
Okay, freaking. So I'm going through these. So the no-fly list we covered. We covered the white supremacist. No, we didn't. You don't believe in race mixing.
Yeah.
Okay, you wanna?
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you think? Are you pro race mixing? What's your feelings?
I don't have a problem with
You
it.
just don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, like I've dated people of another race before. It's you know, it's fine. I mean, it didn't work out, but
Yeah.
you know, I don't have a problem with it. No.
Yeah, I mean, for me,
you said you're mixed.
well, I didn't say that. I said I'm Mexican, Italian, and Irish.
Yeah, so that's mixed.
I mean, like kind of. Some would say yeah, some would say no. Because my dad's like half Mexican, and you know, Mexican's not really like a whole other race. So,
what do you mean it's not a whole other race?
I mean, because Mexicans are definitely like closer to white people than like black people, for instance. You know, or
Okay.
Chinese people. Because a lot of Hispanics have white DNA.
Okay. Tell me why.
About race mixing?
Yeah, why are you against race
So
mixing?
yeah, because that's really immaterial. But well, I'm just against it because like I just want kids that look like me. You know, I just want kids that have my same features, and I want grandkids that look like me. So I think it has a lot to do with the person's values, because when you are, because like for example, I'm also Italian, and you know, so my mom, like, you know, she's fully Italian. That's like a very strong cultural part of my identity. My father doesn't really have a very strong Mexican or Irish identity. His father died when he was very young. And, you know, and his mother's not like very super like ethnically Irish. She's not like into that, you know? So the Italian thing, that was like the dominant culture in my house. And so that comes with it a lot of things. Also being like Italian and Catholic, that's a big part of it. And so the idea that, like, for example, if I had a black wife, I do actually find black girls attractive. I do, you know, and it's not that I'm not attracted to girls from other races, but if I were to get with a black girl, a black household, totally different, you know, like
you lose some of the culture is what you're saying.
Yeah, you lose your identity.
So like you're Catholic, and if you were to marry someone that was non-Catholic, that would be a loss in culture because the kids grow up with two different religions in the household.
Yeah, they might not get baptized.
And even if like your wife says we can raise them in your culture, the kids are still going to be influenced by the mother. That's half their right. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And so and the other thing is so on my mom's side, and it was even like for my mother, it was a contentious decision within her household because my mom, she came from this super Italian neighborhood in Chicago. It's like Jersey Shore. She came from Melrose Park, which is like super Italian. And all her friends were marrying Italian guys. You know, and I love my father. It's not, you know, I don't have any like, you know, weird hangups about that. But even for her, it was a big decision because, you know, both her parents are Italian and their parents were Italian and so on. And so for somebody like me, I look at my heritage and my ancestry and like, you know, that matters to me. That's like a value that I share, and I want my children to be a part of that. And there's something that is almost lost along the way on both sides when you have that mixing. And so I don't think it's immoral, actually. You know, it's not actually a sin. I'm Catholic, so we don't, in the catechism, it says it's not a sin. But I don't think it's a very wise thing for the marriage. I don't think it's always perfectly compatible. And also personally,
that makes sense. I mean, even if you did like I'm Irish and German, like it would make more sense for a German to date a German and Irish to date an Irish. Oh God, they're gonna.
Yeah.
But just there's less problems when you have more in common.
Right.
Like even if we took it out of race and put it as religion, like a Christian and a Catholic, it's just easier if they're both Catholics.
Yeah.
Is
Right.
that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's part of it. It's for a lot of those kinds of reasons. But I guess the fundamental thing is it's just about identity. And And that also gets to the demographics thing, is that people are not interchangeable, and my identity matters to me. You know, like my ethnic, racial, cultural background, my country. I feel like the whole culture is telling people that these things don't matter. Like, not, it's almost like a nihilistic thing, like nothing matters. The only thing that matters, you're having a good time. And to me, that's the thing behind race mixing, is like, hey, well, you're in love. You're in love. Have a good time. Well, actually, there are things that matter equally or more, or there are also things that are important in addition to that, too. Like the household you're going to raise your children in, long-term compatibility, your identity, your heritage. And so, you know, maybe that's just old school, but that's kind of the perspective that I come at it from. And people say, oh, well, what it's about is racial purity. You know, people say you're against race mixing, but your last name's Fuentes, so you're not so pure white. It's like, it's got nothing to do with it. It's not about.
It's more about cultures and values.
It's about, you know, those things I just mentioned. Yeah, it's about a person's identity.
Interesting. So do you think so you don't think it's a sin? You would just advise people against it more?
Yeah,
more so?
and I think that people should value their heritage, because it is, people can say it isn't, but it is a repudiation of your heritage, because you can be your children, you're 3 generations removed, will be completely different from you. And so it's like, you have this line that goes all the way up to you. And then after, like, then your kids, grandkids, great grandkids, and then they're going to be like aliens.
But hasn't that always happened in history? Like they would kill that's what they would do. They would kill the men and take the women and the children, and then they'd have kids with those women. So it's like,
yeah,
I'm not saying that.
Good comparison.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's fun, but that's always how it happened.
Yeah, but like what you're describing is like a hostile population is destroying your bloodline after a war. You know,
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not saying it was a good thing, like
right.
that. You know, I'm happy that happened, but I'm saying historically there's always been race mixing, because that's what happened. The stronger tribe would take over the weaker tribe, give rid of them.
And that's like kind of what's happening, and I don't want that to happen, because I mean, the reality is there is another dimension to it. The reality is that white people are going away in the world. We're a global minority, and we're not replacing ourselves at the rate that we need to sustain the same level of population. So within like 10 generations, there are not going to be a lot of white people left on planet Earth. And that's actually a very sad prospect. I mean, you know, some people would celebrate that. But if you were to say that about any other group of people, everybody would probably say that's a big problem, and that's a horrific thing, and it's racist, and so on. So, you know, the erasure of white people from planet Earth is a very sad thing. And so when I talk about race mixing, like, yeah, it's about values and it's about these things, but I'm not going to lie to you. It's also not lost on me the sort of civilizational background here, which is that, like, we are being swallowed up as a people. Like, there are a lot of white people that are not having kids, and increasingly there's a lot of white people having kids with people who aren't white. And that wouldn't be a problem if whites had a fertility rate of 3 or 4 or 5. But when it's at 1.3 in some countries, that's kind of like a problem.
Why do you think that is?
Feminism is, I think, the biggest reason.
Do you think it's infiltrated the white community more than other communities?
Totally. Because white civilization's ground zero for feminism.
What do you mean? Explain that.
Because, like, Africa's not feminist. You know, and Asia's not feminist, and the Middle East certainly isn't feminist. Latin America's not. We are like, it came from here. And that, like, America's really spreading poison around the world. It's spreading feminism, LGBT, this like anti-colonial racial grievance stuff. So yeah, we're ground zero for it.
Wow. Blessing believes in extreme race mixing.
Really?
Yeah. You want to tell him why? Tell him what you told me. Blessing's like mix everything.
What's the
We have Drake.
What is that? We're great.
No, we said we have Drake.
Oh, Drake's Jewish. So I don't know. Do you?
But it's black and white.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. As a mixed, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's true. I'm not a big Drake fan, so that's not.
You're not a big Drake fan?
No, not a huge fan. I'm on team Ye.
We're going to talk about Ye in a second.
Yeah.
You don't believe in race mixing. Oh, you're a proud incel.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
So wait, so you've never had a girlfriend?
No, never had a girlfriend. Never had sex. But here's the thing.
Have you kissed a girl?
Yeah, once.
Once?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's a really dorky story.
Okay, tell me.
Do I have to get it? Well, I told it on my show. It was at this Model UN conference when I was in high school. That's really the dorky part. But we went to the delegate dance, and I was India. She was China. We were at the Northwestern Model UN conference, and well, it was simple as that. We were in committee, and I said, "Hey, do you want to go to the dance?" She said, "Sure." Went to the dance. We danced a little. We kissed. But that was like 10 years ago.
And so what? You're just not interested in girls?
Well, the thing is that I'm like a big proponent of. I think that people are too interested in relationships. I think that has become, maybe it always was, people's world kind of orbits around that. And me, I will get married at some point and have kids and everything. Like, I'm open to it, but it's just not something that I'm really interested in. Like, I'm very interested in my business. I'm interested in what I do, the things that I talk about on my show. That's really my main thing. And I was going to say this, like, because I watch your show and, you had Andrew Tate on and everything. And I actually disagree with Andrew Tate, even though we're both like red pill types. It's almost like he and the original incels, like Elliot Rodger and those types, they are really on the same, they're the other side of the same coin as the simps, in that both, their entire worldview is based around women. Their whole, like, that's how they define themselves, not in themselves, not for their own sake, but in relation to women. Simps chasing women and wanting to please women and worshiping women and all that, and incels and red pill types as eschewing women or resenting women or, trying to play for women and all that. And I am sort of the third.
What do you mean resenting women?
Like, a lot of incels do resent women. And I'm not really that. There's a lot of incels that are like seething because they can't get women. I think I could get women.
Well, I'm just saying, like, with Andrew Tate.
Oh,
are you saying?
No, I'm saying, and him being like similar to, because incels are sort of like anti-women in one way.
You think Tate's anti-women?
In a different way, yeah.
How?
And like, he's anti-feminist.
Okay.
I'm saying, like, I'm grouping them together, like simps with very positive feelings, white knights, simps.
But I'm saying, how are they on the same side or on opposite sides of the same coin?
Because both of them define themselves in relation to women. It's about,
Do you think Andrew Tate, his whole worldview is based on how he does with women?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah, because his whole program is about, and by the way, I like Andrew Tate. I'm not saying I don't, but that's maybe the one area I disagree is it's about being a top G and attracting all these women and this kind of thing. And I think that attracting women is a byproduct of what a man does by himself.
Does he say that everything is for women?
No,
or
but
to get women?
I don't, maybe that's not what he says, but certainly that is the kind of audience that he's cultivated, is a lot of guys who look at him as that's the best way to get women. I got to grind and make all his money so that I can get women.
And you're saying that you should focus on your purpose first.
Absolutely.
That sounds like exactly what they say.
I think that maybe that's one part of the rhetoric, but I think that the main trend is that it's really just about game. It's just an extension of the pickup artist scene.
No, I don't think so. I think it's more like they are teaching men how to navigate these modern ass females. And I think that's just a part of, like, and they'll often say to focus on your purpose instead of women, and then the women will come.
I don't know. I think a lot of them, again, maybe that's what they say. I think a lot of them put the cart before the horse, and it's all defined in relation to status for women. And it's not to say that that's not important. Like men should be aware of that as opposed to thinking it's like, hey, just be yourself and like, be fat and lazy.
But throughout history, the men with the most status tend to have women.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'm saying like
Yeah.
that was as a byproduct of their status earned for its own sake.
Okay, so you're saying chase status or chase whatever you're chasing. So for you, it might
Yeah,
be
the women should be an afterthought. Should be a bonus. It's an extra. Like
so if a guy's gonna get married and like chase his purpose or whatever at 35, is your view that he should be a virgin until he's 35?
Well, I don't. I mean, you can date around and everything. You can even get married. I'm just saying that shouldn't be the focus.
Okay, that's
because so many people that I know, they're not thinking about career. They're not thinking about an intellectual pursuit. They don't even care about money. It's just one, how can I get a girlfriend? And then two, how do I please my girlfriend? And it's like, and it's almost like they're getting a job to please their girlfriend or getting a job to attract a girlfriend or something like that. And I just think, and I also do, again, think that people are different. I think that most people, that's really just about as good as they're going to get. But there is this absence in America of an elite class of people that are actually interested in things for its own sake. Like it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Our society cannot produce a philosopher like Hegel. Our society cannot produce a composer like Mozart. It could not produce an engineer, an industrialist like Henry Ford. Our society can no longer produce that because we're just not producing. It's the culture, it's the families, it's how people are being reared. It's not producing the kinds of men who are even interested in those things and willing to dedicate thousands of hours to those kinds of things for their own sake. Instead, and this is a point that Sam Hyde has made, the guy that 150 years ago would have been a botanist and like gone around his town and found every bug and pinned it to a board and reached their differences is now playing Factorio, like Destiny. Like 100 years ago, Destiny would be an anthropologist or something, and the guys that would be doing the other great things, they're out doing these other kinds of pursuits. And so, for me, like I've just really put my work first and things like that. But I think that more people should do that. And if they find a girl as a byproduct, that's great. And I think great men should have families, but that, to the exclusion of everything else, is a major problem.
It reminds me of something my dad always told me to like follow what your interests are and your passion, and the money will come. Like he always told me he didn't care if I sold toothpicks on the side of the road or like any of us really. It was like follow what you're interested in. I don't know. That just reminded me of that. Okay, white supremacists. You deny the Holocaust, Charlottesville. Okay, so oh my gosh, did you praise the Taliban?
Yeah. That one's true.
Why?
The Taliban's kind of awesome. I mean,
oh my God.
Come on.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I know. I don't know anything. They have a horrible reputation.
They do have a bad reputation.
I thought they were like blowing people's heads off. Is that not true?
Well, I mean, yeah, they punish people severely. Look, it's the mountains, man. I mean, these are like Stone Age people. What are you gonna do? A guy steals, you got to chop his hands off. They don't know any better over there. It's like the Middle Ages. But here's why I support that. So the Taliban took over Afghanistan. We left a year ago, and they took over. And I said, look, we're over there in Afghanistan trying to spread gay marriage and feminism. The Taliban came back and said, women aren't going to school, okay? There's a new boss in charge. Women aren't going to school, and they're not voting, and they're putting the burqas back on.
Yeah, okay, I'll support the voting.
Yeah, right? And I support that. And the Taliban is like local. They're like a local organic. They're like an indie. America, that was imperialism. America was over there trying to impose our Western liberal way of life, saying, vote. You remember they had that thumb thing as a proof of voting, they had their thumb in the ink. The badass women of Afghanistan who are fighting off the Taliban, Vice News reports. Afghanistan doesn't need that. Afghanistan needs wholesome, traditional Taliban rule to keep everybody in line. Low crime, keep it traditional, keep it local, vote Taliban 24. That was my angle, is like, we love the Taliban for doing that. We love that for them.
Okay.
Sorry, I know. I knew it was going to be this way.
Wow. Do you denounce the negative stuff they've done?
Yeah. Like, I'm not a Muslim, so I don't support Sharia law and like chopping off heads and stuff like that.
Okay, but overall, you support the Taliban.
Yeah, directionally, they have a good vibe. They're good vibes.
Okay. I'm just gonna move on to. So you met Trump?
Yeah.
You met Kanye?
Yeah. Well, it's Ye.
Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting.
Don't dead name him.
I'm not trying to. It's so hard to remember.
Yeah, I know. I had trouble at first.
It's like we've called him one thing his whole career.
Yeah. I almost think that he changed it just so he could do that. Part of me. Because everywhere we go, somebody goes, "Yo, Kanye, could I get an autograph?" And he goes, "If you call me Ye." And they're like, "Okay."
He's Blessing's hero.
Yeah, he's mine too.
What was that? What happened first, Trump or Ye?
Ye.
Okay, how?
Well,
I saw you on No Jumper. You said you'd work for him tomorrow. Had you already met him at that point?
No.
So this is really recent.
Yeah, that was a serendipity.
Okay, how did that happen?
So I had heard that Alex Jones had his number, but Alex Jones' producer doesn't like me. So I was like, she's never going to give it to me. So I texted Milo.
You were on Alex Jones, weren't you?
Yeah, with Ye.
Oh my gosh, the guests are going to freaking get here. I have so many things to ask you. Wait, okay. Let's start. What came first? Meeting? No. Ye had to come before Alex Jones.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with Ye.
Yeah, so he had been in touch with Alex Jones, which I knew, and I knew they were not going to give me his number. So I hit up Milo and I said, "Hey, do you think you could like link me up with Ye?" Because Milo and that producer are really tight. And I said, I really want to work for him. Like, he's the man. And Milo's like, "No, you don't. You don't want." I'm like, "Yes, I do. Like, he's my hero." And so we got in touch, and it really just kind of happened on a whim. I was randomly in DC. Milo was there too. We met up, and he was like, "Do you want to just fly to LA tomorrow and see if we could work with him?" I said, "Sure." So we went out there and we just met him at the Waldorf, which is where he was staying at the time. And that was that. And so he's interested in running for office. So he kind of brought us on to do political work for him and clean up his old campaign from 2020. And, and as friends, we talked about prospective things that he might do in the future. And so it was really as simple as that. And so that was the week before Thanksgiving, and we just were showing up at his office, and he was really into politics at that time, every day, all day, talking ideas, policy, things like that. And he had this meeting scheduled with Trump for that Tuesday. It had been scheduled before we got there. And the night before the dinner, we were having this really long session, and he asked if me and this other guy would go, just kind of on a whim. He thought it'd be funny if we flew there on Spirit Airlines, just as like a joke. He's like, "What if I flew Spirit to meet the president?" Just at midnight the night before. And so we flew
love
there.
Spirit. I got no.
Really?
Yeah, they're cheap as hell.
Oh,
I'm a cheap girl. If I could save $1, I do not care. I will fly.
All right, so I'm back. I'm listening to this a little bit. What did I miss? Yeah, I'm back to Degenerate. He said Austin Holloman needs to quit fucking up overseas. I can't believe he made worldwide news because of his antics in Brazil. He actually got a new hit piece out on him. So they trying to really make him the face of sex tourism. It's making a lot of us look bad worldwide, man. And I know it don't mean nothing to half of y'all because y'all don't travel. But, man, He said Fuentes simply chooses not to pursue women for some odd reason. He has a high status. He could get women. He's pulling Pearl right here. This man pulling the shit out of Pearl. What's going on, Alpha Omega? Shit, I don't even think this is an interview. These people bonded. He said, "Stop the show." What was said? Oh, what was said, y'all? Y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe. He said he likes black women. That's funny as hell. He pulling pearls out of this clan right here. Cheap liquor and some trees is all you need for Pearl. Yeah. You can get her off a 6-pack of Milwaukee's Beast. She's cheap. He's an incel by choice. Did I tell y'all? Yeah, he's a true cell. All of these dudes, when some shit happens and they go nuclear, right? And you get a manifesto from these dudes. It's ridiculous. So he takes a dip in the chocolate. Yeah, a lot of guys do. Makes them more attractive to other white women. Yes, a true cell, not an incel. He's not involuntary celibate. The face of incels are completely different than y'all think. You want to know who's an incel? And I keep saying this all the time, and everybody has an aha moment. A man that doesn't want to cheat on his wife, but she's not giving him no sex. That nigga an incel. He wants some sex. She said no. And if he step out, he's fucked. He can't even voluntarily celibate. That's an incel for your ass. You know? All right, let's go.
Spirit.
No way, man. I can't do it, especially on the plane. Like once you do first class, it just changes your life.
It's so expensive though.
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous, but
especially international. It's like
yeah, I don't do it international. No way.
Okay, but sorry, back to the story.
Yeah,
You're
so
flying
anyway,
out to meet Trump.
So yeah, and here's the thing. So the night before, this is the Monday before Thanksgiving. The night before we were going to fly out, like I said, we had this long session, and he floated the idea of me and this guy Jamar going out there, and Milo tried to shut it down. He's like, I don't even think they're going to let you in. They're aware of who you are at Mar-a-Lago. Mm-hmm. Maybe you shouldn't go. And I said, well, can I just like tag along? Can I just fly there? You know, I'd like to just go for the trip.
Thank God you're off the no-fly list.
Yeah, seriously, at that point. Because, yeah, that would be crazy. And so we fly out there, we get to Miami, and there's a whole long story about how we got there. But we get to Mar-a-Lago. I didn't even think they let me in, you know, because they do have security there, and they have a list and everything. And I'm a known entity there. Like they know not to let me around the president. But we pulled up in the car, went from the airport to this place, and we pull up. They let us drive up to the resort. We get out, we walk in, we're in the lobby. I didn't get stopped. We just kind of sat down, and so we're waiting. We waited for a few minutes, and then we see everybody in the dining room get up and clap. And this lady goes, "Oh, here comes the president." And so he walks in, which was just nuts because, you know, these are my two heroes. These are like for years. Ye, because I've always been a Ye fan. I know people say I'm like a bandwagoner. I've been a fan forever, and I love his music. I think he's a genius, you know, so I was starstruck when I met him. And Trump is like my other hero. I've been like a loyal follower of his forever. So he comes in. I was totally starstruck, and they're about to go off by themselves, just him and Ye. And then Ye at the last second turns around and invites us, and we get to tag along too, and we got to join them for dinner. And then that was that.
So what happened at dinner?
Well, it was kind of funny. The first thing that happened is Trump, he said he gives Ye this iPad and says, "Hey, this controls all the music in the resort." He goes, "Put on one of your songs. Put on whatever you like. Did you like the music?" And it was interesting. The Ye fans will like this. What was his choice? What was the song he put on? I was expecting him to put on one of the hits, you know?
Blessing, guess.
Yeah, what would you think?
It's probably like Yeah Loves Ye or something like that.
It's what?
I Love Ye. Is that the song?
From Life of Pablo?
Yeah.
No, not that one.
What was it then?
So yeah, because I'm thinking like he's gonna put on Stronger, he's gonna put on Power, whatever. So this is a question only like Ye heads are interested in. He puts on Say You Will from 808s, which is like that's not like one of the top hits, but he explained why later. He said that would be like a vibe song. He said he made 808s for people to vibe out in their college dorms. So he puts on Say You Will. And I think like Trump made a comment, like maybe he didn't really like it or something. So then he put on Stronger. He put on like the all-time biggest hit. So anyway, at first, and it was funny because Ye, he's a little bit shy. He's like, one of the things you find out very quickly is he is just like a very boyish, innocent, very endearing. Like he's really a lovable guy. A lot of people see him as a monster, and he is a little bit volatile, and he says that he's aggressive. But one of the things that's so lovable is he does just have this boyish, sort of childlike charm, and he's magnetic to be around. So, and one of these things is he's like a little bit shy, like kind of have to like warm up to people. So initially he was just not saying anything. He was sitting there in this big blue NASA coat, and he was just kind of chilling, listening to the music. And Trump is doing this like really cringe. He's talking to him like a black voter. So he's telling him about the First Step Act, and he's telling him about the opportunity zones and all that. And it was almost like he was on autopilot. And Ye, it was actually a little bit awkward because Ye just wasn't even saying anything for the first 30 minutes. So the president's like looking at him, making eye contact, kind of trying to, like any conversation, trying to elicit some response. And Ye was very, neutral. And so then, and this was very bizarre, at some point in the dinner, Trump got a call, and we don't know who it was from. We found out later, we thought we might know who it was.
Who?
His lawyer. Mm-hmm. Because right before the dinner, this woman was with us, this woman, Karen. She worked for Trump before. Yeah, literally. Her name was literally Karen, and she was a Karen, actually. She tried to get me fired. That didn't work. Mm-hmm. But so anyway, so Karen, she had worked for Trump in Florida. She ran the Trump campaign in the state of Florida in 2016. She was now part of our entourage. And she texted Trump, or rather she texted Ye, this big list of notes about what to expect from Trump. Like if he does this, if he folds his arms, it means this. If he puts you on the patio versus in the private space, it means one thing or the other. So she kind of like gave him she kind of gave him a briefing of what to expect before we got there. So right before we pulled up to Mar-a-Lago, Ye said, "Oh, let me forward this to you, Nick." So he texted it to me, and I said, "Oh, I checked my phone. I didn't get the message." I said, "Oh, I didn't get the text." He goes, "Oh, okay, that's weird." Turns out he had accidentally set that message to a lawyer whose name is also Nick, who also works for Trump. So I don't know the guy's full name or whatever, but clearly Ye went to forward the text and he looked up Nick in his contacts and he just hit the wrong one. And so we believe that he sent it to this lawyer. The lawyer got it from Ye and then sent it to Trump and said, "Oh, they're ambushing you. Like he got these notes from somebody and they're trying to take you out. They're trying to surprise you." So we believe that Trump got in the middle of the dinner, got a heads up, and somebody called him and said, "They're ambushing you." So his demeanor flipped after he got the call.
Oh, because he took it as like an attack.
Yeah. He
was just trying to be prepared. He wasn't trying to attack Trump.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, we were just trying to figure out how to
move.
Right.
I mean, it's a tough pitch. You know what he eventually picked.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So then his demeanor flipped, and then he said something to Ye. He said, you know, do you still love your wife? And Ye goes, yeah, of course. He goes, yeah, she's really beautiful. Yeah, whatever. And then Trump said something about how, you know, he had freed that woman. Who was that woman that Trump freed?
I know
Alice Johnson.
Yeah.
At the behest of Kim Kardashian, Trump freed Alice Johnson, and then she went and voted for Biden very publicly. So Trump brought that up, and he goes, you remember how I freed Alice Johnson? He goes, and then she voted for Biden. He goes, what a disgusting human being, he says. He goes, and I want you to tell her that. Next time you see her, I want you to tell her she's a disgusting human being. And I was over there looking at Ye like, did he just, because that's such like an out-of-pocket thing to say. That's his ex-wife.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Ye made kind of a remark about, you know, he's glad that he was divorced or whatever. But still, that's like inappropriate to say the least. So he said that. And then he started talking about these two guys that he got released from jail. There was this rapper, again, who was it was it Sweden? A$AP Rocky.
Yeah.
Sorry, the details are a little foggy. So Trump started telling the story about A$AP Rocky, and here's the theme. There was Lamar something who got locked up in China, and A$AP Rocky who got locked up in Sweden. He told these two stories, and same with Alice Johnson, and the theme was Black people that weren't grateful for his support. Like, that was the theme of the stories. So he told this story about A$AP Rocky first. A$AP Rocky was stalked by a Muslim gang, and they brandished weapons or something, and he got in a big brawl with them, and they threw him in jail. And that was the gist of it. And so Trump talked about how he called the embassy and said, you need to release A$AP Rocky right now. And they said, no, we can't do that. And then Trump, he was very cordial the whole dinner. This is like the ex-president. He starts dropping F-bombs like every sentence. He goes, this is him telling the story. He goes, you motherfucker, I'll fucking tell you this. And the whole story was like this. The whole story was F this, F that, you fucker this, I'll fucking do this. And we were like, whoa, like this is the ex-president. And the whole dinner was not like that. He was very, I mean, he swore a little bit, but
he thought you were ambushing him. So
yeah,
that's why
so he was like,
so
yeah, one, he was pissed. Two, this was also, Trump is like a primal, he's very much in tune to like the body language, and like he's a real power player, you know? And when you get into these powerful types, they play these mind games, and they do these like nonverbal ways of communicating things. So one, he was angry and like lost his cool. Two, he also wanted to send a message. So he was very aggressive about that. And the moral of that story, as he told it, was A$AP Rocky wasn't grateful. He said, and if he knew that A$AP Rocky wouldn't be appreciative and thank him for it, he never would have let him out of jail. And he told the same story about the basketball player in China. And he said how the Chinese were very respectful, and one part of the story, which was outrageous, he talked about how he was actually out there for the Chinese. It was like some anniversary of their revolution. And so it was a big state visit for Trump to go visit the Chinese president while this little drama was playing out. And he said that when Trump arranged for the release of the basketball player, the Chinese would not allow the basketball player to go home at the same time as Trump. Trump leaves this big state visit. They hold this guy a little longer. And this is part of the story. He said that when the Chinese released this guy to go on his plane to go back to America, there was this row of Chinese officials, and one of them came out from the line and slapped the basketball player across his face and said, you disrespected the American president. How dare you? And that was before they sent him home. And Trump talked about how not only was the basketball player, but the father of the basketball player was also ungrateful. And they thanked everybody other than Trump. And Trump said, if I knew then what I know now, that he wouldn't be grateful, I would have let him rot in jail for 10 years. Now, at the time, I was just sort of like, oh, he's just telling these stories. These are just really great stories. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
That's like a white person thing. We always assume the best.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay.
He's not bad. He's not actually bad.
I'm like, okay, this is great. But in retrospect, like there was a very, very obvious theme, which was these are 3 black people, Alice Johnson, the basketball player, A$AP Rocky, who Trump did something for them and they weren't grateful. And because they weren't grateful, he hated them and would have never helped them. And they were his enemy. And also there was something in there a little bit about like humiliation, like having the Chinese guy. I don't actually think that happened. Like, I don't think the Chinese guy, maybe he did, but that to me just sounded like one of those negotiation, like verbal emasculation type tricks. Like, here's a black guy getting slapped across the face by a short Chinese guy. And so it's very clear he was not happy. So after that, Ye asked him to be his running mate, which he really did ask in like a non-joking way. He said, I was wondering if you'd be my running mate. And at that point, Trump flipped out. Like, he started really seething. He didn't raise his voice or anything, but he started talking really fast. And he said, that's really funny. He goes, you know what? I like you. He goes, and you can win at a lot of things, but you'll never win at this. He goes, you can win at music and you can do other things, but you'll never win at this. You should just quit while you're ahead. And then he turns to me and Karen. And me and Trump had a few exchanges before this. He goes, and he was very impressed with me. He goes, you two are smart. He goes, come on, you're a smart guy. I know you work for him, but go ahead, tell him he can't win. He goes, I know you work for him, but he can't win. You know he has no chance. You know that. Go ahead and tell him. Tell him he can't win. And I was sitting there. I was looking at Trump. I was looking at Ye. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to say here. I just love you both so much. I was like, I'm not going to tell him that.
You're like, it's like the two parents. I can't take sides.
Yeah, literally, mom and dad. I'm like, get me out of here. So Trump really went off on him and told him, like, you can't leave. And then basically kicked us out. He was like, all right, well, you got a flight to catch. I'll walk you out. The airport's right across. It was literally that abrupt. It was like, okay, now get the fuck out of here. And he walked us out. He wouldn't take pictures with us because the table across the way, when we got up, they all wanted a picture with Ye. And they said it was the richest banking family, I think in Switzerland or Germany, was dining at the club across the way from us. And they said, come on, Mr. President, let's get a picture with you and Ye. Trump refused. He was like, no, that's okay. And he walked us out and he gave us this like death stare. Like we literally walked out the door, get in the car, and Trump stood there on the steps. And I think he was glaring at me because Ye was in the passenger side. I was in the back on the driver's side. And he was giving us this like death stare as we drove away. And I was like, damn, like we just went in the former this guy's the kingpin of like the American right wing. And we just went in his palace and like shit in his front lawn. And I didn't mean to. Like, that wasn't my intention. I know that wasn't Ye's intention. It really was not our intention because Ye has massive respect for Trump. He loves Trump. Like, he loved Trump in 2018. He still loves Trump. He thinks he's a great guy. He thinks he's the next best choice in 2024, if Ye doesn't decide to run. So he loves him and respects him greatly. Inadvertently, though, we caused this big media circus. And I feel the same way. I love Trump, and it was not my intention for my presence to cause all of that. But it did. Then it turned into this big thing. So
do you think Kanye could win?
I think he could, yeah.
Do you think they could reconcile Trump and Kanye?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think Trump would?
I don't know, because he is very vengeful and spiteful and stubborn. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if it worked out a certain way.
How crazy would it be? Would Kanye ever be a VP to Trump? I
don't think so.
I don't think Trump would ever be a VP to Kanye.
No, probably not.
It's too much of a ego thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But I was like, I almost think Kanye Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yay, I can't. I'm sorry. But I almost think Ye would. It would be so interesting to see both of them on a ticket.
Yeah.
And I think Ye would say yes to that before Trump would. I'm not saying I think either of them would, but if I had to put like guess one would before the other, because he could run for president the year after,
Yeah.
couldn't he?
Yeah, because he's young enough and everything. But no, I mean, Ye, people know he wants to be the president. I mean, there's no campaign. He hasn't announced anything. So I don't have any breaking news on that front. But I think that he is a visionary leader. Like he truly is a visionary, and he's not a politician, so he doesn't know the ins and outs of the political scene or whatever. But he's got ideas that can change the world, and he thinks about politics in a way that makes political people feel stupid. Like he makes me feel stupid. He asks me questions and makes me feel like an idiot.
Right, but that's why you'd almost, because they're both geniuses in different ways. I would love to see them on the same ticket.
They should work together, yeah.
But it's more of, it's almost like an ego thing, like whose ego is gonna, because I think both of them would have a hard time being a vice president.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't think either of them are interested.
But it's just, I almost could see Ye, because he could run after, you know?
Right, Trump really couldn't. He's too old.
Yeah, but Ye at least, and that would almost get him in the door where he actually has political experience. Not that he needs it, I think he could win either way. I think, entertainers are the new politicians. And I don't think we're really going to see that trend change.
Yeah, it was true with Trump. Trump was an entertainer. So, yeah, I mean,
what's it been like working with Ye outside of that?
It's amazing because the guy is just a force, and people don't realize it, but and I know I don't know any other celebrities, but I imagine other celebrities, I mean, they all do work, but I also imagine they like to go and party and they like to do the drugs and stuff like that. Ye is obsessed with everything. Like he wakes up early and he works all day, like literally 18 hours, barely sleeps, wakes up. And from the moment he wakes up, he's going. Like one time, we had just finished. It was a really long day. And, I was exhausted. I was on my way back to the hotel. And before I walked through the door of my hotel, he calls me and he goes, "Hey, what time are you waking up tomorrow? How long you need to sleep?" He goes, I'm like, I don't know, 6 hours. He goes, "Okay." I woke up, I think like 6.5 hours later. He had called me 15 minutes before. Literally called me 6 hours after I hung up the phone because he went to bed for a little while and he was like, "I'm be at your hotel in 15 minutes. That's when he picked me up and we went to InfoWars and we did Alex Jones. So it's literally these like 18-hour days, doesn't stop. Even like with Mar-a-Lago, we had a super long day that Monday, the night before. We woke up at the crack of dawn the next day, so barely slept, flew to Miami, drove to Mar-a-Lago, did the dinner, got on a private jet, flew back to LA. Then we got back to LA, we went to Ye's hotel room and talked for another 3 hours. And then we went and then started again the next day early again. So the work ethic is nuts. And the thing is, we're in his office and he's doing everything all at once. So we're at a table doing politics, and then he's got all these clothes on the floor, and he's got his seamstresses and his designers. And so we'll go and do political for 30 minutes, and then he'll go look at the clothes, and then he'll make decisions about clothes. Then he'll read out like lyrics that he wrote, like that song he released, the what is it? Someday We'll All Be Free. He just released during all that controversy. Like one day he just came in and said, "Oh, I wrote this last night." And he literally had just written that, in the middle of everything, boom. And then we were at another hotel and he just cranked that out while we were having a political meeting, while he was doing a meeting about the Donda School, while he was having a business meeting, so, I mean, he really is like this Renaissance man, like Da Vinci. Like I used to think that was a little bit of an exaggeration. Like I knew he was a brilliant producer and I knew he was a brilliant artist and the fashion speaks for itself. It's like, everybody's ripping off the Yeezy slides and the 350s. So I thought, yeah, like he's clearly a super talented, brilliant person with great ideas. But when he would say, I'm the greatest artist ever, I'd be like, well, I don't know. But then you're with him and it's like, nope, he is literally a Renaissance man, and he literally is involved. Because I imagine so many artists, they have guys that write their songs or guys that make their beats, and they're really not super involved. They just kind of put their name on it, basically like Trump putting his name on a hotel. But no, I mean, he's 45 years old, and he's more ambitious and driven and hardworking than ever. And the other thing is creative, completely open. We'll hear all ideas, say things that everyone in the room will say and dismiss and say, oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's never been done before. And he fires those people and says, no, like, well, tell me, what would it be like if we did that? Tell me how we can do that. I think that's why he's so innovative, because he'll go in a direction that is totally unexpected and maybe unconventional, and maybe even people think it's crazy, and he'll take it there and go there and try it out. And sometimes that's where you strike gold. Sometimes that's where you find the Gap hoodie or the 350s, or that's where you find Graduation, So he is an incredible person. And people say that he's crazy. He is completely lucid. He's hilarious. That's one of the understated things, is one of the most genuinely laugh out loud funny people I've ever met. And I think I'm a funny guy. I'm very picky. Most people I don't find funny. He is one of the funniest people I know, just like effortlessly, great sense of humor. So he's all around a wonderful person, really. And it's such a shame he's been vilified and I'm very saddened by the fact there's all these parasitic journalist types. I got ambushed by a BBC journalist. Sorry, I know there's a run on. I'm rambling a little, but there was this journalist who ambushed me and said, you're exploiting him. He's clearly unwell. You're exploiting him. And, not only is that not true, but it's a little offensive because, one, he's fully in control. And two, I genuinely have such an admiration and respect for him. And I'm one of the only guys that didn't get fired on his team, because I feel like I'm the only one that went out there and said, like, I'm here to fulfill your vision. Like, you're the genius. I'm the student. You made 10, 11 incredible studio albums. You change the streetwear game. You're the guy. I'm here to learn from you and do what you want to do. And for people to say, oh, you're exploiting him, or those are your ideas, it couldn't be further from the truth. So anyway, so that's what it's like working with him.
Is Ye crazy?
No, not at all. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and I've seen everybody say, oh, he's bipolar, manic, or something. I look really red, by the way. Do I look red, or is that the camera?
It's the camera.
Okay, I'm hot. I'm like 100 degrees.
I told you.
Damn, yeah, I wore this coat. Why did I wear this heavy coat?
You can take it off.
Yeah. No, it looks too cool. But anyway, the jacket's too fire. But so, yeah, everybody says he's bipolar or he's crazy. I've met people that are actually crazy and bipolar. He's just legitimately not like that. Like, not behind the scenes, not in front of it. He's just different. He legitimately is just a unique individual. And that's what I would say. And I don't mean that to like a euphemism for some other thing. I mean, he is just a totally unique. I've never met anyone like him. The way he thinks, the way he talks, he's just different.
They always try to label certain. I feel like they label everyone with mental illness.
They do, yeah.
Like ADD, autism. Like, they're just giving. My little sister told me she had autism the other day. She like went and got tested. And I was like, and she was like, well, mom says that I don't. And like, and I said, Eva, of course you do. I'm not surprised at all. And she's like, thank you. Da, 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 da. And I was just like, they label everyone with that.
Yeah.
Like, why are you special? They give everyone something.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we're all on the
and
spectrum.
It's now you have this guy that's a genius. He's a literal genius. And they're saying he's bipolar and crazy.
Right. He's eccentric. He is an eccentric genius. And the mental illness stuff only comes when he says something they don't like, you know, and that is their convenient cop out. Is how is this guy who is universally beloved, admired, respected, critically acclaimed, how could he say something that is so against the grain, like supporting Trump in 2018 or the stuff he's saying today? Oh, well, he's just not feeling okay. Oh, he's just sick. It's like, you know, or the guy that we all love, the guy that we all grew up with and who we all admire and universally agree is like a brilliant person, disagrees with the consensus. They can't allow that, though. And that's, you know, not to go back to the political, but that is a really big part of the control matrix. Is when Trump won, they had to say it was a fraud, you know, it was Russian corruption, and the crowd size at the inauguration was small. The reason they said that was to delegitimize the victory and say, no, Trump didn't really win.
But we're crazy if we question the election.
Right.
Like, then we're conspiracy theorists.
Right.
But Russian collusion, that's...
Yeah.
Blessing, do you think Ye is crazy?
Nah, Kanye's not crazy.
I thought you said the other day you thought he was.
A little bit.
A little bit.
But not all the way. I don't know him like he does, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he has a way about him that's different. He does things that are very, I would say, provocative, but as far as like legitimate, you need to say, oh, that's crazy. It's like, yeah, a lot of stuff he does is crazy. I wouldn't attribute it to mental illness, though. You know.
Tell me about Alex Jones. How did that?
Well,
I need to know what the thought process was behind that.
Well, I don't really. The thing is, a big part of it is he likes it. It's kind of mysterious.
Okay.
You know, it was really funny because Ali not accidentally, he was sort of like recording Ye when we were in the car driving up to Inforce. Ali is like, he was on the show with us. And so these guys who have worked with me and worked with Ali, they were kind of like recording like a mini documentary, like while we were hanging out. And I guess Ye didn't know that. And so they recorded him without the mask on. And Ye saw it on Instagram and he said, you're like the magician revealing his secrets. Because he was seen without the mask on. So he's really into the idea of the performance of it. And it is a performance. You know, when people I'm sure must watch that and think, oh, what's gotten into him? It's a performance. And, you know, it worked. It was what it was intended to be. It was outlandish. It was a little funky. It was different. It was provocative. It was weird. And, you know, that's part of it. Everything was intentional. The mask, the gloves, the jacket. You know, it was really funny. He had these, I think they were Balenciaga gloves, really expensive gloves. And he lost one of them because we were in Austin. Then we flew to Miami that night. And he lost one of them in Miami. And the next interview he did, he had the same jacket, the mask, and one glove. And he had the other hand in his pocket the whole time because he didn't want people to see his like bare hand. So that's part of it. Like the gloves were part of it. He was telling me about the jacket. He said, I think I'm going to, and it was a last minute decision. It was between that and one other jacket. He threw that one on because he was like, I feel like this is going to appeal to the kind of people that watch InfoWars. This is like the coolest motocross jacket because that's like what people like. Is very like Texas and whatever. So like everything is very intentional, very, very well thought out, stylized. When we went to Mar-a-Lago, same deal. Before we got to the airport, he changed his jacket like 3 times. He chose the blue NASA jacket. You know, he liked the color. So.
Okay. I didn't mean his outfit.
Oh. You meant the I Love Hitler thing?
I meant, how did he get connected with Alex Jones?
Oh, okay.
What was his intention for going on? It was interview. I should have been more specific. Yeah. What was his intention for going on the show?
Well, he really likes Alex.
And why? What did he even say about Hitler? I can't even remember. It was something crazy, though.
something crazy.
But maybe
awesome.
maybe it would make sense now that I've talked to you. What did he say?
He said that Hitler did good things also, and that and Alex Jones said, yeah, I guess everybody has something good to offer. And Ye said, especially Hitler.
I'm not laughing. YouTube. That's not funny. Push back.
Dude, it was
I'm pushing back.
Like, the way he said it was so funny. Like Alex Jones said, I think the Nazis were terrible people and this and that. And Ye said, nah, but we're going to stop dissing the Nazis all the time. Like just the way he said it.
Oh, but his point was what you said earlier.
Yeah.
Was that everyone commits atrocities. And so we're always going to shit on the Nazis and the people with like German heritage. However, there's other people that also have done similar things.
He also just loves like Hitler. Like he does admire Hitler.
Damn it.
Yeah. So there's that also, which, I agree with him on. Like, I admire Stalin. I admire Hitler.
Why?
Well, because look, I mean, you subtract these bad things, and Hitler was like a visionary, great leader. He was like a German statesman. And here's the thing, because a buddy of mine who is a mutual friend of ours, he was talking to some like minorities on this other show, and or not non-white people, and they were talking about Hitler, and they were all saying, well, but didn't Hitler hate black people? Didn't Hitler hate people that are like us, that look like us? And he goes, really? What evidence do you have of that? They said, well, what about this? And the guy was like, well, what was going on in America at the time? In America, you had Jim Crow. In America, you had racism. The Nazis treated Jesse Owens better than the Americans did. Jesse Owens he was the Olympic athlete in the Munich Olympics. It was hosted by Germany, by Hitler. He was given the red carpet treatment in Hitler's Germany. It was the Americans that booed him and treated him like trash. So what's the contention? That Nazi Germany was as racist as literally every other country in the world at that time. So there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And what it gets down to is the reason that he's got to be uniquely bad is because of the Holocaust. But if you don't believe in that whole deal, then it's like he's no different than Franco or Mussolini or Mao or Stalin. And Mao is still revered as a god in China, and Stalin. The Russians have a complicated relationship with Stalin. They don't repudiate Stalin's legacy. They actually honor Stalin's legacy because Stalin won World War II. And Hitler brought Germany back from the catastrophic ruin of World War I. Germany was destroyed after that war, and they were literally destroyed for being great. I'm not even German. I'm not even really pro-German necessarily. But Germany was destroyed for being great. It's because at the turn of the last century, their industrial output was outpacing Great Britain's. And Great Britain is the hegemonic power in Europe that kept all the other countries in check. They were so powerful, they kept everybody in check. That's the idea. And so World War I and World War II was about how Germany became unified and then was able to challenge Great Britain. And so it's about this power clash between two superpowers. And so in effect, what happened in World War I is they fought it through to a stalemate. America enters the scene and decisively on the side of Great Britain and France and decisively wins the war. And then Germany is destroyed and punished for the whole thing. So they were destroyed for being a great country. They were destroyed for challenging the British. Hitler comes in and say it was a miraculous thing. Nobody will deny this. He saved the German economy. He made people feel proud to be German again. He went after, because Germany was also open season. It was communists and anarchists fighting. They wanted to do the same thing in Germany that they did in Russia. Russia, for decades, was chaos because anarchists killed the Tsar. They killed Alex III, and then Nicholas II took power. Anarchists were bombing things. There was a communist revolution. They slaughtered the royal family. It was a disaster for years. They became a pariah state. It took them a decade to normalize relations with other countries. And so the communists and the leftists wanted to do the same thing to Germany that they had done to Russia. And the Russians were sponsoring it. You know, the Soviet state, which is a very rich and powerful state, was sponsoring the communists in Germany. So Hitler comes in, and the country's like a war zone. The currency is worthless. The economy's destroyed. Degeneracy is rampant. There's transgender stuff, licentiousness, prostitution.
There's transgender stuff back then?
Yeah.
When was...
That's why they were burning books.
Wow.
Those were the books they were burning.
Oh, I didn't... Wow. I'm just shocked there was transgender stuff back then.
Yeah, it's Mansfield or Hirschfield. It had some really innocuous sounding name, but it's this Jewish guy who had this like research center, and they were the pioneers in transgenderism, in early transgender surgeries, homosexuality, all that stuff. Like it was all coming from Berlin. And it was horrible. And Hitler comes in, and that's what the book burnings were about. They were burning all these research books about transgender stuff because it was like morally repugnant. It's the same stuff that's going on today, you know? Everybody says the book burnings, they were burning knowledge. That wasn't knowledge. That was perversion. That'd be like if they started burning pornography. Nobody would say that burning pornography is some sick, tyrannical, like backwards. They don't want people to be educated. They would say that's filth. Same deal there. So anyway, so he goes in, revives the economy, drives out the communists and anarchists, brings organized crime under control, builds all this infrastructure. It was amazing. He was Times Man of the Year. Now, he was anti-Semitic. We have to recognize, though, one, everyone was anti-Semitic back then. That's just true. Henry Ford, Charles Lindbergh, all the presidents, all the leaders of Europe, you name it. Not only that, but also the Jews were extremely influential and did inflict a lot of those problems. You know, all that transgender stuff was coming from Jewish intellectuals. People blame what's happening in America today on the cultural Marxists. That's real. The cultural Marxists were all Jews that came from Berlin, that were driven out by Hitler. So when people look at the legacy of postmodernism, cultural Marxism in America today, it all came from Columbia. It all came from these guys at Columbia who originally came from Frankfurt in Germany, and they got kicked out because they were Jewish communist radicals. So, and anyway, this is not like a defense of everything Hitler ever did, but you know, when you strip away this, the
whole point is that he was a visionary and he did good things too. That's what but nobody's ever heard that in media ever. So it's crazy to someone who didn't hear your whole explanation.
Right. Yeah.
But when you're explaining it, like Blessing, he kind of makes sense. And it's like, but that's crazy because no one's ever heard this stuff before ever. And even when me and Blessing heard it for the first time, we're like, what?
Yeah.
We're just like, I think we did a reaction, but we didn't post it because we were scared. I think we put it on Rumble or page, I don't know, something. Wow. Okay. So Alex Jones, has he heard this stuff too? Because he seemed even shocked.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, because Ye was supposed to appear on the Alex Jones show earlier, but they wouldn't do it, partially because Ye had some issues with the setup, but also Ye kept talking to Alex Jones on the phone about Hitler. I was like, you know, I love Hitler, and Alex Jones was like, no, we don't love Hitler, blah, blah, blah. So he's very anti-Hitler. He's not really with all that. But, you know, Ye just likes him. So he got in touch with them and they want to collaborate and everything. And we did the show, and Alex Jones didn't like it. I mean, he went on Steven Crowder the next week and badmouthed both of us, me and Ye, which I thought was very unprofessional, because he's, you know, hey, not for nothing, but he makes $50 million a year off supplements and those things. And if you look at all the companies that produce those things, you know, let's just say they're interested parties. Let's just say there is an interest, you know, in some of the financial things.
That clip of Ye talking about, I can't remember what it was, but he was like, the doctor, I'm not going to say the rare or something.
Yeah,
so
it was a Jewish doctor.
What happened on Tim Pool? Why do you walk out of Tim Pool?
Because they kept pushing him. He told them and I could tell it was going to happen because Ye was like, he was heating up. He was heating up quickly. He said, like, I'm not about to explain myself. They took, $400 million from me or $2 billion, and then they froze $300 million. He goes, I'm not about to explain all this. But Tim Pool kept pushing and saying, no, it's not the Jews. It's liberals. It's not this, it's this. And Ye told him, he said, look, he literally warned him. He said, I'm about to walk the F off the show and hop on a private jet and fly out of here. And then that's exactly what he did because they kept pushing him. So a lot of people said that we had staged that or planned that. Wasn't staged. We went in there and then we went out, then we left. So he just didn't like Tim Pool very much.
Wow. I think I got red pilled a little bit more this interview.
A little bit, yeah. Well, I'd be the guy to do it. I'm the human red pill.
Well, what do you think, Blessing? Is he a white supremacist?
Nah, I don't think so.
Let's go. Let's go.
He's a bit likable, actually.
we have to let the black guy in the room decide. I can't.
Yeah, literally.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Where can they find you?
Cozy.tv. Where's my camera? This one? Cozy.tv/Nick.
I'm sure we're going to edit parts of this out. I'm almost positive. But catch the full stream on Rumble. Guys, you really should check it out because this was so interesting to listen to. So it's going to be unfortunate the parts we're probably going to have to edit out. But, we got to comply with YouTube guidelines. So make sure you guys like the video on your way out. Subscribe to the.
Well, I mean, I've been a fly on the wall for more than 15 years. I done sat in on all of these. I done sat in on all of these interviews. I done heard everything there needs to be said. I mean, the stuff that he was saying about, the funny mustache man. I've been knew all about all of this stuff. As a matter of fact, even Farrakhan talked about a lot of this stuff. Farrakhan. Give me 1 second. Farrakhan talked about a lot of stuff. Oh shit, Jason Black about to say something about Tekashi 6ix9ine. Definitely got to look at that. But yeah, man, let's get into what Jason Black had to say. Let's piece all of this shit together. So now that you heard the interview, that got a lot of people charged up. Yeah, Nas, yep. Can't forget Nas. Yeah, Pearly got an OVO sweatshop. You dig? Dudes in there making shoes and shit. All right. Y'all make sure y'all like and support the channel. Support the channel to the moon. Let's get into it now. Let's see what all the hoopla is about.
Tonight's program is going to be a flamethrower. You've been forewarned. Well, I've been spending all this time telling people about integrity and why that matters, and it seems a lot of folks are just used to letting snakes snuggle up right next to them here. And now exactly what I predicted it was going to occur the whole damn time has come to pass. I warned everyone a long time ago about some of these carpetbaggers and culture vultures. I even said, you know what, if some of these Kevin Samuels listeners who have spent their whole time sitting up here with no integrity, you're going to turn around and they're going to be led by a white woman one day. And sure enough, that's come to pass too. Well, guess what here, folks? There are a lot of folks who were sitting up here for the longest time, butt kissing and being groupies. They were unassuming and unthinking. And now that these white carpetbaggers have reached a big enough number, now they're starting to bear their fangs. But then again, they were bearing them the whole time. Folks just didn't want to see it there. And now they've decided to trot out a format change. So they built their audiences, ostensibly speaking, to and about Black folk and Black issues and Black culture. But now that they want a format change, it's 180 degrees diametrically opposed to where they started. And a lot of folks who've been lapping up behind them like dogs are looking pretty foolish right now. So where am I going to start with this here? Well, first and foremost, I'm going to start with everyone's favorite new sycophantic interloper, Just Pearly Things here. And some of you are fans, unthinking individuals in your own right. And that's okay, because we're here to hurt your feelings in that regard, because you fell for it. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Just Pearly Things, she basically is a little white girl who made very few bones about the fact that she just saw this as something she can make money off of, and she has been an interloper into it ever since. She has no connection to Black people of the Black street whatsoever. I warned people about this from day one, and a bunch of folks tried to ignore that. I'm going to come to Adam in just a few moments. So for those of you who came here for Adam No Jumper, I'm going to get to know Jumper here in just a little bit. But I haven't heard nearly as many people say as much about Just Pearly Things recently. Because while everyone is talking about how Adam and No Jumper were sitting there talking to Richard Spencer, I didn't hear too many people here talking about how Just Pearly Things did an interview a couple of weeks ago with Nick Fuentes. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the alt-right, or if you're so brain-numbed that you don't remember the alt-right riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, then you don't know that Nick Fuentes is one of the notorious right-wing white supremacist personalities who was there. And Just Pearly Things felt like, well, this would be a wonderful person for her after all this time and all these years. All of a sudden, she wants to hold an interview with him. Not a debate, an interview. So I decided to go ahead and do the work of the media here, and I checked it out for myself. And let me tell you, yeah, they did exactly what you all are afraid of, what you'd be thinking about. What I want to do here is I want to start with Charlottesville, by the way. Let's go ahead and just start there, because maybe Jason's making things up. But she asked him about his credentials and why he is so controversial. And listen to what they say about Charlottesville.
Well, you know, the rest.
No, I don't even remember. So what happened? Someone died, didn't it?
Yeah, this woman died. And there's a lot. It's very contentious what exactly happened there.
There was a
because
shooting. Is that what happened?
No, she got ran over by a car.
Oh, okay, it said Charlottesville shooting, but
Yeah.
on here. But okay, she got ran over by a car,
Mhm.
and that was who ran her over.
This guy who was with this group called Vanguard America.
His name was James Alex Fields, and her name was Heather Heyer. I know, I did a documentary about it. Did you see how dismissive that was? And by the way, this sets the tone for Just Pearly Things. She spends this entire time acting like a dumb ditzy blonde. She's going to pretend that she doesn't know anything about any of this. But throughout the interview, she's going to keep snitching on herself and making it clear how much she knows. So she's going to spend the whole time pretending that she doesn't know anything about Nick Fuentes, even though you asked him to be on your program. She's going to pretend she doesn't know anything about the alt-right, anything about anti-Semitism, anything about white supremacy. And then periodically she's going to switch up when she forgets herself, or he says something that she can't resist commenting on. And then all of a sudden she going to start letting the real thing come out. So I want you all to understand that going forward, she starts letting the real thing come out. And they're talking about Charlottesville, and she's acting like she doesn't know what happened there. She's not sure what occurred. Now, when it goes on here, he's talking to her about Israel and Palestine, and she goes on the ditzy blonde routine again. It's really kind of embarrassing, but she does it and then starts telling on herself.
Issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so they blacklisted me. They cut me off. Then they went out everywhere to Media Matters, which is this left-wing hit piece mill. And they started sending clips from my show and saying, this guy's a Nazi, do hit pieces on him, call my boss, try to get me fired. So
tell me the Israel issue, because just for the average person isn't going to know what you're talking about.
sure.
And I sure don't. So
Yeah. Well,
Well, now, did you hear that? So she tells on herself there. Tell them about the Israel issue, because the average person isn't going to know. Oh, and I certainly don't know. Now, for those of you who've been following this and been following me all this time, you recognize hardcore white supremacist strategy when you see it. You recognize hardcore white supremacist strategy when you see this. So she's barely being subtle anymore because she knows the points that she wants to make. So she's trying to tiptoe around it and tiptoe through it, but she keeps telling on herself.
that I was like, yeah, okay. But then I started to
and wait, just started to break it down a little. Israel versus Palestine. You're saying that there's like a war there going on?
Yeah.
Now, she doesn't know about the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and yet she's engaging in a conversation specifically asking about the Israelis and the Palestinians. This is insulting to people's intelligence. She wants him to do all the heavy lifting so she can say, oh, I didn't say this. I mean, he was the one who said it. I didn't say this, not me. Now, for those of you who may be thinking, well, Jason, this is about Jewish people in Israel and Palestine. What's that got to do with us? This is where dumb people here make their mistakes. This is where dumb people make their mistakes. The devil is in the details. Once again, she acts like she doesn't know what any of this is about. She has no clue what's going on.
The narrative that, because if I remember correctly at the time, the narrative was that Palestine was doing it. Is that untrue?
Well,
so she's talking about terrorism and terrorist acts. Fuentes is talking about the Jews starting it, the Zionist Jews starting with terrorist tactics first. And she sits there and acts like she doesn't know anything about that, remember? But then she starts saying, oh, well, if I remember correctly, I thought you didn't know anything. I thought you didn't know anything at all.
Agitating the Muslim. They actually were terrorists there. A lot of people don't know this. Everybody says Muslims are the terrorists, but it was really the Jews that kind of invented that in the Middle East against the British, against the Americans, against the Muslims. They did bus bombings. They bombed civilian infrastructure, military infrastructure.
The Jews did. Okay.
The Zionist settlers.
Why is the narrative that, because if I remember correctly at the time, the narrative was that Palestine was doing it. Is that untrue?
Well, they do it now.
Oh.
I thought she didn't know anything. I thought just Pearly Tings didn't know anything. She just said a few moments ago, I don't know anything. Can you tell me what's going on? Because I don't know. So just remember, she's cutting her teeth on this about Jewish people, you know full well is going to get around the black folk before it's over. It's going to get around the black people before it's over. Well, Jason, how can you say that? How can you say that? So anybody trying to defend her tonight, you're going to look every type of candy-coated flavor as stupid there is. I suggest you fall back or don't. Then he goes here, and I want you to listen to now. This is going to be a little bit longer, but you're going to hear him mention a name that you're all going to recognize, and take a look at how just Pearly Tings, your good white down sister girl invited to the barbecue square friend, take a look, listen to how she responds to it.
Which, again, maybe you disagree with the sentiment, but it's consistent. It's like if you believe in America first, obviously, if you have allegiance to some other country, there's like a fundamental contradiction. Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, the surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person. Yeah.
He called you an Ben?
Yeah.
But I love Ben Shapiro. Ben!
Yeah.
Why would you do that? That's like a feminist. That's the same argument the feminist.
Ben! Oh, I love Ben Shapiro. So for all of the butt kissers, all the black winosphere mamas, boys, and sissy hoes, by the way, did you see that one coming? Because I've been aware of this interview since she did it. But by the way, you just heard her very enthusiastically. Oh, Ben Shapiro. I love Ben Shapiro. I thought she didn't know anything about the Middle East, about Israel, about the Palestinians. I thought she didn't know anything about that. Oh, Jason, you reaching. she's not really gonna come out anti-black. Oh, really? Well, Jason, right? That's really serious to say. Oh, really? Did you see the way she enthusiastically went into full Karen debutante mode? I love Ben Shapiro. She started fangirling. I love Ben Shapiro. Yeah, y'all, she is knee deep off in this. To all the jackasses and clowns who've been big up in her, sharing her content, quoting her, where all of y'all after tonight, by the way? I want to know where y'all all after tonight. And by the way, I'm going to name names tonight. Now, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to be naming names tonight because it's time for us to clear some air on this. But I'm going to name some names tonight before this microphone finishes smoking. I'm going to name some names.
Contradiction. Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, the surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person. Yeah.
He called you an Ben?
Yeah.
But I love Ben Shapiro. Ben!
Yeah.
Why would you do that? That's like a feminist, that's the same argument the feminists use.
I know.
That's the same, because the feminists will be like, that's what they say to me, that I hate women. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. And so for you, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's an argument a woman would use.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So now Ben is beefing with you.
Yeah. So
how old were you when that happened?
I was 18.
Just wait for it.
Dude.
Wait for it.
Shapiro's beefing with this 18.
Yeah, like 10,000 followers on Twitter.
That's what he does, though. He dunks on college kids.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That was his brand. I miss it. I kind of miss him on the college campuses, just dunking on these guys.
The circuit. Yeah, I mean, hey, he's good at it.
I mean, she goes all the way back. Yes, she tries this little dumb blonde. I don't know anything about these people. I don't know nothing. You mentioned Ben Shapiro, and she wants to establish her credentials. She goes all the way back. The longer you let her talk, the more she lets you know, oh, I'm hip deep off in the game. And a bunch of jackasses bunch of clueless Negroes sitting on her program, sharing her content, quoting her on YouTube and Instagram. And she's letting you know, oh, I've been down with the alt-right from day one. I go all the way back. Wait for it.
He is good at what he does. I'll give him his
Would he
due.
ever debate you?
No.
Oh my gosh, Ben, I'll host it.
Okay.
Open invite, Ben.
Ben, I'll host it. Open invite, Ben. Yeah, for some of you who thought maybe Jason's exaggerating, it ain't gonna be that heavy, it ain't gonna be that hard. Oh, yes, it is. Y'all, if I am serving up the heat tonight, give me a fire emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. There's over 2,000 people listening here tonight. Maybe you're embarrassed. Maybe you're humiliated. Maybe you're one of the guilty people who was sitting up here sharing her content, big up in it, clapping like monkeys and seals. And you didn't give a thought to the fact that it was so obvious that maybe you've got some racial stigma to yourself where you see white mommy and white daddy and you are compelled to wrap your lips around their asses. And what Jason was warning you about, now you look extra chocolate covered stupid. Because she's sitting up here making anybody who sat up here and shared her content, big upped her, gave her the thumbs up. You didn't do any vetting. You didn't check the paperwork. You didn't check the pedigree. You were not more scrutinizing and more critical before she walked in the door. I know you're feeling stupid right now. I know you don't like this program tonight. Because now you just got to admit, yeah, you just cooning. You just got to admit it now. But for everybody else who's down with it, hit the likes button. There's over 2,000 people here. I guess I got a lot of guilty people. I guess I got a lot of guilty folks tonight. They're like, damn, Jason, you had to ruin my damn week. Now, if I go back over there, I just got to admit that I'm the coon I am. Damn, Jason's hurting me. Maybe you thought that, oh, let me tell y'all right now, I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. I'm not telling you what you paid. I'm telling you what you owe. We gonna be here for a minute. Jason, you gonna hurt us that bad? All of us butt kissers to this chick who just jumped on the bandwagon? Oh, I'm not here to hurt your feelings. I'm here to break your soul. I wonder what she would say about being a Karen. I wonder what she would say.
Message and said, Nick, I can no longer talk to you. We are no longer in the same movement. What you're pushing is dangerous and hateful and anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. Never talk to me again. The whole crew blocked me on Twitter, stopped talking to me. And then I got a call from my boss at RSBN a week later, this guy, Joe Seals, and he says, Cassie has been calling me every day for the last 2 weeks saying that I need to fire you because you're racist and you're an anti-Semite. So not only does she cut off the friendship and blacklist me, but then she starts calling my boss.
She Karen'd you, huh?
Yeah, it's for real.
Yeah. Was she white?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the best Karens.
Yeah,
we do Karen it better than anyone else.
That's true. Yeah, that's not sure that's like something to be proud
Wait
of.
for
It
it.
kind of is though, actually. I'm actually in a way kind of like pro Karen.
Karens are needed. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that sometimes we're in the wrong,
Mhm.
but I honestly think like Karens are the ones that do the shit that no one else wants to do.
Mhm.
Now, you might have been on the negative end of the Karen stick, right?
That's
but they all probably wanted you fired or wanted you blacklisted, right? Karen's just the one that did it.
Yeah, that's
Karen-
right.
So, from my point of view, if the guy next door is having this loud party and I'm the one that goes and complains, everyone wanted it to stop.
That's right.
I'm pro Karen.
I am too.
So all of you Negroes talking about the Karens calling the police on you and the little black kids at the swimming pool and calling the cops on you. She's pro Karen. You know, the guys, she couldn't just say the black guys, the guys next door playing the music too loud. I'm the one who calls the police. I'm the one who calls the police. I was warning you all about this chick from day one. And because there is just a white butt-kissing gene in so many people, when I warned about this chick from day one and said she doesn't even need to be let in the neighborhood, much less let in the front door, I said that then, and a bunch of Negroes sitting up here talking about, well, don't worry, she got a pass from Kevin and Fresh and Fit. They say she aight. All right. Bunch of Negroes trying to be social climbers. Next thing you know, you gone and she's here and she is building the white supremacist institution right in front of your faces. But Jason was wrong all this time, right? Jason was just a hater all this time, though you can't tell me what exactly it was that I was, quote, hating on that was worth supporting. Now, if you're a brainless, gutless groupie, your feelings are very hurt right now. You spent a whole lot of time sitting up here defending this. But Jason was wrong all this time. For the past 2 years when I was warning about this, I was wrong all this time, allegedly, right? Oh, you damn right I'm going to rub your face in it now. Because for those of you who were sitting up here in the comment section and complaining, you look like stone cold asses today. You look like stone cold asses. Well, Jason, some of you now, some of y'all are on extra strength spicy coonism. Well, Jason, I mean, just because she said that she loved Ben Shapiro, and just because she said that she is a Karen and that she loves Karens, well, I mean, that don't sound great right there. But I mean, you know, that's not really that bad right there, Jason. Some of y'all right there are extra super spicy coonish. Well, let me tell you right now, your girl didn't cut you no slack. She cut you no slack whatsoever. I wonder what Miss Pearly thinks of African immigrants versus Black Americans, specifically descendants of slaves, foundationals. I wonder what she thinks of that if we get into the immigration discussion. I wonder what she's gonna say if you ask her about that. Brace yourselves, all of her supporters.
No. And that's not a conservative position, especially not 50 million people in 10 years.
Right.
Because America's got 300 million. So, you know, what is that? 1/6 of the population in 10 years.
And so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against him pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America, and they often work harder than the people that are from America. So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like if they had a certain like mindset in order?
Well, I told you you were going to get your hearts and your feelings and your souls broken. There's no way you can defend her now and sit up here and say you cool with it. She just outright told you, well, they work harder than people. Now, you know she means black. I like my African immigrants. They work harder than people from America. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to give you any place to hide. You know you're guilty. You know if you've been listening to her. You know if you've been big upping her. You know if you were saying Jason just a hater and sometimes some other folks tell the truth. Jason, you just don't trust these people like that. Yeah, where are they at now? Where are they going to be at now after tonight? Folks, we only 20 minutes in tonight. We are 50 miles off in the woods. We're only 20 minutes in. Let's hear it from the black winosphere, all these butt-kissing Negroes who were so desperate to get on her program and get patted on the head by her and wanted to make her in charge of the village. By the way, where you at now? Where you at now? No, Jason ain't cooking, Jason's roasting.
10 years.
And so why is that?
Why does he support that?
No, why are you against pro? Because in my head, see, I hire people from Africa, right?
Right.
Shout out Blessing.
Yeah.
And I just see like the work ethic of people that are like not from America, and they often work harder than the people that are from America. So in my head, it's like, wouldn't it help us economically if we had more, like if they had a certain like mindset in order to come here?
There is a lot of truth to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll agree with you there. Particularly like Hispanics in America,
Mm-hmm.
very hard. The Africans too. I mean, because I met
Nigerian Americans I'm pretty sure they out earn white Americans.
they do. Their
Mhm.
median income. This is old
with
statistics,
Indian,
but it's like
yeah.
$80,000 a year.
Yeah.
They're, you know, Iranians, you know, all those immigrant groups, you know, they're very productive.
And it would make my job easier too. Like, because I'm thinking of me, you know, so I'm a woman, a selfish perspective.
Yes.
Like if immigration would be easier, it'd be easier to get some of my employees from England to the US.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, and there's economic arguments, and we could go there for a minute. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are the Negroes that she likes. She likes black servants. She likes black servants. She can't even be coy about it in the presence of another white person. She starts letting the real thing come out. She starts getting very, very honest and open about it. Damn, Jason's hurting your damn feelings. What happened to her pretending to be so dumb? Remember at the beginning, she was talking like she was so dumb. Remember? She was talking like she didn't know anything. She was talking like she's so stupid. I don't know anything about these subjects y'all is talking about. I don't know anything about that. Can you explain it to me, Mr. Fuentes? Because I don't know anything about it. Ooh, I just didn't know. Yeah, she's always pretending she's stupid. She's not stupid. She just pretends to be stupid until you ask the right question. Then she becomes a full-blown Fox News host. How many of you clowns were sitting up here subscribed to her page? All I do is check right now to see how many of you listening to me right now are subscribed to her page so we can go ahead and out you. Because you've been sitting up here big up in this the whole damn time. Did not check the paperwork ever. Didn't check the paperwork ever. I've been calling the warning, ringing the warning bell now for over a year, for the last couple of years. And it was just me with folks talking about I'm hating. You damn right I'm hating on this. I wonder if it could get worse. Yeah, it can get worse. Jason, let us breathe. Nah, for the boot-licking coons who are supporting this all this time, no, you don't get to breathe.
It's more than it is now. You know, just strictly looking at the same numbers. And a big part of that is because there are just simply more workers.
Isn't one way they inflate that, though? Because I remember Sowell talking about this, and he said the problem is they increase the cost of like the in the stats, they'll increase the cost of living, even though like 50 years ago, someone on like lower income wouldn't have air conditioning or a TV, but now.
Oh, so now she's quoting Thomas Sowell, everyone's favorite bootlicking Negro economist. Now she's quoting Thomas Sowell. Now, there were a bunch of you who are off in your feelings because you are bastard babies who grew up under slutty mamas and deadbeat daddies. Oh, yes, I'm saying it. And when I first started calling out, oh, Kevin, when I said, by the way, this guy is quoting Thomas Sowell too. And then you had this clown from Atlanta. You got proof of that? Yeah, I need to see proof of that right there. And then you never heard from that guy again when I played the clip. By the way, it's on my homepage here on YouTube on The Business. Well, at least it's one of the videos there. When I said it then, it was controversial. Why is it that you weren't taking Kevin to task for it then? Some of you are just brainless and looking for a daddy on the internet as opposed to looking to become an adult in your own right. Well, when you allowed him to get away with that, guess what? You emboldened her. And she said, well, if they're going to let us just get away with it, why not just let it all hang out? No, she's not just an agent. The folks who've gone along with this and given her a pass all this time, they're agents too. Agents of destruction. Now, what I want to do here, because I'm not going to let those of you who've been kissing her ass all this time, I'm not going to let you breathe. Oh, you don't get to breathe. You've been supporting her all this time and you know who you are. You've been supporting it, sharing it, liking it. Ooh, I agree with her. She's a knockoff of Jason and other things. But, you know, white mommy is here. If she says it, then it must be right. Oh, you don't get to breathe. Damn, Jason, how many clips you got to load and reload? Let me tell you, we can refight the Gulf War with what I got ready for you here. We're going to skip forward a little bit more because I want Fuentes to set up this next part. I want Nick Fuentes here to set up the next thing you're going to hear.
Specific kind of country. When you bring in people that are not white, number one, by the next century, America is going to be 10, 20% white. It's going to be a fundamentally different country because people are not interchangeable. And it's not to say that we don't like them. It's not to say that they're inferior. It's not to say anything about them. But you can't take America that.
Keep that in mind now. Well, it's not to say that they're inferior or anything like that. Keep that in mind and watch what she says next in reaction.
It's 90% white in 1965, and it's going to be 80% non-white in 2100, and say that's the same place. You know?
So that's why they call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying.
Well, do you now remember what I've always taught you all? If you want to know what black people think, let a white person ask. Well, you know what? If you want to know what a white woman thinks, let a white male ask. And you heard what he just said. Well, yeah. Do you think I'm a white supremacist? Well, no, actually, I kind of understand why you're saying that, Mr. Alt-Right Charlottesville. Now, understand, this next part here is rather crucial because once she starts going, she ain't gonna stop. All you just pearly things, sycophants and zombies. Oh, I'm turning all your sacred cows into hamburger today. You're not gonna like me for real after this program. You're not going to like me for real because that little guilty feeling that was nagging you before is going to be banging upside your head. Let me let the whole clip play for you. Now that you've heard him set it up, let me let the whole clip play for you now.
They call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Look at, please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Well,
did you hear that? Well, they are more industrious than American blacks. Yeah, all you just butt kissing Pearly things. Yeah, you heard that now, didn't you? Well, they are more industrious than American blacks. I want to get my Africans. I want to get my Africans over here to America. They're talking about your silly asses like you're a purse or a pair of shoes. And don't worry, there's plenty of them over there who are sitting up there laughing. They're in the studio, by the way. They're in the studio with her now, laughing and chuckling up a damn storm while Massa is sitting up here going crazy talking about you. Oh, I'm going to spin it again because I know you don't want to hear it.
if in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Look at, please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, hey, they are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Well, look at everyone.
Are you still laughing? 'Cause I never was. When folks were calling me a hater and they were trying to invite Becky to the barbecue, and they sat up here and let other people smuggle the language in, but being an internet fanboy or fangirl is just irresistible to some. Well, I warned you that this would be the result. And you were sitting up here trying to call me names. All I can assume right now is that you are just thrilled to have your lips wrapped around her butt cheeks. Well, I'm not going to join you. So yeah, I've been ringing the bell and sounding the alarm for years now. Other folks got caught with their drawers down. I've been saying this the entire time. Not this one. Not this chick in particular. Not her. She's dirty. The paperwork's dirty. Down the board. Folks were sitting up here trying to argue with me. Which just really tells you how many folks out here really do have this white butt kissing fetish. I said her by name. Well over a year ago, I said her by name. And I said, she's going to end up leading y'all, and I'll be damned. I'm not done yet. Jason, let us breathe. Oh, you don't get to breathe. White mommy did this to you, not me. Jason, how many more clips you got? You don't want me to say that number out loud. Jason, you really did this deep of a dive. I damn sure did. I damn sure did. I did not bring receipts. I brought invoices. I'm telling all of you, not what you paid, but what you owe. You think you've heard her say the worst yet? You haven't even heard the worst yet.
Very industrious.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people.
Okay, now let me back up just a little bit more here, because he's talking about people being hardworking. He's talking about people in general from various other places. I think he mentioned Germany. But I want you to get the full context of this, so when she says what she says, it smacks you upside the back of the head like a cinder block.
Yeah. I was like, stop, no. They all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin.
Well, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like people to care about their opinions and like what they ate for lunch and, things about my life that just make sense or whatever. But how many people could make a company and deal with the things you deal with, you know, like recruiting and, you know, because I mean, not on the same scale as you, but I do things and it's tough. You know, it's a business. It's fun in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, it's a business. And that is a German attribute, to be industrious. I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I like get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you, I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
Where are all the folks who said I was a hater? Where are all the folks who were sitting up here saying, well, Jason, you reaching, you stretching? Where are all of them now? I want to know where all of them are after tonight. Yeah, ha, 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 he. What's so damn funny? What's so damn funny now? Oh, yeah, before this is over, I'm going to name names. What's so damn funny now? You can't lie and say you didn't see this. Jason Black has been talking about this now for over a year, for about 2 years now. And I've been naming this chick in particular. I said it from day one. Hey, she doesn't need to be given any space around here. I said it the whole time. Where are the folks who are sitting up criticizing me now? Because you're going to have to justify this. And you're going to have to justify why it is that Jason said it the whole time and you were defending it the whole time and you're just now saying something. By the way, yeah, you all thought she was going to leave it alone. That wasn't Fuentes who brought up the black people this time. He talked about him being late and then she brings up the black folk around her. You know, those cute little African pets that she has working for her. She's the one who brings them up. Not Fuentes. So if you want to know why I let that whole clip play with that whole segment like that, so you can get the whole context. Oh, let me go ahead and back it up. Jason, you know, I was a coon and a fool, but are you going to really keep humiliating me? Oh, you damn right I am.
When I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time. I don't mean
No, he's really offended.
Is he? Because he didn't leave. It's because he's black. Folks, this isn't 2 years ago. This is 2 weeks ago. Let me say this again. This video isn't from 2 years ago or 2 months ago. This is from 2 weeks ago. What in the hell have all of you people who've been showing up on her channel, what the hell were you all thinking? Oh, I'm showing you. What the hell were you thinking? Did you do any paperwork check? Or does it even matter to you? Because judging by some of these hairlines and some of these attitudes, I don't know. But by the way, if I was aware of this from day one, how in the hell is it that I was aware this was happening and I was aware of this weeks ago and you didn't check the pedigree, you didn't check the technique, you didn't check the paperwork? Jason knew about it. Oh, don't worry, I'm going to get to naming names in a moment. Jason, you showing faces, you going sideways. Oh, no, I'm going to name names before it's over. I just want to make sure that we saute the chickens before they come home to get roasted. Y'all got a lot of damn explaining to do. You got a lot of explaining to do why white mommy don't bother you. So these kind of things don't bother you. You still gonna say Jason is reaching? How many of you are so brain dead and cooning that you're still gonna give white mommy a pass for what you just clearly heard? Oh, folks, we're not done yet. Jason, we dead on the ground. Can you leave us? We on life support. Look here, we're just gonna put you out to damn misery. Because if you thought you heard the worst, no, you ain't heard the worst yet. All of her supporters, I'm going to let this play here so that this goes in context, so nobody can say I took it out of its context. Tell me, how do you explain away this?
One way.
Yeah.
And America being one. That was when more immigration happened and the culture, we sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because the lesson of World War II, based on the horrors of the Holocaust, is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is what happens when nationalism goes
But your
too far.
argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. Okay, what do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of
You
it.
deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You
Right.
think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished. Yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna
You're
be
gonna
in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Now, though, that's her in her own words. 2 weeks ago, not 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago. So for those of you at the beginning talking about, well, Jason, what's Israel and Palestine got to do with this? Because they start warming up with that one, with the white people who are not considered to be white enough because they remind them of niggas. So you listen for them to start giving you the warm-up act, and then eventually, when they get warmed up, they're going to come to us, and they're going to be stomping. So how do you explain away that one? You're just going to have to tell us that you agree with that, right? Because that's what you're going to have to say. If you condone her or condone her in your presence, you're going to have to say that you agree with that. That you agree that she's just got a difference of opinion about slavery, that slavery was exaggerated. Those are not Jason Black's words. Those are hers. So many members of the Black winosphere cooning their way through life, they got a whole lot of explaining to do now, don't they? Or then again, maybe they don't, because you got to understand, when you are accustomed to kissing white ass, you will just explain away anything and see how many other folks go along with you. But after tonight, you will not be able to claim that you didn't see it and you didn't know it. Oh, you do now. You certainly do now. Let me go ahead, Jesus. I'm going to back it up because I know it's going to hurt you. I'm going to back it up.
Trade, immigration is a big part of globalization. You have all these people, because this has been going on in Europe since the 50s and 60s, actually.
Oh, so you're saying that was the end of Europe being one way, and America being one. That was when more immigration happened and the culture, we sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because the lesson of World War II, based on the horrors of the Holocaust, is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is what happens when nationalism goes too far.
But your argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. What do you mean, basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of it.
You deny parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You think they were embellished upon.
I think they're embellished. Yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna be in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
You notice she kept saying it. They want to make it more horrible. About it. I want to talk about it. The word is slavery. So she's fully aware of what she's doing. She calls herself, oh, I know they're going to get me for this, but you see, she's been sitting on this so long, sitting around your ignorant boot-licking asses while you've been sitting here showing her and reinforcing to her every negative stereotype and belief she had. Because she's like, they can't even see the snake that I am. They're so desperate to get next to me that they're willing to accept this serpent that is so obviously sitting in front of them. So she just can't sit on it anymore. She's been in your presence of your deficient brain dead asses so long, she can't even pretend that she likes you anymore. At some point, I told y'all, like Laura Schlesinger and the others, when people said, Jason, why is it that Dr. Laura Schlesinger, with all that millions of dollars and the pull that she had and the contracts and everything else, why did she sit up here and have to demand and say, nigga, nigga, nigga? Because that's what she really wanted to say. And she spent so many years being denied it. And being white is supposed to be, as Malcolm X said, white is supposed to mean free. It means I do what I want. And if I cannot call you nigga to your face, if I cannot deny slavery, if I cannot brutalize you and deny your humanity, then obviously I'm not in charge. You are. So if I cannot deny your humanity, violate your rights, desecrate your ancestors, then I'm not in charge. Somebody tell me right now. Hey, mediocre tutorials. Hey, Melanie King. Hey, lead attorney. How many of y'all who were so desperate to get her approval, so desperate to get next to white mommy, that you willingly sold out your souls and what little integrity or character you may have had left in order to get a pat on the head from her in the desperate hopes of appearing next to a white host, even though they are openly mocking black people, and you hoping it's going to get you just a few more subscribers so you won't have to go back to Five Guys and get a real job. Come on down here and explain this now. Come on down here and explain this. All you clowns in the black winosphere, all of y'all over there, I'm not going to say some of your names. Nigga, you ain't going to eat off of me. Make your clickbait for something else. You ain't going to eat off. I ain't beefing with you. You ain't going to eat off of me. But y'all already know the damn names. You know who they are. Why don't you tell them, hey, y'all got some explaining to do. Jason brought invoices. Jason brought invoices. You should have known something was wrong here when you see a white chick. She sits up here and she has thumbnail images showing white people, but when you look at the show, it's got black people. Every damn time you turn around, a white woman sitting up here, your thumbnail images got white people, but then your damn shows were filled with black folk on it. Thumbnail images of white folk and black folk everywhere. You done built a whole damn channel off of black people sitting around, talking to black folk, holding court. That's what the hell y'all stood up here and do. Let's bring some black folk out here so she can make some low rent money on the Chitlin circuit. And then after she's built herself up, we'll show some white folk, but when you click on this all black people, after she done built herself up, now she gets to come get with the alt-right so she can say, you know what, I've been sitting on this for all of these years trying to get my money straight. Now that the money is right, I'm going to let you know exactly what I think of you. And not surprisingly, she didn't just go to something that was just a little questionable. She went full-blown alt-right. She went full-blown Richard Spencer. She didn't just start doing that a couple of days ago. She been like that. Toxic masculinity shows a white woman's face on the thumbnail, toxic masculinity, but when you click on it, it's black men Who are the clowns and idiots who didn't recognize this years ago when they saw it? Well, apparently right here. Apparently right there. Now, I've been having folks tell me for years that wasn't what it was. They were claiming up and down for years that wasn't what it was. It wasn't really like that. Oh, Jason's just hating. Yeah, because I want to be on Pearly Things. Yeah, because Jason's just hating. Yeah, because you've got some super secret understanding of reality that Jason doesn't have, right? Allegedly. Some super secret, super duper understanding of reality that he just doesn't have. Some of y'all need to recognize here when you see this kind of stuff, there's a whole bunch of folks out here who are just desperate to get on and desperate to be on. That they don't care if they're sitting next to full-blown white supremacists, can they get an extra 30 views? Now, if I knew that this was Pearly Things Get Down 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, a year ago, 6 months ago, then please tell me what in the hell is your damn excuse here? No, there you are. Hey, mediocre tutorials. How you doing there, dude? You got some explaining to do, don't you think? Hey, DJ Chub Rock. Whoever you are. This face looks familiar. Kinda, sorta, maybe. I don't know. Folks got some splaining to do around these parts, don't they? They got some real splaining to do around here. I just wanted folks to see what the hell is going on. Because when I was warning about this the whole damn time, I shouldn't have to sit here and check it out. This is one of her immigrants that she got no end to immigrants. That shows you how much disgust and disdain she has for them. She's got nothing but utter contempt for them. And you sitting here with your sunshades on like you who's the Mac. Why don't you go ahead and explain to them how you feel about this afterward now? Why don't you explain that? They got some explaining to do over there, right? They got some explaining to do. How in the hell is it I was talking about this the whole damn time and they didn't say anything? Yeah, they're just that desperate for white approval. Now, they'll sit up here and make a beef with me, but are they going to call it white mommy? Are they going to make it clear and plain what they think about what the hell she said? Or why don't you just come out and say the real damn thing, dude? Why don't you just come out and say the real damn thing, dude? You don't give a damn about that. You think slavery's exaggerated. Whatever the white girl says goes. I'd feel better about you, mediocre, lead attorney, Melanie King. I'd feel better about you, and I would have more respect for you if you would just come out and just say, you know what? That black stuff don't matter to me. I'm just about my clicks and views and making some extra money. I'm just about that. So, if she don't like black folk, well, I got bills to pay. If you gonna be a hoe, be a full-blown hoe. If the shoe fits, buy a matching purse. But don't sit up here and pretend that you didn't see this or don't know it anymore. 720 degrees, 10 tons of analysis that you'll receive nowhere else. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the definitive school of power dynamics. We do what no one else does. Click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell, join us each and every time. We are like nothing you have ever seen before. Now, just in case you thought that Jason was running out of coals to throw on the fire, because I done burnt up Pearly Things and her bootlicks and lackeys and flunkies who watch and come as guests on her program. I done burnt them to ashes. You're probably thinking that I'm done roasting. No, not as much as you might think here. Not as much as you might think. Well, hello there, Adam. Well, hello there, Adam from No Jumper. Now, folks, I could actually play several clips from this program that Adam and No Jumper did with Richard Spencer after all these years talking to black folks about, quote, black culture. And then he does this wild spin out of nowhere and wants to talk to Richard Spencer. So a lot of folks there have taken issue with it. Some of his former co-hosts have taken issue with it. But I submit to you that he was showing these tendencies when you got these white dudes, a white fellow who does not come from street culture whatsoever. He comes from skater boy, stoner culture. But he knows that there's a certain contingent of black folk who are looking for a white person to give them approval no matter what. No matter what. So he brings on Richard Spencer and some guy named, blue-haired fella named Destiny. He calls it a debate. Here's the problem. It ain't a debate. There was no debate. No, I'm not exaggerating. There was no debate. You just had two white men sitting there agreeing with each other the whole time. And I know they were because I counted it. You can go through this interview. They say the exact words, "I agree with you," 5 times. And they say the words, "I agree," over 20 times. More than 20 times they said the words "I agree," and 5 times they said the specific phrase "I agree with you." Now, please tell me how in the hell. Yes, I counted, Deborah. You damn right, because I don't want you all going back looking silly or stupid. So I documented all of this to make sure that none of you would look silly or stupid or humiliated. Now, while the context of it may not have always been precisely the same, because they were saying "I agree" to each other and then saying that they agree on different topics, the bottom line is you will find them saying, Richard saying to the Destiny and Destiny saying to Richard, "I agree with you" 5 times. And then saying "I agree" over 20 times. Yes, I counted. Yes, I did. Because I wanted to make sure we had all the facts. And we sure did. But you simply had 2 white men here basically agreeing with each other on nuances of things. Now, I could play a lot of things here. It might be messed up here, but the fellow who was supposed to be debating Richard here, let me go ahead and find something right quick. The fellow who was supposed to be debating Richard, talking about agreeing, the fellow who was supposed to be debating him doesn't really do a whole lot of debating him.
I'm sure you've played this one, not to poke at your pastor or whatever, but I'll do it. I play this all the time. Sure. Right? If you ask people involved in BLM, how many unarmed black, I'm curious, how many unarmed black men do you think are killed every year by the police?
Oh, man,
billions.
Yeah, millions, billions.
I'm just kidding. Like, if you had to take a guess, it's unfair. I'm putting
a relatively small number, right?
Yeah.
It's like people might say like a relatively small number and guess like maybe like 500. It's like 12.
Right.
It's a very small number. But like, think about it this way.
But it's an expression of what.
Now, this is the white dude that Adam brought on allegedly to debate Richard. And yet he comes out sounding more alt-right than Richard. This is the guy that Adam chose. Adam chose this guy. Could have chosen somebody black. Could have chosen an Umar Johnson. Could have chosen somebody who would be actually qualified to do this. He chooses a white fella, and then amazingly enough, what do you know? It's a white dude who's sitting there agreeing with Richard and expressing Richard's talking points. That's the guy that Adam chose to quote unquote debate. But wait a minute now, you notice I haven't skipped forward or anything. Notice it keeps going.
They feel. I think it might not very well be rational, and you can shove statistics down their throat, but it's an expression of how they feel, and it might even be a certain kind of fantasy element to it as well, in the sense that they do feel out of place and oppressed and not making it or something. It also expresses a certain kind of fantasy of like to make a conflict that is invisible in a way visible.
Yeah,
and
that's what
what
I was saying before. It feels good to have the patriarchy to fight against, or to have cops to fight against, because you get this, because there is a lot of frustration in general in life. I think that's probably part of life.
It feels good to have the patriarchy or cops to fight against. This is the guy who was supposed to be debating Richard Spencer. I could play Richard Spencer's clips and quotes in here, but I thought it more interesting to play for you all allegedly the guy who was there, quote unquote, to debate Richard Spencer. So far, y'all ain't hearing very much disagreement or debate so far now, are you? Not a whole lot of debate going on. Now, is that accidental? I wonder if Destiny is done with that. And yes, I know Destiny was on Pearly Things program. So yeah, these lines of connection aren't very far apart. But Jason was reaching all this time. I wonder if Destiny keeps going in this vein. I wonder.
Treating the things a bit differently.
Sure.
But the problem is that people take it a little bit too far. And instead of saying like, well, hold on, I think that there needs to be a special, unique place for Black people to talk about their place in the US and the history in the US. That evolved into fuck white people. They can't talk about anything related to whiteness. And now we're only going to talk about Black issues. And if you even dare challenge that, you're racist. Like that evolution.
Which one of these guys is the alt-right again? Because that's not Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer's the other guy with the black jacket. But by the way, this is the dude that Pearly Things had on. This is the dude that Adam brought on here ostensibly to debate Richard Spencer. And yet, yeah, Richard Spencer doesn't even need to say anything. So I could play for you Richard Spencer's quotes during the program. I could play that for you, but I found it much more interesting to play the guy he was supposed to be debating. When I tell you there was no debate, there wasn't a debate. That's the problem. Jason, are you still loading up more? How much did you? Oh, I got plenty more for you if you really just want it.
It's a little bit strange, you know?
I get what you're saying, and I'm being sympathetic towards it. I have many of the same criticisms. One of the criticisms that I do agree with that you hear from the left is, they'll show some image of some, fatso screaming white pride or yelling at someone, and they'll be like, this is the white supremacist, And then there's also that other kind of question of like, what are you actually standing for? What do you want?
Yeah.
I think that was a major question, the why question about the alt-right and why it failed and is kind of part of the past now. Is because it couldn't answer. There was no like actual spiritual core to what whiteness is.
Which
I think that's
so many
very true.
movements have that issue. Remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yes.
What the fuck did they want? That was a huge forever, and it came and it went, and like, what the fuck did you guys want? Or BLM and the riots and the police, like, what did you guys want? To abolish policing? They tried that as a place, it didn't work. Like, what did you guys want? The alt-right.
Well, you notice that he keeps coming back. This is the guy supposed to be debating Richard Spencer. This is the guy hanging out with Pearly Things. And what do you know? He's sitting there saying, thank you for giving me time to debate Richard Spencer. Now, let me tell you what I think about Black folk. This wasn't a debate. This was three white men getting together to tell you about what they don't like about Black folk. Now, I've let you listen to them, and I could play a lot more, but I'm only going to play one more thing. I'm going to play a audio clip here from Adam himself and something that Adam had to say. And for all of you Negro bootlicks who've been kissing his ass all these years, giving him a pass, ignoring what was so obviously, blatantly a low-key suspected white supremacist in your midst the whole damn time, falling for the yo-yo-yo. For all of you who've been on this program, been avid listeners, retweeting, reposting, why don't you go ahead and try to explain away this?
Blackness and shit, and it starts to feel like really segregated and weird. Like,
when I was reading through the Southern Poverty Law Center thing about Richard last night, which I can kind of assume probably hasn't been updated since like approximately 2016 because they left out some newer stuff, but I'm reading it and it's like almost every quote that I'm seeing from you talking about your white identity or whatever is something that sounds eerily familiar to something I've heard Black people say in relatively mainstream circles in the last couple of years. So I don't know if maybe those statements seemed a little bit different in 2016, but viewed from today's light, it really, a large percentage of them didn't really seem all that shocking to me.
Now, people, for those of you who are new here and you don't really know who Jason Black is, among other things, I'm a documentary filmmaker. And I spoke to Richard Spencer in 2016, a few months after the Charlottesville race riots. I interviewed him. It took a lot of doing, but I got a face-to-face, one-on-one interview with him. Richard Spencer is not somebody I talk about. He's somebody I have talked to for an extensive period of time. So I have no reason to sit up here and mischaracterize what it is. He was as advertised. If anything, he was very eager to make it clear that he was not being taken out of context anywhere that you've heard him say something. So when Adam sits up here and tells you, well, I was at the Southern Poverty Law Center website and I saw what they were quoting about you, and they must not have updated it in a few years because it didn't seem to be that incendiary to me. Well, you know what? This is what you can find on the Southern Poverty Law Center website when you go to Richard Bertrand Spencer. Now, why don't we go over some of the quotes that Adam read? Because remember, he said, I read quotes on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. Why don't I show you all the quotes he's referring to? We're going to read them one by one. In his own words, quote, we're going to be back here and we're going to humiliate all of these people who opposed us. We'll be back here 1,000 times if necessary. I always win because I have the will to win. I keep going until I win. 2017, Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. Islam, at its full flourishing, isn't some peaceful denomination like Methodism or religion or Buddhism. Islam is a black flag. It is an expansive, domineering ideology and one that is directed against Europe. In this way, Islam gives non-Europeans a fighting spirit and integrates them into something much greater than themselves. Please remember, in the world of white supremacy, Islam and Muslim are code words for black. Always have been. Next, speech at Texas A&M. A race is genetically coherent. A race is something you can study. A race is about genes and DNA, but it's not just about genes and DNA. The most important thing about it is the people and the spirit. That's what a race is about. That doesn't seem to be very controversial. Jason, what's the big problem here? Oh, I don't know. Quote, Martin Luther King Jr., a fraud and degenerate in his life, has become the symbol and signature, look it up, of white dispossession and deconstruction of Occidental civilization. We must overcome. These are the quotes that Adam of No Jumper read. And he just told you he didn't see a problem with it as he goes to sit among his black employees and some brain dead, lean slurping, drugged out codeine junkies who'll come on his program. I guess he wants more of his kind. Next quote. Our dream is a new society, an ethno-state that would be a gathering point for all Europeans. It would be a new society based on very different ideals than, say, the Declaration of Independence. When we hear any professional Latino support this or that social program, we sense in our guts that her policy prescriptions are rationalizations for nationalism. She might say more immigration is good. She means the Anglos are finished. What blocks our progress, now listen to this one, what blocks our progress is the meme that has been carefully implanted in white people's minds over the course of decades of programming. From Mississippi Burning to Lee Daniels the Butler, that any kind of positive racial feeling among whites is inherently evil and stupid and derives solely from bigotry and resentment, and that the political and social advancement of non-whites is inherently moral and wonderful. That the political and social advancement of non-whites is inherently moral and wonderful. He sees that as a negative. He sees the idea of the progress of non-white people, and he said the only non-whites he's concerned about. He didn't say American me. He didn't say the National Council of La Raza. He didn't say Ava Longoria. He said Mississippi burning and the butler. Those black folk are the non-white people he's referring to. He made it very clear. And Adam just sat here and told all of you he didn't see anything wrong with that. As a matter of fact, that reminds him of things he's heard from black folk. Can't name the black folk he's referring to, but that reminds him of things he's heard from black people. Let me go ahead and cue that up one more time, just in case the no jumper junkies sit up here and try to lie and say, oh, Jason, you reaching. Adam didn't really say it like that. Yes, he did.
Blackness and shit. And it starts to feel like really segregated and weird. Like,
when
what
I
the
was
fuck
reading
happened?
through the Southern Poverty Law Center thing about Richard last night, which I can kind of assume probably hasn't been updated since like approximately 2016 because they left out some newer stuff, but I'm reading it and it's like almost every quote that I'm seeing from you talking about your white identity or whatever is something that sounds eerily familiar to something I've heard black people say in relatively mainstream circles in the last couple of years. So I don't know if maybe those statements seemed a little bit different in 2016, but viewed from today's light, it really, a large percentage of them didn't really seem all that shocking to me.
There have been a whole bunch of people who've been given air to these obvious low-key suspected white supremacists who smuggled their way into quote-unquote hip-hop culture, from DJ Vlad to Adam No Jumper. And there's been a never-ending stream of Negroes who've been willing to sell out their souls or what little integrity they do have to allow them to have room on just the hopes they can get themselves a pat on the damn head. And those of us who are not desperate to get that, they telling us, you's a hater. Something wrong with you right there. Let's see if those folks sit up here and poke their heads up now. They got a whole lot of explaining to do after this. By the way, you didn't hear this on the Joe Budden program, did you? You heard Joe Budden say that we heard, hey, Adam, you said some things that folks think are controversial. You didn't hear Joe Budden actually play for you what Adam said. And it was a 3-hour interview. But by the way, Joe Budden didn't actually play the clips for you that I played here so that you all can hear it. You didn't have to wait 3 hours from just Pearly Things to Adam No Jumper. You didn't have to wait 3 hours to find it either. You didn't have to wait 3 hours to hear it. So I'm trying to figure out right here, man, we talking about these carpetbaggers and vultures. Who in the hell let them in for this damn long? Why was it I was being called a hater? Because I didn't want to be on their programs? Because I called.
All right, my bad, y'all. Man, I'm sitting on this couch. I'm listening to the show, but I'm like dozing off, right? Shout outs to Young Jay in the building. Thanks, bro. I wanted to wait till you come on the show before I really said anything. I got your email, and definitely I'm gonna send you something. Oh man, thanks, Rebellion. Shout outs to Rebellion. I don't have my thing hooked up, so I can't give you guys like any sound effects at the moment. I appreciate you. Shout outs to Young Jay. Shout outs to Rebellion. Shout outs to everybody that's hitting the super chat. I appreciate you. I was working on a beat. I just put one together, but the next show, Young Jay, come through real quick so I can show you what I got now. I can build something for you. But I made this beat called Black Pelicans. And I'll just play it for y'all, and then we're gonna get back into it. Shout outs to Rebellion, shout outs to Young Jay. Thank y'all again. Here's the beat real quick. Y'all probably really can't hear it because the speaker's behind the my laptop, but check this out. Here you go. So it's like some trumpets. Got a sample going. Hold up. Got some drums coming in. And it goes.
The whole beat comes in. That Drake gonna be crazy. Yeah, man. Shout outs to Rebellion. Yeah, bro. I'm telling y'all, man, I've been getting better overnight, man. I'll be up putting in that work, man. I'll be on this thing for hours on hours on hours, man. You gotta get better, man. You know, so definitely I'm gonna have I'm gonna make some beats and stuff on the next show. So on the next show, y'all come through. We're gonna probably make some beats, play some video games, and just relax and chill. You know, just take it easy. But this is a great show, man. I like what's going down. Jason Black going off as usual and stuff like that. I kind of don't know what generation he's really talking to, because this generation after the millennials really don't take that race shit seriously. Like, has Zillennials and Gen Z, have they even experienced racism? If so, when? Where? Other than the internet. You dig? So they don't even know what to look out for. Can you blame them? Anyway, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm here listening with y'all, and when I want to add some commentary, definitely gonna add some commentary in. Thank you for everybody for supporting the show. Let's keep the support up, and let's get back to it. It's player talk. Let's go.
All out what it was from day one, and now that they finally bared their fangs and bared their claws and come out with the real thing that was so obviously bubbling right beneath the surface, and just barely bubbling beneath the surface at that, just barely bubbling. Why the hell is it that some of y'all's favorite so-called YouTubers didn't sit up here and call this out before now? Because he was totally aware of my positions on this, because let's just go ahead. Jason's going to say this one time and one time only. Mediocre tutorials, you played clips from my program and from my shorts on your channel. So you don't sit up here and try to tell folk and act stupid and play dumb like you don't know who I am. You literally ripped clips from my channel.
So, and I think so. I think it's true. So Jason Black, he wants to go to war with MTR, man. He want to get a different demographic, man. He want to get a different demographic. Uh-oh. Hold on, y'all. Click the wrong button. Here we go. Yeah, Jason Black want a different demographic. He want MTR's demographic. He want a different fan base. See how that works? Now, I'm gonna head over to MTR's channel. Let's see if he bit the bait. But what I was saying and on Bernard's channel was like, okay, well, listen, none of y'all niggas, and she don't give a damn about no goddamn manosphere. None of y'all Negroes gonna get that close to her to even check her on this. So why don't you ask the people that are in studio with her? I think MTR is a good person to ask, because guess what? She don't pay him. She probably paid him to do the interview or flew him out or whatever, but she doesn't cut his check. But people gonna act like they didn't see it. And they're gonna act like they didn't hear it or hear it. So you got it circling around the internet, so they can't say, hey, I didn't see it. Hey, I didn't hear it. What about Melanie King? Uh-oh.
And played it on yours, so you know who I am. That means you've been listening along with the rest of them. Hey, Melanie. Yeah, you all were listening, but you see, because you all were hoping that Kevin Samuels would give you a leg up, you ignored all these things because you all were looking to get your next leg up because you were trying to climb. Your integrity and principles and characters, if we dare say that, never entered the equation. Now you sitting with slave master mommy. I'm not sitting over there with you. You sitting over there with her. So we gonna do this just one time tonight. Don't expect me to come back to this again. We ain't gonna do this. Ain't gonna be no beef with you, fella. You got to sit up here and explain this for your damn self. You got to explain this for your damn self. Why it is, for those of you who, when I was calling this out a year ago, 2 years ago, why it is that you all saw the same Pearly things that I saw, but you didn't say nothing. Maybe you can explain to the world why that is. Or maybe you would just say something a little bit more honest. Why don't you just tell us all how little it costs to buy or lease your soul? I suggest you do some soul searching, though I suspect you won't find very much. I suspect if you do some soul searching, I got a sneaking suspicion you're not gonna find very much. I warned you all that tonight's program was gonna be a flamethrower. I warned you that tonight's program was gonna get down and dirty into the business. And that folks that I've been calling out for literally years and warning people about getting proximity to them for literally years now, with folks sitting up here deriding me and insulting me and impugning me and criticizing me and talking about saying I was a hater for saying the truth. Well, why don't you just go ahead and slap a label on your ass and put a brand on your butt cheeks and let white mommy and daddy put a saddle on your back and ride you around and just be done with it? I think that would just work out better if you just go ahead and let them put a saddle on your back and just let's be done with it and get back to the plantation where you belong. Because they are obviously ready, willing, and eager to take you there. If Jason Black saw this years ago, all these other YouTubers, Kevin, Fresh and Fit, Lead Attorney, Mediocre, Melanie, and the O Boys, Donovan Dole and the rest of them, they all saw it too. They just said, yeah, you know what, damn that, whatever. We just going for it. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers listen to, rip off.
Whoa, wait, hold on. You said y'all think we're gonna get Sadhguru on the next? They trying to get Sadhguru? That's my boy. I didn't think y'all knew anything about no goddamn Sadhguru. They're gonna try to get Sadhguru on Fresh and Fit. Yo, that's gonna be an episode worth watching. That's my boy. They need to get Sadhguru on there. If they're going down that route, they need to get Deepak Chopra. They need to get Eckhart Tolle. Who's still alive? They already had Robert Kiyosaki on one of them. But shit, what?
Off things from and are scared to death of. And now you've heard why for yourselves. Jason, you never acknowledged them before. I'm making a special dispensation tonight before we move on. Also, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Zoom for you all tonight. I'm pinning the link to Zoom at the top of the chat. So if you're watching here on YouTube, you can do that. If you go on Zoom, remember you turn your microphone and your camera on. If you don't, you'll be permanently removed. But I do give priority to Zoom. I do give priority to Zoom. So if you want to come in on Zoom, if you want to skip the line for the phone lines, you can go ahead and pop up on Zoom and you get priority. By the way, any of the folks I've talked about here tonight, Pearly Tings, Adam, Lead Attorney, Melanie, Mediocre, Mushmouth, Mumbleface, whoever else, if you can pry your lips from around white mommy's butt cheeks long enough, you are more than welcome to give me a call. I will stand on everything I've said here tonight. I just don't think you'll be able to. I just don't think you'll be able to. And you can explain to everybody why it is that all these things were being said years ago, and you were aware of it because you're listeners to my program. You pretend that you're not, but you're listeners to my program. You sure don't have a problem ripping off my material and putting it on your websites and on your YouTube channel. You don't have a problem doing that. But when I talked about her, all of a sudden, oh, you got temporary nigga amnesia. They sitting up here running around talking about they got amnesia. Now she's made a fool of you right after you went on her program. She's like, yeah, and let me introduce you to my new buddy from the alt-right. You know, slavery was exaggerated. You American blacks are so lazy. I mean, she came out with it with that same goofy ass smile that you've been seeing her sporting for the longest damn time. That same weird ass, goofy ass smile that she's got on all the damn time. She sat there and said, oh, slavery, that's exaggerated. I don't believe that. Who's the hater now? We're going to go ahead and go to the phone lines here. Before we do, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. I got folks from the UK and Australia, it looks like here. So thank you very much. Big shout out here to Aya 910. We going to get them. Madman in Clean Clothes checking in from Britain. We appreciate that. The Real KP. And a big shout out to my man Dion Coleman said, got to pay tribute for the outstanding and always thoroughly vetted work only from the true new black media. Keeping boots on necks all damn day. That's what we're doing. Let me go ahead and hit the phone lines here. Let me get caller from area code 928. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, my name is Vince. I'm calling from Chicago.
Vince from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Okay, yeah. I'm actually Nigerian here, and I'm a fan of just Pearly, and I think you're just jealous of her. Last year, she just started up her YouTube channel, and she already, in just 1 year, she, grown to over 1.3 million followers.
Okay, YouTube gives them preferential treatment, but here's the issue, brother. Which part of these are my favorite Africans and slavery was exaggerated that you agree with? Which part do you agree with?
She was just joking. She was just being sarcastic.
So you say that. Right. So you're an immigrant. So you're an immigrant. You're an immigrant tether who says that was a joke. You're an immigrant tether who says that was just a joke.
I didn't say that it was a joke.
You just said she was joking. You literally just said sarcasm is joking, sir. You don't know the definition of sarcasm?
It was. Stop taking it seriously, man.
Okay, so it's a joke.
All right. I think you're just jealous of her.
Of course, I'm just jealous. You're right. I want to be with you on the plantation with white folk mocking slavery. Of course,
I'm not on the plantation.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, folks. He got me. You're absolutely right. I'm just jealous. I'm jealous of him being up under white mommy's boots while she mocks him and his family. Of course. Of course. Of course. Can't you all tell? Of course, I'm jealous that he's cooning and buck dancing and I don't get to do it next to him. Of course. Sure. Can't you all see? Duh. Obviously. Aren't all of you jealous? Don't you all wish you could be there too? Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. You're just a hater. Boy, I sure do wish I could be up under mommy's boots over there while she's spitting, and I wish I could sit there and lick the boots clean next to you, right? Some of these folks here, you got to understand, their minds have been colonized. Their brains, for what they were, have been colonized, and this is the best they can do. Let me go ahead and go to Zoom here. We got Dan on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
What's going on, Jason Black? Hey, I've been said this for a long time ago. I knew that chick Miss Pearly wasn't right anyway. I saw her on the first time I heard her speak. She was on this network called The Peef, and I know she was using like the Manosphere crowd, they talking points and shit like that. So I knew right then and there that she was one of those type of white chicks. They like to come around black folks and
and start mimicking, and Negroes sit up here and allow them to sit. They're so damn shameless. And that was another one you just named. They're so damn shameless in these corners. A white person shows up and they just roll out the damn red carpet. She's obviously bogus as hell, but they're so desperate for a white person to acknowledge their existence that they will let this obviously flagrantly bogus individual come in. This is her version of the yo white girl thing. She's not even a good imitation. She's a cornball imitation. She doesn't even know the whole damn lexicon, but when she brings on Nick Fuentes, she knows his whole lexicon now, doesn't she?
Yeah, I don't follow Miss Pearly things or what's that other dude, Adam, but so far as Adam, he's kind of like another DJ Vlad. So anytime you see a bunch of these you see these little white folks that want to come around black folks, and you got a lot of these goof ass niggas that be trying to that get them all their information, tell them all their damn business on their platform, and that right there, that's shameful. But I've been called out some of these platforms, like go on their live screen and tell them like, man, bro, that ain't right what y'all doing with that Miss Pearly things.
Well, calling them out is important, and saying that is important, because this is how you get to come back here later and say, now, we said this a long damn time ago. These folks don't have any legitimacy after they've had this opportunity. They don't have any legitimacy after this. So this is good that they went this far, this long, this hard in the paint, because now they don't have an excuse for saying that they didn't know. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. And yeah, I know they immigrants over there. That's a whole that you understand that's what it's about right there. They get some black folk who come from a background that's not ours. It's not ours. So they know the type of Negroes to pick. Folks who gonna sit there and, oh, well, since they immigrants and she's sitting up here playing Mommy Straw Boston on the plantation, so she gets a bunch of immigrants who'll sit there and laugh, or she goes on some immigrant YouTube channels or some biracial channels, and they sit there laughing because they identify with her white side, making jokes and mocking black people. They identify with that. Can we just keep it $1.50? They identify with it, and she knows they do. She knows they do. So she knows she's got some dependable people to get there. Back here on Zoom, Eduardo, turn your camera and everything on. You got 5 seconds, or you're going on a permanent vacation. Take your choice here. Do not get on Zoom if you do not have your camera and your microphone on. So Eduardo, you're on Zoom. Let's go ahead and hook everything up. We'll give you a minute here to go ahead and get that going. We can't have you break up the program. Okay, Eduardo is going on a permanent vacation. Folks, I do give priority to Zoom, but as I stated, we ain't going to play no nonsense. Make sure you have everything on before you get on. If you're going to try to troll, you're going to have to at least get on camera if you're going to troll. If you're going to troll, you got to get on camera to do that. That's what you're going to have to do. Let me get caller from area code 724. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Tim. I'm from Denver.
Tim from Denver. What's on your mind?
First of all, Jason, straight up, I'm proud of you for doing this, because I've had a problem with both of these people, but especially Adam 22. Let me explain. For a while, I was watching the guy's moves from a distance. I noticed this platform come up with this white guy that had all these tattoos. And for some reason, all these young rappers, all these young SoundCloud rappers wanted to go on the show. All these young black kids that wanted to rap, that had tracks. They're like, oh, I want to get on No Jumper. And I'm just like, why do you want to do that? So then I'm watching this guy and his platform from a distance. And I'm just getting the most uneasy feeling about him.
Well, he is basically, he's not from the culture. He's not hip hop at all. He came from BMX, and he came from some metal and hardcore punk scenes that had white supremacists and just racist scum in them. He has an old blog that got deleted that because of this recent controversy with No Jumper, these blog posts have been unearthed. And not only has he been revealed to be an
Okay, well,
alleged pedophile,
here's the thing here. We're only interested in what we're talking about tonight. This is not about going through his greatest hits or discography and can we unearth any and all dirt on him or whatever. So I'm not interested in any of the other things that have been said because that's not germane to what we're talking about here. This is not about me. I don't like Adam, No Jumper, whatever. What I'm saying is we got a carpetbagger and culture vulture. So any shenanigans he might have been doing, otherwise, that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about here in this instance. However, what I will say is that when you have a situation where this guy, and let me go ahead and address one thing here real quick. Y'all got to understand, for the slow bus kids out there, for the slow short bus kids, it is nothing for YouTube to give a channel 1 million subscribers. You all remember the chick a couple of years ago who put up one video. She had been on YouTube for 2 weeks and it made headlines because people were talking about, you know what? YouTube has front loaded that channel. How is it she hasn't been on YouTube for 2 weeks and already she's got a couple of million views on one video? That can't happen unless YouTube boosts you and promotes you. So everybody thought of that as an experiment on YouTube's part to prove they could do it. Well, you don't need a brain surgeon to figure that out. YouTube picks and chooses the channels that they want to win. If you're some clown talking about somebody earned it or whatever, they got 1 million subscribers in 6 months or a year. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's easy to do. That is simple to do. YouTube can make somebody into a star. Take a look at the Paul brothers, PewDiePie, Joe Rogan, Mr. Beast. It's not accidental. They pick and they choose. Something's wrong with Blog Talk here. What I'm going to do, everybody who's on Blog Talk, you're going to need to call back in here in a moment. For some reason, it got loaded with the wrong amount of time. So what I'm going to do is reload it here. And when it comes back on, it'll have enough time on it. So if you're on the line right now, it's about to drop you, but you're going to need to just call back in, not doing it on purpose. It got loaded with the wrong amount of time. We're going to go ahead and get that fixed here for you here right quick. Before we do, I want y'all to understand here, when somebody sits up here and says something to you crazy, like you are jealous because because you don't get to be on white mommy's platform, are you kidding me? I don't pay my bills off of YouTube. It would be different if you were saying something like you were being smart or you were being brilliant. It'd be different if that's what you were saying, but that's not what you're saying. I'm not the least bit bothered or worried that YouTube gives preferential treatment to channels. What it does is it legitimizes me. It legitimizes me because when I can show you definitive proof of who it is they boost and what it is, man, YouTube's got over a billion or 2 billion subscribers on this website. Getting somebody 1 million people, that's peanuts. That's nothing. And they want them to have that because YouTube is a white supremacist media platform. There's no secrets about that. No secrets about that at all. And take a look at the people that I'm showing you the proof. Take a look at the people thriving on the website. Take a look at the folks thriving on the website. It's not accidental. I'm glad that YouTube is showing who it gives preferential treatment to. That's important. So we can get that all out of the way. All out of the way. And so everybody can clearly define and clearly state whose side they're on and who they're with. That's what we want it to be. I got somebody on Zoom. If you're going to be on Zoom, you need to turn your microphone and everything on. If you don't, you got to go. That's better. Put your hands down, sir. Do you have your microphone on or are you still trying to figure it out?
I think it's on.
I think it might be. All right. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Smith. I'm calling from Spain, although usually I'm in Dubai.
All right, Mino, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just, I talked to you a few months ago. I'm biracial, actually. Biracial. Yeah, that's how you call it. My mom was white and my father was black. And I'm just amazed with this, on the topic. I lived for 5 years in the US. I studied there as a pilot. And then I came back to Spain, to Europe, to work as a pilot. And I'm just amazed with this Nigerian that called saying that you were jealous and that, there is no racism in the US. And that basically, we should all cheer and, jump and do the hoops over our heads, just pretending that nothing is going on and there is no racism, and it's bullshit. My family, we come from Equatorial Guinea, and we happen to have the only freaking gas station privately owned by African but black people. And we happen to be in a country, Equatorial Guinea, which is run by Spaniards and French people, whites. And it's funny, the last business meeting we have, black people actually from Africa. So yeah, you could call them, your brothers or whatever you want to call them. They told us that the people in France, they were just a little bit upset because we were the only black people who privately owned a business. And that wasn't good for the business because we were setting a bad example. Basically, we don't want anybody to run energy, to run, anything with
now you're saying this was the Nigerians who were telling you this?
No, I'm saying that these guys were the French people.
Okay, the French were telling you this.
Yeah, they were telling us that basically we shouldn't be owning, a business because we are the only ones owning a private business in freaking Africa, which is this is the Gulf of Guinea, and this is owned by France. So basically, what is a Nigerian saying, which they don't own a freaking shit because everything is owned by the Dutch and by the British and by the French, saying that, in the US he's being free. I was for 5 years in the US. I could not get a freaking flat, an apartment in a good part of town where white people were living. And I'm biracial. My mother is white and my father is black. I'm freaking black. And I learned how, what black means, outside of Africa in the US. So what is this guy telling you, that you are jealous of this, it's just
that's a code word from him for you're not as comfortable bowing and scraping as I am. I've said this now ever since I started broadcasting. There are only two types of black people on earth: those who know that white supremacy exists and fight it, and those who know that white supremacy exists and go back to picking the cotton. Those are the only two types of black people on this planet. It's not very hard to find them. And if you really want to get them to show their colors, it's very simple and it's very easy to do. If you want a black person to show you where they really stand, just put them in front of a white person, no matter how racist. Let that white person start saying what they really think, and then watch them start making a bunch of excuses for why they don't need to say anything to respond to it. It gets real easy, real quick. Thank you very much for checking in with us tonight, brother. We appreciate that. For those of you who are loading up here on Blog Talk, you all can go ahead and come on in there. I got Charles on Zoom. So Charles, go ahead and turn your mic and your camera on there, and we'll go ahead and get you loaded up on Zoom. So I got Charles on Zoom here. Where you at, Charles? He's checking with us here on Zimbabwe Broadband. Okay, Charles is checking with us here on Rwandan Broadband. Charles, I'll give you 5 seconds to turn your camera on. If you don't, you are taking a permanent vacation. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Charles is doing something really, really weird on his camera. Charles, I'm going to give you a chance to go somewhere else than where you are because that green screen you're trying to use is not going to make it. So I'll give you a chance to get your life together over there. Charles is trying to use some kind of green screen. I'll give him 10 minutes. We'll come back to you here. We'll come back to you. Let me get caller from area code 224. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, the Great Lakes champion from Chicago.
Great Lakes champion from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I've been paying attention to Pearl too, and Fresh and Fit and Rolo have issues with her, but I was looking at a video of her.
Because she's the only issue they got with her is that they let the little white girl in and she started edging them out their turf. That's the only issue they have with her. Is I by the way, you'll all remember during the pandemic, I warned the brain dead niggas about this. I said, you know what? To Fresh and Misfit, you two Ringling Brothers clowns. Y'all are sitting up here breaking your backs to bring Rollo Tomasi onto your platform, a fellow who said what y'all are doing is wrong because it's like talking to females on your program is like talking to retarded children. It's just not fair. Then when you all blew up bigger than him, all of a sudden he shut up. You all let him on your platform until he sponges enough people off of you. Next thing you know, under the bus you go. Then they all sat there and saw Pearly Things. Fresh and Misfit were okay with her. Rolo was a white man, and he knew full damn well, hey, you trying to horn in on my grift over here. I see what you're doing, and these black fellas will let you do it because you're white and you got ovaries. So Rolo was already hostile towards her because of that. But it's not because she was doing something quote unquote wrong. It was that she was like, hey, can I get in on the grift too? And let me edge in on your turf. That's the only issue they have with her. Not because she's done something quote unquote wrong, but because she's splitting the money and she knows an audience is more predisposed to listen to a woman spit these facts than they are males. That's why they don't like her.
Yeah, then I can see that because I heard Rich Cooper saying something too like that. But I was listening to Pearly Things and it was a clip and she's at the beach in a bikini. And we went to the two rival colleges, by the way. But anyway, she said, I don't know why black people complain about slavery because the Arabs were worse than the white people were, and they used to cut their balls off. And I'm like, you do realize the worst slave masters were the white women. I mean, like Madame Lalaurie. I think you talked about it one time, and I'm like, what are you talking about? She was trying to be so dismissive of it, and it's kind of a turnoff. And I'm like, I see why you have all these Africans on your clips and your shows. It's just that's what I thought. It was shocking.
Well, it's not accidental. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We appreciate that. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if we can get back over here on Zoom. Charles, I'll give you one chance to go ahead and make sure that you are sitting in a sensible place here. All the special effects is an issue. Okay, Charles is not listening to me when I say no special effects for some strange reason. Charles is going to take a permanent vacation. Let me go ahead and see if we can get, who is this? Juicy Justice? Juicy Justice? Okay, he thinks he's a comedian. That's okay. That's fine. He can be a comedian all he wants to be. Just turn your camera and your microphone on while you're being a comedian. As long as you do that. Okay, you cannot call me in the dark in a dimly lit room. We do not do that. So you need to turn a light bulb on in there, sir. If you cannot or will not do that, then we will help you get a permanent vacation. All these folks wanting to call me tonight with the lights low and special effects and things. Come on, folks. Let's not do any of that. Brother, you can't turn the light bulb on. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to get some, unless you're a refugee somewhere. If you need the Coast Guard or assistance, this is the wrong number to call. Okay, he's not doing so well understanding what we're saying here. Let's go ahead and get caller from area code 240. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, how you doing?
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, my name is Rosie from the DMV area.
Okay, Rosie, from where at in the DMV area?
PG County, Maryland. I'm sorry.
Okay, Rosie from PG County. Are you afraid to say what town or city you live in, ma'am?
Bowie.
Okay, what is on your mind?
Okay, can you explain to me what a tether is? Because I had different definitions of that. Could you explain what that mean? Because I've heard other content creators say that term, And
An
what is the
individual,
Akata?
an
What
individual
is the
from,
term?
okay, ma'am, it sounds like you need the starter pack on that. So why don't you call a different program? We're not here to introduce you to the starter pack on it. So if you don't know, you haven't researched it, I'm not here to give you the elementary school course. So you're just going to have to go somewhere else and see if you can pick it up on your own. Caller from area code 646. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
TBA, Anthony from Queens, New York.
Anthony from Queens. What's on your mind?
So you had a show, I think it was a year ago or a little over a year ago on the business.
I don't have shows.
where
I
you
have
said these
broadcasts. Steve Harvey has a show. DL
Broadcast.
Hughley has a show. Thank you.
Yeah, apologies. So you had a broadcast a year or so ago where you said these black relationship gurus, they basically ran the yard in terms of this kind of content on YouTube. And, you know, I think all of those content creators got around Rollo Tomassi, and Rollo Tomassi was basically shitting on them.
They were looking for a white daddy to
I
kiss ass on, and they found it. So, yeah. Which is exactly what I said back then, and it's come to pass exactly the way I said.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you know, these guys have so much pull and so much power, but they always turn around and give it to white people for just no reason. It's like, yeah, it has something to do with just being coons and just slaves, but it's also, you know, they're scared of power, and since they're so scared of power, they just turn around and just give it to white people.
Well, that's what they prefer to do. So I warned them about it then. It's come to pass. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Micah on Zoom, brother, you getting dressed over there. Did I catch you at a bad time, or have I inspired you in a way in which I didn't think I was?
No, I'm just cleaning.
Okay.
I just got home from the gym.
First thing I saw was a bare-chested Negro putting the shirt on, so I'm like, okay, I've inspired him. Hopefully this conversation won't go the wrong way. What's on your mind?
I want to ask you about the so that guy, he got famous from doing porn, right? The guy with the tattoos on his face.
I don't know anything about that, to be totally honest. I've heard some people say those things, but no, I must confess, I have never seen Adam No Jumper engaged in sexual activity, legal or otherwise. So no, but I've heard some folks say something like that, but I can neither confirm nor deny.
Like I said, I'm not surprised if he did that. He's like okay with racism, because most pornography is really racist.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to be racist to get into porn, but it certainly does help. I will say that based on what we've seen. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. This Negro is sitting up here sweeping his room. Okay, we're going to give Juicy Justice one more time to get his life together here. If he's not in the well-lit area, he will be taking the remainder of the evening off. Well, now, what do you know there, Juicy? That didn't take too long. What's on your mind? Turn your microphone and your speakers on something. Dude, okay, this fella here looking like Jimmy Walker. Brother, if you are not ready, I'm going to have to let you go. Okay, he is paying no attention to life in general, so he's got to go. Caller from area code 217, you're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Timothy, calling from Lafayette. Hey, Mr. Black, I'm serious. I got to change your name to Prometheus, because I'm telling you, you're bringing the fire to these people today. I'm telling you, you're killing them. Look, this is the thing that I've seen with a lot of this stuff. These people over here, and I noticed, you know, because like I watch MTR. I've never watched like The Attorney and stuff. I know you're talking about, or the King chick. But the thing was, it was like I saw that like a lot of their programming went from black people talking about black people to black people then having all this white stuff on. And then I was like, who's this white bitch? I don't understand how they thrown this in. Man, I'm telling you, these people are working probably for the alphabet people, if you understand what I'm saying. Because there's no way that, I mean, I understand, of course, YouTube is over here. They probably have a little connection to it too, but that's the only way I could see somebody. They slid in. I mean, I'm serious. I think that I've only seen them in the last 6 months, and I didn't understand why they were there. And in fact, when I would see them on any kind of broadcast, I wouldn't want to watch it.
No, I
Because my
mean, look,
thing is,
all these things are a psyop. You know, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. You can't blow up on these platforms unless the people at the top. I don't know why people are so damn dense. You can't blow up on television unless the people at the top say you can. You can't blow up on radio unless the people on the top say you can. Google and Facebook, and them are bigger than any of your television networks. You can't blow up on these platforms not that quickly and that fast unless they say you can. Otherwise, you're going to have to scratch and scrape and claw and come up from the soil. Otherwise, you can't do it. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I got Russell on Zoom. At least I think I do. All right. What's on your mind, brother? Okay. Tony, wake up.
I'm here. My bad. Yeah, it's Tony, man. I hate to say it, but you're right again, Jay. You're right all the time. But this one, it kind of hurt my heart because mediocre, you know, he seemed like excited every time he brought Shahzad Ali, the Queen Mother, on. And then, no lie, Melanie looked like a baddie. So that's the reason. She said some suspect things, but I let it slide because my preference. And just Pearly, I just thought she may have been like a 2 in her own culture, her own society, and that's probably part of her villain origin story. So I thought that may have made her acceptable, but when you expose all of that, but Adam 22, anybody tied with Vlad, I already, you know, highly suspicious of that. But like you said, like, and ain't nothing you said, like, you exposed them for who they were. And I feel like I gotta delete half my subscribers, you know, the ones that ain't been kicking me off YouTube anyway. Like, I gotta start over and, you know, reevaluate some of them.
Well, you know, like I say, folks want to sit up here and call this entertainment. It's entertainment. It's entertainment. Then you give this person 1 million viewers, 1 million subscribers. They got a whole bunch of money to sit on. And as soon as they get themselves set and solidified, okay, now let's tell the world about why slavery was good, why slavery was okay. Next, they're going to be saying, well, why are you talking about defund the police? Oh, I'm sorry. Adam already did that on his. Fine. Next thing you know, it goes there. So what I'm saying is you shouldn't be such a damn fool and just so desperate to get somebody's attention and a lackey in that regard that you sit up here and allow something like that to happen. That's the problem.
I feel like the tether was trying to point out. He was like, oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. That's how Jim Crow and, you know, Ku Klux Klan got started. Like, you know, from a joke, and it turned into something real. And then when it hit the fan, everybody want to look around. And then where you were saying that, you know, how they ease into our society, and then they spread a narrative that they really wanted to push anyway, where they play both sides. Like,
well, you know, here's the issue with it though, brother. You said it already here before, and yes, tonight I'm gonna name names, and then we're gonna get off of it here. There's when this whole thing, when the pandemic hit, that's when you saw the Fresh and Fits, the Kevins, and them folks here start to elevate and rise because folks were locked in home. Once they proved that there was an audience for that kind of thing, next thing you know, there was a bunch of females who were like, well, hell, if the fellas like hearing it from a dude, they'll love hearing it from us. So there's a whole bunch of them who sprung to prominence during the pandemic, a whole bunch of females who said, hey, this is my time. I got an opening. There's a lane for me. Melanie was one of them. She was the chief one. She wanted to get inducted into the clique and so she could get put on. I'm not hating on anybody for that. Okay, if it works, fine, knock yourself out. But let's be clear, she's not a thought leader. She doesn't have any original thoughts. She just repeats something that she heard from somebody else. And the problem with that is that if all you can do is repeat what somebody else heard, then you don't actually have any answers. What are you going to do for the folk who need answers? And you don't have any. So it gets reduced to entertainment. And once it gets reduced to entertainment, now you letting in all kinds of fraudulent people who are entertaining you. But these, quote, entertainers got different motives. They got totally different motives from the one that you got over there. You trying to make a few extra bucks. They're like, let me see if I can co-opt this hip hop black culture thing and turn it, steer it in a different direction. Let me see if I can do that. So this has gone from some females just trying to come up to a full-blown white supremacist situation. And it never should have been allowed to, but I predicted it then. I predicted it years ago. Folks were hating on me, like the Nigerian calling earlier. They were hating on me for telling the truth. That y'all are just so damn desperate to be in proximity to white people, even if they mean you no damn good. They can so obviously be fraudulent. You're just so desperate that you'll allow them. And now this has happened. And you can't take it away now. You can't give them that many subscribers and then say you're going to take away their clout and everything now. Everybody who was sitting over there, they got a whole bunch of damn explaining to do. Your rep is dirty in the streets. You can't say they wasn't making nigga jokes like this behind the scenes. You can't say they weren't and that you wasn't laughing. These folks they're going to try to deny it. But you know, like I know, this doesn't just come out of nowhere. They were doing this the whole damn time and you was giving them a pass.
I remember you pointed out that Kevin Samuels' book he referenced, and then you gave the origin behind it. And I was like, whoa, like why would he be referring to a white supremacist, a clearly white supremacist book to give us game, even if what he said was true? But when you broke it down to that level, and then Melanie, like, she claimed, to be a friend and like he was a mentor. But, when she was talking about, like almost borderline divesting, and then I think she had like plastic surgery done, and left a black dude. So I don't know if it was his fault or her fault.
Well, look, the bottom line here is that you can't tell me that you're going to build me into a high value man and you're quoting Thomas Sowell. You can't tell me you're going to build me into a high value black man or give me any respect for it and then tell me, okay, now let me talk to you about my friend Thomas Sowell. Let me talk to you about Larry Elder. That's why I'm telling these fellas, some of these broke down mama's boys and fruit booty bastard babies, I ain't sitting up here bombing on y'all, but y'all need to get a man in your life who's got some principles. You've been around raised by hoes too long, and you got other males sitting up here straight pimping you. You can't tell me as a black man that I need to listen to Thomas Sowell or Larry Elder. At that point, when you say that, what type of high value man you trying to make me into? What are you trying to make me into? Because being high value isn't all about money. And all money ain't good money. Yeah, you got to have it, but we got to get the right kind. All money ain't good money. Coon money ain't good money. Coon money is not good money. A lot of folk are going to learn a lot of lessons here tonight. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 347. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Turn off your speakers. You have 5 seconds.
Hi, Jason. I love you.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, it sounds like somebody's granny.
Hi, Jason. I love you.
Okay, somebody's immigrant grandma is saying he's calling in to show some love. So I'll see if I can spare a few dollars to get you some Metamucil, some milk and magnesia, some Epsom salt. She sounds like one of them old chicks wearing stockings that only go up to her knees. And so I'll throw you a few dollars to get some Epsom salt and some witch hazel. Call from area code 937. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jamal out of Dayton, Ohio.
Jamal out of Dayton. What's on your mind?
I'm not surprised that this happened because Dame Dash was saying something about Adam 22 a long time ago about him speaking on black folks and everything he was doing. And it's like, it's not surprising to see how it turned out. It's like he was waiting so long to say how he truly felt because it's episodes with RZA Islam on there. And you could see him, he's blatantly uncomfortable with the conversation. But then when he get around the people that he really had the same view as, you see how comfortable they are laughing, giggling.
But brother, here's the thing.
This is a common thing.
We should have never let no damn carpetbaggers in. You've known the game since Vanilla Ice. What the hell is this in this YouTube era with all these fatherless children who sit up here and let in the worst, most virulent, obvious, low-key, suspected white supremacists you can imagine? They're not even putting on good camouflage. It would be different if he was putting on good camouflage. You see this fella right here. He looks like he should be, smoking the rock, not throwing it. Shout out Game. So how they and all of a sudden, this is what I mean. They'll be so damn subservient minded that these folks here who shouldn't be doing nothing except shining the cases on your CD player and shining your chrome wheels, next thing you know, they're quote unquote leading. Adam is supposed to be sitting in the back of the damn club, square as hell, just nodding his head and trying not to fall over from an overdose. He's not supposed to be sitting on the stage leading anything. He's not a thought leader. He doesn't have special insights, but what he does have is whiteness. And he knows that there is a contingent in Black society, but particularly among the bootleg sect, who will sit up here and give him credibility. What I'm saying is that we cannot give any of them proximity and that you're not automatically going to bestow credibility, because if you allow a Pearly Things into the room when she's got 5,000 subscribers, YouTube's leadership and management is going to see that. And they'll be like, oh, okay, well, if we boost her, then we can give her $1 million. We'll give her $1 million. So it shouldn't be surprising. All of them. By the way, Mr. Y'all rocking with me, I'm rocking with you. Oh, yeah, Jake. I can go down the list. Y'all need to stop that bull jive. Oh, yes, I'm calling. I said I was going to say names tonight. By the way, man, I'm rocking with you. You rocking with me. What the hell? From Boston? Marky Mark again? Every time I turn around, y'all are throwing the doors open. DJ Academics. Every time I turn around, y'all throwing the doors open. You sitting up here acting like it's going to be a partnership. And when they get done wringing your ass out, it's a dictatorship and they're in charge. And it's happening over and over and over and damn me over again. At what point do you need to have enough damn wake-up calls to say it's time to lock the damn door? I'll let you have the last word.
And to add on to that, it's ironic you said that because it's a couple coons that was on his show, and then he eventually showed his true color to them. Now they on another podcast talking about, oh, he a racist and all that. You knew that before that.
I'm going to say he just became one last week. He was just one last week. The last 4-5, he wasn't one 3-4 years ago. He's just one last week. Really. Now that he's done something that you don't like. Now, and by the way, it wasn't even about Richard Spencer. So they had a little bit of a clash about money and what they're supposed to be doing work-wise. Now, all of a sudden, is this? It wasn't that 2-3 years ago, but it is now. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, B1.
Black First, brother, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 816. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Marcus from Kansas City, Missouri.
Marcus from Kansas City. What's on your mind?
Oh, no, I was just calling in, chiming in. I saw, what the headline was about this no jumper Pearly Things. And I think it's kind of been said throughout some of the callers, but it's like, I think with blacks, we spread our wings open, and we invite people to come in. And then when certain things occurred, like I believe it was no jumper misquoting the minister, and I'm not for sure what the Pearly Thing girl did, but I believe when it comes to stuff like that, then we want to turn our back, but we need to support each other first. I'm saying as far as like blacks, you know what I mean? Instead of opening our arms to everybody else, you know what I mean? And then waiting until something big happens, which I believe there was probably some things said before with like no jumper to red flag it or whatever. You see what I'm saying? To red flag him or whatever. But I just think we need to support each other more.
Well, you got to have a code of conduct. So many folks out here are avaricious and desperate. They're so avaricious and desperate to get on that they'll sit up here and hoard their whole damn souls out to try to get 10,000 more followers. And now what do you have? Now you got to explain what you was doing sitting up in her camp after you've been listening to Jason for years, Melanie. And Jason said this and you still sitting up in the camp now. You got splaining to do. Caller from area code 212. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Nick,
And I just wanted to say first, thank you for doing your program.
Okay, Lou, slow down.
Personally,
slow down. What was your name again?
Hello?
Yes, what was your name again?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Nick.
Hello, Nick, and where are you calling from?
Sure, I'm calling from New York.
All right, Nick, from where at in New York?
Yes. First, I want to say thank you for your program. I have never really sat down and listened to Pearly Things before. I never really gave her a chance because I just didn't feel that someone as unattractive as she was and who didn't really seem like she was dating could really speak on men and women in relationships. So I never really sat down and listened to her to even really know her views and talking points in an in-depth way. So this was a very eye-opening program for me. I did not realize all of her white supremacist talking points, and it's very obvious to me, based on what you've shown us, that she is using the platform to speak to Black people in order to pivot into the alt-right space and give her validation in the alt-right space to be able to say, well, look, I've sat down and talked with Black people. I've associated with Black people. I've been talking to them for 1, 2, 3 years, however long it's going to take her to fully pivot into that space. So
what she's going to say is that I've been talking to Black folk from all over the world is what she's going to be saying. I've talked to them all over the world. I've employed them. I know all of them. And when she talks to white folk on the real, what she's going to say to them, she's not going to say, well, the immigrants are different. She's going to say they're all the same, no matter where they come from. When she really gets down to it, she's going to be saying to them, oh, they're all the same. Whether they're from Nigeria, New York, or Nebraska, they're all the same, and they all need to be dealt with the same way. Trust me, I've dealt with Blacks from North America, Nigeria, Britain. I've dealt with them all over the place. They're all basically the same. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller America code 404. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is May, calling from Atlanta.
May from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to say you did a lot of exposing, smoking, barbecuing today. You have done an excellent job. We all appreciate it. But even bigger than that, tonight you demonstrated a superior Black male leadership and what that looks like for all of these men who went and bowed down and sucked Pearly's toes, her white pale toes, all of these Black manosphere men who gave away everything to a white girl and asked nothing in return. You did a great thing today.
Well, like I say, a bunch of these dudes, they haven't really had real jobs. They don't have anything. They've never made any money. The pandemic made a bunch of them think that they were going to be rich, and it never happened. Now they're just sitting up here posting on YouTube 24/7, hoping that they can pay for a pack of French fries. And they'll sell their souls to anybody who comes along because they're not suited for a real job, nor are they capable of it. They're just trying to make this thing work out because they don't really want to do any real work. And I'm really, really tempted to say, you know what? Damn this. Let me go ahead and just say what I'm really thinking. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I got one more thing I want to say here tonight. Some of y'all folks who claims you got credentials, I'm trying to figure out where the credentials is at, is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out where the credentials is at, because in my world, I'm trying to figure out here, if you're an attorney, we should be able to see where folks is vouching for how good of an attorney you are. Did I say that? Oh, yeah, I said that. Seems to me if you're an attorney in Atlanta and if you was really that dude, a whole bunch of folks should be able to say, hey, that's my attorney. We should have some high-profile clients and some high-profile cases. And yet, I don't know. I haven't seen it. Maybe you all have seen something or heard something I haven't, but I've been to Atlanta many a moon. And I'm just saying, from where I stand, I ain't really had anybody say, yeah, I know this dude. He did a lot of work in the legal community. They all know who he is. I'm just saying, I don't see anybody in the offline world. When you're really a big time attorney, you're supposed to have billboards in the city that you're in. You're supposed to have billboards in the city that you're in. I've had more billboards in Atlanta than any of these folk. I've had more billboards in Atlanta than any of them. So I'm just sitting up here trying to figure something out. Because if I look up here and then all of a sudden these folks got your attention, I'm kind of wondering here. I'm kind of wondering here. Is Pearly Things taking advantage of the fact that some folks might not have been making as much paper as they were hoping? I don't know. Oh, yeah, and I'm not selling courses. I'm not throwing shade either. I'm just saying, was it some other circumstances that allowed such an obvious viper into the midst? If y'all think I'm wrong, then just call me on it and say, hey, Jason, no, this was the dude. These were all the dudes, all these attorneys that were hanging out with the so-called high-value men. By the way, if they was really that dude, y'all should be able to go ahead and show me the paperwork and get done with it. Call America code 404. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Going on, Jason? My name is AT, calling from Atlanta by way of Lagos, Nigeria.
Okay, AB from Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Hey, first and foremost, I want to say, as a Nigerian myself, I denounced that caller from Denver. We all know Nigerians are based in 3 major cities: Atlanta, the Houston area, and the DMV. If a Nigerian is out in Denver, he's probably just trying to get some white, you know what. So, as a true Nigerian, we denounce him and his thoughts. We stand with the FBA community. We want to see y'all get your reparations. We want to see y'all thrive and prosper. And as a one who's married to an FBA, I want to see her prosper as well. But this just Pearly's character, I just think like she got her rise during the pandemic, and what we'll start to see now is as this watch bubble starts to burst, she'll get more radical with her content, and she'll start bringing on more and more controversial guests, and her true colors start to shine. I still have faith in the lead attorney. Maybe he can turn this around, but as far as like Fresh and Fit and just Pearly Things, I don't know if they can be redeemed, but I'm gonna land my plan there. B1.
Well, like I say, even if they could, what the hell would be redeeming for? But like I say, I stand with all the real Nigerians out there who are on the business. They recognize white supremacy. They call it out for what it is. They're not looking for a plantation to be on. They're not saying some white supremacy is good and others is bad. They're not doing that. So we're definitely down with you. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. By the way, I ain't flaming nothing. I just thought tonight's a good opportunity here. I'm going to touch on it, and then I'm going to be done with it. Y'all can either go ahead and belly up and answer up or not. But I just thought we would go ahead and address that tonight. When I see all these people showing up in the exact same place under white mommy's thumb, I'm just asking a simple question here. And I'm like, there's got to be a reason why so many of y'all are showing up in the same place. There's got to be a reason why so many of y'all are showing up in the same place. I'm just saying it's about time we started asking questions, because if I've been giving her the stiff arm, if I've been giving her and Adam and DJ Vlad the stiff arm all this damn time, what how much more proof and evidence did you all need? Are you that desperate to get another 1,000 subscribers? Are y'all, can you just keep it real?
The thing about Jason Black and kind of the talking points that he's using, I get it, but it's dated. Like, it's like yesterday's news, man. You know what I'm saying? And he going hard body karate. We're gonna see in the next couple of days if anybody gonna say something. Is Melanie King gonna say something? They probably on Pearly Things right now as we speak. Is Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews gonna say something? I don't know. All the black people that she's employing, I don't know. She gonna hit y'all with that. How can I be racist? All my friends are black. Push me to the back. All my friends are black. All my friends are black. Shit, that puts me to the edge. All my friends are dead. They can push me to the back. All my friends are black. What's going on, Morpheus? What's going on, Evolution? Shout out to everybody here. Good morning, Red. Push me to the back. All my friends are black. Oh, MTR said something. Oh, we gonna get into that. Make sure y'all subscribe, support the channel, hit the like button on the way in. Oh, we gonna get into MTR. Come on, man. We going 9 hours strong. 9 hours strong. Show your boys some love, man. Shit, I'm piecing it all together in this one live stream. You can watch this all day at work. I'm gonna leave this one up too. Nothing but love. All right. Push it. Is there a video out, Morpheus? If you could drop that bad boy in the chat, we're gonna take a look at that. Push me to the back. All my friends are black. All my friends are black. All my friends are black. How could I be racist? I employ you Negroes. Ungrateful Negroes. She gonna be sounding like Trump. Ungrateful Negroes. I get you out of jail and give you a job, and this is how you treat me? Push me to the back. All my friends are black. All my friends are black. Jason Black not employing niggas. Right, Alpha. He not employing niggas. Not that I know of. Shout out to Jason Black, but push me to the back. All my friends are black. Is Pearl gonna say something? I don't know. O'Shea, I heard O'Shea went on a rant. Don't nobody got the video to that? Who got the video? I know one of y'all Negroes got the video to that. Who got who am I have to press? Who got the video of O'Shea ranting? Oh, don't rant now. You said she got rid of the video? Oh, I was playing it all day. So I have the video. Oh, he did. Oh, Young Jay. No, say it ain't so. Push me to the back. All my friends are black. What? Where RG3 at? That's crazy. You said, I bet her punk ass did. I mean, she should have kept it up. Hard body karate. These niggas ain't gonna do nothing. She reminded them of their elementary school teacher. You could talk to me, Trayvon. Did she go snitch on you to the principal? Push me to the back. All my friends are black. O'Shea said that she represented the space. She got equipment. Oh, Winston Saul cared about equipment. Remember? He said she represented the space. She got equipment. She studied the business. She works hard. What happened? That didn't age well. Push me to the back. All my friends are black.
Hey, the money ain't never been right. The paper ain't never been there. The filters on Instagram are not able to hide all the crow's feet after a certain point. And look, we really just trying to get some money here. I just need 1,000 subscribers. However, I got to get it. I got to get it how I live. At least be like the Nigerian immigrant earlier and just admit, hey, I'm kissing white ass. It is what it is. I'm just sucking up white ass. That's it. But let's go ahead and clear the air on that. Because y'all been riding below the radar for years now. I've called it out for years. So let me just make this clear to y'all. Yeah, I know all the people y'all talk about. You've been saying it for years. I know all the people y'all talk about. And I ain't never spoke on any of them. Jason, do you know this dude? Know that dude? Yeah, I seen him. It took me 2 seconds to go ahead and review the paperwork. The paperwork's all dirty. Jason, don't talk about this person. You don't talk about them. Don't say this. Don't say that. Yeah, because they all janky. The paperwork's awful. The paperwork is awful. Now this is just the latest two who've come out and made asses of them. They're all lined up. You think this is going to be the last ones? Do you all really think that Adam and Pearly Things are going to be the last ones? Do you think we've come to the end of this? You think this is through? You think we're done with this? You think these are going to be the only ones that, and then after this, they'll be through? Please, they've seen that this business model can work. For those of you who watch my program about Derrick Jackson's wife, Fortune Cookie Babble, man, there's a never-ending list of these folks looking to take advantage of gullible Negroes. They're not done, and there's a never-ending list of struggle YouTubers hoping to get their weight up, hoping to go viral, who are just like, well, hell, if I got to sell my soul or lease it, let me just go for that. Y'all looking real damn bad right now. Shout out to everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. Big shout out to all of y'all. We appreciate that. Let me get caller from area code 317. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason from Indianapolis.
Jason from Indianapolis. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was asked to call in.
Then you already know why you were asked to call in, so get to it.
Yeah, so I made a comment because I'm heated about this situation. I'm tired of us not having any type of gatekeeping going on in our community and just letting these people in. I said, y'all niggas, y'all entertainment niggas have no self-respect and you're desperate for validation.
Okay, who are the
I stand by that.
Who are the entertainment niggas you talking about?
Well, it wouldn't be you guys. I don't consider you entertainment, Jason.
Okay, I didn't think so.
I consider you serious business.
I didn't think so either. So somebody got their wires crossed. Eve, knock it off. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller code 330. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Cleavon out of Youngstown, Ohio.
Cleavon out of Youngstown. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Jay, man. I this is a great broadcast, man, and I'm glad that you spoke about this, man, because I don't see how in the hell that people, personally black people, didn't see any of this coming. They already know that they're going to bite off of us and they're going to try to get us to fall along with their program, and people just fall right along for it. It's the same trick bag. They've been doing the same thing for so many years, man. This is just crazy, man. Like,
rinse
and then people want to act like there's nothing wrong, and you pulling out all of the receipts and all of that stuff, and they still gonna go back on the show and still do all that dumb stuff that they've been doing, man. It's sad.
Well, at the very least, folks have had an opportunity to see exactly what it is, because it always comes down bad. It always comes down bad. Always.
Yeah, man.
Always.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller code 972. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Kevin from North Dallas.
Kevin from where at? Kevin from where at in North Dallas?
Does it matter? You want
caller code 917. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yo, what's going on, Jason? Yeah, like you said a lot tonight.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Sorry, from New York. This is Cassius.
Cassius from where at in New York?
Oh, Harlem.
Cassius from Harlem, New York. What's on your mind?
Yeah, you said a lot. I can't be like when you did a breakdown initially. I should have more at the TV. I could really enjoy it, but you said a lot. Like you made me unpack a lot of stuff, because I never was a fan of like Pearly Things or AM22. I was a proponent of lead attorney, but it's like when you broke it down, it was like, okay, the lead attorney, because where does like even Melody King? I kind of like look it down these people. Like I don't get it. Like you went to UK to sit down and do this show, and what for?
My problem
what was the point of that?
My problem is I think we know what it was for. That's the problem that I have. I think today you've
But is it
created an
just money?
environment where niggas is just eager to sell out their souls. I mean, by the way, and this is going to sound very indelicate when I say this, but I'm sure they can appreciate that. Can you all imagine a lawyer who would sell out his soul? Could you all imagine that? I mean, I know that's unheard of. You would never imagine a lawyer who would sell out his soul. So I'm sure that would never happen. But by the way,
But
yeah.
I guess my question is, for the Coach Greg Adams, she got her bones for doing the Vice interview about feminism. That's the first time I saw her on the big stage, the grand stage with the Vice interview. She held, like, Pearly Things held her own. But from the conversational standpoint, she does regurgitate everyone's talking points.
And she made no bones about that when she started out. The only reason I didn't really go to roasting her bad then was she made no bones that she was just a knockoff that was just repeating everything she had heard from everybody. She made no bones. That's all she was. So I'm just like, okay, well, at least she's not lying about it. She's just making it very clear. Hey, if you want to hear slightly warmed over Rollo Tomasi and Kevin Samuels via Jason Black, then go ahead and listen to me. And she's never really gone beyond that. My problem is folks are supposed to have better standards than that. They're supposed to have higher standards than that. This is ultimate evidence that we don't have enough of a code because she never should have been able to get this far. It's so obvious what she is. Next up, Madonna will have a podcast and be dominating the hip hop space.
Where you focus on Adam 22, it was the brilliant takedown, but it brings things back to perspective to a 360 degrees where it's like, okay, this guy interviewed porn stars. He's not a tangible person. He's not someone that's okay. This makes sense.
1984.
Okay, brother. Well, thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. It sounds like she's haggling him for the rent. She said, I got to get it now. You on the phone bull jiving. Give me the rent. So, brother, don't get tangled up. I know they evicting people left and right. Don't get tangled up. Call America Code 443. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason Black. I'm calling from Western Maryland, 443.
Okay, what is your name?
D.
Okay, D from Western Maryland, you
D,
said?
Dolores.
Okay.
I've called you before.
Okay, Dolores from where at?
In Frederick, Maryland.
All right, and what's on your mind, D?
I'm listening to your phone call and all the commentary. I don't know who these people are. I just updated your phone number. And this commentary is very deep to me because I appreciate the commentary. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't know who this person is. I'm listening.
Sister.
I
Ma'am.
absolutely have no.
Ma'am.
I absolutely.
Ma'am.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What have you been smoking tonight?
I absolutely have no clue who these people are.
Okay. What have you been smoking, ma'am?
I don't smoke.
Okay. You smoking, you drinking, you're doing something. So do us a favor.
No,
call back.
I don't know.
Call back when you've sobered up. Call back when you're sobered up. She's smoking, drinking something. I don't know what's going on, but it's heavy on her. I don't know. Y'all know when your auntie just got off the pipe, your auntie, she trying to stay clean, but she having a hard time. She's trying to stay clean, but it's hard. So she'll wake up in the middle of the night and be just calling niggas. You're on live with The Business. Yeah, this is Dolores from Western Virginia, Western Maryland. I'm from the West. I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what you own, what you at, who it is. I don't know any of these people. What is your name? Jason Black. No, I'm Jason Black. Who are you? Dolores. Okay. I don't know these people you talking about, Jason. Who are they? Call America Code 321. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason? This is Antoine from Orlando, Florida. I always felt something was wrong with Miss Pearly over there because she always hang out with black dudes, and she's from the Midwest, and I feel like the Midwest is white supremacist headquarters. That's where she's from. she comes from a big family which makes sense why she has these racist views. She has like over there in the Midwest, they have all these white people that have these enclaves that they keep birth. She looks like one of those, what do they call them, birthers or whatever. So she comes from that type of background. So none of this surprises me. Adam, I never liked Adam at all. And I did see like a clip of that. I didn't see the full thing till you showed it, but that didn't surprise me because I was saying, what was that? The guy that kept interviewing Tariq, because Tariq went on Adam's show. I'm like, where's that black guy at? If they're gonna have, that Spencer dude.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they ran. Like I said, the guy that Tariq actually talked to, I think they might have run him up out of there. So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I'm not 100% certain. He might be the guy they ran up out of there. So that kind of says something to you right there. That kind of says something to you right there when you think about it.
Oh yeah. I guess they're all trying to make this. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Make this pivot because I see all of them like, especially what's that guy's name? Francois. I can't pronounce his name, but the other dude, even other white supremacists denounce him. You know you real bad when other white supremacists denounce you.
Yeah, Fuentes. Well, like I say, it's only really because you're not sporting the kind of white supremacy they want. They have differences about little nuances and details, but when you really get off into the woods of it, they got a lot more in common than they do otherwise. They're only fighting over what version of attack should be used. They're not fighting over whether or not they should or shouldn't attack you. They're only fighting over what version or what method of attack they should use. That's all they're fighting over. All right, on Zoom, we got Rudy up on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother? Rudy, you are on Zoom. Rudy is just looking at me. Crazy.
Hello?
Yes, Rudy, you're on.
Yeah. So just going over this whole thing with the Just Pearly things, though, it's like, if anybody that got anything or they learned anything about IT, it's a thing called botnets where like they can just attack apps and just get traffic going their way just by just doing a whole bunch of ping floods to have everybody go on there. And she just showed up in my algorithm out of nowhere. Like nothing I've ever done or anything has anything to do with her. She just shows up. Like
yeah, that's what YouTube does. YouTube, you can tell who's promoted because it's always a white person. Always, always, always a white person that you've never heard of. You haven't done anything with them. You're not clicking on their videos, and yet it keeps feeding it to you. That was how Joe Rogan got as big as he is. We've all known this, and the only thing that would disclose is a lawsuit, but we all knew they were flooding Joe Rogan. If you came on YouTube, YouTube was going to show you Joe Rogan. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you watch. You are going to see Joe Rogan. And guess what? They did the same thing with PewDiePie. Doesn't matter if you don't play video games. You're going to see PewDiePie no matter what you look at. You're going to see Mr. Beast no matter what you look at. Logan Paul no matter what you look at. So YouTube doesn't do this by accident. This is deliberate. These are the folks they feed. Now, if you black, there's no telling if you'll ever be seen. But with these white folk, anybody sitting up here talking about these people just blew up, you don't understand how television, radio, or the internet works. You can't end up on YouTube's front page or in people's recommendeds all the time on a consistent basis unless they put you there.
I got two more things to say. Like, so two things. So after the demise of Kevin Samuels, you watched all of his so-called friends fight each other, trying to get that spot to see who gonna take over. And then also, like another one that just popped up in my algorithm was the mediocre tutorials guy with the Sherazad Ali videos. And I think it was because I was trying to show my girl the Sherazad Ali videos, so he started popping up. And then like when his traffic got slow, he put up a video talking about he need donations for cancer or something. So, it's just always something with these YouTube dudes, man. It's like, it's terrible and sad for people to fall into that. That let me know you don't really have nothing going on yourself, because I'm not really about to just fall into that. Like,
but most people
guys,
do. The real issue is most people do. It would be different if it weren't. Look, if there were if the audience members held them to account, the only folk they get mad at are the people who tell the truth. They get mad at them. They get mad at us. But as far as their audiences hold them to account, no way. And like I said last week, the real sad part about this is if you started watching these people during the pandemic when you were locked down at home, it's now been 3 years. If any of this were actually meant anything, then you would have 3 years of progress to show me. You should have 36 months of elevation to show me if any of this was actually beneficial in the real world. If you selling courses, then I should see a whole bunch of folk getting elevated. I'm not wrong for saying it. And I'm not wrong for saying it, but I'm also not wrong for saying, hey, you got a profit center going. What I'm saying is y'all recognize what you see in game, recognize game. Game, recognize game. The pandemic is over and folks are trying to flip into a new genre. They all trying to diversify into something new. The hip hop thing is not working the way you wanted it to before because there's newer names coming in. So I told everybody last year, most of your favorite YouTubers, their numbers are going down. Their numbers are going down. So now they're all trying to figure out, well, hell, we starting to fall off and lose altitude. We got to spin up into something else. Just Pearly Things. Now you see what she's trying to spin up into. Adam No Jumper. You can see, okay, now he's ready to, now that he's built a hip hop audience, let me pivot away from that and spin into something else and take a look at where he's spun to. Completely diametrically opposed and against black people. So now that he's got his money straight, he's like, yeah, let me go get that white audience.
Hey, I think the reparations talk got a lot to do with that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That they're showing their true colors now. It's like, hey, y'all talking about reparations too much. We don't like it. We don't really like you niggas to begin with, but we make money off of you. We don't really like you to begin with, but we make money. So now that you're doing too much, we tired of pretending we like you. Let's just say what we really think.
And you see how she kept bigging up the Africans. That go into the whole delineation thing to where we're not talking about race-based reparations because that's unconstitutional. So we talking about lineage-based. What a way to get the people that all these black people and these immigrants and tethers that they've been listening to and getting this information to. What a better way to do it than to get the popular influencers that's white that these people listen to say, oh, the Africans this, and try to separate it.
You're attacking the argument. Oh, they just work harder. We're back to the work harder thing. They work harder. They work harder. Baby, you got she's literally telling you she's got illegals working for them. So you and I both know what that means. Oh, you ain't paying them nothing?
She said it. She said she used them because they costless. She said it herself. I just caught a clip of her saying it. I didn't caught clips of her saying some crazy shit.
And they be sitting, I know what you're talking about, brother, and they be sitting there laughing. Now, here's the difference. You and me wouldn't have sat there laughing at that. Now, that's the difference. She wouldn't have said that in front of us, and we sitting there with Nick Fuentes, and we sitting there giggling. Let me tell you, the whole damn show would have been over right then. We ain't gonna sit there and hear that, and we gonna use it. Oh, hey, Rudy, he's kind of late too, but he's black. and okay, let's see how it goes next.
Hey, Jason, how much you want to bet Mediocre Tutorial showed up for free 99?
Man, look here. When White Mommy and Vlad TV, I said this years ago, I'm gonna say this right now. There's a bunch of niggas who were on Vlad TV years ago. Eddie Griffith. Oh, I'm not supposed to bring that up anymore, am I? Let me tell y'all something. Vlad was getting them on there for free. They have been on there for free. Lord Jamar finally admitted it was for free. And that was the reason why I was like, hey, wait a minute. Y'all been talking to this Fed agent here all these damn years for free. Y'all have made him a multi-millionaire. But when I contact you, you telling me what I gotta pay you. But you've been talking to him literally for years for free. He sat there when he was talking about the chick who accused Tupac of rape, and she was talking, he said she wanted to do an interview, and he said she wanted to charge him for it. And he was like, I don't pay for interviews. Then he messed around and confessed that he did pay a couple of folks for an interview. He was going to pay, he was thinking about paying Nipsey Hussle's killer for an interview, but he decided not to do that. He had considered it and then said, oh, but that would have been bad in the street. That would have been bad in the streets if I had done that right there, wouldn't it have been? So when he admitted that he started paying people, now folks are hitting him up for the bag. Now, and this was, remember y'all, this is after Lord Jamar. Now they're doing that. Okay, but y'all just spotted him the last 6-7 years. You just spotted him the last half a decade. Now you gonna talk about what we gonna do now? Get the hell up out of here. So all you hip hop heads, all these folk, when white mommy and white daddy pull up, man, they ain't asking for nothing but an opportunity. That's all they're asking for. That's it. And look who they're looking for an opportunity from. I'll let you have the last word.
I'm gonna say it's very convenient that, yeah, people don't like you, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you say what it is and what it need to be done, and you tell people that action need to be put into place. Like I was a person that, I was just out here doing whatever, but I had to really focus in and be like, hold on, wait a minute, you're not doing anything of substance. What's your accomplishments, man? So I had to really take time out and really start accomplishing goals and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm gonna just be a true just advocate to say that when you start accomplishing goals, you don't have to do the back and forth with people like that, because you can just move right on. It just makes your life easier. But also, let me say this as well. I mean, when you get on the internet and you can tell if somebody really got something going on or not. Because what have you done? It goes all into what you say. What have you done? And a lot of these people are doing nothing. Also, for Brittany Renner to be on that white woman's program, to sit there and let her talk to her the way she talked, should let every black man in America know.
No, these I'm just gonna say this right now. The black women who going on that Pearly Things show, that is a badass look for every single one of y'all. That woman is just straight clowning people, and they sitting there smiling about it. Who needs a damn plantation when you got Pearly Things on YouTube? Do you think she's got respect for y'all every time she talks about toxic women? What? We can't call her a hoe. And then it's a bunch of black women. We can't call her a hoe. The thumbnail is some black Insta thought. And it's something that YouTube usually blocks. If I try to put it up on mine as a thumbnail, and when you look on the video, it's a bunch of black women. Every time you turn around, that's who she's talking to. It's black women. That's all we need to speak to. And they sitting up here lined up for it. You should be ashamed. I'm just saying, brother, how hard you got to go to mock somebody? What exactly do you got to do to be considered mocking them? It don't matter how far she goes or what she says. This ain't embarrassing.
They let the gay white man do it to him all the time. I see it all the time.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate it. It's a bad look, man. It is a bad look. I just got to read the mail. I got to read the mail. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. It didn't just start being one a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's been a bad look. Y'all know full damn well she set up a platform for dissing black women. Hey, we can't talk about some scummy white women? You can't bring in, hey, how about for a few months we bring in nothing but white women? But that ain't gonna happen, because you're not gonna get a whole bunch of white men to sit up here and air out white women like that on a consistent basis. They might show up once, but they ain't gonna show up every time and do it. Or if they do, it's not gonna be some ratchet white women. And the white women gonna agree with them. Hell yeah, over there on Valuetainment. Let me go ahead and read the mail. When they bring Rolo and them over there on Valuetainment, and you might disagree with the white women, they might be blonde, but they ain't some damn Instagram stripper thoughts. They got some white women who halfway got some sense. You don't have a bunch of loud ass white women sitting up here talking about we boss bees and this, that, and the other. That's not what they do over there. You're not going to get Richard Cooper to really sit up there and air out white women on the terms of, okay, let's talk about how white women created feminism. Let's talk about how white women created the gynocracy. Let's talk about how white women created this feminist social order that you all are complaining about and that the red pill was created to fight. Let's talk about the problem with white women. Them white women ain't going to show up for that, and the white men are not really going to show up for that very long either. They'll talk about it in the abstract, but they're not going to sit up here and hold the whole program with you like that, and you're not going to be able to get months of content out of them either. And let me tell you one more thing that will never happen. You will never, 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 ever in the history of ever have a program that is hosted by a black person that brings on white people to talk about the problems among white people. White people will get on a program with a white person and talk about issues with white people. Let me go ahead and throw this up one more time up on here. White people will get on a program with other white people and talk about issues with white people, but they're not going to let you and me sit here and be the ringmaster. Okay, let's talk about how messed up white folks are. They're not going to let you do that. Let's talk about how slutty white women, we ain't going to do that. Let's talk about illegitimate kids, white women, ain't going to do that. Let's talk about white women chasing black men. Oh, damn sure ain't going to do that. Your red pill community has never come to the defense of Bill Cosby, Michael Irvin. They've never come to their defense. They're supposedly the red pill and they're supposedly fighting the gynocracy, but you've never seen them come to Bill Cosby or Michael Irvin's defense. They've been quiet as hell. And every time a black male is facing an issue, particularly where white women are involved, they ain't saying nothing. It's quiet. It gets real quiet. But number one, that's just one big coincidence, right? Number two, Jason's hating on something. We can't figure out what it is, but hating on something, right? Caller Mary Code 708, you're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Shine, Chicago.
All right, Shine, Chicago. What's on your mind?
So we've already been conditioned by the media, like the news, all the white people. They do the research and give it to us on the news. They report the news all day. The recalls on medicine, all the white people say that on the news. And how to file a lawsuit, it's always the white people report. Now they trying to condition us on the internet because it's such a diversity. Like everybody can get on the internet of all creeds and races, you know. They have their own platform. So now they're trying to have us come over there and steal all our content and condition us like they smart and got all the money and all the knowledge on the internet. That's all I was saying. Is this a form of conditioning?
Well, for the folks who think this is entertainment, it's not. That's the problem. The folks who think it's entertainment, it's not. They're telling you it's entertainment. They're sitting there being programmed. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Understand something here, folks. That's not entertainment. You're feeding this into your mind. You're mainlining it. And now you got folks who, what I told you and warned you about years ago, there it is. There it is. So you're going to find out who out here is standing up and got their brains on and who's out here bootlicking. It's going to be as simple as that. It's as simple as that. But now the cover has been ripped off of it. And if you tuned into tonight's program, you have gotten all the pertinent information and all the pertinent details. You don't have to guess your way through it. You already know everything. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all of your favorite YouTubers love to hate. We give you the insight and analysis you'll receive nowhere else. We predict these things and call them far in advance. And when it finally comes down, despite the criticism, despite the withering insults, despite all the brain dead idiots out there who said otherwise, they're the ones who end up looking foolish in the end, and we end up standing tall once again. If this is your first time tuning in, you've gotten the insight and analysis that you will receive nowhere else. In order to continue doing that, click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell, join us each and every time that we're here. And if you haven't joined our Patreon, you definitely want to check that out as well. My patrons have known about this now for a week. My patrons have known about this now for a little while. My patrons have known that this was coming for a little while now. Those of you here on YouTube, you got to hear it much later. My patrons got to hear this before now. So if you want to be not up to speed, but ahead of the curve, you need to click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time when you're here. Join our Patreon. I want to say it's been a special shout out to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. That makes this possible. I want to thank all of you for tuning in here live or recorded. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being on the winning team. We are not the biggest. No, we're the elite. The biggest people are over there looking foolish and silly tonight. The special forces are winning. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business, or the business will handle you.
Oh man, that's crazy. Everybody going live now about the Pearly things, man. You said Ramil live, so we can go in three directions now. We can go to three in three directions now. All right, we can go to Ramil. Yes, Sexy Red. I did get the Cash App and I shouted you out. I appreciate it. Thank you. We can go to Ramil. We can go to Super Sly, or who's the third person that y'all told me to take a look at, or we can go to Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. Where we going? Where we going? Because either way we go, we can't go wrong. Hold on, let me see. Let me do this. All right, this is what shout outs to Young Jay. This is what Young Jay sent me. Thank you, bro. Here we go. Because I think this was unlisted.
Welcome to the Morning Star Show with Super Sly 75.
We just going down the rabbit hole today.
Sign up for OTWTube.com, uncensored free speech platform. Shout out to our super producer, Cindy Ashby. All shows are live on the WakeUpRadio.com.
Hold on, y'all.
Catch replays on SoundCloud, Stitcher, Google Podcasts, Apple.
Jason Black can't shame her. You can't shame her. Nobody except her own kind or them other people. Those are the only two groups of people that can cancel or shame just Pearly. Okay? So I get what y'all saying, but when she admitted that she pretty much set up and lied on her former black coach, we didn't hear O'Shea then. We didn't hear O'Shea then, right? It wasn't a big deal for him to come back to address how weak black men look defending this white woman. Didn't hear him then, but now all of a sudden, because of this clip that's been going around, I'm gonna play the clip of what she said. Listen, red pill is not real. Red pill is not real life. It does not hold weight when you go outside. I don't know what it's gonna take, but you know what? Let me get right into it. This is the clip that got everybody all up in arms. And once again, too little, too late. She's at 1.6 million subs. You can't cancel her. Okay? You can't cancel her. The only people that can cancel her are those people and her own kind. She's too big. But let's get this is what got everybody up in arms.
Oh, so you're saying that was the end of Europe being one way and America being one. That was when more immigration happened and the culture, we sort of lost the culture.
Yeah, because the lesson of World War II,
based on the horrors of the Holocaust is like, this is what happens when nationalism goes awry. This is what happens when.
Now, this is Nick Fuentes. If you don't know who Nick Fuentes is, it's not your fault, but he's another one of those that doesn't have a high regard of a certain class of people, but that's his right. Let's continue.
Nationalism goes
but
too
your
far.
argument was the Holocaust was not special and all countries have done that.
Yeah,
and so
exactly.
you're saying, why is the Holocaust special?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, what do you mean basically?
Well, yeah, I mean, because of course, we're getting into the details of it, but yeah, that's the gist.
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of deny it happened.
I denied some of the parts of
you
it.
deny.
Okay, we're not gonna get into that because them people will sick the killer bees on you. I have my own thought. Well, it's not my own thoughts, but all you gotta do is go look at the numbers at the gate, and every decade those numbers get lower and lower. I'm not here for that. I'm only here for what this woman said.
Parts of it don't seem realistic to you. You think they're embellished upon.
I think they're embellished. Yeah.
The same way. This sounds. Oh, gosh.
Okay, here we go. This is where we go left. Now, once again, y'all should have never welcomed this woman into y'all space with open arms. She already had 500,000 subs by the time y'all discovered her. She didn't need your help. But because, for the most part, black men are the thirstiest group of men on the planet, and any type of talk to me nice rhetoric that any woman gives you, you're going to fall for it, hook, line, and sinker every time. Every time. But let's go.
Oh boy.
They're gonna be in
get
trouble.
yourself
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because
Here we go.
That's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Basically, she said slavery was an embellishment. Okay. Why were they desperate? Because black men are, this is how important access to women are. That's the whole reason they keep chewing and eschewing red pills. It's at the end of the day, y'all, their gripes with women is all about having access to the very women that they claim they don't want. I would never go ham over a chick whose last name ends in Isha that wears a bonnet or a wig. I would never go this hard on them. I would never spend hours upon hours about a archetype of a woman I claim I don't want. It's the very opposite. Okay? So the part that she says got everybody up in the uproar.
Sounds, oh gosh.
Oh boy.
They're gonna be in trouble. This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do, is they embellish. And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible. It was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
Okay, that's basically what she said. That got everybody's panties in a bunch. Now, up until this point, the back and forth between those that defend this woman and those that are against this woman, it really didn't have much of a pickup. It wasn't until this clip came out. That's when Jason Black said, oh, okay. He went in, and then this is what prompted O'Shea to come back to not address what she said, but to basically point the finger at the thirst of black men for allowing this woman to be this comfortable to say these things, which he's correct. But this is nothing new. Look at all the black women that have come through already. The same tactics. They prop them up, right? They put them in a spotlight, and then these black female content creators be like, okay, I don't need you anymore. I'm out of here. Yeah? Right? How many black men put Cynthia G on? Come on, let me pull it back on myself now. And this is where we got to get into it. Yeah, John Wick 4. Very real quickly with John Wick 4. So they killed Lance Reddick's character in the movie. And then this man ends up dying. Coincidence? Once again, If you haven't seen John Wick 4, the concierge, the brother, he gets shot in the head. 5 minutes, 10 minutes into the movie, and that man dies in real life. Coincidence? Let's move on. Okay, now. I just lost my point just that quick. Wow, I just lost my point just that quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm not here for the slavery discussion. I'm not, because that's a never-ending discussion. No one's gonna compromise or come to a meeting of the minds. Either you see it one way or you don't. Okay, yes, Sinji, thank you. So Tariq introduced Sinji to us. O'Shea, whenever he had her on the panel, he would protect Cynthia G from us because we would be on her neck, and he would protect her on those panels. Either anywho, now the rhetoric she speaks against black men, isn't it kind of a 180, right? It's a bit odd, the rhetoric she uses against black men, considering it was black men that propped her up to begin with. Paris Milan is another one. Came through a black man, O'Shea, whatever, and her rhetoric towards black men makes you scratch your head. Okay, let's continue. So let me see if he still has it up. We'll go through this. Let's pick this thing apart, man. I hope he didn't pull it down. Because it's like, why would you go through all that? Okay, here we go. Now, O'Shea has some things to say. We're gonna pick that. We're gonna go through that real quick, and we're gonna go over Jason Black. This is like totally impromptu. Like this all just happened within the last half hour. All right. So let's see what he has to say about this.
I'm an OG. I've been around a long time.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, y'all. See what I'm saying? Why you come back here to talk that shit and then pull it? See that's that now that's that sucker shit. Now you got me cursing. See what I'm saying? You spent an hour running your mouth, calling yourself a pro-black. This is what he said. He said, amongst other things, he said, this is why I'm a pro-black. And I had to separate myself. This is why I'm a pro-black. And then he said black men are weak and thirsty. I agree. And then he said, well, I don't know if the clip came out before whoever supported her, because I super chatted. I said, well, what about your boys MTR and Lead Attorney? Lead Attorney was always trying to go to war over Just Pearly with Hafiz. Remember, not last month, Lead Attorney's like, yo, Hafiz won't debate me over Pearly. I'm trying to defend Pearly. So MTR, right? MTR, Lead Attorney, Obsidian's goofy ass. Obsidian says she's more pro-black because she puts black men to work. That's what Obsidian said. And so then, but she learned all her tricks of the trade from Kevin Samuels. So O'Shea's like, well, I don't know if this clip came out before or after when those brothers supported them. It's not about them. Yeah, it is, nigga. Because all you goofballs propped her up. All of y'all. All of you semi one day, 1 week your manosphere, next week you're not. 1 week your manosphere, next week you're not. So all you semi fair weather manosphere dudes, y'all pick and choose when y'all want to be involved in the space. That's why I don't feel no way about y'all. Your leaders pick and choose when they feel like being bothered with these talking points. So all of a sudden, O'Shea comes from the clouds to address what the white woman said and her viewpoints on black folk. But when it was your peers, O'Shea, that propped her up. It was your peers. Your dead homie. She sat at his feet and he gave her the game. Your contemporaries, MTR and Lead Attorney, propped her up. Your other former cohort says she's more pro-black because she puts black men to work. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Why, O'Shea, would you go on live and pull it down? When's the last time O'Shea actually stood on something. Because every time he goes off on a freaking rant, he pulls the shit down. Come on, ain't nobody got this. Stay your ass. And then it goes into, well, this is why I don't mess with y'all. This is why I don't mess with y'all, and I'll stay here in Uganda. Well, nigga, stay your ass in Uganda. But somehow you find yourself immersed in American topics. Wait a minute, man. Somehow you're in a whole nother country, a whole nother whatever, a whole nother diaspora. But you're center. Your whole existence is tied to American stuff. Ain't nobody checking for that Ugandan channel, bruh. You come here for American stuff. You came back. You haven't streamed in a year. And the most important topic to draw you back into live streaming was because American black men are fighting over this white woman. So you didn't mean what you said because you pulled it. So let me just say this for those that want to come at me or my detractors. Anything I've ever pulled off of YouTube, I guarantee you it's everywhere else. I promise you. Okay? Anything I deem sketchy for YouTube, it's either on Patreon or Spotify or on the Wake Up. Okay? So I stand on any and everything I've ever said. I only pull things down from YouTube, but best believe all the sketchy stuff, it's on one of those 3 sites. Okay? Why would you waste your time for over an hour to talk bad about black men, right? All these gems and these pearls of wisdom you dropping and want to give inspiration and hope and all these excellent soliloquies and all this business knowledge only to pull the damn stream. So you already understand people were chomping at the bit to come back at you and pick your whole shit apart. But you don't even have the decency to give people the courtesy to say, you know what? I have some pushback. I have some questions.
This is like finesse 6 times. You know what I'm saying? Not even finesse 2 times. This is like finesse 6 times. You know what I'm saying? Finesse 6 times. And O'Shea wouldn't leave that live stream up because guess what? He's not trying to offend nobody. He's trying to make it up there with Pearly Things. If O'Shea could get an interview with Pearly Things right now, go on her show or her come on his show, he will take it. You know, I like O'Shea, but he hitting a glass ceiling and creating one at the same time. Let's go.
About what you said, sir. So why did you do all that? Why did you do Austin Holloman? Who promoted Austin Holloman? Who promoted Austin? That was O'Shea. That was O'Shea. Now this is not about O'Shea. This is about what I was going to attack was his talking points and his rhetoric. But there's nothing to really attack because he pulled the stream down. So I have to go off memory of what I heard, which is that's not fair to anybody because now it turns into speculation or assumption. Because you knew we were lining up to tear that shit apart, brick by brick. Not him, but his rhetoric. If you're going to put something up, leave it up. If not, don't even waste your time. That tells me you don't stand on anything you say. I can't even take you as your word as a man. I'm going to come on here and say all this and then take it down. Well, then you didn't mean what you said. I hate that. Like, don't do that, bruh. Don't come on. Yeah, very passive aggressive. And of course, it's always 90% of these YouTubers came through me. We tired of that. These young kids don't care about that. No. Starting to sound like these old 90s rappers. Starting to sound like starting to sound like Melly Mel right now. When I hear O'Shea say that, 90% of you sound like Melly Mel. Starting to sound like Melly Mel. Nobody wants to hear that, dude. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody. Yeah, I understand all that. But But we shouldn't have to do all that. You're missing the point. If you say something, you mean it, and you stand on it, then that's what it is. It means nothing if you're gonna come on here, run your mouth, and then pull it. You didn't mean what you said. So don't hit me with the will you scream? No, nigga, I'm not going to do all that. Because clearly he didn't mean what he said. He always does this. Like, you don't mean nothing you've ever said, bruh. Right? Life is about criticisms and critiques. People critiquing me and criticize every day. Okay, that's part of life. And people are going to criticize and critique everything I say. That's a part of life. If I believe in what I say, I'll be able to defend it to anybody. If I believe as much as I say what I in my heart of hearts, I have no problems defending anything I've ever said. You understand? Like, I'll defend anything I've ever said. I have no problems doing that. But this is another sucker ass move. I knew he was going to pull it. I even told him. I said, don't pull it, bruh. I super chatted him. Don't pull this stream. Because we know how you go. It sounds nice. And so you're a Pan-Africanist, which don't work for black people. You're a pro-black, which clearly hasn't worked for black people. So you use those two ideologies as your way of separating from the folk. This is how you justify you moving up and separating from classes, right? These two, that Pan-Africanism, pro-black shit doesn't work, has not worked for black people. Right? And then he was like, black men, you can't go to these other countries and go after their women because they'll cut your head off, blah, 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 which is true. Yeah, you can't go to the Saudis and pull an Austin Holloman with their women, right? You can't go to Russia per se, or Nigeria and do what Austin Holloman does to the Brazilian women. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You can't do that. What you do in Vietnam and Thailand, you can't do that to an Arab woman or an Indian woman. Because the men would chop your head off. That's true. Everything you said up until that point was true. But guess what? We'll never know. Because you're too scared to leave your opinions up for critique. Too scared to leave your critiques up. All right? So what do we do now? So you come here, kick up the hornet's nest, and then take it down. Okay. So that tells me you didn't mean anything you said. So you just came here because it sounded good, right? It sounded good. All right. Yeah, can't do that in Serbia, Slovakia, damn sure not Romania, right? So it turned into, it wasn't more about what she said. It's more, well, black men, y'all let her in. And y'all gave her the footing and the position and the comfortability to say what she said. But yeah, okay, that's fine. Include your black men peers and contemporaries that help prop her up. See, it's easy to talk down on the lowbrow black men, but the guy that's in your class, that's in your echelon, you don't mention them. You don't hold them accountable. You want to hold these low tier black men accountable, but not the people that's in your class, your peers. It doesn't work it doesn't work like that. Okay? It doesn't work like that. But guess what, y'all? We'll never know because his little scary ass pulled the stream down. We'll never know. We'll never know. Because I already knew we were lining up to light him up. Yeah. Oh, man. When they stayed on Hafiz's neck. They stayed on Hafiz's neck. Yeah, CGA welcomed her with open arms. You know what? Let's do this. Let's look at all the black content creators. See what I'm saying? See, this is that sucker shit. Look at this. The title is Black Men Are Making Excuses for Just Pearly Things Behavior. But your pussy ass pulled the live stream down. Why, bro? Why, bro? This was a punk move. Video is private. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this, right? So that means you scared. You too scared to leave it up because you know we're going to find something wrong. We're going to poke some holes in that thing. We're going to take that thing to the deep end, poke some holes and drown it. Why? What is, you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? It ain't behind no damn paywall. Nah, don't give him a way out. Don't give him a way out. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, Donovan Sharp. Then you know what? Let's go ahead and look up these dudes that had Pearly on their thing. Let's see. Let's do Coach Greg Adams. Just Pearly things. We're just gonna take a mental note. We're just gonna take a mental note. We're just gonna take a mental note of how many of O'Shea's peers that he don't want to hold accountable, but he want to hold you lower black, you low tier black men accountable. It's y'all fault where she at now.
What up, guys? Welcome.
Right? So my whole perspective of divorce is like, whoa, all right, these people.
What I look like talking to a single 24-year-old white woman about marriage. What I look like doing that? How I sound? Okay, that's we got one. So that's one.
I'm not gonna hold on. Let me pause this heat that I'm making. Because somebody was like, he came and scooped her up in the Porsche and brought her to the show for an interview. I'm telling y'all, all the higher up dudes in the manosphere was on this woman's nuts. And y'all kept trying to say, yo, she doesn't run the black manosphere. She ain't. Then why is the black manosphere throwing up right now? Why is these niggas having an adverse allergic reaction? Our white blood cell done turned on us. Like, why are y'all having this reaction? Why are y'all having this reaction? All of these niggas was like, yo, she's the coming of the Christ, the Messiah. Like, wow. You know? I think they had the reason why I played the interview earlier in its entirety so that nobody can misconstrue it, you know? And there was a lot of plantation talk. But I didn't get mad. I'm like, okay, these are like fucking young kids with a little bit of power and some money. She got a fucking show, people paying attention to her. She 26 years old. She gonna bring on some other little racist prick. He gonna say whatever he gonna say. Some of the shit gonna make sense if he being real. And we just gonna go live our lives. That's what happens. Y'all didn't think who was the dude from back in the day that they used to charge up with the racist shit, and he called those girls nappy headed hoes. Damn, I forgot his name. Rush Limbaugh, and the other dude, I forgot the other dude's name, but yeah, they just get replaced, bro. Whether it be a man or a woman. You know what's going on, Rogish? Shout out to my brother Rogish in the building. They just get replaced, man. Hair-hatted hooligans about to act a fool again. Let's go, man.
That's one sucker duck. That's one sucker duck. Let's see who else. Who else we got? Oh no. Yeah, and then the next sucker duck here. So why was he so adamant at going at Hafiz in defense?
Yes, Imus. Yes, Don Imus. I knew it was Don something. Yes, Imus. War Master knows. What happened to Imus? Is he still around? Is he still around? See, so what I was telling y'all earlier is that like a lot of the quote unquote like real red pill dudes, or yeah, misquoted, right? Like the real red pill dudes, they don't respect Pearl, but she want to get in their little club. You know what I'm saying? You did? Shout outs to Rogish, man. No problem, bro. Let me know what you got going on. Let me know if you got an open verse or something. Throw it to me. I'll throw it right back. I'll send back some flames, man. That's on the house right there. You dig? My brother Rogish in the building. He said, "Thanks for the vid. Got the final version ready." Yeah, let me know if you want me to send it to me. If you got like a picture or photo that you want to use, send that to me also. And send me the name of the track and I'll send it back. You know what I'm saying? I'll hand clap it for you, send it back, and we take it from there, man. Shout outs to fasting. I might have to spark up another show, y'all, because this is going at like 10 hours and 50 minutes at this particular moment. You said, Kuda, we need to do a show that whites get reparations. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. Yeah, you said he's not on television anymore? I would think he would move over to terrestrial radio or internet radio, you know, like Tom Likas or somebody. He'd make a lot of money, man. Yeah, bro, just let me know the name and just send me a picture, and definitely I'll send it back. I got you, bro. Definitely can't wait to hear what you got. And also remember, make a revised version. You know, people's attention span short, so you know you have like the longer version, and then you got the then you got the revised version, because you know people attention span is ridiculous. You know, that track right there is a movie. You dig? You painting a whole cinema in the 8 minutes. You did. I didn't even think about it. I was so entertained. I was like, damn, 8 minutes that went by. That's crazy. You did. All right, let's get back into this, man. And Coach Greg Adams, bro. I mean, even though I really don't think he gives a damn, but hey, it is what it is. Let's go.
Going at why was he so adamant about going at Hafiz in defense of Pearly? Like she could hold her own, right? Who's this?
Thing that's successful in life.
Never mind. There's somebody else. Here we go.
Guess who we got it?
Him, and then he follows 80% of stuff, and finish up.
It was just gone. Yeah, there were certain times where I was like,
when the white woman jumps on.
Let me shout out Jefferson. Says sends $5 cash out. Says Coach Gang, I got money.
Yes, hold up. I got money.
There you go. There you go. And guys, we have a special guest in the back. We're gonna set Coach Greg up again. We got her feet. No, just these. We got just Pearly things.
Just Pearly things is in the house.
We got just Pearly things. Man, Coach Greg used to the ambush.
Man, hey, now we got Pearly ambushing me.
Yes, listen, just Pearly things. You know,
Pearly. It's just Pearly. That's 2 sucker ducks. So we got 2 sucker ducks. Where is Donovan Sharp? Did they do something? Didn't they do something together? Didn't he have? I know he was speaking in defense of Pearl. I thought they had
People
a show
dog
together.
Pearl. Oh, she's a poor man's fresh and fit. Really? How many poor man's fresh and fits are out there? 2, and I'm sitting on one of them. No. Listen. People dog Pearl. Oh, you just bit off of the Myron and Fresh formula. You know how fucking difficult it is to get more than one bitch at the same place at the same time.
I can't even fill up a podcast room without bitches I fuck.
You know what I mean? It's incredible. So what it comes down to, people who poo-poo what we do, at the end of the day, they think that they should be able to do what we do simply because they have.
Okay, so that's 3. Count them 3 sucker ducks. Who's the other one I'm missing? Who else had Pearly on their stuff, y'all? Give me the names again. So we had CGA, Lead, Donovan. Oh, MT. Oh my God, MTR is the worst. He's clearly the worst one of them all. Oh my God. You know he wasn't getting no ass like that because he gets too excited over these chicks. Tutorial. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, he was caping for Pearly against Hafiz, right?
Start with telling me your body count.
Oh God. Well, you know you have to multiply by 3, right?
Multiply it by 3.
Whatever they tell you.
Really? 3?
Yeah. Maybe 4.
One guy told me about his business, and we looked it up. It was dissolved. Like, you realize.
So that's 4 sucker ducks. And that's MTR. Is there anybody else worth mentioning at this point? Yeah, that's why I still rock with Fresh and Fit. But even though they yeah. That woman said the whole space was filled with gay men, angry gay men, you know? Let me see. And she was nobody like that in defense of them. She grew still. Yeah. Okay. Did Anton have, for real? Anton had her on too as well? Are you sure? Let's see. Let's go take a look. I don't recall her being on Anton Daniels. But we'll take a look. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Daniels.com. So much in this. What it's like. I won't say fireball. Osmo.
Here we go.
When you get on the camera, right, and you got a subject and you just want to make an 8, 10, 12-minute video.
Okay, so that's 5 sucker ducks. Anton Daniel. All right. So that's 5 prominent black male YouTubers that we would consider O'Shea's contemporaries or peers. And yet he only excoriated low-tier black men. Not once did he hold his peers accountable, right? Because once again, before black men discovered her, she already had 500,000 subs. Now, since the black men discovered her or the space, she's at 1.5, 1.6 million. Okay, running through them. Okay, pump and dump. All right, this is the white woman. All of these black men are going gaga over. Okay, this is the same white woman that got her former black, I believe, volleyball coach fired. Right, and so when a bunch of us made critique videos about, hey, that doesn't sound right, sounded very sketchy. Even Sexy Red, shout out to the sisters that did go after. So when we kind of poked holes in her story, nobody said anything. Nobody wanted to come down from the heavens and say, wait a minute, you set up a black man, you cost a black man his job, you took the monies out of the black man's babies, he couldn't feed his babies. Right? Remember when Pearly said, well, the only reason I said something because my younger sister was going to be under his tutelage. Right? This is the same woman that said she had a fake ID, went to the club to meet the coach, had a fake ID. He said she tried to groom her, and then whatever. And then she said something because she was worried about her younger sister that was coming up behind her that he would have been coaching. So when we all was like, wait a minute, this is who y'all support? Y'all remember this, right?
No, yeah. See, where was O'Shea then? Well, where's the almighty O'Shea then? So you only come out here, and once again we catch Pearly and we get her jammed up again. See, every time we box these women into a corner, every time we cut the ring off, and we walk through their punches, we coming forward like a Mexican fighter, right? They just come forward. They take all the shots and still come forward, right? We cut the ring off. We're coming forward. We're walking through the punches. We'll eat one so we can land two, and just before we can land a kill shot, because we got right in the turnbuckle, right? So right before we can land a kill shot, here come you Negroes out the sky. We already had her up against the ropes. We didn't need your help. So now you come out the sky to say it's you low tier black men fault when it was your contemporaries. Not one of these dudes talked about how she set up that black coach. Go find me the video of Coach Greg Adams, lead attorney, Donovan Sharp, MTR, or Anton talking about when she basically lied and got her black former coach jammed up and lost his job. It's the same black coach that said, you know what? I'm gonna file a lawsuit for defamation. Yeah? Do I have that video? I know I made a video about it. Let me go look. Just Pearly. Did I take it down? Some bitch. Okay, maybe it's on the other channel. I remember making a video. Uh-oh. Did Just Pearly Things lie on her former coach? November 1st, 2022. O'Shea, where were you, sir? O'Shea, where were you, sir? Where was O'Shea? Come on, man. This is the black coach. His response. What'd he say? On my way to the gym and just okay, Slide. Just get to it. Scanning through YouTube. Bro, just get to it. Stuff and this popped up. Just get to it. This is the coach. Okay. And forgive me, Ty and Ramil. I'm just getting this out the way. It's gonna be a real quick vid. That's right. Shout out to Ty City Ramil, right? Because we were the only ones talking about it. Let's continue. I'm not trying to do a deep dive like you guys, so respectfully. Marcus Robinson is the coach alleged that Just Pearly accused of grooming her and is the one that she allegedly cost his coaching job. This was the guy that she was worried about possibly grooming her younger sister, which is why she said something. Right. Now, subsequently, she did take that video down, but that's right. Everything lives on the internet, and everybody pulled it down, whatever the case may be. Okay. So I believe either somebody reached out to the coach, either Ty or Ramil, and Marcus Robinson. He says, I categorically deny any allegation of improper conduct. I have not engaged in any act to plant seeds, groom, or otherwise encourage persons I have coached to connect with me. Having been a professional athlete has exposed me to unfortunate and untrue statements by individuals seeking their own notoriety. My attorney has advised me to file appropriate legal action over these false accusations. Even the republication of her statements may be actionable. I trust you will understand that your interest in the purported statements can only serve to injure my reputation further by giving a voice to the meritless allegations raised by an immature, computer-savvy, disturbed individual. For the above reasons, I respectfully decline to speak further on this subject. Listen. Okay. So. So where was everybody? So once again, shout out to Ty City, Ramil, anybody that made a video about this, because it wasn't important then, right? It wasn't important that a black man was falsely accused and lost his job. No. It only matters. It only matters when it's you low tier black men, right? Okay. Okay. It's November 1st. This took place November, so it's still got time. We still got time. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see what else. Yeah. Like I said, there was a bunch of us that came out and said, "Hey, y'all, this woman is not who she claims to be." But once again, she's too big now, and I don't know why I'm more upset at O'Shea pulling the video down because, like see, that's what I'm saying. Now it turns into me speculating or assuming, and I don't have the evidence to pick the shit apart. See, that's that sucker shit. Yo, they reached out to him. Ty did, but like I said, if he's already if his attorney's like just file first and we'll deal with it later, then I'm sure, man, right? And then look, Eddie, the ass wiper, he's like, well, I don't know what she said. Can someone point out to me what she said? Okay, fine. So now Jason Black. Once again, Jason Black, I think Jason Black is what sparked this and kind of forced O'Shea out the clouds. Okay. So what did he say? What did he say? All right. This is Jason Black.
Like dogs are looking pretty foolish right now. So where am I going to start with this here? Well, first and foremost, I'm going to start with everyone's favorite new sycophantic interloper, Just Pearly Things here. And some of you are fans, unthinking individuals in your own right. That's okay, because we're here to hurt your feelings in that regard, because you fell for it.
Once again, I'm going to let Jason cook, but he done said everything we've already said long before. And because of Jason Black, because he discovered the clip, kind of now everyone's kind of like in defense mode. So everybody's going to circle the wagons to protect her to a certain extent. And you're already seeing it now. So it goes from, well, she said what she said about black people. Now it turns into, well, it's you black men's fault for making her be able to say these things. Okay.
Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Just Pearly Things, she basically is a little white girl who made very few bones about the fact that she just saw this as something she can make money off of, and she has been an interloper into it ever since. She has no connection to black people in the black street whatsoever.
Well, but wait, Jason Black, Obsidian says she's more pro-black than anybody because she gives black men jobs. But okay, let's go.
I warned people about this from day one, and a bunch of folks tried to ignore that. I'm going to come to Adam in just a few moments. So for those of you who came here for Adam No Jumper, I'm going to get to know Jumper here in just a little bit. But I haven't heard nearly as many people say as much about Just Pearly Things recently. Because while everyone is talking about how Adam and No Jumper were sitting there talking to Richard Spencer, I didn't hear too many people here talking about how Just Pearly Things did an interview a couple of weeks ago with Nick Fuentes. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the alt-right, or if you're so brain numbed that you don't remember the alt-right riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, then you don't know that Nick Fuentes is one of the notorious right-wing white supremacist personalities who was there. And Just Pearly Things felt like, well, this would be a wonderful person for her after all this time and all these years. All of a sudden, she wants to hold an interview with him. Not a debate.
Okay, it's a Charlottesville
This is the clip we've already heard.
Yeah.
On here, but okay. She got ran over by a car.
What occurred. Now, when it goes on here, he's talking to her about Israel and Palestine, and she goes on the Ditzy Blonde routine again. It's really kind of embarrassing, but she does it and then starts telling on herself.
Issue. And so they blacklisted me. They cut me off. Then they went out everywhere to Media Matters, which is this left-wing hit piece mill. And they started sending clips from my show and saying, this guy.
Okay, we don't
do all the heavy lifting so she can say, oh, I didn't say this. I mean, he was the one who said it. I didn't say this. Not me. Now, for those of you who may be thinking, well, Jason, this is about Jewish people in Israel and Palestine. What's that got to do with us? This is where dumb people here make their mistakes. This is where dumb people make their mistakes. The devil is in the details. Once again, she acts like she does.
Jason Black, don't hit me, bro. Fair use, bro. This is fiction, alternate universe. This is Earth 662. But once again, I don't want to turn this up. I don't want to make this about O'Shea, but he only came out of the clouds because it took a big dog like Jason Black to jump on Pearly's ass. And he jumped on Pearly's ass so bad. It goes from what she's. So Jason's Black narrative is about what just Pearly said. O'Shea comes in and says, it ain't about what she said. It's about you black men that put her in the position to say these things. Well, sir, if you're going to call a spade, then I need you to hold your peoples accountable. Right? Okay, let's go.
Doesn't know what any of this is about. She has no clue what's going on.
The narrative that, because if I remember correctly at the time, the narrative was that Palestine was doing it. Was that untrue?
Well, so she's talking about terrorism and terrorist acts.
Okay.
Then he goes here, and I want you to listen to this. Now, this is going to be a little bit longer.
Now, we don't care about all that.
I love Ben Shapiro. Yeah, y'all, she is knee deep off in this. So all the jackasses and clowns who've been big up in her, sharing her content, quoting her, where are all of y'all after tonight, by the way? I want to know where y'all are after tonight. And by the way, I'm going to name names tonight.
Uh-oh.
Now, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to be naming names tonight because it's time for us to clear some air on this.
Okay.
But I'm going to name some names tonight before this microphone finishes smoking. I'm going to name some names.
Prediction. Ben Shapiro quote tweeted that and said, the surest sign of anti-Semitism is to accuse a Jewish person.
On Pearly.
One, I go all the way back. Wait for it.
He is good at what he does. I'll give him his
Would he
due.
ever debate you?
No.
Oh my gosh, Ben, I'll host it.
Okay.
Ben, open invite, Ben.
Ben, I'll host it. Open invite, Ben. Yeah, for some of you who thought maybe Jason's exaggerating, it ain't gonna be that heavy, it ain't gonna be that hard. Oh, yes, it is. Y'all, if I am serving up the heat tonight, give me a fire emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button. There's over 2,000 people listening here tonight. Maybe you're embarrassed. Maybe you're humiliated. Maybe you're one of the guilty people who are sitting up here sharing her content, big up in it, clapping like monkeys and seals. And you didn't give a thought to the fact that it was so obvious that maybe you've got some racial stigma to yourself where you see white mommy and white daddy and you are compelled to wrap your lips around their asses. And what Jason was warning you about, now you look extra chocolate covered stupid. Because she's sitting up here making anybody who sat up here and shared her content, big up to her, gave her the thumbs up. You didn't do any vetting. You didn't check the paperwork.
This is why they got to circle the wagons around. All right, I'm going. Listen, I would love to get to the part where he named names, but I don't know where that part is at. So, chapters have been added. Let me see. Let me see. Show more chapters. Okay. Pearly Tings endorses Thomas Sowell. Pearly Tings says Nick Fuentes isn't a white supremacist. Pearly Tings calls black people lazy and late. Oh, let's go. Okay, let's hear that part. I mean, they are, but it's not supposed to come from. You know what? I have my own views on that. I'm not gonna. Okay, let me see. Lazy and late says slavery is exaggerated. Okay, we got that. Pearly Tings the roll call. Okay, so we're gonna get to 30 minutes, and then we get to the 46-minute.
Sitting up there laughing. They're in the studio, by the way. They're in the studio with her now, laughing and chuckling up a damn storm, while Massa is sitting up here going crazy, talking about you. Oh, I'm gonna spin it again because I know you don't want to hear it.
If in Poland they switched it out with Nigerians, it would be a completely different country.
Exactly, yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist to say that?
No, that kind of makes sense, like what you're saying. Personally, I'm trying to get my Africans in America, so we're not gonna support that. Look at please make it easy for me to immigrate next year.
Well, I will say, hey, there are more industrious than American blacks.
Get blessing in.
He can stay.
Well, look at everyone.
Are you still laughing? Because I never was. When folks were calling me a hater and they were trying to invite Becky to the barbecue, and they sat up here and let other people smuggle the language in, but being an internet fanboy or fangirl is just irresistible to some. Well, I warned you that this would be the result. And you were sitting up here trying to call me name. Let me let the whole clip play for you. Now that you've heard him set it up, let me let the whole clip play for you now.
They call you a white supremacist.
That is why they say that.
Because you feel like by changing the entire demographic makeup of a country, it's going to completely change the country. The same way if in Poland they switch.
That's not it. Come on.
I want Nick Fuentes here to set up the next thing you're going to hear.
Specific kind of country. When you bring in
these chapters are off.
Exactly. Yeah. How do you feel? Well, I don't want to get you in trouble, but I mean, did you think that makes me a white supremacist?
Let me let the whole clip play. What's so damn funny?
Okay.
Let's
go to 46. Roll call. Hopefully these chapters are okay. Let me see. 46, 35.
Somebody tell me right now. Hey, mediocre tutorials. Hey, Melanie King. Hey, lead attorney.
This is why we're here.
How many of y'all who were so desperate to get her approval,
this is why we're
so desperate to get next to white mommy, that you willingly sold out your souls and what little integrity or character you may have had left in order to get a pat on the head from her in the desperate hopes of appearing next to a white host, even though they are openly mocking black people, and you hoping it's going to get you just a few more subscribers so you won't have to go back to Five Guys and get a real job. Come on down here and explain this now. Come on down here and explain this. All you clowns in the black winosphere, all of y'all over there, I'm not going to say some of your names. Nigga, you ain't going to eat off of me. Make your clickbait for something else. You ain't going to eat off. I ain't beefing with you. You ain't going to eat off of me. But y'all already know the damn names. You know who they are. Why don't you tell them, hey, y'all got some explaining to do. Jason brought invoices.
Okay. I'm over it. I was really wanting to find this clip.
Let me let the whole clip play for.
See, it doesn't actually say that though.
You're going crazy.
Do you think that makes me a white supremacist?
Up here and let other people smuggle the language in.
Wait.
We do have this white butt kissing. Says it smacks you upside the back of the head like a cinder block.
I was like, stop! No, they all said I was crazy. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Austin.
Well, but you're very industrious.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that would like to be a YouTuber because they'd like to hear, they'd like people to care about their opinions and like what they ate for lunch and, things about my life that just make sense or whatever. But how many people can make a company and deal with the things you deal with, like recruiting and, because I mean, not on the same scale as you, but I do things and it's tough. It's a business. It's fun in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, it's a business. And that is a German attribute to be industrious.
That is a German attribute to be industrious. Lord have mercy. That is a German attribute to be industrious.
I'm Italian. The only times I'm on time for things is when I get the time wrong, when I think I'm supposed to be there way earlier than I'm actually supposed to be there. Because I thought I was supposed to be here at 3.
Oh, really?
That's why I texted you. I texted you I'm on my way because I thought I was already 10 minutes late when I was leaving.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Blessing was more late African.
Well, he's black.
Yeah.
Wow. I knew it was bad, but not this bad. Wow.
Where are all the folks who said I was a hater? Where are all the folks?
Oh, shit. Yo, that's... Man, listen. And, she's over there in the UK, and pretty much all her staff are, like, Africans. So I really don't feel too bad, because that's what y'all work for this bitch. Like, y'all sign these... I've heard the contract she's offered when she's recruiting other content creators to join under her. I've heard of her contracts. I wouldn't do it, and even in the position I'm in, I'm like, you know what, I'm cool. I wouldn't do it. But I can't speak for everybody else. I don't know what their financial situations are like, but that shit, oof. So let me shout out to AM1 Race Hustler versus Culture Vulture. Bro, I can't even call it. Kiana, hey, 17 months as a member, thank you. I see the plain Jane queen of the manosphere going down. Two of her friends from the past say she is a mean girl and is a scamp. I could see that. Oh, wait, what Techie say? Now you want to sign my contract? Wait, y'all about something? I'd rather sign your contract. Wait, y'all about something? I appreciate that. Yo, man, listen. Bernard Riley and his people said, oh, you know what? Okay, let's go look. Let's go look. I wouldn't be surprised. Why I'm not surprised that everyone coming at Jason Black for what he said. Why I can't be surprised. I can't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. I should not be surprised. What did he say on his live? Let's see. Jason Black, okay, exposes. So let me see what you're gonna say. Yo, I can't. I'm sorry. This nigga puts me to sleep. I'm sorry. No diss, no shade. I can't. I can't stay up long enough to listen to this. I can't. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't stay up long enough to. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I tried. I tried. I tried. Okay, let me try again. Let me try it again. Let me try it again. Let me try it again. Let's see. Okay, let's see what he's talking about. Let's see what else he's talking about.
Get into it.
Okay, let's get to it. Let's get into it.
Than him. Then he views them as competition, and then he becomes a harsh critic of them. Like he was a harsh critic of Kevin Samuels. He's a harsh critic of Fresh and Fit. I think he agrees with Kwame Brown on almost everything. But when Kwame Brown got big, he sat there and waited for Kwame Brown to say one thing he disagreed with, and I saw him do a reaction to that. And I'm like, so basically, he calls the Black manosphere the winosphere. We're just,
but that's what you guys are. Yes,
whiny.
Yes,
he does the same content where he's doing a reaction to Russell Wilson and Sierra wearing a dress and all kind of stuff like that.
So yes, you all do SBE content. Fair enough. How about that? You all do SBE content. You all try to explain to women about their bad behaviors. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yes, you men, the space is known as criers or whiners or complainers. That is what you guys do. Find me any Black manosphere content creator whose name is attached to any legislative piece of action. Find me any Black male content creator in that space down the street with their name attached to any piece of legislation for Black men. Find it for me. Find it for me. You have PhDs that rather argue. Okay, so the Green Gorilla. So I saw that shit. So now listen, I may lose some of y'all. I have to give MOT his flowers. I don't always agree with him. I'd say about 70% of the time I agree with MOT. But when he had that back and forth with Green Gorilla, okay, this man has a PhD, okay? He's a former Pookie, went to school, got a PhD. But MOT was like, and you've done nothing. You've built nothing. You're not attached to any movement that has created anything. And he's right. He got the PhD nigga so out of his mind. The PhD said, here's an address. Come see me in Texas. Sir, you have a PhD. Why are you giving out your location for a fight? MOT got Green Gorilla so out of his body. He gave that man a location for MOT to come fight him. Sir, you have a PhD. And you wonder why people look down upon y'all and laugh at y'all and don't take none of y'all serious. Yes, you guys are complainers, criers, and whiners. Women is the most important thing in your lives. Clearly. Kim Billions, thank you for the 5 on the super chat, bro. Yeah, MOT is a Democrat. I'm just like, what? 70% of the time, I agree with him. PhD, how are you? You know what? Come on, let's go look. Do I remember what stream it was on? Ah, man, I don't even remember what stream it was on. This dude was so upset at MOT, y'all. Shoot. Nope, it's gonna keep giving me Superman. Okay, I'll look for it on my phone. That's what we'll do. I'll look for it on my phone. Y'all, he was so upset. This man has a PhD. Okay, now that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a major accomplishment, right? He was so upset at MOT. He's like, "Here's my location, nigga. Let me know when I'm in Houston. Let me know. Here's my location." He was so upset, y'all. Do you understand? I don't even remember what live it was. Y'all. He had the nigga so upset. Is this it? No, that's not it. Damn. Damn it. Oh. MOT, man, wherever you at, brother. Hey, yo, he had that PhD dude upset. You understand? Upset. And I don't even remember what live it was, y'all. I was just listening to it one night. I was just like, wow. Is this it? Damn. Okay, I can't find it, y'all. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. Man, shoot. I tried. Okay. You know what? I listen. I love my brothers, but I'm not. When it comes to the women rhetoric, it means nothing to me. I have to watch it, but yes. I'm ready to turn my 8 up. I agree. But okay. So the other PhD guy is Tiesan Johnson, and they laud him. They look up to him, like, you know what I'm saying. Iron 5, thank you for the 2 on the super chat, bro. Talk that shit slow. I can't finish my number. But it's like you had to do ready to declare war. Yeah. This is true. Yeah, these PhD guys, I don't look at them any different. I don't think they're special at all, but I wish I could find one of these days I'll go back and find so we can listen to that back and forth. But this guy, PhD, you know what? Let's look him up. Let's see if we can find his YouTube channel. Let's see if we can find his YouTube channel. Yeah, this is him. Green Gorilla. Nope, that's not it. Wrong Green Gorilla. This is him.
The fans.
No, hell no. What is this? No. What is that? Nope. Let's go. Okay. Stop. Let's see. Lives. Let's see. Men are now in a pissing contest with women over nature of masculinity. Do I really have See, yeah, this is him. So let's see what he be talking about. I only know of this dude because he was threatening to beat up MOT. I was just like, okay. I was just laughing.
Sure. And especially when it comes to sex, jealousy, things of that nature, there is a male human nature.
So yeah, man-woman rhetoric. Okay. Man-woman rhetoric. We didn't see that one coming. Okay. I'm cool. And definitely cool on that. And once again, the video is still private. O'Shea, that was not cool. That was a sucker move. All right. Okay, let's move on. Shall we? Shout out to Uganda. Yes, T Hassan B sound like a victim 24/7. See, okay, to be fair, Hassan, his wife was dying of cancer. So those last few years, you know, respectfully, she was dying of cancer. So that's part of why he was in a sexless marriage. But up until then, you know, there's really no excuse for all that. But yeah, let me do this. Let me find Uganda out here declaring war. Right? Twitter. Is it Twitter? Yeah, let's do this. Twitter is, shit. Uganda out here. Well, let's see how long this lasts because this is interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, there we go. All right, Uganda out here going to war against them people. And once again, we'll see how long this lasts. There we go. Where is it at? Clip. Okay, like where the hell did it go? Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. All right. Uganda. Here we go.
This country will stand firm. And once it passed, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are going to reinforce the law enforcement officers to make sure that homosexuals have no space in Uganda.
They not playing. Shout out to Uganda. They not playing, but guess what? I don't know, man. That's a tall order. Them people got backed by too many corporations and oligarchs. I don't know how long it's gonna last, but let's continue. They ain't playing. Yo, Uganda out here. Uganda they want smoke. I'm with it. I don't think it's gonna last long, but let's see. Uganda anti-gay bill. This is hilarious. How would you go about? Here we go. How would you go about enforcing this? How? I got to find out how they're gonna enforce this. Unless you're gonna go do door-to-door sweeps, catch people in the act. I don't. This should be very, very interesting. I wonder how, economics wise, this is going to come back on them big time. This is gonna come back on them big time, I believe. I believe sanctions are coming. They're gonna put pressure on Uganda, y'all. All right, it's the same clip. Anyway, all right, let's get to it. Let's see. People who identify as gay in Uganda risk life in prison after Parliament passed a new bill to crack down, Lord have mercy, on their activities. It also includes the death penalty in certain cases. This is a lot of blackmail. People are receiving calls that if you don't give me money, I will report that you are gay. The bill is one of the toughest pieces of anti-gay legislation in Africa. Homosexual acts are already illegal in Uganda, but this bill introduces many new criminal offenses. Wow, as well as making merely identifying as gay illegal for the first time, friends, family members of the community would have a duty to report individuals in same-sex relationships to the authorities. It was passed with widespread support in Uganda's parliament on Tuesday evening. Wow. Here we go. The White House has warned Uganda of possible economic repercussions if the new law comes into force. Members of the queer community have been blackmailed, extorted for money, or even lured into traps for mob attacks. In some areas, even law enforcers are using the current environment to extort money from from people who they accuse of being gay. What does the bill say? Let's see. Include a person who is convicted of grooming or trafficking children for purposes of engaging in homosexual faces life in prison. Okay, I'm okay with that. Individuals or institutions which support or fund LGBT activities or organizations or publish, broadcast, distribute program. Okay, I'm okay with that. Media groups, journalists, publishers face prosecution and imprisonment for publishing, broadcasting, distribution of any content that advocates for gay rights and promotes. Wow, that's dicey. I'm okay with that. Let's continue. Death penalty for what is described as aggravated, that is any abuse of a child, a person with disability, or vulnerable people in cases where a victim of an assault is affected with a lifelong illness. I'm definitely okay with that. Property owners also face risk of being jailed if their premises are used as a brothel for those types of acts or any other sexual minorities' rights activities. I'm kind of iffy on that. Okay. See, okay, this is what I did not know. Same-sex relations are banned in about 30 African countries, where many people uphold conservative, religious, and social values. This is mighty, mighty interesting. Mighty, mighty interesting. I'm dying to see how this plays out. So definitely keep an eye on economic sanctions against Uganda in the near future. I didn't. Hey, man, listen. I didn't want to. Come on, y'all. I don't want to turn this to any O'Shea slander, man. You know, I have nothing against O'Shea. Like, you know, God bless him, and I hope he's well and doing well. But that shit he pulled today, that was some sucker shit. That was a sucker move, man. That was a sucker move. Yeah. Pro blacks. What can you say? What can you say? Okay, now let me get to my next topic. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Let's do this. Okay. Adidas and Beyonce have agreed to part ways. Let's see, because she's losing money. They're losing money. She had a 50-50 venture with Topshop, ended in 2018. And then Beyonce gained full ownership of Ivy Park. Okay. Yeah, but it ain't to the actual deal. Why it split? Here we go. All right. Okay. The numbers were bad. Oh, come on. Now I can't find the shit. The numbers were bad. They weren't gonna make any real money. And they decided to walk away. I think Beyonce walks away with 20 million. Okay, here we go. So the Wall Street Journal reports Beyonce's custom line, Ivy Park, fell way below its 2022 sales projections of 250 mil. They were projecting 250, and they only brought in 40 mil at the end of the year. Okay. Those numbers were also considerably lower than 2021's tally of 93 million, and fresh marketing campaigns with celebs such as Irina Shayk, Yara Shahidi, and Megan Thee Stallion, and current hip hop it girl Ice Spice weren't able to rouse the public's interest at the cash register. All right, there's Ice Spice modeling some Ivy Park clothes. Before cutting ties, 2023's projections were shifted from 335 million to 65 million. Beyonce's contract is finished at the end of the year and is still on track to earn her 20 million annual salary. Okay. And she's going on tour also as well. So I'm not sure if y'all was into Ivy Park like that, but yeah, I mean, she'll find another distribution home for her wares, but probably not on the scale of Adidas. But she walks away with 20 mil. Okay, but you know what? Beyonce's had failing adventures clothes. Like Darion didn't last long either. What year did Darion jeans die out? When did that fail, Darion? Because I didn't see a lot of women wear Darion like that. It's on Poshmark. Wow. You know that's bad when your shit ends up on Poshmark. Yeah, you know it's bad when your shit ends up on Poshmark. Let's see what happened. What happened to the
Long before Ivy Park came along, Beyonce launched her first clothing line, House of Darion. It kind of just came and went, and some fans were left wondering why the brand no longer exists. I mean, it just kind of fizzled away with no explanation or anything, just faded into darkness. Beyonce's mom, Miss Tina, even had a clothing line at Walmart that faded into oblivion as well. So what happened? You might think Queen Bee would have had everything back then and now for a clothing label to reach epic heights, but it didn't. House of Darion had fashion shows at New York Fashion Week, London Fashion Week, not to mention, the brand was stocked in major department stores like Bloomingdale's, Macy's, and Selfridges in the UK. Even with all of that and the star power of Beyonce behind it, it was still a huge flop. Why was that?
Why?
Prior to launching her athleisure, Adidas, and Ivy Park collection in 2016, Beyonce teamed up with her mother, Tina Knowles, and created House of Darion in 2006. With their signature tagline, where the sidewalk and catwalk meet.
I've never seen Beyonce not in a lace front. When's the last time you've seen Beyonce not in a lace front?
The line was mostly casual wear, including embroidered hoodies, trousers with a blend of hip-hop influence and feminine details such as embroidery and ruffles. The culture may have decided to collectively forgive and forget Beyonce and Miss Tina for House of Darion, which was officially discontinued in 2012. But let's revisit where it all began.
Okay, 2012. It died in 2012. It's a long time ago. Okay. That's a long time ago. All right. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Let me see something. Twitch account. This account. Okay. Let me see what else. Oh, yo. Hey, you know what? Yeah, I wanna give myself a pat on the back. I told y'all the green lines never lie. I told y'all, let me just go ahead and confirm what I already knew. They done already broke up already, y'all. They done already broke up. They didn't already broke up. I told y'all the green lines don't lie. They done already broken up, y'all. Y'all gonna learn to listen to me. They done already broken up. They gonna let's see. The pair have allegedly called it quits without any drama or beef between them and remain amicable. The news comes just a month after Lori and Jameson made their red carpet debut, but it appears the relationship may have run its course. Listen, they were dating and it was great, but they're no longer around each other like that. There's no beef, no cheating, nothing like that. They're just doing their own thing right now. Okay? They were just at the damn Snowfall premiere last month. Come on, y'all. Right? They were just at the Snowfall premiere a couple months ago. Okay? Green lines just don't lie. This woman has no interest in being in this man's space. Now I will say he's getting some side boobage, but other than that, this woman has no intentions on being in this man's space. Clearly. Okay? The green lines never lie. When I'm right, I'm right. Okay? When I'm right, I'm right. What is she looking for? Shit, apparently not a damn husband. That's for damn sure. Not a damn husband. That's for sure. Not a damn husband. That's for damn sure. Okay, let me see. Okay, Tim. Oh, I'm gonna wrap this up real quick and I'm gonna get out of here. Yo, who watched Snowfall last night? Who watched Snowfall last night? How many of y'all watched Snowfall last night? I'm happy, but then I'm mad at the same time. I'm happy and mad at the same time. Okay. So I'm mad because Franklin, why I get it, family and all, but your family went behind your back to run off with the plug. And basically the plug is the reason why you don't have your earnings from your dope dealings. So instead of letting Kane have his justice, now mind you, it was Jerome and Louie's idea to hire the dirty, crooked ex-cop to murder Kane. Okay? Y'all just, for those that are up to speed, this is talk for us. Okay? If you don't know what I'm talking about, go do some go watch the show and then come back and get. So this is like family talk right now. So wait a minute, y'all. So Jerome and Louis not only took Saint's plug against went behind his back, took the plug. The plug took Franklin's $70 million. Okay. And then Jerome and Louis hired the crackhead ex-cop to murder Kane. These are 3 strikes, in my opinion. Okay, 2 legit strikes as to why they should be dead, both be dead. So what Franklin does is disregard all these three major red flags to help Jerome go rescue Louis from the clutches of Kane. So Kane had 2 bodyguards at the stables where Louis likes to ride her horse. But early in the episode, there was tension between Jerome and Louis. Now, I've always said throughout this entire show, Jerome is the biggest simp of this show. Because Louis was a crackhead. She was a dyke, right? And then This was his woman. And then, of course, she got cleaned up or whatever. You can make the same case for Leon and Wanda, right? Leon serving the block. Wanda's the crackhead. She get cleaned up, and then he fall in love with her. He marries her. That's why. Part of the reason why him and old boy had to scrap at the last episode, because he was like, oh, you wiped up the community hole, whatever the case may be. Part of the reason why they had to scrap, right? So Leon's a simp too. If we're gonna call a spade, Leon is a simp as well. You don't marry a former crackhead. You just don't. I don't think a former crackhead would make a good wife. Whatever. So Franklin had the vision, gave Jerome a shot, because Jerome really wasn't doing anything but basically, like he said, selling nickel bags. It was Franklin that gave him a vision, a reason to want to prosper and whatever. So the murder attempt failed. They tried to kill Kane. Kane survived, after they done ran off with Franklin's plug. Franklin goes to Kane, says, Kane, I know who tried to kill you. It was Louis. Remember, Kane was he was on the ventilator. He couldn't talk. You know what I'm saying? His heart rate's going up after he said it was Louis. And Kane's in the mask. He's just, and his heartbeat, he had the heart monitor going up. He's just, right? Kane's at the hospital. And he had his two henchmen stalk at the stables. They gunned down the guards. They kidnapped Louis. I was so happy. He had her tied up. Oh, and she's on the ground. He kicked her in the stomach. She threw up. I was so happy. I'm like, finally, we about to get some justice. The two people that need to be dead in this entire series about to get they just due. So when he kicked her and she threw up, he's like, oh, look at that, right? And then come back, Franklin shows up. He says, hey, come 2047 Alameda. I got something you need to see. Okay, I'm on my way. Because that's how Franklin talked. Saint, exaggerated West Coast. I'm on my way. Trick ass Mark, I'm on my way. What you saying? What you saying, Louis? What you mean you got my money, Teddy? Come on, Oso. Oso, we go way back. Let me tell you, Oso. You help me get Teddy. I promise you I'll kill him. I got you, Oso. I ain't got 10 million, but I got $1 million for you right now. I'm rooting for Kane. Wait, okay, so we get back to the warehouse. They got her tied up. She's all beat up and shit. And what Franklin comes in there, he sees her all tied up. And what did he say to Louis? I don't remember, but he said something. You know what they got planned for you. Better tell them what they want to know. Is what they got planned for you. I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you, Louis. I can't help you. What Kane got planned for you, I can't help you. What you saying, fool? Trying to get this bread? I gave you a vision. Let's continue. And so when Kane was talking about his granddaddy had a farm, he's like, the farm was the most important thing. We had to protect it, my granddaddy. As a young, I didn't understand. All right. And homeboy heated up the iron. I'm like, what we doing? Yo, when he burned her ass with that iron, when he burned that K into her chest, I was so happy. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed hearing her scream. It gave me life. I enjoyed it. I was like, yes, make this heifer suffer. Yes, burn this heifer. Put the K in her chest. Right? Because he was like, you going to tell me what I want to know. And then she spit. Oh, that's how they going to do. Right? She was tough when she... Oh, yeah? That's how you went? He put that K in her chest. He put that. I was like, yeah. I ain't never rooted so hard for somebody. Oh my God, I'm in this. I'm emotionally invested into. This is why I'm so pissed at the end of the episode. He burned, and then he called one of this one pimp guy that's gonna basically break her and turn her out. And you know, he's some old Cat Williams ass dude. And I'm just like, okay, I thought he was bisexual, but he's just really effeminate. But like the Cat Williams character in Friday After Next, pimp down in the stress, like right. So they about to basically, you know, gangbang her and break her in. And I'm like, okay, sure. Whatever it takes, man. I wanted her dead. I didn't care for her being turned out. I wanted her dead. But then Franklin calls Leon to have Leon page Jerome to tell Jerome they got Lloyd. Now you gonna shoot me, or you gonna help me get Louis back? You gonna shoot me, or you gonna help me get Louis back? Fuck. They went to the who's the crazy gangster? DeAndre Bonds' character. They went to his crazy ass to get I'm gonna get the cavalry. I detest Jerome. I detest Jerome. Right? Yeah. Noah's the man. Yeah. That's the man who ran.